Chapter 271. Upon hearing the news that Wei Xiao had begun investigating Zhu Yuanyuan's money, Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time it finally went on as planned. After being preempted twice in a row, the students in Class 3 were feeling a bit down. "How's the public sentiment on campus today?" Xiaohe asked casually. "Not bad. Everyone hates human traffickers, so they're being very harsh." Gu Qinghuan rubbed his forehead. Class 3 was trying to guide the conversation, careful not to let the discussion get too tangled. However, as Su Xinghe had expected, some began to sympathize with Wei Xiao, feeling that having such a mother wasn't his choice. Zhu Yuanyuan was a human trafficker, not Wei Xiao. Was scolding Wei Xiao excessive? Su Xinghe had already warned the students against this, so they remained calm upon seeing such comments and simply presented the conclusion of the discussion. They stuck to the point, avoiding any other issues concerning Wei Xiao himself, and focusing solely on him as Zhu Yuanyuan's son. Zhu Yuanyuan is a human trafficker, and has nothing to do with Wei Xiao, who is unaware of this. Therefore, the families harmed by Zhu Yuanyuan should target her personally. For example, after Zhu Yuanyuan is released from prison, whether she secretly puts her child in a sack or something else, while illegal, it's within human nature, and she should bear the consequences of her illegality. But putting Wei Xiao in a sack is pointless. Let Zhu Yuanyuan also experience the heartache of her child's suffering? What does heartache matter to someone like Zhu Yuanyuan? If revenge is sought, target the person personally. Expecting human traffickers to have any humanity is naive. As for Wei Xiao, the question should be whether he acknowledges and accepts his mother's crimes and, from the perspective of a family member, provides due compensation and atonement to the victim. Anyone who uses excuses like "although my father is a trafficker, he treated me well" to exonerate human traffickers deserves a brain checkup. Wei Xiao's current behavior clearly shows he doesn't want to admit his mistakes, and wants to maintain his image. But this will only infuriate the victims and their families, so he's clearly wrong on this point. The comment section, reflecting on the situation, began to criticize Wei Xiao for his lack of remorse. Xin Jianwei, who provided this discussion conclusion, received applause from the entire Class 3. Xin Jianwei modestly waved her hand. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs also said the same thing about a neighboring country, she just picked it up a bit. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and asked, "How long will it take Wei Xiao to find out about Zhu Yuanyuan?" Xiaohe replied, "Not that fast. After all, I intend for him to know later than Wei Yin. What will Wei Xiao do when he learns from Wei Yin that nothing has happened, but then finds evidence on his own? Suspect he's wrong. No, the evidence is so complete that no one can deny it." Wei Xiao wondered, if he could find out, could Wei Yin really not? Or was it that Wei Yin simply didn't want to tell him the truth? Whatever Wei Yan's reason for not telling him, as long as Wei Xiao thought this, the rift between father and son would only grow wider. Sooner or later, they would be consumed by this rift. He recalled the report from the person she had assigned to monitor Wei Xiao, stating that Wei Zhao's recent mental state had been problematic, with preliminary findings suggesting he might be suffering from anxiety. It was all his own fault. He frowned, not intending to offer any sympathy to Wei Xiao. The girls Wei Xiao had hurt had also experienced various mental problems. Now it was Wei Yao's turn. It was simply retribution. Wei Xiao awoke from his sleep again. It was still early morning, the sky outside gray and hazy, the sun invisible. He clutched his forehead and panted for a moment, feeling utterly exhausted. He grabbed the melatonin from the bedside table and poured a pill into his mouth. He consoled himself, saying, "It's okay. Wei Yin is already investigating Zhu Yuanyuan's hidden possessions, and results will be forthcoming soon." Also, while his connections weren't as strong as Wei Yan's, the rich second-generation kid who had introduced him to the club was also looking for someone to help him investigate. That rich second-generation kid was the only one in the group who seemed competent, and Wei Xiao decided to get along with him and consider him a friend. He was a bit talkative and a bit of a show-off. Whenever he found something, he sent him a flurry of messages, showcasing his prowess. But thanks to the solid evidence, Wei Xiao felt reassured. As long as Wei Yin could find out about this, he could easily recover the money. He couldn't wait to see Zhu Yuanyuan's expression when she learned her hidden stash of money was gone. It would surely be fascinating, right? This was the retribution she deserved for abandoning him and ruining his life. Thinking of this, Wei Gao's mood improved slightly. The nightmare of his poverty and destitution faded completely from his mind, and he fell back asleep. Under the effects of melatonin, Wei Xiao slept until noon. The sun had already risen, so bright it made Wei Xiao nauseous. He held onto his dizzy head and walked into the living room, where he saw Wei Yan standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, talking on the phone. They seemed to be discussing business. Wei Xiao heard a few large figures, which made him jealous. All this should have been his. Wei Yan hung up the phone and turned around, just in time to see the haggard Wei Xiao. He frowned. At this point, he didn't want to comment on Wei Yao's decision not to go to school. He had seen the trending searches, and could guess Wei Yao's reason for not going to school, which made him even more disappointed in Wei Xiao. This son, though not his biological son, he had raised him by example and words for so long, yet he hadn't expected him to be so fragile. Although Wei Yan desperately wanted a grandson, now that he thought about it, he should find a better man than Wei Xiao. He couldn't let his Wei family bloodline be tainted. Thinking of this, Wei Yan's expression grew even colder. What's the matter? I just wanted to ask. Wei Xiao had been getting nervous easily lately, so much so that he stuttered. But thinking of the latest evidence he just received on his phone, Wei Xiao perked up again. Father, how's your investigation into Zhu Yuanyuan's hidden money going? Wei Yan was a little annoyed. When would it be Wei Xiao's turn to ask him about the progress? He said calmly. We already investigated it. There's no such thing. As if struck by a stern warning, Wei Xiao froze. He instinctively said, how could it be? There's evidence. Before he could show the evidence on his phone, Wei Yan had already passed him by, heading towards the entrance. Your so-called evidence is just hearsay. You wasted my time. If you hadn't wasted my manpower on this matter, I would have found my daughter by now. Wei Yan's tone was full of regret. My daughter, the word my daughter, struck Wei Zhao's heart. He couldn't help but scream. She clearly hit it. $1 million. Though surprised by Wei Zhao's certainty, Wei Yan trusted his own findings more, assuming the figure was simply the price of the antique Wei Xiao had heard from that conversation. He grew impatient. Even if she really hit it, then so be it. Consider this little money as a buyout. I can afford it. With that, he put on his suit jacket with the help of a servant and walked out the door. This little money? Wei Xiao was a little dazed. Yes, it was this little money for the Wei family, but for him, it was money he would never have again. Why should Zhu Yuanyuan be able to escape this place with this money, and why should he continue to suffer here? Had Wei Yan actually figured it out long ago? He just wanted to silence Zhu Yuanyuan, and was fooling him. Wei Xiao slammed the cups on the table, and stared out the window, with a somewhat frantic look. His life was ruined. Since that was the case, there was no hope of a good life. Chapter 272. Although everyone knew Thursday was the day the lawyer would go to the prison to meet Zhu Yuanyuan to sign the divorce agreement, and Gu Qinghuan had confirmed from Xia He that Wei Xiao had taken action, no one was sure whether Wei Zhao's provocation would be effective. Wei Xiao hadn't been to school for the past few days, and no one had been able to confirm Wei Zhao's situation on campus. As for the discussion about Wei Xiao on campus, it had gradually subsided due to Wei Zhao's absence. Uxian frowned, a rare hint of anxiety. Nothing's happening. It's really too much. It can't be helped. Our main area of activity is still campus. Jiang Chuchu shook her head. When it comes to situations like the Wei family, it's not easy for us to intervene. In fact, if she really wanted to investigate, with the Jiang family's strength, Jiang Chuchu could easily find out by asking Jiang Yue for help and connections. However, Jiang Chuchu had already decided not to abuse that power until it was truly hers. She couldn't become dependent on it. In contrast, Lin Julu had the leisure to comfort them. Don't worry. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. We've done all we can. From now on, we just have to see if things develop as we envisioned. Gu Qinghuan glanced at her phone, seeing no new messages, and shoved it back on the table. She looked at Lin Julu and asked, come to think of it, after Wei Yan found the fake evidence, he stopped investigating Zhu Yuanyuan's case and focused on yours, right? How much longer can they hold out? Lin Julu replied, the best case scenario is that it be delayed until the day after tomorrow. The worst case scenario, it might be discovered today. The civets, huh? Xie Xiangxue was shocked. Today. How did you manage to be so calm? After all, he's been investigating for quite some time. I've been mentally preparing myself, and by now I probably already accepted the reality of being found out. Lin Julu spread her hands helplessly. Although the Lin family initially believed Wei Yan wouldn't care about their daughter, Lin Julu, they also considered what to do if Wei Yan came to snatch her away. Thus, the Lin family had always implemented many cover-ups regarding Lin Julu's identity. The simplest one was that the Lin family's assets weren't actually located in this city. Moving an entire family's assets to another city would be extremely difficult for any family. However, the Lin family's industries were undergoing transformation and upgrading, and local policies were being adjusted. Lin AG took a big gamble. She split the Lin family's assets, moving the original part to a more suitable city, and the upgraded part to the city, also under a new company name. So, if Wei Yin wanted to investigate the Lin family, he had to first investigate the old company in the original city, then be led to another city, and then find the new company from the old one. Although modern society offers platforms, like Gachacha, as a means of investigation, Lin Yueji and Lin AG had long since hidden themselves through the use of dormant shareholders. As for the two elders of the Lin family, they had long ago handed over power, and were enjoying their retirement abroad, leaving Wei Yin with no way to investigate them. In short, tracking down Lin Julu would require considerable detours, especially for Wei Yin, who hadn't yet established himself in China. It was too much trouble. That being said, there were limits to concealment. Even with Zhu Yuanyuan's investigation intervening, it was almost time for Wei Yin to find Lin Julu. Hearing Lin Julu's words, everyone was worried, but she quickly comforted them. It's really okay. It's more like my mom and aunt think that keeping it a secret for so long is already quite impressive. Indeed, it's quite impressive. They're really working hard to protect you. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Lin Julu was stunned for a moment, then her smile widened. Yes, they're the best moms I ever had. So, they done everything they could. I'm not wondering why they didn't keep it a secret a little longer, or why they hide me forever. That's simply unrealistic. Besides, I have to fight the Wei family in my own way. Lin Julu encouraged herself. Everyone has taught me a lot. I find a way to protect myself. Don't rely solely on yourself if something happens, Yuexin warned her. Everyone in the class is your team. Of course. After all, we're a big troublemaking team, Lin Julu said with a smile. With her positive attitude, everyone else felt relaxed and decided to just let it go. Whatever the outcome was, it was what it was. So, the entire Thursday passed without incident, including Friday morning, as if nothing had happened. Until Friday afternoon, the police burst into the Wei family's company conference room and took Wei Yin away for questioning, sparking another wave of hot searches. This Wei family situation is like a TV series. So does anyone know what he's actually guilty of? Did Zhu Yuanyuan betray him in jail? Isn't he also a human trafficker? That's not the case. Wei Yin was wealthy before he went abroad. He wouldn't have needed to commit any crime, right? It's puzzling. If Zhu Yuanyuan knew about the crime, then she's probably involved too. In that case, exposing Wei Yin would be more likely to be considered a confession than meritorious service. She might even be punished for multiple crimes. What's her goal? Of course, to drag him down with her. Wei Xiao slammed the bottle to the ground and laughed heartily. The servants had long since been kicked out, and the Wei family villa was now his own domain. That woman, Zhu Yuanyuan, was incredibly clever at manipulating people's hearts, which was why her cleverness had backfired this time. He had simply had his lawyer tell Zhu Yuanyuan that he recently suffered a lot at school because of her, and that Wei Yin had decided to compensate him with $1 million. Given the same amount of money, Zhu Yuanyuan would probably immediately think of her own money, right? She'd been relying on that money in prison, and it was only when she learned it was gone that she went crazy, right? What Wei Xiao didn't know was that there was another reason why Zhu Yuanyuan decided to drag Wei Yin into this, the very fact that Wei Xiao had revealed that she suffered a lot. Zhu Yuanyuan had no idea that the people in Class 3 had deliberately spread the news to the school. She understood it because her crimes had become so widespread outside the prison that even Wei Xiao would be affected. Of course, the truth was not much different. Although people always say time heals all wounds, her actual sentence was only 2.5 years. Everyone knew her past, and it caused a huge uproar. In this situation, she also lost the money that had been her lifeline. The remaining 200,000 yuan wasn't enough for her to travel abroad, let alone enjoy a comfortable life. For Zhu Yuanyuan, having her mask stripped away in this situation, facing the condemnation and abuse of everyone upon her release, how could she bear it? She clearly wanted to be a superior person. She never wanted to go back to that night, kneeling at someone's feet, handling their vomit with a head full of blood. Since that was the case, she would hide herself with a greater sin. She would use the wreckage of the Wei family to sew a new mask for herself. Chapter 273. Despite the heated online discussion, the authorities haven't released any details regarding Wei Yin's arrest. On Sunday evening, a marketing account even announced that Wei Yin had temporarily returned to the Wei family, and it was unclear what would happen next. Wei Xiao had been brimming with excitement since Wei Yin was taken away on Friday night. Now that Wei Yin was back, his excitement had long since faded, and his spirits were quite low. But in Wei Yan's eyes, this was a sign that his son still cared about him, and he softened his expression towards Wei Xiao, a rare moment. "Dad, what's going on?" Wei Xiao asked hoarsely. He drunkenly spent the whole day at home, slumped over on Saturday. He managed to muster up enough energy on Sunday to call the servants back to clean up a bit, and he still felt a bit unwell. "It's very bad." Wei Yan's words were vague. He couldn't tell Wei Xiao the actual situation, or rather, he couldn't guarantee whether he was under surveillance. There were few arrangements that could be made right now, and he could be in at any time. He had no problems returning to China, so his current company wouldn't be affected. He could sign an agreement and arrange for a representative. However, if his property were to be confiscated, then all his hard-earned wealth would be destroyed. Thinking of this, Wei Yan's heart tightened, and he felt a bit breathless. He hadn't had any contact with Zhu Yuanyuan, and he didn't know why she suddenly turned against him. However, the evidence revealed by the police made him feel daunted. He had truly underestimated Zhu Yuanyuan. This woman, his bedmate for nearly 20 years, had deeper thoughts than he had imagined. Sometimes, Wei Yan even felt a sense of strangeness. The current Zhu Yuanyuan was so different from the Su Zhishu he knew. If she had truly been disguising herself for all these years, then what of the self she had hidden from him? Not to mention that he had clearly avoided Zhu Yuanyuan while handling his various jobs, not letting her know the details. How on earth had she known all that evidence? The mere thought that Zhu Yuanyuan might have even more evidence filled Wei Yan with shudders. He felt exhausted, and especially self-doubt. The person he had always despised had become a deadly weapon against him, making Wei Yan begin to question whether there was something wrong with his own judgment and decisions. However, he didn't intend to show these cowardly emotions to Wei Xiao. He gathered himself and said to Wei Xiao, "I already found out my daughter's identity. She's in Mingda." Wei Xiao's breath hitched. Honestly, he didn't want to face this, but just thinking about it made him gloat again. With the Wei family in this state, what would she gain even if she returned? Thinking of this, Wei Yao's mood calmed down. He concealed his inner smugness and sarcasm, lowered his head slightly, and avoided Wei Yan's gaze. "Who is she?" "She's in the class next to yours. Lin Julu from class 3. Wei Yan felt ashamed just thinking about how much time he had spent tracking down Lin Julu's location. He had never imagined that, after all this twists and turns, Lin Julu was actually in this city, in the same school as Wei Xiao, and even in the class next door. He had truly underestimated the Lin sisters. His recent investigation must have been within their grasp, and they probably laughed at him behind his back countless times. In contrast, Wei Xiao's mood remained relatively unchanged. He didn't know many people in class 3. Aside from Gu Qinghwan, Jiang Chuchu, Yu Xian, and Qin Yu, he didn't care about the others at all, and naturally, he had no idea of Lin Julu's existence. Hearing the name, he twitched his lips. Female? That name? Wei Yan didn't say he originally thought so. He simply said to Wei Xiao, "Tomorrow, go to school and invite her to our house." Just a direct invitation? Wei Xiao was a little surprised. "I'm being watched now, so I can't go ahead with my original plan." Wei Yan said cryptically, "This mainly gives you a reason to get to know her, so you can slowly get along with her later." In his current situation, he couldn't find a suitable son-in-law anymore. He could only rely on Wei Xiao. Even if Lin Julu didn't like Wei Xiao, at least he could keep an eye on her. Wei Xiao moved his lips. Slowly get along with her. With the Wei family in this state now, he wasn't about to become a breeding ground. The specific arrangements would be discussed after Wei Yan got in. For now, he just pretend for a while. On Monday, the students in class 3 saw Wei Xiao coming to school, and were discussing his purpose when they saw Wei Xiao arrive at their classroom door. Even without Gu Qinghwan shouts, the entire class was already on alert. Bao Qingsong, sitting at the door, was the first to stand up, blocking Wei Xiao's way, and asked warily, "What are you doing here?" The attitude of the people from class 3 was exactly what Wei Xiao had expected. He was well aware that his reputation within Mingda wasn't great. But everything would be over soon anyway, so he didn't care what they thought. He simply stood still at the doorway and shouted, "I'm just here to see my sister. Lin Julu. You're here, right?" It's no exaggeration to say that the bastards got goosebumps at the word sister. Lin Julu was about to vomit. Who wants to be called sister by a cockroach? At this point, there was no need to hide any longer. She stood up and shouted, "You're the child born after my mother became pregnant and Wei Yan cheated on her. You're the younger one. Calling who sister? Little thing." Everyone looked at her sideways. "Lin Julu, you're quite the attack." Although everyone already knew Wei Xiao wasn't Wei Yan's son, If Zhu Yuanyuan had him before getting close to Wei Yin, then Wei Xiao's actual age would have been older than Lin Zhulu. But so what? It hadn't been made public yet. Without knowing, Wei Xiao would have been younger than Lin Zhulu. Wei Xiao choked. He took in Lin Zhulu's appearance, and his first reaction was, she didn't look like Wei Yin. Then he realized that, judging by Lin Zhulu's quick reaction, she had probably known for a long time that her biological father was Wei Yin. So how had she felt about him all this time? Or, could it be that Gu Qinghuan's and even Team 3's hostile attitude towards him was also related to Lin Zhulu? Gu Qinghuan was about to step forward, but seeing Lin Zhulu's calm demeanor he paused, letting him handle things on his own. Wei Xiao spoke again. Dad wants to see you. I don't have a father, Lin Zhulu said calmly. I only have a mother. Wei Xiao suppressed his anger and said, you should have seen what's going on online. The Wei family's situation isn't good right now, and Dad's in danger. He just wanted to meet you before that happens. What does the Wei family's situation have to do with me? It wasn't my fault. Wasn't it his own fault? Lin Zhulu's thoughts were clear. He just left the country. He's not dead. If he truly harbored any affection for his daughter, he would have found many ways to contact me over the years. Although I don't know what he's planning, it's clear he's not trying to find his daughter as a father. Lin Zhulu folded his arms, his demeanor overwhelming Wei Xiao. Tell me, what exactly did he want you to do with me? Chapter 274. Lin Zhulu's calm demeanor caused Wei Xiao's suppressed irritation and anxiety to surface vaguely again. However, facing the eager-eyed group from Class 3, Wei Xiao naturally had no intention of losing his temper and attacking anyone as he had in Class 2. At least, he had seen Song Yi slowly approaching from the back row, and with a single stride, he could rush over and pin him against the wall. The mere thought of his arm, nearly broken when he was pinned to the ground, sent a pang of pain through Wei Xiao's bones, and he could only forcefully suppress his emotions. He said, Dad didn't tell me what he wanted to do. He just asked me to invite you home today. Your Wei family isn't my family, Lin Zhulu said immediately. A weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken. Ai Ning muttered, just loud enough for the entire class to hear. How could that be? Wei Xiao explained immediately. Someone's watching our family right now. How could we possibly do anything at this time? Or are you afraid to see Dad? Wei Xiao resorted to provocation. However, no one paid any attention to this provocation. Lin Zhulu simply said, if he wants to see me, let him come to me himself. I'm not begging him for anything. With that, she turned and prepared to return to her seat. Wei Xiao naturally refused to accept this response. He tried to catch Lin Zhulu, but as soon as he took a step forward, several boys from the first and second groups immediately stood up. Song Yi swiftly stepped in front of Wei Xiao, almost blocking his view. What do you want? Wei Xiao could only retreat, raising his voice again, if you don't come, I reveal your identity. Bao Qingsong scratched his ear. Want to spread the news on campus? Had he asked him? Lin Zhulu sat back in his seat, calm and composed. If you want to go public, then I go public with Wei Yan's affair, and see which side everyone takes. Wei Xiao was speechless. While quite a few people in his circle knew about this past, the situation within the school was different. He certainly didn't care about his reputation on campus, but if this matter were to spread publicly, it would likely have a significant impact on the image of the Wei family's company. He could ignore Wei Yan's criticism, but the problem was that the Wei family's company, he was also involved in it, and he couldn't let anything go wrong. Wei Xiao hesitated and took 2 steps back, thinking about trying to persuade him during lunch break, when Lin Zhulu suddenly spoke again. If you really want me to go, it's not impossible, Lin Zhulu said. The others, huh? Jiang Chuchu, who was sitting in the same row with Lin Zhulu, observed her expression and decided to wait and see her explanation. After Wei Xiao and Lin Zhulu agreed on a time to pick her up after school, everyone immediately gathered around Lin Zhulu after leaving Class 3. What were you thinking? Why were you going? Isn't it dangerous? Su Xinghe, who was sitting in front of Lin Zhulu, turned and barked questions like a machine gun. There's definitely no danger. Jiang Chuchu pondered. Like Cockroach said, Wei Yin is being watched now, so he wouldn't commit a crime against the law. Is he playing the emotional card? Tao Xinqing analyzed, but he could be arrested at any time, so how can he cultivate any feelings? I think we shouldn't overestimate Cockroach's legal awareness and moral bottom line, Qin Yu said seriously. What's the point of arguing with that kind of trash? You shouldn't have agreed to it. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin. Zhulu, what are you thinking? Lin Zhulu cleared his throat. First, student counselor, can you lend me your tape recorder? Yu Xian immediately pulled the tape recorder from her bag and handed it to Lin Zhulu. Lin Julu pondered for a moment, then looked at Song Yi. Sports counselor, could you come with me? He probably doesn't want anyone else present during the conversation, but he should be able to stand guard outside. Song Yi patted his chest. Leave it to me. Jiang Chuchu immediately said, then I quietly arranged for my family's car to follow behind the Wei family's car, so we know where you are. Gu Qinghuan pondered. You want to know what Wei Yan is planning right now? Lin Julu nodded. Although he suspected it before, and I don't think he's changed his mind, given the current situation, he might have other plans. With officials secretly watching Wei Yan, the possibility of Lin Julu encountering danger was minimized. Lin Julu decided to fully prepare herself and understand Wei Yan's thoughts, which would also encourage her. She had just easily refuted Wei Xiao, but what about Wei Yan? With the power of the Wei family, he could easily fabricate any excuse online to smear Lin Yueji and Lin Aiji. The mothers had protected her until now, and she wanted to help to the best of her ability. After explaining her own efforts, Lin Julu said nervously, Squad leader, do you think this is too reckless? Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I think you've been very thoughtful. Wanting to do what you can is not a bad thing. If you are always cautious and avoid it, you will miss the opportunity to fight back. But let me add, you should also talk to your mothers about this. Explain it to them seriously, and listen to their suggestions. Lin Julu nodded heavily. I call them at noon. The system reminded Gu Qinghuan in his head. Lin Julu's mission progress limit is approaching 75%. Gu Qinghuan secretly clenched his fists, looked Lin Julu in the eye again, and said seriously, just go ahead. Face Wei Yan and fight a good fight. Lin Julu smiled. Okay. With the monitor's words, everyone's nervousness and anxiety gradually turned to support and encouragement. While it was still early before school was over, everyone tried their best to come up with various response plans for Lin Julu, offering her advice and discussing possible dialogue scenarios. After learning of Lin Julu's plan, Lin Yueji and Lin Aiji repeatedly reassured her resolve and ultimately expressed their support for her approach. Wei Yan, that guy, will certainly do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, but he must also ensure his own safety, Lin Aiji said. As far as I know, Wei Yan is still under official surveillance, and he won't act rashly. Of course, I bring bodyguards with me and follow the location. Lin Yueji gave a clear time limit, 20 minutes. If you're more than 20 minutes, no matter what we're talking about, you must leave the Wei residence, or Xiao Ai will break in and take Xiao Lu out. Got it, Lin Aiji said immediately. Lin Yueji exhaled slowly and said, actually, I really want you not to go. Facing that kind of person alone is a bit difficult at your age. But when a caterpillar emerges from its cocoon and becomes a butterfly, helping to cut it open, that kind of consideration will only ruin the butterfly. So go for it. They would be fully prepared and await her return. Chapter 275. It was still light when Lin Julu arrived at the Wei residence. She straightened her clothes, using the movement to conceal her movements and turning on the recorder Xian had lent her. Wei Xiao had been sitting in the passenger seat the entire way, too lazy to pay attention to Lin Julu. But now, in the rearview mirror, he noticed her many small movements. Seeing Lin Julu dressing up, he chuckled inwardly. No matter how calm she appeared, wouldn't she still be nervous? After all, he was her biological father. She wanted to make a good impression, right? He got out of the car and led the way. Lin Julu followed closely behind, taking in the layout of the Wei residence. As Yao Shaili had said, when entering an unfamiliar and potentially dangerous place, one must be aware of the surroundings, confirm the route, and be prepared to escape at any time. Lin Julu sighed inwardly again. Class 3 is truly overflowing with talent. No, in fact, the fact that everyone has come to Mingda and gathered in the same class means that everyone possesses one, or even more strengths. However, it's rare and beautiful to see everyone in Class 3 so forthrightly show kindness and trust to their classmates, working together to face challenges. Lin Julu secretly clenched her fists. She would strive hard for the current challenge. Everyone had already helped her so much, and she wouldn't lose to a cockroach. Wei Xiao led Lin Julu to the study door. He knocked twice, and Wei Yan's voice rang out from inside, "Come in." This was the first time Lin Julu had heard Wei Yan's voice. Honestly, it was calmer than she had expected. In other words, she wouldn't have guessed he was such a jerk just by listening to him. Wei Xiao opened the door and walked in first, followed closely by Lin Julu. She saw Wei Yan's face. She had also seen Wei Yan's photo online when he was taken away by the police. Seeing him in person now, Lin Julu felt. He looked much more haggard than he had been 2 days ago. The bags under his eyes were deeper, a faint bluish-black tint, and his complexion was much darker. He must have been under a lot of pressure these past 2 days. The unfortunate thing happened to the person she hated, and Lin Julu suddenly felt happy. However, she knew better than to let her feelings show on her face, so she tried to keep her expression steady. Wei Yin studied Lin Julu's face carefully. Although he had seen Lin Julu's photo before in the archives, the actual look gave him a completely different impression. Back then, Lin Julu had struck him as ordinary. There were many girls in her circle who were better than her. But the Lin Julu who appeared before him was much more composed. Wei Yin didn't notice her nervousness or fear. It even seemed as if he was the one being observed by Lin Julu. What gave her such composure? Wei Yin buried the question in his heart, feigning longing as he sighed, "You're my daughter." Lin Julu's brows instinctively furrowed. This man was indeed Wei Yao's father, thinking the same thing. "I'm not your daughter," Lin Julu said flatly. "Don't say that. It's disgusting." The simplicity of her words only served to inflict greater damage on Wei Yin. He berated her. "What did your mother teach you? Is that how you treat your elders?" This was within Class 3's expectations. Lin Julu thought happily, and gave what everyone considered the most embarrassing answer. She turned to look at Wei Xiao, surveying him, then rolled her eyes. "The meaning is simple. Compared to the Wei Xiao you raised, the me my mother raised is countless times better." This time, not only Wei Yin was furious, but Wei Xiao as well. But seeing Wei Yin clutching his chest in anger, Wei Xiao suppressed his anger again. He couldn't get involved, or Wei Yin would just turn his wrath against him, a child not his own. Wei Yin sat in his chair, realizing the pointlessness of continuing to dwell on this topic, and decided to get straight to the point. "I want to make amends to you. I'm deeply sorry for not fulfilling my fatherly duties over the years. I hope you can give me a chance to make amends. I know this request may be too sudden for you, but..." He paused, then turned to Wei Xiao and said, "You leave first." Wei Xiao probably guessed what Wei Yin was going to say, so he said nothing, and simply left the study, closing the door behind him. Wei Yan's gaze shifted back to Lin Julu, but before he could reveal the truth, Lin Julu spoke first. "I know what you're going to say." She and Wei Yin were alone in the study, and being alone was a bit dangerous. As she spoke, she slowly took 2 steps back. "Wei Xiao isn't your son. You set your sights on me to continue your bloodline." This was what everyone agreed could be said. At this point, there was no need to play along with Wei Yin. If the strength levels were similar, feigning ignorance could indeed ease the opponent's guard, allowing him to exploit their carelessness and gain something. However, Lin Julu and Wei Yan's strength wasn't equal, and it was more likely that she'd fallen into Wei Yan's trap. Her safety was paramount. Her mother, her aunt, and everyone in Class 3 had told her so. She didn't need to sacrifice her safety for anything that would only upset those who loved her. So, it was best to be explicit, leaving no room for clues from the outset, letting Wei Yan know what kind of impenetrable wall he was facing. Wei Yan's expression froze. It was the first time Lin Julu had seen someone's expression change so quickly from gentle to sinister. "How did you know?" Wei Yan's tone was cold. "I don't need to tell you," Lin Julu said. She was actually a little nervous and a little scared. Her heart was beating faster, her chest pounding. But she could handle it. Wei Yin didn't speak again, nor did he look at her again. Silence fell over the study. "You're an excellent daughter," Wei Yin said suddenly. "I don't need your approval," Lin Julu said. It sounded like he was trying to pick peaches, which Lin Julu found resentful. Wei Yin suddenly laughed, his voice rising from a whisper to a crescendo, until it finally swelled with a broken pot resentment. He had underestimated these women from the beginning, whether it was Lin Yueji, who resolutely chose to divorce him, Zhu Yuanyuan, who had concealed her true nature and deceived him for so many years, Lin Aji, who had stalled and hidden Lin Julu, or the Lin Julu who now stood before him. His life had been completely ruined by these people. Since Lin Julu knew his purpose, the Lin family must have been on high alert. Even now, there might be someone waiting outside. Now that Lin Julu knew his plan, he had lost the initiative. Turning the tables would be incredibly difficult. Wei Yin stopped laughing, his strength drained from him, as he drooped his head dejectedly. He felt exhausted beyond belief. Wei Yin was no ordinary person to have built his business to this point. If initially, he was constrained by his own beliefs, unwilling to admit his own misjudgments, now, under the continuous blows, he had come to a profound realization of the dead end he faced. It wasn't that victory was impossible, but even if he fought to the death, there would be no point in going down this path. These blows were so intense that Wei Yin began to question his own actions, questioning whether the beliefs he had long formed were even necessary. Does his obsession with male offspring truly hold any meaning? Chapter 276. Lin Julu felt a little nervous. It seemed to her that Wei Yin laughed like a lunatic for a moment, then sat still again. Has he lost his mind? Has the shock he suffered been so great that he's finally gone mad? Just as she was considering whether to take the opportunity to sneak away, Wei Yin suddenly raised his head and asked, "You came here alone today, aren't you afraid of something happening?" His question actually made Lin Julu feel more at ease. After all, this kind of openness, knowing it all, meant he wasn't going to act on a plan that had already been seen through. She replied, "I'm afraid, but I don't want to hide. I don't want you to think I'm afraid of you." She was afraid of being hurt, afraid of being in danger, not of Wei Yin himself. When she was very young, she asked her mother why other children had fathers, but she didn't. At that time, Lin Yueji explained her failed marriage to her, trying her best to use child-friendly language. But for the young Lin Julu, she couldn't help but think that she was the child her father didn't love. She grieved for a long time, only to find her sadness was useless, and only made her mother and aunt worry. So, she gradually learned to hide her feelings. As she grew older, she began to realize that the role of a father wasn't necessary, or rather, that the word father didn't necessarily have to be a man. Mom could be a father, and so could her aunt. What mattered was that the love she received didn't diminish with the disappearance of a man. But she also realized that, at least to her mother, her father wasn't a good man. Lin Julu and Ai Ning shared the same thoughts on this matter. Why was she that man's child? Why did she have that man's genes? Although, because of her mother and aunt's love, she didn't consider her existence a burden or a hindrance to her family, Lin Julu still felt embarrassed by it. Until that day, Gu Qinghuan told her that lunch was more important. It was really funny. She was obsessed with a grain of sand that had gotten stuck in her shoe, only to look up and realize she was clearly on a beautiful beach. There were so many grains of sand on the beach, she could step on countless of them and run towards the blue sea. It was just an insignificant grain of sand. From that day on, she no longer cared about Wei Yin and Wei Xiao. The support she received from everyone in Class 3 during this period made Lin Julu realize that she could actually be braver. She had come to the Wei family today not only to confirm Wei Yan's plans and completely dispel them, but also for another purpose. She wanted to face her past embarrassment and shame firsthand, to see what kind of person Wei Yan truly was, to give her past self an account. The result was just this. She could stand calmly before Wei Yan, unfazed by his words. In fact, in this conversation, she held more control. Compared to the countless late-night fantasies, the intelligence everyone had painstakingly gathered, the various countermeasures they had racked their brains to devise, this was far more effective. It turned out that they weren't formidable, and she wasn't weak and useless. She was strong, and she would become even stronger. Lin Julu said in a declarative tone, "Nothing will happen to me. Not just today, but forever. I won't be a tool for you to continue your family line. My last name is Lin, not Wei. I'm my mother's daughter, and I have nothing to do with you." She had never felt so relieved. Lin Julu didn't look at Wei Yin again. In fact, she was very curious about what crime Wei Yin had committed, but his crime would be exposed sooner or later, so she just had to wait. She turned and strode out of the study. Wei Yin didn't stop her, but simply watched Lin Julu's back, lost in emptiness. Wei Xiao, who was in the living room, saw Lin Julu coming down the stairs. He was just thinking about asking her what she and Wei Yin had talked about, but before she could even stand, Lin Julu quickly called out, "No need to see me off. Goodbye." She ran off faster than a rabbit, clearly not wanting to stay any longer. Wei Xiao didn't bother to care. Since Wei Yin hadn't made any arrangements, he wouldn't do anything extra, it would just be a waste of his energy. The sound of a car starting up could be heard outside. It seemed the Lin family had definitely arranged a vehicle to pick up Lin Julu. Wei Xiao stood up and returned to the study. The door was wide open, and the wind pouring in from the window blew the curtains wildly, creating a frenzy and desolate atmosphere. Wei Yin stared at the curtains, lost in thought, motionless. Something seemed different about him, Wei Xiao thought. If Wei Yin had exuded a certain obsession before meeting Lin Julu, now he looked like a plant with rotten roots. Even the few green leaves that remained were wilted and limp, a mere appearance, yet in reality, they were utterly dilapidated. It was a decay that emanated from within. Wei Xiao walked to the window, closed it, and drew the curtains. Someone might be watching the Wei family now. It was always better to be cautious. The room dimmed considerably, and Wei Xiao flipped on the light. The bright light shone down, making him feel uncomfortable. Wei Yin, as if startled from sleep, stood up, holding onto the table. Did the talks break down? Wei Xiao asked. She knew from the beginning that you weren't my son. Wei Yan's voice was unusually low. She was more prepared than we thought. Did Lin Julu know? When did she know? If she knew, did everyone in Class 3 know too? Countless questions instantly flooded Wei Dao's mind, including all the cold stares and scolding he received in the past few days. They flashed and replayed before his eyes, making his breathing difficult. However, immersed in his own emotions, Wei Yan didn't notice Wei Zhao's abnormality. He simply walked over to the bookshelf, looked at the antiques displayed in the cabinet, and muttered, "If it were before, I could still do as you said and find an opportunity to kidnap her. But now, it's no longer possible. Even with the evidence Zhu Yuanyuan provided, I'd be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison, and my property will be confiscated. What the hell did you do?" Wei Xiao held his head and asked through gritted teeth. Wei Yan didn't answer him. He had indeed accumulated considerable wealth before going abroad, but money alone doesn't always open doors abroad. He searched and searched, finally finding a prominent figure with a special interest in Chinese cultural relics, and he catered to their interests. Although many years had passed, Zhu Yuanyuan remembered more than 3 second-level cultural relics, and the sentence would be at least 10 years. Zhu Yuanyuan's tactic was indeed a good one. When his conviction for smuggling cultural relics was announced, public attention would immediately focus on him, and anger would intensify. She could then quietly disappear, and after her release, she would receive far less attention. Remorse? Pain? Revenge? The problem was, Zhu Yuanyuan was already in prison, so how could he possibly get revenge? Arranged personnel in advance, waiting for Zhu Yuanyuan's release before striking. He was already under surveillance, and the perpetrators were likely still unknown, yet he was now being charged with contracting a murder. What a ridiculous dead end. He ultimately lost at the hands of a woman he despised. For now, he should discuss a solution with his lawyer to ensure his assets aren't completely confiscated, and perhaps even live a peaceful life after his release. Wei Yan's thoughts were interrupted by Wei Zhao's furious roar. "Tell me, what do we do now?" All the emotions he had suppressed for the past 2 days flooded Wei Dao's mind at this moment. Both Wei Yan's resigned expression and Lin Julu's effortless escape struck him as deeply ironic. Why did Wei Yan give up? Why did he become the loser? Why could Zhu Yuanyuan so easily plunge Wei Yan into such a hopeless situation? He just wanted to make Wei Yan suffer. His fate had always been manipulated by these people, and he just wanted to make his life better. What had he done wrong? Why did he have to face such a shabby ending? Just as Wei Xiao had been relaxed and nonchalant before, he was now filled with hatred and madness. Wei Yan, annoyed by his nagging, turned around and slapped Wei Xiao hard. "What right do you have to argue? You bastard! You're a man, and what are you barking like a dog here? If Lin Julu were in your position, he would definitely do better than you." The slap was so hard that Wei Xiao was knocked back against the desk. A taste of blood lingered in his mouth. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloody tooth. Wei Xiao stared intently at the tooth and an exquisitely crafted letter opener. Wei Yan had used it frequently while abroad, but after returning home, he simply placed it on his desk, using it as a paperweight. The desk was bumped, and the letter opener, which had been pressing against the documents, slid into Wei Ao's sight. Wei Yan shook his aching hand and turned to leave the study. He had much else to do, and didn't have time to worry about Wei Dao's madness. But he had only taken 2 steps when he heard a flurry of footsteps behind him. Then, a sharp pain shot through his back. He turned around in shock, his body uncontrollably falling, hitting the carpet with a dull thud. Wei Xiao clutched the bloody letter opener tightly, his eyes vacant and frantic. "It's all your fault. How could I be wrong? You raised me, and I'm your heir. Everything in the Wei family belongs to me. I'm the best." Chapter 277. Starting from Monday night, the Class 3 chat room had been buzzing with activity. First, the entire class celebrated for over half an hour over the conversation between Lin Julu and Wei Yan, praising Lin Julu and criticizing Wei Yan and Wei Xiao. Everyone also discussed what to do next, if not for the homework they still had to do, interspersed with questions about the questions. The internet police, seeing this chat log, would have said, "Good job." By 10 o'clock, the excitement had finally died down. Just as the chat room was about to quiet down, Bao Qingsong posted screenshots of several marketing accounts, instantly sending the chat room into a frenzy again. Wei Xiao ran away from home. A moment later, a servant went into the study to check on dinner and found Wei Yan collapsed on the floor. They quickly called an ambulance and the police. Wei Yan was taken to the hospital, while the police went to arrest Wei Xiao. Even though the Class 3 students were experienced in gossip, they were still stunned. The details will have to wait for further investigation, but this development is enough to keep everyone engaged in endless discussion. At the same time, everyone unanimously recommended that Lin Zhulu stay indoors until Wei Xiao was apprehended. If Wei Xiao had truly gone mad and harmed Wei Yin, who knew if he would attack others? Lin Zhulu would obviously be his first target. Lin Zhulu first went to speak to Lin Yueji, and everyone then discussed whether Gu Qingyuan, Qin Yu, Song Yi, and Yuan should also request leave. This man dared to harm his own father, who knew if he would harm others who had brought shame upon him. Thankfully, a while later, Bao Qingsong learned from Bao Rujian that Wei Xiao had been apprehended and quickly shared the news in the group chat, finally bringing everyone's peace of mind. Lin Zhulu didn't need to ask for leave, but he still asked Lin Yueji and Lin Aji to find out the details. It was already past midnight, and no matter how much everyone wanted to eat melon, they were too sleepy to resist. The important thing was that they still had to go to school, so they reluctantly closed their eyes, hoping to wake up to the latest melon. On Tuesday morning, the civets, having not slept well, walked into the classroom with unsteady steps. Thankfully, Jiang Chuchu was prepared and waved her hand as she served everyone hot American coffee. How vicious! Qin Yu took a sip, feeling so bitter that he almost spit it out his tongue. Wouldn't an iced American coffee be less bitter? It's a bit too early to drink an iced American coffee in this weather. More importantly, I don't want to drink it cold. Jiang Chuchu remained calm. Qin Yu, okay, you're worthy of me. Gu Qingyuan took a sip, then fell silent. Then he took another sip, still silent, and decided to add some more flavor. She pulled a piece of chocolate from her bag, broke it open, tossed it in, and added some of the milk she'd brought that morning. Stirring it thoroughly, she finally felt ready to drink. Jiang Chuchu was speechless. You just made a mocha. Gu Qingyuan, holding the cup, said righteously, I'm trying not to waste it. I sidled over. Qingyuan, give me some too. And so, another fresh mocha was brewed. After finishing their coffee, everyone finally felt energized and made it through the morning classes. The teachers at Mingda had also received news about Wei Xiao, especially the head teacher of class 2. She was terrified, and during morning reading, she rushed to the class to remind everyone to tell their parents and teachers immediately if they were feeling any pressure, and not to bottle it up. Capybara, psychological pressure? The capybara were embarrassed to say that as long as Wei Xiao wasn't in class, no one felt any psychological pressure. The capybara had heard some things about Wei Dao's arrest, and it was impossible not to be afraid. It was better to pray that Wei Xiao didn't come back. During lunch break, Bao Qingsong finally delivered the latest news, much to everyone's anticipation. According to the on-site investigation, after Lin Zhulu left, the two men engaged in a conflict involving some physical altercation, and Wei Yin knocked out a tooth. Bao Qingsong couldn't help but gasp as he spoke. How much force must have been used to knock out a tooth? Gu Qingyuan instinctively touched her cheek, using her tongue to confirm her teeth were intact. So Wei Xiao fought back and injured Wei Yin? She asked. Yes, a letter opener with Wei Zhao's fingerprints, and Wei Yan's blood was found at the scene. According to the servants, the letter opener was usually on Wei Yan's desk, so Wei Xiao must have taken it, Bao Qingsong said. The situation is a bit complicated right now. Wei Yan's injuries are serious. He suffered a spinal cord injury, and is currently receiving treatment. Paralysis of his lower limbs is highly likely. Paralysis? Lin Zhulu's eyes widened. She didn't feel any sympathy, but the shock of someone who was fine yesterday only to learn he was paralyzed today was too great. Yes, and sentencing him now is going to be very difficult. Bao Qingsong found the situation complex even when he spoke. There were no signs of a fight in the room. According to Wei Yin, he had only slapped Wei Xiao. Although he had hit him hard enough that Wei Zhao's teeth were knocked out, he had turned and left without continuing. Therefore, Wei Gao's actions could not be considered self-defense. Not to mention the direction of the blood splatter on the ground, which indicated that Wei Yin was facing the door when Wei Xiao stabbed him, clearly about to leave. Additionally, the two were father and son, and the judgment of domestic violence has always been criticized, making this situation even more difficult to determine. Wei Yin, already aware of the high probability of paralysis, was determined to send Wei Xiao to prison. Wei Xiao, however, argued that since he was under 18, he could receive a lighter sentence. Then, Wei Yin tossed out Wei Zhao's birth certificate. Huh? The bastards were almost done with the gossip. Did he reveal Wei Zhao's true identity? Yes, Bao Qingsong agreed, finding this fascinating. Isn't Wei Xiao Wei Yan's biological son? And Zhu Yuanyuan was Wei Yan's son before she became pregnant with him. So, By calculation, he's actually an adult now. At the same time, Wei Yin accuses Wei Xiao and Zhu Yuanyuan of colluding to defraud him for years in order to seize the Wei family fortune. He intends to sue not only Wei Xiao, but also Zhu Yuanyuan. However, Wei Yin is also now charged with identity forgery and cultural relic smuggling. In short, the case between these three individuals is complex for the judge. Gu Qinghuan was about to nod, but then realized something was wrong. What did you say Wei Yin was charged with? She had actually heard it clearly, but she just couldn't believe it. Cultural relic smuggling. Su Xinghe spoke calmly, yet he looked as if he was about to flip the table. Smuggling cultural relics? Tired of living? Traitor to the nation. May he be paralyzed soon. Ming Xiaolan said succinctly. Everyone cursed until their mouths were dry. Finally calming down, they felt that this situation was the ultimate example of retribution. But then again, now that things are like this, the Wei family can't get involved with Lin Zhulu anymore, right? Xie Xiangxue looked at Lin Zhulu, genuinely happy for her. Probably, Jiang Chuchu nodded. Do you need me to have my secretary keep an eye on the Wei family? Lin Zhulu shook her head. My aunt has someone keeping an eye on them. Although the news isn't coming in very quickly, there's no need to rush now. That's right. With the Wei family in this mess, they can't target you anymore. Jiang Chuchu agreed. Yeah. Lin Zhulu smiled. Let those people get tangled up and rot. As for her, she would have a future far brighter than the Wei family's. Chapter 278. The Wei family's affairs were a hot topic, trending countless times. However, for Gu Qinghuan, none of the gossip could compare to the system's mission-accomplished message. However, just as the system was about to proceed with the settlement, Gu Qinghuan urgently stopped it. Just give me a rough description, don't just read the contents directly. Gu Qinghuan grimaced in the system space. Now that he knew what Lin Zhulu's most desperate fate was, Gu Qinghuan simply couldn't bear to witness such a scene. Whether a woman chooses to bear children or not, it's a natural ability that shouldn't be exploited or taken away by anyone. Although Gu Qinghuan had glimpsed various darkness and despair during previous missions, Lin Zhulu's situation remained heavy and cruel. The system readily agreed and briefly explained the process to Gu Qinghuan. Lin Zhulu's most desperate fate and Yu Xian's most desperate fate wouldn't actually occur at the same time. After all, if Wei Xiao chose Yu Xian as a toy to pass the time, it would mean that his engagement with Yu Yuan remained intact, and the fact that he wasn't Wei Yan's biological son hadn't been exposed. And once Wei Xiao's true identity was revealed, he'd turn his attention to Lin Zhulu. So this cockroach single-handedly caused the most desperate fate for both Xinbo and Lin Zhulu? He's truly evil. Gu Qinghuan clenched his fists. This was understandable. Just as Gu Qinghuan could bring a better fate to his classmates, people like Wei Xiao could also potentially bring despair to many others. However, from the perspective of the world's possibilities, the system believed that the fewer people like Wei Xiao there were, the better. In that fateful time, it wasn't Wei Xiao, but Wei Yin who stumbled upon the truth first. Furious, he sent Zhu Yuanyuan abroad under the pretext of a trip, then had someone kill her there. He had originally intended to erase Wei Gao's stain, but after years of nurturing his feelings, he developed the same sentiments as Wei Xiao now. From this perspective, Wei Yin and Wei Xiao weren't biological father and son, yet they were more than biological, sharing the same axe to grind. Wei Xiao, driven by his own wealth and glory, naturally welcomed the offer, and so they began plotting against Lin Zhulu. Wait, in that fateful time, did the Wei and Yu families break off their engagement? Gu Qinghuan asked. The system replied, no. After all, on paper, Lin Zhulu was Wei Yin's daughter, and Wei Xiao his son. Zhu Yuanyuan was dead, and unless a paternity test was conducted, no one in the world would know Wei Xiao's true identity. And Wei Yin had no intention of letting anyone know that he'd been deceived by Zhu Yuanyuan for so long. If the engagement hadn't been broken off, would Yu Yuan and that destiny have become Yu Yuan? Gu Qinghuan asked again. The system slowly said, no. The system's answer was brief, but with so many possible scenarios, there was no need to speculate further. Gu Qinghuan was silent for a moment, deciding to focus on the current mission. In her most desperate fate, was Lin Zhulu deceived by Wei Xiao? Gu Qinghuan asked. Not only deceived, but also imprisoned. The system replied, just as you and your classmates had speculated, after Lin Zhulu went to college, they took advantage of her distance from the Lin family and bribed her roommate. Throughout high school, even if someone in Mingda knew about Wei Xiao's childhood, they ignored it because he always behaved normally. One could even say that his high school life was fulfilling and glorious. By then, he had already committed suicide, and by Hans Han was busy inheriting the various affairs Xia he had left him, neglecting the management of the student union. Under these circumstances, although Wei Xiao didn't make the initial interview, he bribed the students ahead of him and ultimately joined the student union through a replacement. He obtained the student union membership list, and Wei Yin used those connections to strengthen the Wei family's power and status. By the time Wei Xiao entered university, the Wei family had established a firm foothold, sufficient to completely conceal the truth from the Lin family. Shortly after Lin Zhulu entered university, she began to suffer various attacks, both overt and covert. Slander, rumors, emotional manipulation, and an information cocoon ultimately isolated her from the outside world. Aside from her roommate, who always believed in and supported her, she no longer trusted anyone. Her roommate suggested she take advantage of the holiday to go out and relax, but when she got off the bus, it turned out to be the Wei family's car. She was imprisoned by the Wei family, ultimately falling into a most hopeless fate. Gu Qinghuan opened her mouth, about to say something, then closed it again, ultimately taking a deep breath. Although this was a situation she had long suspected, and the system had simplified the details, Gu Qinghuan still felt uncomfortable listening to it. She hadn't expected that Lin Zhulu had even been deceived by her roommate. The university life she had longed for had become the beginning of a nightmare, a devastating blow Gu Qinghuan could never have imagined. She also looked forward to her future university life, away from home, living alone in another city, with her roommates, military training, clubs, and all the other university activities. She couldn't imagine the pain she would feel if she were in that situation, let alone the lies and malice surrounding it. Their current fate is pure retribution. They deserve it, Gu Qinghuan said. The system replied, "There's no mention of retribution in my database. In my opinion, this is the result of the combined efforts of you, the host, Lin Zhulu, and many others." That's true, Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, then said slowly, "I want to know, in Lin Zhulu's most desperate fate, did the Wei family suffer any punishment?" "Yes." The system's answer suddenly brought a sense of relief to Gu Qinghuan. Lin Zhulu didn't give birth to the male offspring Wei Yin had hoped for. Rather, she simply couldn't conceive. Stress has a significant impact on women's endocrine systems. Lin Zhulu has always been emotionally sensitive, and in that environment, pregnancy was simply impossible. This situation, in turn, increased Wei Yin's stress. Unable to get Lin Zhulu to the hospital, he instead vented his stress on Wei Xiao. Yet Wei Xiao had been known to stab others since childhood, so what about when he grew up? By then, he had already established his own career, albeit one still relying on the Wei family's connections, but he had grown increasingly dismissive of Wei Yin. So, when Wei Yin reprimanded Wei Xiao again, the latter retaliated. Like now? Gu Qinghuan was surprised. Worse than now, the system said. The two of them argued and engaged in a brawl. Although Wei Xiao initially had the upper hand, Wei Yin pulled out a gun. Incidentally, in this world, Wei Yin also had a gun, but Wei Xiao didn't know about it. Otherwise, Wei Yin might not be just paralyzed on one side now. Gu Qinghuan was startled. Murder? Wei Yin shot Wei Xiao in the leg. Wei Xiao grabbed the gun and hit Wei Yin in the aorta. Seeing Wei Yin dead, Wei Xiao decided to set fire to fake the crime scene. Lin Zhulu, imprisoned in the basement, also died from lack of oxygen and high temperature. Gu Qinghuan was a little breathless, and it took a long time for him to recover. Was the truth finally revealed? It was revealed. Wei Xiao was sentenced to death for multiple crimes. The system replied. But even if Wei Yin and Wei Xiao were dead, what would it matter? Lin Zhulu, who should have seen his enemy's demise, had already died before them. Chapter 279. The system asked, "Host, are you also going to keep the reward this time, and give it to Lin Zhulu when you have the right memories?" Gu Qinghuan thought for a long time, then finally shook her head. "No, I'm going to use it now." Although she hadn't yet used the rewards from Bao Qingsong and Jiang Chuchu, she had already made plans. Bao Qingsong was working with others to create an AI for locating people, and it was rumored that a trial would begin soon. Gu Qinghuan planned to use the reward after the AI was officially released. She wanted Bao Qingsong, who was only one step away from success, to witness the downfall of the Yin family, and see that his power could be used not only for revenge but also for salvation. What dreams did Bao Qingsong, who had originally been admitted to a computer science program, have? She didn't know. She only hoped this achievement would bring him some comfort. She planned to wait until the end of July for Jiang Chuchu's birthday party. Jiang Chuchu had already told her that during the summer vacation, she would invite all her classmates to Yunjin Building for her birthday party. That day, Jiang Yue, Zhu Qinglan, and Jiang Yushuan Jiang Chuchu's most important family members, would all be present. Gu Qinghuan wanted to share with Jiang Chuchu the heartwarming moments she had with him. Lin Zhulu's situation was somewhat similar to Xie Xianxua's, yet not entirely the same. Xie Xianxua's dreams had been completely shattered by Yin Zhengqing. Even if she left the Yin family, she would never be able to regain her former self. So, in her final moments, Gu Qinghuan hoped she could have a happy dream, where she could realize her dreams again and find peace. But what about Lin Zhulu? If she simply left the Wei family, she could start anew. She had a loving mother and aunt, and the Lin family's business, but it was Wei Yin and Wei Xiao, two bandits, who stole both her happiness and her life. While she didn't know if the rest of Class 3 would suffer a similar fate, this time, Gu Qinghuan felt that letting Lin Zhulu witness the Wei family's destruction would comfort her soul. System, did the Wei family's fate in other world lines also end badly? Gu Qinghuan had used up her reward, still feeling a little down. The system pondered for a moment and replied, "Host, I said long ago that fate holds infinite possibilities. Take the Wei family, for example. In Lin Zhulu's most desperate scenario, the Wei family's fate was just as dire as it is now. However, there are indeed world lines where the Wei family remains at large. This is an unavoidable possibility. For the world, there's no good or bad fate. The world accepts every fate. However, this doesn't mean that the efforts you and your classmates have made are meaningless. In Gu Qinghuan's world, perhaps her classmates only have this one fate, but in reality, they and their peers now have the potential for improvement with every life choice they face. Even if you make the wrong choice, you don't necessarily end up in despair. Host, fates influence each other. Just as when you created Lin Zhulu's fate, you also created a new fate for Yu Yuan. Perhaps one day in the future, through the efforts of you and your mission targets, the entire world will become a better place. Then no one will fall into the most hopeless fate, and no new mission targets will be created." The system's voice sounded hopeful. Host, you can create a new destiny, and so can the world. You can create a new world with your own strength. The extreme heat made every breath painful, like swallowing fire, and her skin burned intensely. But just when Lin Zhulu thought she was about to die in such agony, the pain suddenly vanished without a trace. She no longer had the strength to rise from the ground, but she could still open her eyes. The scene before her was clearly distorted by the heat, yet she felt no pain. Is it because she's already dead? So she never feel pain again? No. The voice that suddenly appeared in her mind didn't sound human at all. "This is the hospice care I exchanged for you." Deathbed. Does that mean she's still going to die? Lin Zhulu wanted to smile, but couldn't. She thought about dying countless times in the past 2 years, but she never found the opportunity. Honestly, today's fire only made her feel relieved. Yet, she still felt unwilling, still angry, still filled with resentment. She had indeed trusted the wrong person, but the true perpetrators were Wei Yin and Wei Xiao, and they were the ones who should pay the price. The system sensed Lin Zhulu's anger and despair. It had no way of explaining anything, and simply silently relayed the experiences of Wei Yin and Wei Xiao from both worlds to Lin Zhulu. Unlike what Gu Qinghuan knew, the system provided a record of both worlds, allowing Lin Zhulu to witness the scene of the father and son's fratricide firsthand, as if he were a bystander. She finally laughed. Even though her body could no longer move, her eyes and soul were laughing. She scoffed at the tragic scene of the father and son slaughtering each other, feeling a sense of relief. But is this enough? A strange voice suddenly emerged from the cramped basement. A twisted mosaic appeared in midair, tearing a crack through the entire space. From within the mosaic, encroaching on the space, the eerie voice continued. "Don't you want to kill them yourself? Don't you think this ending is too common for them? Think of the pain you endured, think of all you lost, all caused by them. As a victim, you have every right to seek revenge on them. If you could go back in time, if you could do it all over again, you could make them regret provoking you." The system was speechless. It was more like it was seeing this thing firsthand. Inciting those with the most hopeless fates to be reborn, devouring the possibility of their own fate. In the system's database, this kind of thing is called a worm. The system can only play a supporting role. It has no way to fight the worms. Even its energy-carrying nature will be eaten by the worms. But for the worms at this moment, there's a far better treat before them. Lin Zhulu surveyed the mysterious scene before him. The eerie voice that followed, speaking of something that sounded like rebirth. Yes, rebirth. I can take you back to the past, to a time before all this happened. You won't be fooled by the same trick again. You can even prepare in advance, turn the tables, and get revenge on your roommate who deceived you. The worm spoke in a persuasive manner. But Lin Julu just listened quietly. It knew everything she had been through. Yes, I know everything. I can even help you, whether it's creating illusions or getting them to reveal the truth. So why did it wait until she was in despair before appearing? The strange voice stopped abruptly. If it truly wanted to help her, it should have warned her when she was being deceived by her roommate, told her family, or called the police when she was imprisoned. This only meant it had other motives. The strange voice suddenly grew shrill. Damn it! He's obviously an idiot. What's the point of waking up at the last moment? She didn't wake up on her own, Lin Julu thought. The voice that appeared first said she would no longer feel pain, that it was exchanged for hospice care. So who exchanged it for her? Her mother and aunt? Or a former friend? I don't know, but someone still loves her. That person had consumed something, buying her a peaceful death, allowing her to witness the fate of the one who had hurt her. That person, I hope she can rest in peace. Although many regrets and reluctance remained, a wish had been fulfilled. Most importantly, Lin Julu didn't want to be exploited again. Thank you, unknown person. I wish I had known you. Lin Julu closed his eyes. The system stopped looking at the insect, rejected and cut off from the world, and quickly fled back to Gu Qinghuan's world line. It heard the insect's roar. Remember this. I will find you. I will eat you. The system thought, that day will never come. It will accompany its host and create more destinies. Personal rewards distributed. Good night, Lin Julu. Chapter 280. Gu Qinghuan feels the system has been very motivated lately. This is evident in the fact that every morning when she wakes up, and every night before bed, it actively reports to her on the progress of the day's top 3 mission targets. Currently Qin Yu ranks first, followed by Song Yi, and third is Ming Xiaolin. Regrettably, no one's progress has exceeded 35%. However, the progress of the remaining mission targets is also above 20%. Overall, it's steadily increasing. The system's morale is high. Gu Qinghuan, feeling somewhat sluggish after completing a major mission, could only applaud the system upon hearing this. After completing Lin Julu's mission, are you feeling a bit impatient? Gu Qinghuan asked. The system's answer was decisive. No way. Using rhetorical questions, according to the system's logic, means it's simply nervous, right? So it needs to confirm that the program is functioning correctly. Gu Qinghuan didn't expose it. After all, it was a good thing the system was so motivated. It's been quiet lately. While things outside of Class 3 are bustling, there's nothing for Gu Qinghuan to focus on. Everything is proceeding smoothly. When Yu Wenxiu transferred Yu Yuan's household registration, she also paid the Yu family a sum of money, as a way of repaying them for their years of nurturing her. Yu Xian was very upset, so she transferred the entire 1.5 million yuan compensation the Yu family had given her, when they transferred her household registration back to her. Yes, Yu Xian's household registration was transferred from the nanny's name to Cui Wanning's. Yu Wenxiu was very nervous when she received the money, and wanted to return it, but Yu Xian repeatedly refused. This money was originally from my mother selling Yu Yuan's luxury goods and jewelry. I'm not comfortable with it, Yu Xian said. In her opinion, those things should be considered voluntary gifts. Yu Yuan had gone to such great lengths to curry favor with the Yu family back then, so what's wrong with accepting some money? Emotional value is far more valuable. Yu Wenxiu couldn't persuade Yu Xian, and since Yu Xian explained that this was a housewarming gift from her older sister, Yu Yuan, Yu Wenxiu had no choice but to accept it. However, Yu Wenxiu had her own plans. She had been working in the housekeeping industry for so many years that she could easily have gone it alone. It was only to find Yu Yuan that she relied on a reputable housekeeping company to create a good resume. Now that Yu Yuan had been found, had a place to live, and the Yu family situation resolved, she planned to open her own housekeeping company. However, as soon as the news got out, a group of former employers arrived. As a result, before she even hired many people, the list of client requests filled up like a dense pile. This satisfied her client base, and many employees volunteered to join. Yu Wenxiu first recruited several people she knew well to work with her on training the new hires. She also summarized her years of experience and patiently passed on her experience. While training fees were inevitable, compared to many unscrupulous housekeeping companies today, Yu Wenxiu's service, both in terms of quality and price, made new hires more receptive. She wasn't in a rush. Reputation in the housekeeping industry builds quickly, so she needed to proceed with a gradual approach to training and carefully assess the employee's character for a win-win situation for all 3 parties. Yu Wenxiu's career flourished, and Yu Yuan also studied diligently. In the previous midterm exam, Yu Yuan's grade ranking improved by over 20 places. Based on her results, she decided on her subject selections and began to focus her attention on them. Yu Xian lost to Lu Jian last time and finished third in the grade. Yu Jinxin had been venting his frustrations on Yu Xian about Yu Yuan's escape and Yu Xian's household registration transfer, using his grades as an excuse. But after just a few words of nagging, Yu Xian threw a math problem at him. Yu Jinxin, irritated, switched topics to the company. Yu Xian then pointed out that the policy he was referring to had already been updated, and he better check it out. After repeated slaps in the face, Yu Jinxin relented and left in disgrace. Yu Xian, he's always looking for trouble. If he had that time, couldn't he improve the Yu family's strength? It would save her some trouble when she takes over. Jiang Chuchu's situation was better than Yu Xian's. Jiang Yue had started giving her practice tests, each one leaving her scratching her head. Jiang Chuchu, do the practice tests have to have so many bizarre conditions? Aren't they really just torturing her? Curses aside, the tests are still done. At least when Jiang Yue praised her for a good job, Jiang Chuchu felt satisfied. The two of them were so terrified that Qin Yu quietly asked Gu Qingwan, "Are they obsessed?" Gu Qingwan blinked. "What do you mean by obsessed?" "That's called ambition." "Then why aren't you ambitious?" Qin Yu asked. "Then why aren't you ambitious?" Gu Qingwan asked back, using his exact words. Qin Yu confidently said, "I have a brother to lean on." Gu Qingwan released her hand from the phone screen, and the sound of a WeChat voice message rang out. Qin Yu's eyes widened. Within a minute, Qin Min sent a message. "Qin Min, I'm okay with it. I be in the top 70 in the final exam." Qin Yu let out a sharp blast. "You're screwing me." He did mediocre on his last midterm exam, only ranking 103rd in his grade, firmly in the middle of the pack. Even though he was only 30 places behind, he remained silent during the exam. Qin Yu wept bitterly, but for the sake of his future as a brother, he still diligently studied. Gu Qingwan finished her complaint, feeling satisfied. What's wrong with her progress? She's definitely making progress. Didn't you see how quiet this troublemaker has been lately? She was just thinking about what questions to ask in Su Lin's next academic tutorial class, when Su Xinghe slinked over, holding a notebook. "Class monitor, can you help me take a look at this?" "How is it written?" Su Xinghe whispered. Gu Qingwan didn't think much of it, assuming it was a question. She flipped over, and saw the first line read, "Seeing you is like meeting you." She snapped the book shut again. "What's this?" Gu Qingwan's eyes widened. Su Xinghe coughed dryly and whispered, "I'm sending a letter to someone else." "Why are you showing me something so private?" Gu Qingwan stared at Su Xinghe's face. Was he blushing? "Aren't you the class monitor who's more talkative? I need your help to see if there's anything too abrupt in it, something that might offend anyone." Su Xinghe said sheepishly. Gu Qingwan pulled out his phone and sent a message to Su Xinghe, making sure no one but him and himself knew. "Love letter?" Su Xinghe's face instantly turned even redder. No. How could it be love? He swallowed the last word. Really not. We're just close pen pals. Are there still people who make friends through letters these days? Gu Qingwan looked at Su Xinghe with the look of someone discovering a rare animal. Su Xinghe raged. "If you don't believe me, forget it." He was about to snatch the notebook back. "I do believe it. I take a look." Gu Qingwan quickly held the notebook down. This was a rare opportunity, so of course she had to see what a perfect score essay writer's love letter looked like. Chapter 281. Su Xinghe's love letter, no letter, spanned 3 full pages. His handwriting was naturally elegant, and his words flowed beautifully, making it a pleasant read. Gu Qingwan closed his notebook and hesitated, asking, "It's indeed well written, but do you usually use this kind of prose-like language in your correspondence with her?" Su Xinghe nodded. "Yes, she writes in this style too." "If both parties use this style, then it's a shared style." Gu Qingwan said, "I don't see anything wrong with it. It's quite good, and very pleasant to read." Su Xinghe's expression brightened immediately, and he asked, "So, class monitor, do you think the other party will want to come to Mingda after reading the contents of this letter?" This question intrigued Gu Qingwan. Su Xinghe's letter did describe Mingda's campus, and the daily life of the class. Of course, he didn't write about the troubles Class 3 had caused. It mainly described the interesting things that happened in everyone's daily lives. "Your pen pal is coming to Mingda to study?" Gu Qingwan speculated. Su Xinghe scratched the back of his head, but decided to share this experience with Gu Qingwan. Su Xinghe had met this pen pal recently while borrowing books from the city library. He was walking around the shelves, searching for a book, when he saw a girl accidentally bump into someone. The girl bowed, which Su Xinghe considered an apology, but the other person, somewhat relentlessly, grabbed her and insisted she apologize. The girl looked frightened. She tried to gesture with her hand, but it was held tight, and she desperately tried to pull it free. Su Xinghe realized something and immediately rushed over, striking the woman on the wrist. The woman, in pain, let go of her hand. Su Xinghe stepped in front of the girl and said, "If you want to hear an apology, let her say it." The girl was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. She raised one hand to her brow in a salute, then made a fist with the same hand, raising her pinky finger to her chest. She repeated this gesture twice, and Su Xinghe quickly pulled out his phone to search. By the time she finished, he had also found the sign language video and shoved it in front of the woman. "See? Her gesture is the same as the sign language. It means sorry." Su Xinghe said confidently. "She's apologized. It's your turn to say it's okay." The woman paused for a moment, apparently unaware that the person she was picking on was a disabled person. She mumbled "it's okay," and quickly ran off. Su Xinghe rolled his eyes at the man's back. What a rude fellow. He turned around and was about to comfort the girl when he heard a thank you that didn't sound human. The girl typed a text on her phone and then spoke it aloud through a communication assistance app. This was the first time Su Xinghe and Yin Shixing met. "That girl is?" Gu Qinghuan considered her words carefully. "A person with a speech disorder? Her condition is quite complicated. It's called selective mutism." Su Xinghe said, "She doesn't have any physical problems. She just refuses to speak psychologically. Her symptoms seemed even more severe before. She even refused to leave her room. She received psychotherapy for almost a year before she mustered the courage to come to the library on her own. She later told me that if I hadn't stepped in to help her that day, she probably wouldn't have dared go out alone for a long time. So she's on leave now? Did you describe Mingda to her how great it is to encourage her to continue going to school?" Gu Qinghuan continued. "Yes, she actually wants to go to school, but she's just afraid. She needs more courage, so I wrote her a letter to encourage her," Su Xinghe said. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. "You could tell her that she doesn't have to come to school every day, or even sit in the classroom." "Huh?" Su Xinghe was initially confused. "That is, if she wants to visit a club, she can only visit during club activities. If she wants to go to the library, she can stay there for a while, and leave when she's had enough. If she likes a class, she can wait until it's her turn and go home after class." Gu Qinghuan gave a few examples. "While it sounds capricious, considering her situation, I don't think this is a privilege, but rather a form of supplementary treatment. Please ask her family to explain this to the school. They should understand, right?" Su Xinghe's eyes widened. "How can she go to school like this? Won't the other students in the class object?" Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin. "Maybe they will. For example, why should she be able to attend school so freely while I have to attend classes on time? But it's not really worth worrying about what others think, right? She's here because she wants to, not for anyone else." Su Xinghe gave a thumbs up. Besides anything else, this kind of self-centered thinking might be quite effective for the self-conscious Yin Shixing. Besides, Gu Qinghuan lowered her hand. "Aren't you here? If she gets into trouble, you definitely help, right?" Her words made Su Xinghe feel embarrassed again, his face flushing slightly. "Of course I will help. I, and everyone in our class, are very righteous." Gu Qinghuan just stared at him, not responding. Su Xinghe's face flushed even more. "Class monitor, that's a good suggestion. I tell her." With that, he quickly snatched his notebook and slid back to his seat. Gu Qinghuan didn't take the matter particularly seriously, just as she hadn't asked Yin Shixing about his selective mutism. These were his private matters. He was Su Xinghe's friend, and she was just a little helper. She could leave it at that. A week later, Su Xinghe came up excitedly again. "Class monitor, I told Yin Shixing about the suggestion you gave me last week. She thinks it's a good idea, and has also told her family. Her family is very supportive, and has already discussed it with the school. If nothing unexpected happens, she'd be a freshman at Mingda in September." Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised. If Yin Shixing had said nothing unexpected, it meant she believed Mingda would generally not refuse her family's request. Another student from a well-off family? Thanks to the Yen and Wei families. Gu Qinghuan was a little wary. Gu Qinghuan. System, is this girl named Yin Shixing related to Su Xinghe's most desperate fate? System, this involves the future and cannot be disclosed. Gu Qinghuan. Then, there is a connection. System, I didn't say anything. The host guessed it all. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment, then asked Jiang Chu during lunch break, "Chu, Are there any aristocratic families with the surname Yin in this city? Jiang Chuchu was about to answer when she thought, You didn't ask Xia He? No, Gu Qinghuan said, confused. Why did he mention Xia He? I think you know something like this. Of course I do. Jiang Chuchu immediately followed up on Gu Qinghuan, secretly clenching her fists. Great, this time she wins. Chapter 282. Gu Qinghuan was unaware that Jiang Chuchu was internally gloating over her victory. She simply listened intently to Jiang Chuchu's introduction to the Yin family. According to Jiang Chuchu, the Yin family was an old, declining family, but if it truly declined, as long as the heir didn't act recklessly, it could at least survive for 2 or 3 generations. As the saying goes, even a rotten ship still has 3,000 nails. Furthermore, given the ever-changing situation, no one knew whether the Yin family would seize the opportunity to turn things around. Thus, other families shouldn't look down on the Yin family simply because the current generation wasn't doing well. This generation isn't doing well? Gu Qinghuan caught on to this point. Jiang Chuchu flashed a slightly disdainful expression. The current heir of the Yin family is a show-off. He looks okay, but he's actually a complete idiot. If it weren't for the previous generation's grandmother, Grandma Yin, who arranged for him to have an exceptional wife, and his wife had been managing the company, he would have been ruined long ago. With such an outstanding wife, why would he choose an incompetent woman? Gu Qinghuan was curious. She's an orphan Grandma Yin has supported since she was a child. Rather than being her daughter-in-law, she's Grandma Yin's designated heir, Jiang Chuchu said. The wife and Grandma Yin have a good relationship. I don't think she's that devoted to her husband. She's mainly trying to repay Grandma Yin. After they got married and had a daughter, Chao Bao went off to play, while his wife worked hard at the company. My mother said they each lived their own lives and had nothing to do with each other. Gu Qinghuan speculated that the daughter was Yin Shixing. Do you know anything about this daughter? I have to get someone to look into it. I try to tell you in the next couple of days. Jiang Chuchu said, staring at Gu Qinghuan. It's not difficult to find out. Gu Qinghuan was confused. Why was she forcing an investigation? It wasn't that difficult. Jiang Chuchu was more blunt, so I just do it. You don't need to ask anyone else. Especially not Xia He. This time, she showed her skills. Oh! Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. Others? The people she recently asked for information about. Was Chuchu talking about Xia He? Why was she competing with her? She pondered for a moment, thinking Jiang Chuchu might see this as a demonstration of her strength and a desire to show off her skills. She didn't dwell on it, and waited patiently for the information to arrive. During lunch break that day, someone else contacted her. Gu Qinghuan, is there a boy named Su Xinghe in your class? Gu Qinghuan was quite surprised to see Ning Fu's message. Since the New Year's Eve party, Ning Fu, under Bai Qingyin's sponsorship, had officially signed with Ween Entertainment and became a full-fledged singer. However, her main focus now remained her studies. She only attended the professional courses arranged for her by Ween Entertainment during her spare time. When Su Xinghe followed Bai Qingyin, he also followed Ning Fu. He said Ning Fu would release an electronic EP this summer, one of which would be a collaboration with Bai Qingyin. Gu Qinghuan and Ning Fu's interactions were limited to filming the New Year's Eve gala. Although they had added each other on WeChat, they hadn't chatted much. Now that Ning Fu had taken the initiative to message her, asking about Su Xinghe, Gu Qinghuan naturally wanted to get to know him better. Gu Qinghuan, yes, he's the Chinese class representative in our class. Are you looking for him? Ning Fu, nothing. I just heard his name from a friend of mine. I vaguely remember him being in your class, so I just wanted to ask. Ning Fu, what do you think of him? Can this be such a coincidence? A name popped into Gu Qinghuan's mind, but she dismissed it. Gu Qinghuan, first, tell me why you're asking about him, and I decide whether to tell you based on the circumstances. Ning Fu had initially suspected Su Xinghe might be acting suspiciously, but after thinking about it, she realized Gu Qinghuan's actions made sense. She wasn't close to Gu Qinghuan, and rashly asking about her classmates would be disrespectful of her classmates' privacy if she simply told them. Understanding her purpose first, and then deciding whether to tell them, and what to tell them, was like screening her options. As for whether Gu Qinghuan would deliberately conceal something unsavory, that was a matter of character. As it happened, Ning Fu trusted Gu Qinghuan's character quite well. Ning Fu, well, my friend rarely interacts with others, but recently she suddenly asked me about Mingda and mentioned Su Xinghe's name. Ning Fu, her situation is quite unique. She hasn't been to school for a long time, and now she's suddenly interested in it. I'm a little worried. Gu Qinghuan, Are you worried that Su Xinghe might have tricked her into attending school, and that he has ulterior motives for her? After typing the words ulterior motives, Gu Qinghuan paused. How should I put it? Su Xinghe might indeed have some ulterior motives? Ningfu, yes. She's been through some bad things in the past, and I'm worried she run into someone bad again. There's no need to worry about that. Gu Qinghuan told Ningfu about some of the things she's seen Su Xinghe do, and they didn't touch on his personal privacy. For example, he often listens to Bai Qingyin's songs with headphones. He's the biggest fan in the class, but he does so in a very sensible way. He's very good in Chinese, often getting full marks for his essays, which the teacher would read aloud as model essays. He has a high standard for language and writing, and used to complain about poorly written slogans. In short, it was a very objective evaluation, without too much subjective tincture. However, this allowed Ningfu to make her own judgment. Ningfu, so he's not bad. Gu Qinghuan, if he had any problems, I'd punish him first. Ningfu almost laughed out loud. Come to think of it, the unity of Class 3 was well known throughout the grade. If there was a bad guy there, they would have been disciplined internally long ago. She felt relieved immediately. You put my mind at ease. Thank you for telling me this. In the end, Ningfu never revealed who her friend was, or why she was so wary of her friend's relationships. However, Gu Qinghuan was 90% certain that the friend Ningfu was referring to was Yin Xixing. However, she hadn't expected Ningfu to be involved. She remembered Bao Qingsong saying that Ningfu's family background was quite complicated. Gu Qinghuan scratched her hair. She decided to wait for Jiang Chuchu's investigation results before she could find out what was going on. Jiang Chuchu was quick, and by the next evening, Yin Xixing's information had been sent to her phone. Although the fact that she could easily find it proved that the Yin family had no intention of concealing it, but looking at Yin Xixing's information, Jiang Chuchu felt a rare headache. Even if the mother and father were not on good terms, shouldn't they take their anger out on the child? No one cared about the child, and only when the child was bullied at school, until he was mute, did they jump out, regretting their actions and trying to make amends. Isn't it too late? What had they done before? Jiang Chuchu shook her head. She could already foresee how angry Gu Qinghuan would be after seeing this information. Chapter 283. What were you doing earlier? As Jiang Chuchu had expected, after learning of Yin Xixing's plight, Gu Qinghuan raised the same question. If these two can't raise children, they shouldn't have. Who forced them to have children? Gu Qinghuan discovered that as her mission progressed, she encountered more and more people who needed to be retrained. Yin Xixing's situation, Gu Qinghuan realized, was actually quite good. Compared to the Wei family, it pales in comparison. But comparisons couldn't be made that way. Just because someone was less miserable doesn't mean they're not. Everyone has their own pain. After despising the actions of Yin Xixing's parents, Gu Qinghuan began to ponder. Yin Xixing's experience didn't seem to involve any illegal activity. Shouldn't Su Xinghe's mission be easier than Lin Julu's? She shook her head. She couldn't rely on luck. She better observe first. Jiang Chuchu poked her arm. Come to think of it, why are you asking about the Yin family? Did you meet this Yin Xixing? The process is a bit complicated, and it's not time to talk about it yet, Gu Qinghuan said. Then I won't ask, Jiang Chuchu nodded. We talk when you feel ready. Gu Qinghuan wouldn't deliberately hide it from her anyway. If she didn't know, then she didn't know. She could just wait and see. There was no rush to eat the melon. Gu Qinghuan put the matter aside for the time being. She didn't proactively ask about Su Xinghe's situation, but she would observe him from time to time. The students in Class 3 had a unique skill, honed through countless hours of playing games. No matter how much fun they had after school, they were expected to study hard in class. As a result, the teachers always had a high opinion of Class 3, making them a lot less of a worry. Chen Zilin, these bastards are actually pretty easy to deal with when they're causing trouble. Excitement is another matter. That's why, when Chinese teacher Lu Yezi walked up to Su Xinghe during class, snatched his notebook, and then closed it, and carried it to the podium, the entire class was stunned. Lu Yezi was oblivious to everyone's surprise, and continued teaching calmly. When the bell rang, she said get out of class dismissed, and then said to Su Xinghe, leave your notebook with me. I won't be looking at it. Come back to me during break to get it. With that, she carried her things back to the office. As soon as Lu Yezi left, Lin Julu, who was sitting behind Su Xinghe, slammed the table and stood up. What were you doing in class? Su Xinghe, already panicking over his notebook being taken away, lowered his head at the news. I'm sorry. Gu Qinghuan held her forehead. She sat next to Su Xinghe and should have noticed it sooner, but she hadn't. She lowered her hand and said sternly, "Were you writing that just now?" Everyone else was confused, but Gu Qinghuan seemed to understand the reason, so they waited for an explanation. Su Xinghe's head sank even deeper. "Yes. Why do you have to write during class?" Gu Qinghuan continued. Su Xinghe hesitated and whispered, "I'm afraid you see me writing after class. I'd be embarrassed to tell you." "Then why don't you write it at home?" Gu Qinghuan pressed on. I want to finish it quickly. Give it to her sooner." Su Xinghe's voice trailed off. "Have you ever considered being discovered? Teacher Lu didn't read your writing or criticize you in person, which is already very good," Gu Qinghuan said. "Besides, everyone knows now that your actions have led to the exact opposite result." Su Xinghe was dejected and said nothing. Whether or not to tell everyone is one thing. The most important thing now is that you apologize to Teacher Lu. She has always valued you, and your actions have betrayed her trust. Gu Qinghuan was rarely so blunt. As a Chinese teacher, Lu Yezi deeply loves the subject she teaches. She prepares lessons meticulously, and employs a variety of teaching methods. She has repeatedly stated in class that while exam-oriented education may affect students' understanding of Chinese, the impact of this course is far more profound. Someone who simply memorizes something in class may gain new insights years later. For this reason, she prioritizes cultivating students' interest in Chinese. Even if a student's answer differs from the standard answer, she will first analyze how to grasp the key points, and then encourage them to think in more diverse ways. She valued Su Xinghe highly, partly because he not only wrote answers that would earn high marks, but also offered his own perspectives and actively engaged in discussions with her. Now, her prize student was actually doing something else during her class. Imagine how the world seemed to be falling. How did Teacher Lu manage to control herself? Su Xinghe's tone was thick with shame. "I go and apologize to Teacher Lu." Lu Yezi had to attend another class the next period, so she asked Su Xinghe to come back during the break. However, Gu Qinghuan felt that she probably also wanted Su Xinghe to reflect on his behavior during this time. "Teacher Lu will handle this for now," Yu Xian said. "Would you like to explain your absenteeism in class? I'm not trying to pressure you into sharing your personal affairs, but your behavior is quite out of character. We've been together for almost a year, and have been through so much together. We're all good friends. If you see a friend straying from the right path and still think you should respect your privacy, and don't even ask, what kind of friend are you? Of course, if Su Xinghe is sure he can handle the situation, everyone will choose to trust him and let him handle it." But Su Xinghe was truly at a loss at this moment. He twisted his fingers, his mind a tangle. Finally, he raised his head and said hesitantly, "I think I might have gotten a little carried away. Can you all help me think about this?" He had made a mistake, but his beloved teacher still showed understanding. Su Xinghe was grateful, but also began to reflect on himself. He felt that something was really wrong with his situation. Since he couldn't solve the problem on his own, he should honestly ask for help. Everyone's expression suddenly relaxed when Su Xinghe spoke. Qinyu exclaimed, "Of course we can. We're all in this together." Jiang Chuchu said bluntly, "Can you speak? What do you mean by in this together? Are you a bandit? While we may not have the 108 heroes of Lianshan, we're still a small group." Qinyu spoke confidently. "That statement makes it seem like we're going to be wiped out in a second," Ming Xiaolan complained. Gu Qinghuan clapped his hands. "Then I tell you everything, including what happened to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xinghe, who had been feeling somewhat dispirited, immediately raised his head and asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" Hadn't he just asked Gu Qinghuan for help reviewing the contents of a letter? What else could it be? Gu Qinghuan said gravely, "Simply put, you're under political review, and I'm the person being interviewed." Su Xinghe, ? Zab uses, "Ah, that's exactly what this melon smells like." Really? Chapter 284. Gu Qinghuan recounted her experiences in chronological order, leaving Su Xinghe wanting nothing more than to crawl into a hole. It turned out he'd been scouted by Yin Xixing's friends without even realizing it. Gu Qinghuan's objective evaluation of him had left a favorable impression, and then he'd been absent-minded and disrespectful during class. Su Xinghe slumped over the table, feeling utterly ashamed. Qinyu poked him on the head. "Don't regret it now. Instead of wasting time, think about how to apologize to Teacher Lu during recess." Su Xinghe got up obediently. "I'm already thinking about it. I definitely apologize and ask for Teacher Lu's forgiveness." Recess time wasn't long, after all. After everyone had reviewed the situation, the bell for the next class rang. The Sidits finished their melons and gathered themselves for class. During recess, Su Xinghe went to apologize to Lu Yezi, while the Sidits gathered to discuss Su Xinghe's case. He really does like that girl named In Shishing, right? Ming Xiaolin pushed up her glasses and got straight to the point. Several people nodded in agreement. Xin objected. I don't think so. We need to understand Su Xinghe's current thoughts first. He might be in a more ambiguous state. Ouyang Wuxuang, rarely actively participating in the conversation, moved to the front row. I agree with the student council member's point of view. In Shishing's situation is inherently sympathetic, and Su Xinghe met her because of a favor. He might unconsciously see it as his responsibility to take care of In Shishing, leading to his excessive concern. Yao Shaili let out a long "oh." So it can be that way. She pulled out a small notebook and quickly wrote down the material. Relationships were her weak point, and Ouyang Wuxuang's perspective was quite inspiring. Murong Tianjiao looked at Ouyang Wuxuang with a baffling expression. This guy's been obsessed with a couple in a certain anime lately, using similar viewpoints to antagonize fans of the other couple. In short, your couples are all fake, mine is real, but Murong Tianjiao wouldn't expose her at this point. After all, what if Ouyang Wuxuang actually guessed it right? Gu Qinghuan had unknowingly become the referee again, reassuring everyone, we don't have to rush to judge. We need to listen to Su Xinghe's opinion. However, Su Xinghe is so eager to contact In Shishing, I think something must be wrong with her. If we can't resolve In Shishing's problem, even if we persuade him this time, there's no guarantee he won't do it again. Everyone agreed with this. As for In Shishing, no one had any objections. Skipping class was Su Xinghe's own fault, not his. Gu Qinghuan had just explained her situation. The students in class 3 felt quite sorry for her. If it was a solvable issue, no one would mind offering a helping hand. When Su Xinghe returned with her notebook, Qin Yu and Ai Ning pinned her down to her seat, one on each side. Tell me, what's going on with In Shishing that's got you so anxious? Gu Qinghuan asked. You're not asking me about Teacher Lu? Su Xinghe was stunned. Since Teacher Lu returned the notebook to you, that means she's forgiven you, right? We're not involved in the matter, we just need to know the outcome. Gu Qinghuan shrugged. Everyone nodded. Su Xinghe was apologizing to Teacher Lu, not to himself. Since Teacher Lu had already received those words of regret and apology and forgiven Su Xinghe, there was no need to dwell on them. Rather than watching Su Xinghe's embarrassment, everyone wanted to help him resolve In Shishing's situation quickly, to ensure he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Su Xinghe felt his throat dry. He coughed twice to suppress the lump in his throat, and said solemnly, Then I leave it to you. Why are you being polite? Qin Yu shook his arms uncomfortably and exclaimed exaggeratedly, That's so corny I'm giving goosebumps. Jiang Chuchu waved her hand. Use your Chinese prowess to give a brief summary. Don't leave it unfinished until class starts. Su Xinghe immediately said, It's simple. The person who bullied In Shishing and caused her to lose her voice is still pestering her. The class fell silent. Gu Qinghuan slammed the table and stood up. Chu-chu. I find someone to investigate right now. Jiang Chuchu said, as she picked up her phone, ready to call Jin Jibao. Bao Qingsong replied, Once the Discipline Inspection Commission gets the list, I can start by working with the person around them and get the details. Song Yi was eager to try. Sister, I have experience teaching you Yuan before. I can help In Shishing master the art of attacking her vital points more quickly. No, she's lost her voice. It must be difficult for her to confront her bullies, right? It's better to just beat them up until they daren't come back. Tao Xinqing said seriously. Shin Jianwei held his forehead with his hand. Tao Xinqing, do you think your style of action lives up to your name? Xian looked at Su Xinghe and said sternly, Don't even think about handling this on your own. Look at your physique. How could you possibly fight anyone? Su Xinghe scratched his cheek. Wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. Everyone fell silent again, looking at Su Xinghe. He hesitated. Actually, her family has assigned her bodyguards and has forbidden a guy from approaching her. But what? Everyone said in unison. These days, it's not like you can't just stop seeing someone. That guy keeps adding her as a friend and apologizing to her via notes. Su Xinghe spoke, a headache brewing. Also, even after being blocked, he kept using a second account and sending private messages to her social media accounts. Besides apologies, he also offered various overtures. Here, Su Xinghe paused. At first, In Shishing said this was terrifying and asked me for help. I suggested she change her account and not let him know. But judging from In Shishing's last message to me, she seems to be starting to accept him. Huh? Qin Yu was baffled. What do you mean by accepting? She didn't elaborate, but I guess she might have been in contact with him through his friends. She even defended him, saying he had no intention of actually hurting her, and that he had his reasons. Before Su Xinghe could finish his words, Lin Julu interrupted him. She looked at Su Xinghe with an indescribable expression. "Don't you think that sounds familiar?" Gu Qinghuan added wistfully. "Those who have endured long-term domestic violence and mental abuse often say things like that." Jiang Chuchu stood up. "I'd better go check it out. This garbage should be thrown into the incinerator as soon as possible." Gu Qinghuan messaged Ning Fu. Since they were friends, Ning Fu should know who was bothering Yin Shixing, right? Maybe she could even take care of him. Su Xinghe scratched his head, watching everyone busily getting to work. He suddenly felt a little foolish for his earlier anxiety. As a member of the troublemaking team, he hadn't even considered leveraging everyone's resources. What a waste! He secretly opened his notebook, tore out what he had written, shredded it, and threw it into the trash can. It seemed he needed to reconsider what he was going to write. Chapter 285. With the collaborative efforts of Jiang Chuchu and Bao Qingsong, and Ning Fu's friendly assistance, Class 3 quickly learned about Yin Shixing's past. After Yin Shixing was born, her father neglected her. Her mother was busy with work and also disliked her father's peach blossom eyes, leaving Yin Shixing to be raised by her grandmother. Granny raised Yin Shixing until she passed away when she was in 3rd grade. Mother single-handedly handled her grandmother's funeral. Afterward, she paid more attention to Yin Shixing, but she prioritized work over Yin Shixing. As a result, for the remaining 3 years of elementary school, Yin Shixing became the unwanted child in class. Good test scores were of no use. Yin Shixing was alone at all the parent-child activities at school. The bad kids in class would tease her about being unwanted. Even if she told the teacher, they would behave themselves for a while, but when they saw the teacher's lack of attention, they would relapse. Yin Shixing tried to tell her mother, but she wouldn't come to school to warn the other kids on her behalf. At most, she called the teacher to ask for stricter discipline. After so many times, the teacher grew annoyed, and her classmates were afraid to interact with Yin Shixing too much, fearing they'd be targeted by the teacher if they got too close. Yin Shixing felt isolated, and realizing that seeking help from teachers and parents was futile, she grew increasingly withdrawn. Finally, after getting into junior high, Yin Shixing found herself in a new environment. The kids who had bullied her weren't in the same school, and she could finally start over. As she grew older, Yin Shixing's appearance shed its childish innocence, becoming increasingly noticeable. At this point, her isolation, a result of her fear of socializing, became a manifestation of her aloofness. So, one boy after another, vying for the snow lotus of Tianshan Mountains, launched their pursuit of Yin Shixing. Yin Shixing rejected them numerous times, knowing these boys didn't understand her at all, and only liked their own imaginary version of her. Besides, she also harbored a certain degree of fear of the opposite sex, stemming from the bullying she endured as a child. However, as her rejections increased, the boys' opinions of her gradually shifted. This wasn't acceptable, that wasn't acceptable. Why were their standards so high? Besides her face and figure, what else was so remarkable about Yin Shixing that she rejected them all? It was just a favor, but he was taking advantage of it. How ungrateful! When Yin Shixing rejected another boy who had confessed his feelings for her, he suddenly exploded, and threw the rose he had intended for her at her. "Who do you think you are? How dare you refuse me? I'm putting it right here. If you don't agree today, forget about staying in school." The students in Class 3 chorused, "Bah!" Song. He clenched his fists. "If I were there, I'd tear his head off. Feeding a head like that to flies wouldn't yield any maggots." Ming Xiaolan chuckled. "Why not?" Qin Yu asked. "Because flies find it disgusting," Ming Xiaolan replied. Qin Yu thought for a moment. "Oh, it's more disgusting than shit." All right, Jiang Chuchu said, feeling a little nauseous. She quickly stopped him, and turned to look at Gu Qinghuan. And then? Ning Fu had told Gu Qinghuan this part, so she was responsible for explaining it to everyone. Gu Qinghuan sighed exaggeratedly. Then it was the usual melodramatic drama. Yin Shixing didn't dare to agree, nor did she dare to refuse. In desperation, she said that she actually had a crush on someone, which was why she rejected so many confessions. Everyone had a confusing expression. While I understand her feelings, this is a really bad move. Yuan Wei frowned. No matter how hard it was, you shouldn't have dragged irrelevant people into this. Van Ziering continued. Yu Xian pondered. Could it be that the boy she used as a shield was? Yes, the one who is currently pestering Yin Shixing, and who once bullied her. Gu Qinghuan spread his hands. The boy's name was Ruan Qingyu, a prominent figure in Yin Shixing's junior high school. He's handsome, has excellent grades, comes from a well-off family, and is generally very polite and well-mannered. Honestly, he's a suitable secret crush. He sounds like a decent guy. How did he become a bully? Lin Julu asked curiously. Gu Qinghwan nodded. Yes, after Yin Shisheng revealed her secret crush on Wan Qinyu, the boy stopped getting angry, feeling he couldn't compete. Afterwards, Yin Shisheng privately contacted Wan Qinyu to apologize for being a shield. He forgave her and offered to be her boyfriend in name only, shielding her from those confessing their feelings. That's how it ended. Jiang Chuchu raised an eyebrow. Gu Qinghwan shrugged. To be precise, they were still a fake couple at the time. They didn't become a real couple until the second year of junior high. Now comes the key point. In the second semester of the second year of junior high, Wan Qinyu's family was in trouble. His father fled the country, his mother was implicated and imprisoned, and his elders died one after another due to unexpected events. Suddenly, he was the only one left at home. Everyone sighed deeply. This was truly tragic. Wan Qinyu fell from grace overnight. The shock was immense, and her attitude towards Yin Shisheng became worse. Yin Shisheng felt that she should stay with her boyfriend and help him through this difficult time, but for Wan Qinyu, it became a pressure and burden. Then breaking up would be fine. How did it become bullying? Xie Xiangxue couldn't understand. Let me explain this part. Bao Qingsong cleared his throat. Didn't those boys give up pursuing Yin Shisheng because they couldn't compete with Wan Qinyu? After Wan Qinyu fell on hard times, they felt they had it all figured out again. According to the information I gathered, they first bullied and humiliated Wan Qinyu, forcing him to give up his boyfriend status. Wan Qinyu already had a grudge against Yin Shisheng at the time. The bullying became frequent, and she even publicly stated that it was Yin Shisheng's fault. He wanted to break up with Yin Shisheng, but Yin Shisheng disagreed. After repeated arguments, Wan Qinyu resorted to violence. Bastards, eh? I'm not really interested in eating this kind of melon. Shen Jianwei held his forehead and said, I don't even know where to begin complaining. Bao Qingsong also spread his hands. So it became Ruan Tanyu bullying Yin Shisheng, and those boys treated the situation between Yin Shisheng and Ruan Tanyu as a joke. That way, they stopped bullying Ruan Tanyu. I suspect Ruan Tanyu's bullying of Yin Shisheng was also intended to help her escape being the victim. How disgusting. Treating someone who likes you like this is a cruelty. Ai Ning's face was filled with disgust. Gu Qinghwan continued. Ning Fu and Yin Shisheng were playmates from the same neighborhood when they were little, and they were very close. But later, Ning Fu's father was transferred out of town, and she followed him. Contact with Yin Shisheng became much less frequent. It wasn't until the second semester of her third year of junior high that Ning Fu returned with her father. By then, Yin Shisheng was already unable to speak. When Ning Fu found out, she went to school and caused a scene with the Yin family, who then realized the seriousness of the situation. Yin Shisheng was able to stay home from school, and indirectly, he was freed from Ruan Tanyu. Chapter 286. Logically, this matter should have come to an end, right? Why is Wan Qinyu still pestering Yin Shisheng? Lin Julu was puzzled. Of course, it's because Wan Qinyu is back on her feet. Jiang Chuchu rolled her eyes. The Ruan family incident wasn't actually that serious back then. It was more like their family was being pushed out to take the blame. 2 years later, the matter was resolved. Wan Qinyu's father returned from abroad, and his mother was released from prison. She even received a reward for taking the blame, and continued to live a prosperous life. Wan Qinyu's life returned to normal, and he began to regret it again, wanting to apologize to Yin Shisheng and get back together with her. What a rotten person. Even Feng he couldn't help but mutter, even worse than the kitchen waste I've been fermenting for half a month. No, the scapegoating incident is just over like that. Didn't the elders in the family die because of it? Lin Julu's eyes widened. Bao Qingsong flipped through the information he found. The public explanation is that if we continue to be sad, the old people won't come back. It's better to live a happy life. They'd be relieved to know. If it were me, I wouldn't be relieved at all. I just think they're a bunch of evildoers. John Johnson almost wanted to find a stick to weigh him down. Anyway, that's what happened with Yin Shisheng. Jiang Chuchu sat calmly in her seat. But after learning this, I think everyone has a question. Which is, do you want to help Yin Shisheng? Okay, then just take a simple vote. Those who think he should be helped stand to my left, those who don't stand to my right. Gu Qinghwan stretched out both arms. Everyone pondered for a moment, before moving around and choosing their seats. Excluding Gu Qinghwan, Class 3 still had 21 students. The vote was split 8-8, with 5 standing in the middle and abstaining. Should we be so evenly matched? Yao Shaili, who was on the no side, was surprised by the result. Sure, Guangwei chose yes. I think, while it sounds a bit love-struck, It was junior high back then, and they were immature. Yin Shishing had been deprived of love since childhood, so it made sense for him to refuse to let go. Yes, I thought so too. We could give it a try first, and if it doesn't work, we can just let it go. Van Ziren nodded. Yuan Wuwei disagreed. He already hit someone. He's still pestering her after being beaten. Isn't that crazy? That's right. In her situation, if we help her, she might even accuse us of meddling. Ai Ning agreed. Seeing it was about to turn into a debate, Gu Qinghuan quickly clapped his hands and said, "Calm down for a moment." Everyone quieted down, and Gu Qinghuan said, "Both sides have roughly the same viewpoint. What do those who abstain think?" Song Yi answered simply, "I want to hear your thoughts, sister." Jiazi, "Okay, forget about this person." Murong Tianju said nervously, "Wu Shuang and I understand Yin Shishing's feelings. If we had been bullied before, we might have chosen to endure it silently. But since getting to know everyone, every day in Class 3 has been so happy. So, if Yin Shishing had been like us, in this environment, he wouldn't have been obsessed with Ruan Tanyu. But, he's still obsessed with his bully, and trying to speak up for him. We can't understand that either, so we really don't know what to do." The other abstainers also nodded, each hesitant and apprehensive. "Let's summarize the views of each side," Gu Qinghuan said. "Those willing to help believe Yin Shishing can still be saved. Those unwilling to help don't want to become the farmer and the snake. Those who are neutral are hesitant and can't make up their minds." Ji Tianshao sighed. "Actually, the one everyone really wants to help is Xinghe. It's just that the root of Xinghe's problems lies with Yin Shishing, so they're only thinking about solving Yin Shishing's problems. Originally, everyone felt Yin Shishing was in dire straits and wanted to help out of sympathy. Now, they think she's willing to fight and take the blame." Lian Fenghe grimaced. "I understand. Just like Lin Xiaoxue did with Yan Zhengqing, let those two just lock him up." Xie Xiangxue understood perfectly. Ming Xiaolin shook her head. "I think comparing Yin Shishing to Lin Xiaoxue is different. The latter hasn't been bullied." "Yes," Yu Xian agreed. "Lin Xiaoxue might be genuinely in love, but Yin Shishing is different. She might actually have some mental issues." Everyone sighed in unison. This is a very difficult situation. Jiang Chuchu fell into deep thought. Honestly, is our class really not cursed? Why are there so many messed up things? Gu Qinghuan's gaze drifted away. Class 3 wasn't cursed, it's just that all the unlucky people were gathered there. Su Xinghe squeezed his hands. I think if Yin Shishing truly loved Ruan Qingyu so deeply, she wouldn't have needed to tell me about her hesitation. Her hesitation means she feels her behavior is inappropriate, but she can't help herself, so she's asking me for help. Although your words sound filtered, they do have some truth to them." Xingyu rubbed his chin. "In that case, let's try a different approach this time." Gu Qinghuan's words immediately lifted everyone's spirits. According to Gu Qinghuan, this time everyone would be divided into 3 teams. Team 1, along with Su Xinghe, would understand Yin Shishing's situation and help him. Team 2 would be responsible for support. In short, they would only help Su Xinghe and not get involved in Yin Shishing's problems. The 5 neutral members would be Team 3, deciding what to do based on the situation. Although it seemed more flexible, neither Team 1 nor Team 2 could proactively ask Team 3 for help. Team 3 would have to inquire about the other team's progress on their own. Gu Qinghuan quickly created 3 groups and divided the members into them. Of course, she was present in each group. She also added Su Xinghe to Team 2. After all, everyone in Team 2 also needed to know about Su Xinghe's situation before they could help him. This was their first time acting separately, and everyone felt quite refreshed, so they began discussing it. Gu Qinghuan took a hands-off approach, not offering any suggestions. He simply watched as everyone began to organize their own actions, following past experience. Su Xinghe stayed in both groups, looking at one and the other. He then approached Gu Qinghuan and whispered, "I'm really causing trouble for everyone this time." "You're wrong to say that," Gu Qinghuan waved his hand. "Hasn't everyone helped each other like this before? It's just that this time it's your turn." Su Xinghe hesitated, but Gu Qinghuan saw through his thoughts. "Is it because you have selfish motives this time that you feel so uncomfortable?" Su Xinghe immediately shut up. Gu Qinghuan patted his shoulder. "Everyone can see it." With just one sentence, Su Xinghe blushed. "Actually, if you want to pursue a girl, everyone's happy to help. We just ask you to think it over carefully. After all, things can be unpredictable during school," Gu Qinghuan said. "So, don't feel sorry for everyone. We're like 22 wild geese in a melon field. Without any one of us, the melons won't taste good." Su Xinghe nodded heavily. "Okay. Chapter 287. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu were assigned as team leaders for two teams this time. Yu Xian for Team 1 and Jiang Chuchu for Team 2. This conflict of opinion was quite new to them, but it didn't lead to an argument. After all, everyone is unique, and it's normal for two different people to have different perspectives on the same issue. So, they simply divided themselves into teams and began actively resolving the issue. Gu Qinghuan was juggling three teams, and all three groups were quite lively, but she didn't interrupt. Su Xinghe, already a bit flustered just juggling two groups, looked up and saw Gu Qinghuan so relaxed, and couldn't help but sigh. Team leader, you're just sitting around watching the show. I'm the commander-in-chief. Gu Qinghuan spoke confidently. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu glanced up at her, then waved, go play somewhere else. Gu Qinghuan rolled back to her seat, and went to fill in her personnel file for Team 3. Of the individuals resolved so far, Lin Zhulu's file has the most pages. After all, the situation is the most complex. As for Su Xinghe's mission this time, Gu Qinghuan actually thinks it's okay. At first glance, Yin Xixing's mental state is indeed problematic, and Wan Qinyu seems uninvolved, but ultimately, this is just a matter between the two of them. Even if Su Xinghe and Ningfu are included, there are only 4 people involved, and there's no criminal activity involved. So, this time, Gu Qinghuan intends to let everyone solve the problem on their own, and she won't interfere too much. The system spoke quietly. Host, don't forget, you have a mission to complete. Gu Qinghuan, it's just a matter of not interfering too much, not that we won't intervene. The main point is, as the system said last time, working together can create more destinies and a whole new world. Gu Qinghuan, I just want to cultivate everyone's ability to solve problems on their own, not to be lazy. The system thought for a moment and soothed Gu Qinghuan. Host, don't feel too stressed. Just take it one step at a time. Gu Qinghuan remained silent. She truly felt no pressure, because she believed she could do it. Throughout the day, everyone spent their lunch breaks and after-school hours working out the outcome. Team 1 decided to first inquire about Yin Xixing's intentions through Su Xinghe and, following Gu Qinghuan's previous advice to Su Xinghe, guide Yin Xixing out of her home. Her desire to return to school was always a good thing. By interacting with others, perhaps she'd be less concerned about Wan Qinyu. Currently, everyone's understanding of Yin Xixing came from gathered intelligence. Her current state would depend on the results of their interactions. In contrast, Team 2 acted as Su Xinghe's advisor. Team 2 didn't intend to intervene in Yin Xixing's affairs, but would help Su Xinghe objectively analyze the letters Yin Xixing had sent him and offer him advice. When Su Xinghe gets distracted by worry, Team 2 will be responsible for giving him a wake-up call to wake him up. If Su Xinghe slacks off during class again, or replies to messages, he'd be met with a harsh teaching from Team 2. As for Team 3, they're currently observing from a distance, waiting to see if Teams 1 and 2 make some progress. After Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu came up with the results, they both called in Gu Qinghuan to oversee the process. Gu Qinghuan, that's great. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu, you really don't want to work. But considering there's really not much work to do at the beginning, if Gu Qinghuan wants to just lie down, let her do it. Anyway, Gu Qinghuan would definitely actively participate once there was progress. Gu Qinghuan, using the information Ningfu and Bao Qingsong had gathered, accessed Yin Xixing and Wan Tanyu's social media accounts and began to read their messages. Although both had been cryptic on the anonymous social media platform, not intending to reveal their true identities, Gu Qinghuan knew the answers. She could guess most of the riddles from looking at them. In fact, when Ningfu gave her Yin Xixing's account, Gu Qinghuan curiously asked, "Is it okay for you to tell me her account?" "It's okay," Ningfu said calmly. "Everyone who knows about her relationship knows about her account." After all, Yin Xixing and Wan Tanyu's relationship was initially staged. To convince other boys that she was in a relationship, they had to show it off. After the fake play became real, it became a pure display of affection. After that, it became a melodrama, and the updates gradually stopped. She started updating again a while ago, and there was another him in her profile. "I noticed it, and realized she's involved with Su Xinghe from your class," Ningfu said. As for the moment, Gu Qinghuan frowned at the text about "he's different from you." A call suddenly rang on her phone. Gu Qinghuan was about to scroll through the screen when she pressed the answer button. After pressing it, she realized it was Xiaohe. "Huh, that's rare. What's up?" Gu Qinghuan switched back to the social media platform while speaking speakerphone. "The Wei family has been ruined. You should know the outcome, right?" Xiaohe's tone was relaxed. "Let me get straight to the point. Wei Yan received a 15-year sentence, but due to paralysis, he's been temporarily released on parole. Most of his property has been confiscated, and I plan to keep the rest for him. What's he keeping it for? Gu Qinghuan asked curiously. He'd definitely try to make a comeback with the remaining money, and then he spend it, and come away with nothing. Wouldn't it be more interesting? Xia, he said lightly. As for serving a sentence outside of prison, while it might seem like avoiding prison at first glance, being outside can sometimes be more dangerous than being inside. Even without Xia, he taking action, the families of the girls harmed by Wei Xiao and silenced by Wei Yan are already preparing for revenge. However, this part is a personal vendetta, so Xia, he didn't intend to tell Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but gasp at Xiao's plan. This is a plan to drain Wei Yan's wealth. She asked, what about Zhu Yuanyuan? Zhu Yuanyuan's sentence remains unchanged, but I had someone pass on a tip to Wei Yan. Once he learned about Zhu Yuanyuan's hidden money, he promptly recovered it and used it to pay the fine. Xia, he said happily. After being released from prison, with no money and her identity as a human trafficker known to everyone, Zhu Yuanyuan's life would surely become a mess. As for Wei Xiao, he was sentenced to 5 years. Xia, he said. After he's released, we plan to have him stay in China for a while, and then find an opportunity to send him abroad. He's hurt so many girls. Let those in China take action first, and then those abroad. He said it casually. However, without the Wei family's support, Wei Xiao would be alone abroad, facing his enemies. One could imagine what the outcome would be. At least the country Wei Xiao had lived in didn't ban guns. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. Evil will be punished, and she had no sympathy for these 3 people. That's about it. Is there anything else you want to know? Xia, he asked her. That's all. Gu Qinghuan thought of Su Xinghe and casually asked Xia, what would you do if it were you? Me? Bankrupt the Yuan family, and that guy won't have time to think about rekindling their past relationship, right? Xia, he shrugged. Gu Qinghuan, if this keeps up, Squad 3 will really have to be renamed the Collapsed Squad. Chapter 288. Xia He's approach certainly didn't work, but it did give Gu Qinghuan a direction to think about. Yin Xixing gave her the impression of being too love-starved, having received no affection at home or at school since childhood. Even if her parents regretted their actions and tried to make amends, she, having previously sought love from others, trusted others more than her parents. Xia He's strategy was to distract Wan Qinyu, preventing her from pestering Yin Xixing. Given Wan Qinyu's volatile personality, she was very likely to give up on Yin Xixing with a little prodding. But what then? What if Yin Xixing continued to pester Wan Qinyu? Or what if he encountered another Wan Qinyu? This approach would only be a temporary solution, not a permanent one. Of course, with Xia He's abilities, she could surely achieve a permanent solution, dealing with each new challenge as they arose. However, this approach wasn't suitable for Class 3. Everyone couldn't waste their time on the same issue. Gu Qinghuan also hoped that Yin Xixing could stand up on his own. It's not that seeking love from others is bad, but it shouldn't be the only thing you seek. A hole in an empty jar will leak out, no matter how much water you pour into it. Rather than looking for water, it's better to plug the hole first. Gathering his thoughts, Gu Qinghuan stopped dwelling on it, finished his homework, and peacefully settled into bed to sleep. Rest well, recharge your batteries. Tomorrow is another day to fight for everyone's destiny. In the pitch-black room, a hand suddenly reached out and slapped the switch next to the bed. The overhead light instantly flickered on, illuminating the room. The soft glow seemed to dispel any gloom. However, the girl who sat up from her bed simply curled up into a ball, staring blankly at the quilt for a long moment before burying her head in her knees. Yin Xixing had another nightmare. She dreamed of the boys from her childhood, clapping their hands and running around her, jokingly calling her an orphan. No matter how she screamed, no one came to help her, so she had no choice but to run. She fell, covered in mud, and knelt on the ground crying when Wan Qinyu reached out to her. She happily took it, but after being helped to her feet, Wan Qinyu's expression changed, and she threw her aside again. He called her a jinx, saying that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been so unlucky. Seeing Wan Qinyu's hand rise again, she huddled in fear, only to be pulled up by Ning Fu and Su Xinghe, one on each side, and dragged her away. She didn't know how long she had been running, and when she asked Ning Fu and Su Xinghe, neither of them answered. She began to feel frightened and tried to shake off their hands, but as soon as she broke free, she lost her footing and fell into the abyss. Yin Xixing struggled to wake up from the weightlessness, her heart pounding and her body covered in cold sweat. She remained silent for a long time, then shivered at the chill of the evaporating sweat, and climbed to the bathroom to run a shower. The warm water washed over her body, making Yin Shishing feel alive. She stood under the shower for over half an hour before she slowly began to move, rinsed herself briefly, and left the bathroom wrapped in a towel. The girl in the mirror had a pale, beautiful face, though too thin, with sharp corners at her cheekbones and sunken, dark eye sockets. She touched the mirror, forcing a smile that lifted the corners of her mouth, and the figure in the mirror followed suit. But the forced smile offered no improvement. The person in the mirror still looked like a skeleton. Yin Shishing gave up, changed into a thicker set of pajamas, and returned to bed. After a shower, she couldn't fall asleep for a while. She pulled out her phone, hoping to pass the time, but then she saw a new letter from Su Xinghe. Although they communicated through letters, sending and receiving them was too troublesome, so they usually exchanged letters when they met on weekends. But when things got urgent, they would scan and send each other letters, like now. Yin Shishing hesitated. Her last letter had said Wan Qinyu wanted to reconcile with her. Su Xinghe's hasty response must mean he disapproved, right? Her finger hovered over the phone screen for a moment, then finally clicked. Yin Shishing, seeing you is like seeing you in person. Reading this letter brings joy to your face. Su Xinghe's handwriting, paired with this kind of content, truly puts anyone who sees it at ease. Yin Shishing's expression relaxed. When Su Xinghe was anxious, his brushstrokes would become sharper when writing the strokes of the left, right, and right strokes. Yet the 8 characters, seeing your words is like meeting you in person. Reading this letter brings joy to your face. Remain straight and gentle. Su Xinghe didn't blame her, but rather said that after receiving her last letter, he was so anxious to reply that he was distracted and writing during class, and the teacher caught him doing so. Yin Shishing couldn't help but wince, feeling a surge of guilt. She knew she shouldn't have looked back. Ning Fu had already given her a harsh lecture. However, after seeing the message from Wan Qinyu, she felt it wasn't Wan Qinyu's fault, and that she had been too stubborn. Yin Shishing absent-mindedly flipped the page, her attention quickly drawn to the contents of the letter. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Su Xinghe had skipped class, and the entire class gathered around him, urging him to apologize to the teacher, even assuming he was in trouble and needed to be helped to resolve it. This was simply unbelievable to Yin Shishing. How could anyone care so much about their classmates? Especially not just 1 or 2 people, but the entire class. So envious. Such thoughts popped into Yin Shishing's mind. She wanted classmates like that, too. Wouldn't it be so blissful to be in a class like that? She read the paragraphs over and over again, almost memorizing them, before reluctantly turning the page. But she soon realized she should have turned the page sooner. Su Xinghe said his classmates had learned about Yin Shishing's situation, and many had decided to help her, asking if she'd be willing to interact with the group. Is this true? She just fantasized about having such friendly classmates, and now her fantasy was about to come true? Yin Shishing couldn't believe her eyes. The wishes she made every year on her birthday had never come true. Is this true? Yin Shishing couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. Because her face didn't have much flesh, she couldn't pinch it the first time, but when she switched to using her fingernails, the pain became more pronounced. It hurt, it was real. Although the pain was minimal compared to the one she felt when Wan Qinyu had hit her, it was enough for Yin Shishing to realize that this was reality. Thinking of this, she was stunned again. When Wan Qinyu had hit her, she clearly felt pain, yet she tried to convince herself that reality was fake. But now, she wanted to use the pain to confirm that reality was real. How wonderful, Yin Shishing thought, caressing the words that warmed her heart through her phone screen. If this kind of pain were the real deal, even if it came more often, she would still feel happy. Chapter 289. Su Xinghe proactively stated in his letter that everyone wanted to help Yin Shishing. It was Yu Xian's suggestion. I think Yin Shishing's condition is much worse than mine was at the time. She needs to be made aware that someone wants to help her, Yu Xian said. As for Yin Shishing's response, everyone was prepared to wait. According to Su Xinghe, he and Yin Shishing only exchanged 2 or 3 letters per week on average. Based on this frequency, and taking into account the time Yin Shishing needed to consider, Team 1 planned to use this time to investigate Wan Qinyu again. The next morning after Su Xinghe sent the letter, he had a look of doubt on his face, and said reluctantly, she replied. Team 3, huh? A reply so quickly, Qinyu craned his neck to check Su Xinghe's phone. What did she say? Su Xinghe briefly summarized the content. She said, she wants to get to know everyone, and is willing to interact with everyone. Gu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. It seems she's more proactive than we thought. Although Jiang Chuchu was the captain of Team 2, upon learning of Yin Shishing's choice, she couldn't help but nod slightly. Okay, it seems she's not completely in love. Uxian breathed a sigh of relief and said cheerfully, in that case, let's meet her so we can get a true understanding of her situation. The 8 members of Team 1 discussed it and decided that for a first meeting, it would be best not to bring too many people. Secondly, In Shishing was afraid of the opposite sex, so it would be best not to bring any boys. The final agreed upon personnel configuration was Su Xinghe, Uxian, John Johnson, and Gu Qinghuan. Although Gu Qinghuan wasn't part of any team, she definitely had to step in at this moment. She had no objection, because according to the discussion, Team 1 was planning to invite In Shishing to the city zoo. Gu Qinghuan used to go to the zoo often, but she had been so busy since high school that she hadn't been there in a long time. This was a chance for her to meet the animals she hadn't seen in a while. Now that the discussion was over, Team 1 urged Su Xinghe to write a letter inviting In Shishing, but he fumbled with his pen, unable to write a single word. What's wrong with you? Xin Yu was puzzled. How could a mere invitation stump Su Xinghe? Su Xinghe's gaze shifted evasively. Well, I mean, does this count as a date? Battlebirds, you're the real love-brained one. Jiang Chu ruthlessly stammered. Does she consider you a romantic partner? Don't be so self-indulgent. Su Xinghe was instantly defeated and obediently began writing the invitation. After finishing the invitation, Lianfenghe pondered for a moment, then pulled a cornflower from the vase on the podium and placed it next to the letter. Only then did she let Su Xinghe take the photo. Ai Ning, somewhat curious, asked, Are you putting the flowers there for decoration? It also means blessing. The cornflower symbolizes meeting happiness. Lianfenghe said, Although I'm on the second team, Su Xinghe seems genuinely fond of her, so I just assist. Su Xinghe's hand trembled, and the photo was blurry. He glared at Lianfenghe with a blush, but he was actually adjusting the position of the cornflower, hoping for a better shot. Shi Guangwei couldn't bear to watch and snatched the phone away. I'd do it. The result was naturally excellent when handled by a professional. Su Xinghe happily sent the artistically rich photo to In Shishing. Yao Shaili folded her arms and shook her head. We really need to keep an eye on him, or he'd be in love right away. Team 2 agreed. This time, In Shishing didn't reply immediately. Fortunately, with Team 2 watching, Su Xinghe wasn't distracted and finished the class properly. During the last break before school ended, Su Xinghe jumped up, his phone in hand, saying that In Shishing had replied and even posted the photo in the class group chat. Xin Yu directly addressed Lianfenghe. What kind of flower is this? What does it mean? Yellow irises are usually given to friends to say thank you for being my friend and hope our friendship will last forever, Lianfenghe said. Everyone looked at Su Xinghe, who was struck by the words friend and friendship, but remained steadfast, saying, That's good. She already considers me a friend. Zabari, as long as you're happy. Besides the yellow irises, In Shishing also wrote a careful reply, thanking Su Xinghe for the invitation. She said she would meet everyone at the zoo entrance at the time specified on the invitation. Uxian was also pleased. This way, she probably won't have any time to bother with Wan Qinyu until Saturday. In Shishing was so enthusiastic, he must be looking forward to the day's outing, and would have been preparing for it over the past few days. In short, as long as In Shishing was busy and her mind was full, Wan Qinyu wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. In fact, this plan was working even better than Uxian and the others had expected. After receiving the invitation, In Shishing was so surprised that he jumped up and down in his room with a pillow. How long had it been since her grandmother passed away since she received an invitation? Actually, in elementary school, some friends had invited her home, but then, what happened next? In Shishing couldn't quite remember. Was it because she was bullied and afraid of interacting with others that she stopped hanging out with her friends? Or was it because her mother asked the teacher to pay more attention to her, and the other children, wanting to avoid being noticed, distanced themselves from her? She really couldn't remember. In Shishing did remember why she had no friends in junior high. At first, she was afraid to interact with others and failed to establish proper connections. Later, her heart was completely tied to Wan Qinyu, and naturally, she couldn't care less about anyone else. Thinking back, In Shishing fell into confusion. She really liked Wan Qinyu. Even now, she didn't think she had no feelings for her. But why? Did she feel a little regretful now? The chime of her phone interrupted In Shishing's thoughts. She picked up the phone and saw the message from Wan Qinyu. Wan Qinyu, today, I saw your favorite raindrops in the grass by the roadside. In the photo, the pure white raindrops were growing vigorously. In Shishing really liked raindrops. Their characteristic blooming after rain made her think they were particularly resilient. But then she remembered the cornflowers in the photo and the yellow irises she had specially found in response. She still loved raindrops, but now she had other flowers she loved more. Yin Shishing pursed her lips and cruelly exited the chat with Wan Qinyu. She had so much to do that she didn't have time to reply. She needed to check the weather forecast and decide what to wear based on Saturday's weather. She also needed to check the transportation route to the zoo and estimate the travel time to ensure she wasn't late. Besides Su Xinghe, who else would be there? Although she was afraid of strangers, Su Xinghe's classmates were so nice, so she could look forward to it, right? Every weekday at home, Yin Shishing felt like time flew by. It felt like the blink of an eye, and then it was dark, and she had accomplished nothing, wasting her time in vain. If she didn't make some noise, she might even wonder if she was living in a vacuum. But now, time seemed to be passing so slowly. When would Saturday finally arrive? She had never been so impatient. Chapter 290. The sky was clear, and the air was gentle. Today was a perfect day for a trip. Gu Qinghuan had finished her homework a little late last night, so getting up this morning was quite difficult. Seeing her get up, Xiaoxi ran over and used her jeans as a scratching post, confidently begging for food. Gu Qinghuan squatted down, lifted Xiaoxi up, and locked eyes with him. Xiaoxi, I'm your poop scooper, right? Xiaoxi flicked his tail. What was this human talking about? Gu Qinghuan's face was serious. I'm going out to meet other animals today. You have to let them know that I'm your protector, right? Xiaoxi stared at Gu Qinghuan. Why hadn't he freeze-dried it yet? No answer meant tacit consent. Gu Qinghuan decisively buried his face in Xiaoxi's belly and rubbed it. Xiaoxi resisted, stomping on Gu Qinghuan twice with his front paws, but ultimately, unable to do so, he gave up. Gu Qinghuan had enough cat petting, feeling refreshed. She used a lint remover to clean the fur off her clothes, then ate breakfast and headed out. Of course, in return for petting the cat, she gave Xiaoxi a few freeze-dried pills. Maybe it was the good weather, but there were quite a lot of people out and about today. The zoo was quite far from home, so Gu Qinghuan chose to take the subway. The road was filled with clatter and howling wind, and her head was still buzzing when she got off. The appointment was at 8:30, and Gu Qinghuan arrived 15 minutes early. She was just about to check if there were any open shops nearby to buy a drink when she glanced up and her attention was caught by a girl wearing a baseball cap and a mask. Her outfit wasn't particularly striking, but she exuded a certain elegance. Standing there, she looked like a still life painting, and the world seemed to quiet down. Gu Qinghuan walked towards the girl. She noticed her and subconsciously pointed at her mouth, then waved her hand. Okay, now it's basically confirmed. Gu Qinghuan stopped in front of the girl. Hello, are you Yin Shishing? Yin Shishing held his breath and nodded hurriedly. Gu Qinghuan smiled. I'm Gu Qinghuan, monitor of Class 3, where Su Xinghe is. Let's play together today. First troublemaking Team Zhan Zhanchen. Someone's world is falling. Qinyu, tell me more. Zhan Zhanchen, Yin Shishing is clinging to the monitor. Ming Xiaolan, I'm not surprised at all. Qinyu, ha ha ha. Su Xinghe had initially thought the message in the group was a sign of curiosity, but when he pulled out his phone and looked, his nose was twisted with anger. He dropped his phone back into his pocket, muttering to himself, I'm not feeling like the sky's falling. He actually left home quite early, but traffic had kept him there, so he arrived only 10 minutes early. By the time he arrived, Yin Shishing and Gu Qinghuan were already happily chatting. Yin Shishing didn't even need to pull out his phone to type. Although Gu Qinghuan didn't know sign language, she could guess, and she was quite accurate. When she broached a topic, Gu Qinghuan usually had a preset answer, so Yin Shishing could simply choose one and easily express his point. While some people aren't used to this style of conversation and feel uncomfortable being read through, for Yin Shishing, who had some difficulty communicating, it was truly wonderful to have someone so attentive and understanding. After entering the park, there were 2 paths leading to different exhibition halls. Everyone stood in front of the guide board to discuss. Wherever Yin Shishing's gaze lingered, Gu Qinghuan, a frequent visitor, would follow her, explaining the situation. Yin Shishing's cheeks flushed with excitement and joy. Although she couldn't speak, the other 4 didn't ignore her opinions. They always waited for her to express her point of view before discussing a suitable solution. Nor did they blindly indulge her. Even if she felt a little awkward when she was rejected, she wouldn't get angry after properly resolving the issue. Because she could refuse others' requests, especially when she proposed a compromise and the other party agreed after careful consideration, Yin Shishing felt a real sense of accomplishment. She felt like she was walking on clouds all morning, feeling light and carefree, the warmth of the sun on her body and her heart warming. For lunch, everyone found a restaurant within the park. Because there were so many people, they simply packed up and ate outside on the grass. Yin Shishing wasn't a big eater, but she couldn't handle Gu Qinghuan's enthusiastic recommendations for delicious food. Not to mention her, everyone else was also stuffed, and afterward, they lay down on the grass, drowsy. Gu Qinghuan lay on Yin Shishing's left, Zhan Zhanshan on her right. Looking up at the azure sky, she felt relaxed for the first time in ages. She pulled out her phone and typed a long message, too embarrassed to show it, so she handed it to Gu Qinghuan. "I'm so happy. It's so nice to be hanging out with you guys. Actually, when Su Xing had told me you wanted to help me, I thought I was dreaming and even pinched myself. Has Su Xing had told you about my past? It's not a big deal really. I just think it's so magical. When I used to feel pain, I wish reality wasn't real, but this time, I actually felt good about the pain. Because now, I know this is real. I met someone wonderful, and I'm not dreaming. If it were pain like this, I could endure it, no matter how much. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Gu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment, then sat up and shook his head at Yin Shishing. "No, there's something wrong with your thinking." Yin Shishing slowly sat up, looking at her blankly. "Su Xinghe and Ning Fu both told me about your past. Well, I know Ning Fu. After she learned about Su Xinghe's existence, she even asked me about him." Gu Qinghuan said. "First of all, don't think the past is unimportant. It's very important. It's who you are now that you are. You endured so much pain in the past, and didn't give up on your life. You really worked hard, and that's remarkable. Secondly, pain is not good. No matter what the consequences, pain is pain. Don't sugarcoat it. What's worth being proud of is the results of enduring pain, not the pain itself. Achieving these results is all thanks to your own perseverance. So, don't associate happiness with pain, and don't be happy about pain." Gu Qinghuan looked her in the eye intently. "Be happy for yourself. You deserve it." Yin Shishing stared blankly at Gu Qinghuan, only coming to her senses when Gu Qinghuan returned the phone to her. She felt like crying, but her throat was choked by something invisible. Su Xinghe nervously moved over while Gu Qinghuan was mid-sentence, holding a packet of tissues, ready to offer them at any moment. Zhan Zhanshan, relying on his considerable height, turned his back to Yin Shishing, shielding her completely behind him. That way, even if Yin Shishing cried, no one else would see her. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It would surely take some time for Yin Shishing to process Gu Qinghuan's words. But there should be a good outcome, right? Chapter 291. Yin Shishing finally burst into tears, and cried uncontrollably. Although she couldn't utter a word, the odd sound she made, mixed with her tears, made her look even more aggrieved and pitiful. Su Xinghe couldn't bear to watch, so he offered her tissues, and racked his brains for something to cheer her up. Xian couldn't bear it anymore, and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much. Sometimes you just need to let your emotions out to feel better." When Yin Shishing had finished crying, her face was a mess. Everyone realized she'd been wearing makeup, and now all her foundation had come off. Xian took Yin Shishing to the bathroom to wash her face, and Gu Qinghuan handed her a compressed face towel. Zhan Zhanshan was shocked. "Why did you bring compressed face wipes, squad leader? Did you come here just to make her cry?" Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened. "How could I possibly do that? I'm carrying the same bag I brought on my last trip today, and I had these in the inner pocket and forgot to take them out." Zhan Zhanshan looked at Gu Qinghuan's bag. Besides the compressed face wipes, there were also cleansing wipes, band-aids, and a sanitary napkin. Well, it was a lucky serendipity. When Yin Shishing returned, all her makeup gone, he looked much more haggard. "You look like you haven't eaten or rested well," Gu Qinghuan said bluntly. Yin Shishing lowered her head. She knew she looked like a skeleton, so she used makeup to cover it up. "Su Xinghe," Gu Qinghuan called out forcefully. Su Xinghe replied reflexively, "Here. From now on, watch her eat every day, and send her photos of all 3 meals. Okay, you should send her yours too, so we can keep each other in check." Gu Qinghuan began to assign tasks. Su Xinghe was stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstasy. Although the main purpose was to help Yin Shishing recover, the squad leader had also created an opportunity for him to talk with Yin Shishing. Yin Shishing quickly typed on his phone, "No need to bother, I eat well." "It's okay, I don't mind at all." Su Xinghe spoke first. Xian then asked, "What's your height and weight? Are there any allergies or dietary restrictions?" She added, "My sister's mother is a registered dietitian. I can ask her for a recipe." "No need," Zhan Zhanshan waved his hand. "I have a simple solution, meat, eggs, and milk." Everyone started discussing how to quickly strengthen Yin Shishing, which made Yin Shishing want to laugh. She wanted to pinch her cheek again, but her fingers touched her face, which was a little cold from just washing, and she paused. Gu Qinghuan had said not to associate happiness with pain, and she wanted to try to take care of Qinghuan and do what she had said. As long as she didn't doubt herself, as long as she believed she was worthy, she didn't need to verify reality. The result of the discussion was that Su Xinghe would supervise and ensure that Yin Shishing maintained a regular diet and normal intake. Su Xinghe was delighted, but when he met Yin Shishing's gaze, he felt a little uneasy. Well, let's make this a decision, okay? Yin Shishing nodded vigorously and typed on his phone. Thank you for your concern. I try to eat. Just eat normally, John Johnson interrupted. You probably don't enjoy eating much right now. 3 meals a day is good enough to start with. Don't take it so seriously, Gu Qinghuan said. Eating is a truly blissful experience. As Gu Qinghuan began to describe the delicious food she recently tasted, Yu Xian quickly covered her mouth. I haven't digested lunch yet, so stop talking. Being greedy on a full stomach is truly painful. After everyone calmed down, Su Xinghe took care of the trash, and then everyone moved on to other exhibition halls. Perhaps because it was lunchtime, the exhibition halls were much less crowded, allowing everyone to explore at a leisurely pace. Su Xinghe took the time to share this with Team 1 and Team 2, and the reactions from both teams were identical. Team 1, as before, primarily sympathized with Yin Shishing, believing that her being touched by Gu Qinghuan's words meant she could still be saved. In that case, everyone would be happy to grab the hand that had reached out of the quagmire and pull her out. Second troublemaking Team Aining, do you understand the power of our squad leader? Xie Xiangxue, Yin Shishing sounds rather pathetic. Yao Shaili, it's a good thing she's listening to the squad leader, but I'm still staying with Team 2. Jiang Chuchu, after all, I don't know if she continued to fall for Wan Tanyu. Tao Shinxing, lovesickness is a problem. Su Xinghe alone is enough to deal with it. Yuan Wuwei, old Su, keep up the good work. The squad leader has created such great conditions for you. It would be unacceptable if you couldn't defeat that bad guy. Su Xinghe, how could I be lovesick? I'm perfectly normal. At Tao Shinxing Su Xinghe, Ruan Tanyu treats her badly. I won't let Yin Shishing and Ruan Tanyu have any contact again. At Yuan Wuwei, the members of Team 2 all expressed that, while lovesickness can be powerful, just looking at Su Xinghe alone makes them feel uneasy. When Su Xinghe and Yin Shishing start sending each other photos of their meals, Team 2 should pay more attention and act as advisors. In the afternoon, Yin Shishing, Su Xinghe, and the others played until after 3 o'clock before reluctantly leaving the zoo. Gu Qinghuan stretched. After seeing so many animals, I wonder if Xiaoxi will recognize me when I get home. Jima will definitely recognize me. Yu Xian said confidently. Yin Shishing was curious, and Su Xinghe explained, they both have cats at home. Xiaoxi and Jima are their names. Yin Shishing nodded in understanding. She had never had any pets because she knew her own life was a mess, and she didn't want to burden an animal with her hardships. However, seeing Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian chatting animatedly, she felt a little envious. Shouldn't she find something to do? At least that way she has something to talk about with others. She tugged at Su Xinghe's sleeve, but instead of playing the phone, she showed him the text on the screen. Yin Shishing, what are your hobbies? Su Xinghe replied, I like reading and attending lectures on literature and history. It sounded so serious that Yin Shishing immediately felt like backing off. She felt she couldn't do it. Yin Shishing, anything else? Something that's easier to get started. Su Xinghe thought again, writing? When I'm feeling down, I copy calligraphy. It helps lift my spirits. That's great. Yin Shishing perked up. If she just sat at her desk and wrote, she should be able to do it. She was so eager to try, Su Xinghe could tell. He immediately said, then I take you to buy some calligraphy. Yin Shishing nodded quickly. If they bought it now, she could start tonight. Su Xinghe immediately turned around. Class monitor. Got it. Next, we're going to the bookstore to buy some calligraphy, right? Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. I go see if there are any new books I like. After browsing, I can go home for dinner. Su Xinghe was secretly delighted. Great. He would take this opportunity to show off in front of Yin Shishing. Chapter 292. Su Xinghe's desire to showcase himself, or rather, to spread his feathers like a peacock, was ruthlessly crushed. The reason was simple. As soon as the group entered the bookstore, they heard a surprised Xiaoxi. Then, a boy ran straight towards Yin Shishing. If Zhang Zhanshan hadn't reacted quickly and stepped in front of Yin Shishing would have been embraced by the boy. Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian exchanged glances, each with a guess in mind. She took a few steps forward, facing the boy directly. Are you Wan Qingyu? Gu Qinghuan looked at the boy with a scrutinizing gaze. As everyone knew, Wan Qingyu was indeed a striking figure, with fair skin, handsome features, neatly combed hair, and neatly dressed. However, the thought of this guy once assaulting Yin Shixing made Gu Qinghuan feel no favor towards him. Her gaze clearly irritated Wan Qingyu, who became alert. Who are you? Xiaoxi's friends? Yin Shixing stood behind Zhang Shichen. Although blocked from view, she couldn't see Wan Qingyu's face, and she trembled uncontrollably at her voice. Su Xinghe watched her face paled instantly, feeling both distressed and angry. This guy had hurt Yin Shixing so badly, and yet he dared to appear before her. Was he worthy of calling Yin Shixing Xiaoxi? He also stepped forward, his face stern, and said, "We are Yin Shixing's friends." Wan Qingyu then noticed another boy in the group. He frowned, looking Su Xinghe up and down. What? Are you Xiaoxi's new boyfriend? Su Xinghe's expression suddenly darkened. If it were Yin Shixing's friends, like Ning Fu, who misunderstood his relationship with Yin Shixing, he might have denied it outwardly, secretly feeling smug. But Wan Qingyu's words didn't make him happy at all. The tone and demeanor of her voice made it seem as if Yin Shixing needed a boyfriend to be able to walk around like this. He felt Yin Shixing couldn't change for the better on her own. Su Xinghe was about to speak when Gu Qinghuan interrupted him. She said casually, "Please make way. We're going to buy books now." With that, she lifted her foot and headed straight into the bookstore, raising her arm to separate Wan Qingyu from the group. Caught off guard, Wan Qingyu was pushed to the side of the road. Zhang Shichen immediately stood beside her, sticking close to Yin Shixing, protecting her as she walked inside. By the time Wan Qingyu realized what was happening, she could only see Yin Shixing's back. He wanted to chase after her, but the curious glances from the people around him prevented him from moving. He could only stand there stiffly for a moment before turning away angrily. After turning a corner and confirming that Wan Qingyu hadn't followed, Yin Shixing felt as if all his strength had gone out of him, and he slumped down. Thankfully, Zhang Shichen was prepared and grabbed her, pulling her to a chair in the nearby reading area. Yin Shixing's hands were shaking. Yu Xian held hers, and found them very cold. She wanted to go get a hot drink, but Yin Shixing held her hand tightly, so she had no choice but to stay with him. Would you like something hot? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yin Shixing didn't hear her the first time, so Gu Qinghuan patiently asked a second time. This time, Yin Shixing responded, shaking her head stiffly. She subconsciously wanted to say, "No thanks," but opened her mouth only to realize she couldn't make a sound. Gu Qinghuan didn't force her, simply saying, "Then don't drink. Once you rested, we can continue studying calligraphy." Yin Shixing was momentarily dazed. Why could she say it so easily? She had just run into Wan Qingyu. She hadn't even replied to Wan Qingyu's messages, so why had they run into each other so serendipitously? It was as if fate had destined them to be together. She clearly didn't want to. Yin Shixing's train of thought paused. Wait now. Wan Qingyu isn't here either? She hadn't done anything. Gu Qinghuan had simply confirmed Wan Qingyu's identity and told him to move aside. And then, that was it? So, was it really that easy to just not want to see Wan Qingyu? Yin Shixing looked up in shock, feeling as if she had entered another world. She let go of Yu Xian's hand, pulled out her phone, and slowly typed, "Facing Tenyu." She paused, deleted 2 words, and retyped. "When facing Wan Tenyu, how can I be like you and not take him seriously? Because I really don't take him seriously." Gu Qinghuan smiled. "You can do it too. It's very simple." "Is it very simple?" Yin Shixing was even more bewildered. "For example, what should we do now? Go buy calligraphy, right?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Yin Shixing nodded. Running into him was just a coincidence. "So do you want to run into him?" Gu Qinghuan asked again. Yin Shixing hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook her head. Gu Qinghuan clapped her hands. "That's it, isn't it? Since we don't want to run into him, and we have things to do, we should just act to achieve our goals and not waver for him. Is that so? Is it really that simple?" Yin Shixing was a little unsure, but after thinking about it along Gu Qinghuan's lines, it seemed right. Meeting Wan Qingyu was unplanned, and she didn't want to add it to her schedule. So just rule it out. Yin Shixing clenched her phone, about to call something, but Gu Qinghuan spoke first. "Are you asking what to do if he continues to pester you?" Yin Shixing nodded again, this time with a hint of urgency. This time, Gu Qinghuan didn't answer her directly, but instead pulled her to her feet. Yin Shishing then realized that she had stopped shaking at some point. Rather than answering that question, let's choose a calligraphy copybook first. After all, we still have to be home for dinner on time, Gu Qinghuan said with a smile. Don't forget to take a picture of tonight's dinner and send it to Su Xinghe. We'd be watching you. The process of choosing a calligraphy copybook wasn't easy. Yin Shishing was hesitant, as she found every copybook beautiful. Yu Xian understood her hesitation. When she was practicing calligraphy, she also thought this one was beautiful, and that one was beautiful, wanting to try them all. In the end, she bought a copy of Lu Zhongnan's small regular script. Yin Shishing found it upright and comfortable to look at. She happily prepared to go home, clutching the bag containing the introductory tutorial and flashcards. As she got into the car driven by her family's bodyguard, she remembered her earlier question. She suddenly became anxious and waved at Gu Qinghuan through the car window. Gu Qinghuan held her hand. Although she knew what Yin Shishing was about to say, she simply smiled and asked, "Are you happy today?" Yin Shishing paused, but chose to answer Gu Qinghuan's question first. Seeing Yin Shishing nod, Gu Qinghuan asked again, "Is there anything you want to do after you get home?" Yes, she wanted to have dinner, she said to Su Xinghe. After dinner, she wanted to practice the calligraphy she had just bought. Oh, and to practice calligraphy, she needed a desk. She hadn't cleaned it in a while, and there was a lot of clutter on it. She needed to sort it out. Just by watching her thinking, Gu Qinghuan knew Yin Shishing had a lot to do. She patted Yin Shishing's hand, still smiling. "This is fine. He's clinging to you. It's his choice. It has nothing to do with you. You have your own choices. Wouldn't it be happier and more meaningful to complete your own goals and plans instead of letting his emotions dictate your behavior? Believe in yourself. You can do it." Chapter 293. The first troublemaking squad. Ming Xiaolan. The day is over. What's the result? Su Xinghe. Picture Su Xinghe. Yin Shishing had a black pepper cheese chicken croissant tonight. Lin Julu. Oh no, he's in love. Fan Ziran. Never mind him. Where are the class monitor and the student council? Gu Qinghuan. This looks delicious. I make one next time. Qin Yu. It's over. Forget about this one. Yu Xian. What do you mean by it? It was all thanks to Qinghuan today. She's the MVP. Zhang Zhanshan. Indeed, the class monitor status is still rising. Yu Xian and Zhang Zhanshan recounted their experiences today, and everyone in Team 1 sighed with emotion. Shi Guanghui. It's good that she listened to the class monitor. Lin Julu. That Wan Qinyu. I don't even want to talk about her. She's disgusting. Yu Xian. Judging from Yin Shishing's reaction when she met him, I think she's actually quite afraid of him. Fan Ziran. After all, he was the one who hit me. Yu Xian. In this situation, would Yin Shishing really accept him? Qin Yu. Didn't Su Xinghe say before? He keeps messaging Yin Shishing. We can't see each other through the phone, so if we just read the texts, as long as we're sincere, it really can wear away the stone and earn forgiveness, right? Shi Guanghui. But suddenly seeing him in person without any preparation is too much of a shock. Lin Julu. Indeed, to put it simply, the scar hasn't healed yet, and the wound has reopened. Su Xinghe. It seems like a race against time. Yu Xian. I think if we hadn't arranged for Yin Shishing to hang out on Saturday, keeping her distracted from Wan Qinyu this week, she might have been persuaded by Wan Qinyu to get back together with him. Zhang Zhanshan. That sounds like a real horror story. Gu Qinghuan watched the discussion in the group chat and raised an eyebrow. System, are you there? The system knew what she was going to ask the moment she opened her mouth and dutifully narrated. Originally, Yin Shishing and Wan Qinyu were going to the bookstore together today. This almost became a horror story, and Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but rub his arms. Unfortunately, she was the only one who knew about this horror story that would never happen. The system flipped through the database. Although Su Xinghe's initial progress was less than 25%, after this week, he had already reached approximately 40%. Everyone in Class 3 was a target for the task. This was a rare occurrence, and one important reason for this was the mutual influence among students. Take Xie Xianxue, for example. In her most desperate situation, if Yu Xian had recognized Lin Xiaoxue and told her, then at least when Yan Zhenqing first came to her, Xie Xianxue would have been able to explain herself promptly and gain more support. The same applies to Su Xinghe's current task. The long-standing teamwork ensured that when Su Xinghe was spotted truanting, they didn't ignore him, but instead took the initiative to understand the situation. Su Xinghe also realized his mistake, apologized to teacher Lu, and asked for help. Without this group bond, Su Xinghe, after being caught truanting, would have refused to open up to his classmates out of shame, let alone seek help. The situation will only get worse, ultimately leading to the most hopeless fate. The system thought, although this solution may seem bland and uneventful, it's still good. It's not that everyone lacks understanding of suffering, it's just that everyone has become more outstanding and knows how to face it. As expected, our own host is the best. The system became more energetic and continued diligently observing the data. Gu Qinghuan saw that Team 1 was having a lively discussion and switched the chat to Team 2. Unlike Team 1, Team 2's primary support was Su Xinghe, so the atmosphere was completely different. Su Xinghe, taking the easy way out, simply forwarded the chat log about today's experience. Of course, he didn't forget to forward the picture of Yin Xixing's dinner. Second troublemaker Team Yao Shaili. I feel like Su Xinghe is hopeless. Ai Ning, I agree. Yuan Wuwei, I give up. I'm going to rip his love brain out. Tao Xinxing, no, wait until he's heartbroken. Lian Fenghe, Xin Jianwei, you didn't let him off either. Jiang Chu, to be precise, he's just unrequited and secretly in love with Yin Xixing right now. Xie Xiangxue, the Discipline Inspection Commission's actions are even more heartbreaking. Su Xinghe, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yao Shaili, nothing. I just think you're a little too obsessed. Su Xinghe, I didn't mean to disturb her. How could I possibly confess to her when she's still recovering from the trauma? It's clear that Su Xinghe no longer hides his feelings for her. Xie Xiangxue, so once she's completely over Wan Qinyu and overcomes the trauma, will you confess? Su Xinghe remained silent. No one knew if he was shy or hesitant, so they simply ignored him. Yao Shaili, to be fair, Su Xinghe is indeed very restrained. He prioritizes Yin Xixing's well-being over his own feelings. Jiang Chu, that's a good thing. He's not completely blinded by his feelings. Ai Ning, but how long can he last like this? Yuan Wuwei, old Su, when are you going to confess? At Su Xinghe, confessions, right? At least we have to wait until she's open to new relationships, right? Su Xinghe, also, well, I haven't made any plans for my future yet. I'm still undecided about what career to pursue, and I can't guarantee my financial security yet. Xin Jianwei, Stun.jpg Tao Xinxing, should we kick him out? Yao Shaili, class monitor. Kick him out. At Gu Qinghuan, ha ha ha. Gu Qinghuan, I have to say, Su Xinghe, this is putting too much pressure on girls. Su Xinghe, is that so? Jiang Chu, yes. Yao Shaili, yes. Xie Xiangxue, you're quite responsible actually. It's just that you're thinking too soon. Xin Jianwei, I stay away from him. Su Xinghe, I delete my future plans. Gu Qinghuan, it's okay to keep them. When you like someone, you just fantasize about your future together. Gu Qinghuan, even if she truly accepts your feelings, that doesn't mean she has to shoulder the responsibility of your life. Gu Qinghuan, would you be happy to be included in someone else's life plan without your permission? Su Xinghe, no. Su Xinghe, I understand where I went wrong. Thanks for reminding me, class monitor. I control my emotions. Gu Qinghuan, how can I control these emotions? Just focus on the present. Jiang Chu, that's right. Don't worry about the future. Live the present. Yao Shaili, that's right. Don't just focus on your secret crush. Study hard too. Ai Ning, if you want to be liked, you need to polish yourself. Otherwise, why would anyone like you? Gu Qinghuan fell silent as everyone discussed Su Xinghe's transformation plan. Team 2 is quite clear-headed. They surely help Su Xinghe's love brain grow and stop being so foolish. The system looked at Gu Qinghuan and stroked its chin. What are you thinking, host? Gu Qinghuan withdrew his hand. I'm thinking, if two love brain people were headed in the same direction, maybe they'd be quite happy. System, is this a case of two negatives equaling a positive? Chapter 294. At 7 in the morning, Yin Xixing struggled to open her eyes at the urging of the alarm clock. She had slept late the previous night, concentrating on calligraphy practice, so it made sense for her to sleep in a little longer this morning. But remembering her promise to eat well every day, she still managed to get out of bed. After a quick wash and tidying up, she tiptoed out of the bedroom. Her mother, Hu Junting, was already sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast. Seeing her coming down from upstairs, Hu Junting was startled, her expression becoming a little reserved. Yin Xixing knew what she was worried about. Ever since she took leave of absence and returned home, she hadn't eaten with either her mother, Hu Junting, or her father, Yin Xinsong, for a long time. When Ning Fu had caused such a fuss, Hu Junting and Yin Xinsong had finally learned what she had been through at school, and they were shocked and remorseful. Yin Shishing didn't know if they truly cared about her. After all, since her grandmother's passing, she hadn't felt any family affection in all those years. At this point, the very existence of family affection was incomprehensible to her. It might be more plausible to say that her actions had brought shame upon the Yin family, and that the two men, out of self-respect, were trying to win her back. This explanation was even more plausible. Yin Shishing sat down at a corner of the dining table. The nanny, surprised, hurriedly brought breakfast. "Miss, you're up so early today." Breakfast was a simple bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Yin Shishing had little interest in the food and simply ate whatever was served. But she still remembered that the lunch she had at the zoo yesterday seemed even more delicious. She took a photo of the porridge and sent it to Su Xinghe, then put down her phone and slowly began to eat. The table was quiet, broken only by the occasional clink of spoon and bowl. "Next time, I just have the nanny bring all 3 meals to my room," Yin Shishing thought, eating with her mother. It was really hard to swallow. She forced herself to finish a bowl of porridge and was about to get up to leave when she heard Hu Junting hesitantly say yesterday. "You went out?" Yin Shishing sat back down in her chair, lowered her head, and spoke into her phone. "Yes." "Where did you go?" Hu Junting asked. "I went to the zoo with a friend," Yin Shishing replied. Hu Junting wanted to ask who the friend was, but the bodyguard's report from yesterday revealed that of the 4 people there, only one was a boy, and he wasn't Wan Qinyu. Although she hadn't yet found out who those 4 people were, the bodyguard said they were very friendly to Yin Shishing, and one of the girls even said quite a few words to him before leaving. The bodyguard offered a rare comment. "Kids these days have really high emotional intelligence." It's so comforting to hear that. Hu Junting also felt that it was a good thing for Yin Shishing to spend more time with others and outside, which would be beneficial to her mental health. Didn't everyone get up on time for breakfast today? After all, a regular diet is always good. She opened her mouth, but didn't ask about Yin Shishing's friend status. She simply said, "If you need pocket money, just tell Mom." Yin Shishing didn't use her phone this time. He simply nodded obediently. Sitting down was pointless, so Yin Shishing tentatively stood up. After confirming that Hu Junting had no intention of questioning her further, she nodded to him, indicating that she was going back to her room, and turned to leave. Watching Yin Shishing's back disappear from his sight, Hu Junting let out a long sigh. She finished breakfast and stood up to go to the company. Just as she reached the front door, it opened and Yin Xinsong, still a little hungover, walked in. Seeing Hu Junting, Yin Xinsong frowned, but obediently stepped aside to make way. Hu Junting had been about to leave, but when he reached him, he couldn't help but stop. Shishing got up this morning for breakfast and just returned to her room. "You should keep an eye on her this morning, too." "Oh," Yin Xinsong replied, and Hu Junting left. After Hu Junting left, Yin Xinsong lay down on the sofa and asked the kitchen to pour him a cup of hot water. After drinking it, he closed his eyes and took a nap. His marriage to Hu Junting was purely his mother's idea. He had known Hu Junting since childhood because of their financial support. However, compared to Hu Junting, he had absolutely no ability to manage a company, not to mention his previous test scores. So, he never really liked Hu Junting, preferring to treat her as a sister. But his mother felt that this alone wasn't enough, only a marriage bond would be secure. Around that time, his mother fell seriously ill, and the couple married to give the elderly woman peace of mind. In fact, they had already agreed to live their separate lives. Hu Junting would hold the reins of the company, but he wouldn't touch it, living comfortably on the company's dividends. Unexpectedly, they conceived after just a few tries during their honeymoon. When Yin Shishing gave birth, they breathed a sigh of relief, feeling they had finally given their parents a sense of security. Their marriage was now a formality. Neither of them had much interest in sex, and when they did, they each sought someone else. Hu Junting would ask for medication, and Yin Xinsong had a sterilization herself, so nothing was ever made public. If the old man hadn't passed away, the two of them would have almost forgotten they had a child. He and Hu Junting weren't good parents, Yin Xinsong knew that, but seeing their blood-related child tortured into that state was truly heartbreaking. It wasn't so much guilt towards their daughter, as it was their own guilty conscience. So now, they just hoped Yin Shishing would recover quickly, so they could have a heart-to-heart talk. But what were they supposed to talk about? Your parents are just like that. It's impossible for them to get any affection from us. Yin Xinsong felt a headache, but he finally gave up. Bad people are just so heartless. Meanwhile, in the room, Yin Shishing also received a reply from Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe, You're up so early on a weekend. I admire you. In Shishing, you haven't gotten up yet? Su Xinghe, just got up. I go see what we have for breakfast. Su Xinghe, all my family also made preserved egg and lean pork congee this morning. What a coincidence. Su Xinghe's romantic thoughts were stirring again, but remembering what Team 2 had said last night, he tried to control his thoughts. At least, he wouldn't show his feelings too obviously. He didn't want to put pressure on In Shishing. In Shishing frowned. It was indeed a coincidence that his friend and he had the same breakfast. It was a kind of a world apart, feels like a neighborhood, right? After Su Xinghe finished breakfast, In Shishing showed him the results of her calligraphy practice last night. Her initial writing was actually quite ordinary, but Su Xinghe said that everything is difficult at the beginning, and everyone is like that. In Shishing felt relieved and didn't feel anxious. Su Xinghe, by the way, you said you wanted to continue your studies. Have you made up your mind yet? In Shishing, yes, I want to continue high school. Although she was a year late, even if she got into Mingda, she would still be in her first year of high school. However, Gu Qinghuan and the others' words gave In Shishing courage. She had to take the step. There was no need to be afraid, she could do it. Su Xinghe, okay. Do you need help with the high school entrance exam? I can tutor you in Chinese. Our student council is even more capable. That's Yu Xian from yesterday. She's in the top 3 in our grade. Reading the text from Su Xinghe, In Shishing couldn't help but smile as she gripped her phone. She could feel herself pushing open a heavy door. She didn't know what lay beyond it, but she saw light. She wanted to stand in it. Chapter 295. Upon learning that In Shishing was planning to take the high school entrance exam, the students in Class 3, regardless of their team, all thought it was a good thing. The students in Team 3 also learned about Saturday's event through Song Yi. Or more accurately, Ai Ning, who was close to Song Yi. Since Yu Yuan, Song Yi had deeply experienced the joy of teaching students. Upon learning that Wan Qinyu was still pestering In Shishing, he was incredibly excited. Want me to teach her a few tricks? I got the experience. Song Yi beamed with pride. No, Yu Yuan was at least healthy back then, but In Shishing simply doesn't have the stamina to exercise. Let's wait and see. John Johnson shook his head. Song Yi could only regretfully give up, but he repeatedly reminded Su Xinghe that if In Shishing needed anything in the way, he could contact him. By the way, the high school entrance exam is only a month away. Is it still too late for her to prepare? Ji Tian asked with a smile. While the biggest barriers to admission to Mingda are tuition and family background, it's not just about wealth and influence, you need to meet a certain score requirement. In Shishing has already taken a year off. Can she still pick up her test-taking skills and get a high enough score to get into Mingda? Su Xinghe scratched his head. I heard her grades were okay before. After all, In Shishing rarely interacted with others and had few hobbies, so naturally, the only thing she could do was study. On the other hand, the Yin family's now-deceased grandmother also placed great importance on grades, so In Shishing had been diligent in his studies since elementary school. Just taking a year off was hard to say, and Su Xinghe wasn't sure. So do you need your high school entrance exam review notes? Yu Xian asked. I think I find them if I look through your luggage. Su Xinghe grabbed the table with his head. Thank you very much. Team 1 students would help Su Xinghe tutor In Shishing, while Team 2 would keep a close eye on Su Xinghe, preventing him from focusing too much on In Shishing and causing his own grades to drop. As for Team 3, well, coincidentally, everyone in Team 3 wasn't doing very well, so they just needed to focus on themselves. A month flies by when you're really busy with exams. This year, Mingda's final exams and In Shishing's high school entrance exam overlapped, but Mingda's finished a day earlier. For Su Xinghe, this was perfectly fine. He was full of energy and prepared to pick up In Shishing after the exam. Qinyu looked at him with dismay. You're just like her parent. Su Xinghe immediately rejected the idea. What parent? I'm not a parent, I'm her friend. For this final exam, Gu Qinghuan and Shen Jianwei were in the same exam room. Shen Jianwei was used to checking answers with someone after the exam, but for Gu Qinghuan, this was terrifying. So, as soon as she finished her exam, she rushed out of the classroom. Seeing Qinyu and Su Xinghe arguing, she immediately ran over, relieved. What's wrong? What are you talking about? Gu Qinghuan asked quickly. Qinyu pouted at Su Xinghe. It's about him. Old Su is planning to pick up In Shishing for the high school entrance exam. Won't her family be picking her up? Gu Qinghuan asked. I heard her say that while her family is surprised she's taking the high school entrance exam, her mother is away on a business trip, and her father probably won't care, so no one will be picking her up. Su Xinghe replied. Then go pick her up, Gu Qinghuan said. She'd probably be very happy. Yin Shixing was naturally love-starved and affection-craving. Her emotional needs were even greater than those of her peers, yet her parents couldn't provide them. Under these circumstances, if no one came to pick her up during the high school entrance exam, wouldn't she be heartbroken seeing other children being picked up by their parents while she was left all alone? With Gu Qinghuan's support, Su Xinghe felt more confident. Look, the class monitor said so. What? Ming Xiaolan also came over. We're discussing picking up Yin Shixing for the exam, Gu Qinghuan said. Ming Xiaolan understood. Then count me in. Su Xinghe's smile froze. Huh? Just then, Yu Xian came over. Why are you all gathered together? Ming Xiaolan explained. Isn't Yin Shixing's high school entrance exam tomorrow? Everyone's going to pick her up. Then I go too. I see if my notes are useful. Yu Xian nodded. Su Xinghe's heart was dead. That being said, it's a good thing that so many people are willing to go pick up Yin Shixing. For Yin Shixing, seeing so many people supporting her and accompanying her must be very satisfying, right? So, Su Xinghe could only shed a tear in silence as he actively prepared to pick her up. As it turned out, the students in Class 3, fresh off their final exams, were like wild beasts, rushing out faster than anyone else at the slightest whiff of melon. Su Xinghe couldn't keep count. Why are they all going? Tao Xinqing said confidently. Can't they just go meet their future schoolmates? Qin Yu, eager to see the fun, suggested to Jiang Chu. Do you think we should put up a banner saying something like wishing Yin Shixing good results in the high school entrance exam? Jiang Chu looked at him with an indescribable expression. If it were me, I want to break up with you. That's you. Maybe Yin Shixing would really like you? Qin Yu argued confidently. Murong Tianjiao then asked Su Xinghe, does Yin Shixing have a favorite anime or game character? It's all the rage these days to hire someone to cosplay as their favorite character. I can do that. Su Xinghe deadpanned. No, just give up. What's wrong with the girls in Class 3? Each one is more talented than the other. He never get a chance to show up at this rate. Finally, the group of students arrived at Yin Shixing's high school entrance exam site in a grand procession. Lian Feng has stepped in and prepared a flower with a beautiful meaning for each team member to be given to Yin Shixing in turn. Since the team, including Gu Qinghuan, only had 9 people, everyone felt it would be best to have a perfect number. Sure, Guangwei had to take the photos, so she added Murong Tianjiao and Ouyang Wuxuang instead. What a huge scene! Jiang Chu held her forehead. I feel like we're going to be interviewed. What's there to be afraid of? We have the class monitor up front. Ji Tianxiao was very calm. The last time we asked the class monitor for an interview, Li got his words interrupted. It's better to worry about the reporter getting humiliated. Jiang Chu thought about it, and, if things didn't work out, she just pushed Qin Yu to the front. Qin Yu? Question mark. Although everyone was out of uniform after the final exams, and had their summer vacation, they were clearly students, and their gathering was quite conspicuous. A parent nearby asked curiously, are you kids here to pick up the high school students too? Yes, we're here to pick up our future junior schoolmates. Yu Xian was very calm. Yin Shixing had asked Yu Xian a lot of questions during her exam preparation, so she had a rough idea of her level. As long as she performed normally, she should be able to successfully enroll in Mingda. Which school are you from? The parents' curiosity grew even stronger. We're students from Mingda, Yu Xian replied. The parents, listening intently, were suddenly startled. Mingda? That Mingda? Watching the bustling crowd around them, Bao Qingsong pulled some sunflower seeds from his pocket and, cracking them, said to Ai Ning beside him, I guarantee this will be a very memorable day for Yin Shixing. Ai Ning didn't reply, and Bao Qingsong was just beginning to wonder when she hesitantly said, by the way, that person's banner seems to have Yin Shixing's name written on it. Bao Qingsong looked in the direction Ai Ning pointed. He put away the sunflower seeds, turned, and rushed to Gu Qinghuan, class monitor. Something terrible has happened. Ruan Tanyu is here. Chapter 296. As the head of intelligence, Bao Qingsong naturally knew what Ruan Tanyu looked like. He had also posted Ruan Tanyu's photo in the group, but Ai Ning hadn't glanced at it much and didn't dare confirm it yet. Bao Qingsong was different. How could he not remember the information he looked up? He immediately recognized Ruan Tanyu as the person holding the banner with Yin Shixing's name on it. When Bao Qingsong said Ruan Tanyu had arrived, Su Xinghe's face changed. How did he get here? Jiang Chu looked at Su Xinghe. Are Yin Shixing and Ruan Tanyu still in touch? Su Xinghe immediately shook his head. No, She told me that Juan Tanyu's constant messages were disrupting her studies, so she deleted him and never added him again. Or maybe she posted on WeChat moments about taking the high school entrance exam, and someone saw it and told him. Yao Shaili speculated. She didn't post it. She said that the other students were already in high school, but she took a year off, so she was embarrassed to publicize it. Su Xing had denied it again. Everyone was puzzled. How on earth did Wan Qinyu know this? Not to mention there were several high school entrance exam test sites. How did he lock onto this one? Gu Qinghuan clapped his hands. Alright, let's not worry about the cause for now. Let's solve the problem first. Today is a good day for Yin Shixing to finish his high school entrance exams. Meeting Wan Qinyu at this time would be a real dampener. So, drag him away. Gu Qinghuan made the final decision. The civets. What a simple, crude, yet effective method. Song Yi was full of energy. I go right away. With so many of us, it's obvious if we act together. Let's just pick a few people, and go one by one, so as not to attract the attention of the surrounding parents. Gu Qinghuan said. Jiang Chuchu said, count me in. If he dares to make trouble, I move my family out to suppress him. Bastards, what a bully. However, this method might be quite effective against Wan Tanyu, so Gu Qinghuan simply agreed. Song Yi was responsible for suppressing her with force, so naturally he was included. Yao Shaili also signed up. How did he know Yin Shixing was taking the high school entrance exam here today? I want to see if I can find out. Gu Qinghuan wanted to go, but Jiang Chuchu stopped him. He's seen you before, and he might be wary of you. Don't go. Jiang Chuchu's point made sense, so Gu Qinghuan gave up and only urged Jiang Chuchu to be cautious. Tao Xinqing raised his hand. Add me in. I'm quite intimidating in terms of height. He was 1.82 meters tall. Gu Qinghuan had previously estimated Wan Tanyu's height to be around 1.75 meters, certainly shorter than Tao Xinqing. Okay, Yao Shaili will go ahead and get some information, keep him safe, and then Song Yi and Tao Xinqing will take him away. Chuchu, you're the boss, so go last. Gu Qinghuan made all the arrangements in one go. Jiang Chuchu, pleased with her boss status, said, let's do it this way. Wan Qinyu had no idea what was about to happen. He was fidgeting with his banner, wondering if he should wear a hat. There was still half an hour until the end of the high school entrance exam. Why not go sit in a nearby milk tea shop? A window seat would offer a view of the school gate. Knowing Yin Shixing, she wouldn't have handed in her paper early. She was standing there just to get a front row seat that would attract attention. He planned to use the high school entrance exam as an opportunity to reaffirm his devotion to Yin Shixing. She said before that she envied other children who had families to pick them up after exams, but she was different, always going home alone. Now he was coming to pick her up, even custom making a banner with her name on it. Yin Shixing would probably be touched and reconcile with him, right? As Wan Qinyu was thinking this, a girl suddenly approached, curiously examining his banner and then looking at him. Are you here to pick up your sister or brother? Wan Qinyu shook his head. No, I'm here to pick up my girlfriend. The girl was stunned, then looked at him a few more times, suspiciously asking, to pick up your girlfriend? Why isn't there even a bouquet of flowers? Wan Qinyu froze. When he and Yin Shixing first started dating, before any holidays had even begun, his family was in trouble. Not only was he broke, but if junior high wasn't compulsory, he wouldn't have been able to afford his education. That said, only tuition was waived. Wan Qinyu had to find ways to cover miscellaneous expenses, like meals and supplementary materials. In these circumstances, let alone giving Yin Shixing an anniversary gift, Wan Qinyu sometimes struggled financially and had to rely on him for support. At first, when the two of them went out together and saw a roadside flower stall, Wan Qinyu would feel the money in her pocket, calculate the balance, and buy a flower to give to Yin Shixing. She was pleasantly surprised to receive it, but her joy only lasted a moment before she would anxiously say, next time, don't give it to me. Save the money and spend it somewhere else. Over time, Wan Qinyu no longer thought about giving Yin Shixing flowers, just like now. Faced with the girl's question, Wan Qinyu could only awkwardly explain, actually, I bought flowers on the way, but they got crushed while I was riding in the car. Then let's go buy another bouquet. The girl pointed to a nearby flower shop. Isn't there a flower shop over there? Having come to this, Wan Qinyu could only sullenly put away his banner, turned away from the front of the welcoming line, and headed towards the flower shop. However, as soon as he stepped out of the crowd, a much taller boy pressed his shoulder. Are you Wan Qinyu? Wan Qinyu shuddered reflexively. That's what those boys had done when he was bullied before. Pretending to be close friends, they'd put their arms around his shoulders and drag him along. Even if they met a teacher, this gesture wouldn't seem suspicious. Once they were in a secluded corner, it was time for him to suffer. Logic told him that those people hadn't contacted him in almost a year and couldn't possibly be here. Yet, his calves couldn't help but tremble slightly. He raised his head and looked at the boy beside him. It was a strange face. Wan Qingyu was certain he had never seen him before. They shouldn't be accomplices of those guys back then, right? Wan Qingyu calmed down a bit. What's going on? The other person didn't answer him, but pointed toward a deserted alleyway. Let's talk over there. Wan Qingyu immediately became extremely alert. What's going on? Aren't you leaving yet? A voice interrupted, and another boy approached. Judging by the way they interacted, Wan Qingyu knew they were together. Wan Qingyu swallowed, knowing she couldn't escape, and finally followed them into the alley. Tao Xinqing was a little surprised. I thought he was going to make a scene, but he's actually quite quiet. Song Yi looked at Wan Qingyu, whose back was pressed against the wall. He seems quite familiar with this situation. Yao Shaili arrived first. Didn't he say he was bullied before? Maybe it's a habit he developed back then? For Wan Qingyu, the conversation between Yao Shaili and the others only made him more nervous. Wasn't this the girl who had just sent him away? Was she doing this on purpose? Did these people know about his past? Did they really come looking for him specifically? He thought rapidly. Since they were talking about the past, it must be someone who knew about his past. Could it be because of Yin Shixing again? He immediately shouted, I was lying. Yin Shixing is not my girlfriend. We'd broken up. Jiang Chuchu had just walked over when she heard Wan Qingyu's words. She felt a pang of uncertainty. Is this flexible? Chapter 297. What kind of flexibility is that? You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it. Yao Shaili rolled her eyes. Wan Qingyu's words, now abruptly speaking, took on a more celibate air. I already said, Yin Shixing and I are done. Can you let me go? Song Yi was speechless. If that's the case, why did you come to her? Yao Shaili didn't want to hear any more nonsense and asked directly. Tell me, how did you know Yin Shixing was taking the high school entrance exam? And how could you even locate this exam room? Wan Qingyu's eyes wandered, and Song Yi, a little impatient, wanted to take action, but Jiang Chuchu held him back. She thought for a moment, then signaled Song Yi and Tao Xinqing to hold Wan Qingyu down, one on each side. She then dug into Wan Qingyu's pocket and pulled out her phone. She had initially wondered if she'd have to ask for her password, but when she saw facial recognition, she happily pinched Wan Qingyu's chin and unlocked the phone. Tao Xinqing whispered, Do we look like movie villains now? Song Yi nodded. More than just villains, we looked like villains from a crime film. Yao Shaili held her forehead, feeling like she shouldn't have been here. Jiang Chuchu flipped through her WeChat and quickly found the answer. She looked at Wan Qingyu with a puzzled expression. It's not a particularly clever trick. I even think Yin Shixing is solely responsible for its success. Yao Shaili took the phone in surprise, examined it for a few moments, and also felt hopeless. This trick really works? Simply put, Wan Qingyu had a secondary account with the official WeChat file transfer assistant avatar. Yin Shixing seemed to use the file transfer assistant like a reminder. Wan Qingyu could see all the messages he sent her, including the schedule for the high school entrance exam. Jiang Chuchu flipped through the schedule and found the previous trip to the zoo. She wondered why she hadn't run into Wan Qingyu there. I remember something happened before. We can't change the name to file transfer assistant, right? Tao Xinqing also found this outrageous. Look at his name. It's not file transfer assistant, which means the problem lies with Yin Shixing. Yao Shaili took out her phone and tried. Although I can't change my own name to file transfer assistant, I can change the notes of other people's accounts to file transfer assistant. Song Yi suddenly realized, I get it. He used Yin Shixing's phone to change the notes on his secondary account, disguising himself as file transfer assistant, stealing Yin Shixing's information. After all, they were once a couple. Wan Qingyu had plenty of opportunities to access and use Yin Shixing's phone and knew her habits. And if he uses it frequently, Yin Shixing is more likely to search directly on the main screen instead of searching for file transfer assistant in the search bar. And he never find it, Tao Xinqing said. This tactic might sound outrageous, but the fact it's been around for so long suggests it's quite effective. Yao Shaili felt irritated. It's a habit only familiar people would know about, and it's because I trusted him that his phone was taken and the notes were changed. In the end, the trust and love he once gave me turned into a weapon to hurt me. How ironic. One more thing, Jiang Chuchu tossed her phone, When did he add Yin Shishing to his secondary account? At least before she dropped out of school. What's his secret plan for doing this? Song Yi's expression was grim, and he tightened his grip on Ruan Tanyu. Tell the truth. Ruan Qinyu felt pain and hurriedly said, I didn't plan to do anything. I just knew she was using the file transfer assistant as a diary, and I was curious about how she viewed me, so even if you and she were still a couple at the time, this is her privacy. Tao Xinqing also used some force, his tone very unhappy. This guy is so disrespectful. Song Yi suggested seriously, why don't we beat him up? I can remove his jaw, so he can't ask for help. The other three looked at him in surprise. Isn't this too harsh? Ruan Qinyu trembled at the thought. No, don't do that. I promise I will never appear in front of Yin Shishing again. Let me go. Removing the jaw and beating him is fine. Jiang Chuchu shook her head. That's too violent. And I feel like if we do that, this guy will have a good excuse to retaliate against us. Ruan Qinyu, who was begging for mercy, froze. Song Yi keenly grasped his movements and narrowed his eyes. You really have that idea? Yao Shaili covered her face. She couldn't take it anymore. She felt like she was really going to be the villain. Jiang Chuchu asked, let's talk for a minute. Why do you want to get back together with Yin Shishing? Do you think what you did can be forgiven? Ruan Qinyu stiffened her neck and said, she already forgave me. She's always forgiven me before. Tao Xinqing rolled up his sleeves. Let me give him a few smacks first. I heard hitting him through a book won't leave marks. Jiang Chuchu glanced at Tao Xinqing, who succumbed to the authority of the Discipline Inspection Commission and obediently lowered his sleeves. Stop being so unreasonable. I'm asking about your intentions. Jiang Chuchu folded her arms and said coldly, I heard your family is rich now. Instead of getting back together, you should be able to find someone else, right? Of course, this is just from a material perspective. With Ruan Qinyu's personality, it's best not to cause trouble for anyone. Ruan Qinyu remained silent. Song Yi twisted her arm, and the pain made her quiet down. My past, everyone in high school knows about it. As for your past, anyone can find out about it with just a little research. Song Yi sighed. So no one wants to get close to you, and you can only turn to Yin Shishing? Yao Shaili speculated. Yeah. Ruan Qinyu's eyes were a little evasive. Jiang Chuchu narrowed her eyes. If you're hiding something, it won't be so easy next time I catch you. Just so you know, my last name is Jiang, the Jiang from Yongchang Group. Yao Shaili, where does that villainous tone come from? The Yongchang Group's reputation clearly intimidated Ruan Qinyu. He gave up struggling and, after a moment's hesitation, said, I want to get back together first, then break up peacefully. Then people will think I admitted my mistakes and changed, and it won't affect my chances of finding someone else. Song Yi and Tao Xinqing exchanged glances and said in unison, let's beat him up. Jiang Chuchu was also a little overwhelmed. Although Wei Xiao had been disgusting before, Ruan Qinyu's disgust was completely different. Well, Ruan Qinyu might not be as harmful as Wei Xiao, but she was truly too despicable. Yao Shaili waved her hand feebly. I can't stand it anymore. I should have asked the squad leader to come. Jiang Chuchu stopped Song Yi and Tao Xinqing, asking them to release their hands. She stared at Ruan Qinyu. I don't count on your conscience, so I just tell you not to bother with Yin Shishing again. If I find out you're still pursuing her, I take direct action against the Ruan family. Do you still want to live your life as you did before? Ruan Qinyu shook her head like a rattle. He didn't know Jiang Chuchu's exact identity, but he knew that with the Jiang family's size, crushing the Ruan family would be a piece of cake. He couldn't afford to gamble, or rather, he couldn't become the cause of the Ruan family's suffering, otherwise his father would abandon him again without hesitation. When his father took action, to demonstrate his sincerity in his apology, he would be even more ruthless than the Jiang family. Chapter 298. After being threatened by Jiang Chuchu, Ruan Qinyu became much more obedient, and even cooperated by leaving a recording explaining how she had used her secondary account to steal Yin Shishing's private information. Of course, Ruan Qinyu has now deleted her secondary account. Jiang Chuchu also asked why Ruan Qinyu didn't go to the zoo that time, and why they ran into each other in the bookstore. Ruan Qinyu answered honestly, she only wrote at 8:30, and didn't specify the specific day. Plus, she was on leave from school, so she might have gone to the zoo during my school day, and I was too lazy to look for her. The other three rolled their eyes, even trying to be lazy about getting back together. This guy is completely unworthy. Then why did we run into each other in the bookstore? Jiang Chuchu continued. It was really a coincidence, Ruan Qinyu said with a bitter face. It was just that a book I like was released, so I went to the bookstore. If the system were here, It would have to explain. Ruan Qingyu would indeed go to the bookstore that day. Or rather, assuming he had convinced Yin Shixing, the bookstore would have been their first choice for a meeting. After all, the Yin family was still watching, and going anywhere else might have aroused suspicion from the bodyguards. The bookstore was different. Wasn't it normal for students to go there? They could even stay for a long time under the pretext of reading. But for Ruan Qingyu, whether Yin Shixing was there or not, he would go to the bookstore anyway. Meeting Yin Shixing would just be a sideshow. Jiang Chuchu reluctantly believed Ruan Qingyu's words, mainly because he probably wouldn't have the courage to approach Yin Shixing again, so the answer to this question didn't matter. Watching Ruan Qingyu flee from the alley, Yao Shaili asked, "Will he really give up?" "It doesn't matter," Jiang Chuchu said calmly. "I have Assistant Jean investigate the Ruan family when I get home and file a report first." Clear evidence wasn't necessary. The real goal was to harass the Ruan family and frighten Ruan Qingyu. As soon as Ruan Qingyu noticed her family's business wasn't going well, she immediately suspected the Jiang family's involvement, and naturally she behaved herself. The four of them returned to the entrance of the examination center. It was almost time for the high school entrance exam to end, and the crowd was gradually becoming restless. "How's it going?" Gu Qinghuan waved at them. Yao Shaili grimaced. The Discipline Inspection Commission is like the villain in a cop movie, with body searches and threats. Gu Qinghuan looked at Jiang Chuchu, who coughed uncomfortably. "It's a waste of time trying to get that guy to confess, and we didn't even hit him." "That's right, cockroaches got a beating last time." Song Yi chimed in. Gu Qinghuan asked for more details. Yao Shaili explained, picking out the key points. The students in Class 3 were already wrinkling their faces like bitter melons. "Have we been eating a bit too many rotten melons lately?" Ming Xiulan had a look of doubt on his face. "Unlucky people, conflicting horoscopes." Su Xinghe muttered, "Now that we've driven Ruan Tanyu away, Yin Shixing will definitely do well on the high school entrance exam." Lin Julu patted Su Xinghe's shoulder. "With this mindset, you succeed in everything you do." Ai Ning was too daunted to watch. "Like hollowing out a mountain of wild vegetables, right?" Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. "While your approach doesn't sound like a good idea, there's no point in reasoning with a guy like that." Jiang Chuchu suddenly felt more relaxed. "That's right. But you still have to be careful about how you handle it. Don't make it a habit." Gu Qinghuan looked at Jiang Chuchu. "It's okay to do this occasionally, especially with someone who needs it, but if you do it all the time, that's not good." Jiang Chuchu nodded, understanding. Ruan Qingyu's little incident didn't really dampen anyone's spirits, mainly because compared to their previous experiences, Ruan Qingyu was nothing. Everyone cheered up and searched for Yin Shixing among the group of high school students who had just finished their exams. It wasn't difficult to find her. After all, her personal aura was very striking. Gu Qinghuan quickly spotted Yin Shixing in the crowd. "There she is, look there." Gu Qinghuan pointed at Yin Shixing. The students also shifted their gaze. After seeing Yin Shixing clearly, they couldn't help but glance at Su Xinghe. The students, although this guy is a lovesick person, at least he's not blind. Yin Shixing had been maintaining a regular sleep and diet for the past month, and looked much healthier than before. Her cheeks were rosy, her eyes sparkled, and her long, dark hair was tied into a low ponytail, convenient for answering questions at her desk. Her bangs were pinned in place with a hairpin, giving her a youthful and energetic look. To avoid disrupting Yin Shixing's exam preparation, and because he was being closely monitored by his classmates from Team 2, Su Xinghe hadn't even called Yin Shixing, let alone seen her. Besides making sure they had their meals, he answered various questions and occasionally chatted about light topics, primarily as a listener. He truly loved Yin Shixing, but he didn't want to be a hindrance. He simply hoped she would become better. Yin Shixing once told him, she's seen a quote online, "Lucky people are healed by their childhoods throughout their lives, while unlucky people spend their lives healing their childhoods." At the time, she jokingly said she was probably that unlucky person. Su Xinghe felt that this shouldn't be the case. Her life shouldn't be constrained by an unfortunate childhood. She could achieve greater happiness through her own efforts and the help of others. After experiencing darkness and pain, she would emerge stronger than anyone else. So, until Yin Shixing came out of this, no matter how many thoughts he had, he would keep them hidden. She had a lot to do right now, which was good, but a new relationship shouldn't be among them. With Yin Shixing's current abilities, she couldn't balance her studies and a romantic relationship, not to mention the fact that she could easily develop a dependency on love. She had to love herself first before loving others. Now, watching Yin Shixing walk out of the school gates, Su Xinghe was truly moved. Qingyu nudged him with his elbow. "Old Su, what's wrong with you?" Are you going to cry? Everyone agreed that you should be the first to present the flowers, so don't embarrass yourself. Who's crying? Su Xinghe was a little furious. I'm touched. Touched. Lin Zhu whispered, my eyes are welling up. Are you really trying to ruin the atmosphere? Su Xinghe was about to jump up. He was making so much noise, and standing right in front, he was quite conspicuous. At least Yin Shishing had noticed. The young man holding a deep pink sunflower lily had a red face from the sun, his forehead slightly damp with sweat. He looked like he was jumping up and down at the infuriating sound of his companions, but he didn't dare move the hand holding the flower. Yin Shishing couldn't help but call out his name and ran towards him. Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe immediately turned to look at Yin Shishing, his anger instantly transforming into a brilliant smile. Yin Shishing, congratulations on finishing the high school entrance exam. The sunflower lily, placed in her arms, was gorgeous and elegant, its fragrance intoxicating. The flower's language, victory, honor. With victory as her starting point, her future would surely be even more exciting. Chapter 299. Gu Qinghuan, second in the flower-presenting team, holding a sunflower, endured her words and didn't interrupt Su Xinghe's congratulations. Instead, she waited until Su Xinghe moved aside to allow her to present the flowers before she spoke. Excuse me, I interrupt. Can you speak now? The students in Class 3 were also feeling incredibly suffocated. Upon hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, they nodded frantically in agreement. So it wasn't their hearing that was wrong, she actually spoke. Su Xinghe's smile faltered, his mouth gaping open. Huh? He thought carefully, and it seemed, did Yin Shishing actually call his name just now? Su Xinghe's expression suddenly became a dazzling display of confusion, surprise, joy, nervousness, panic, and annoyance. Ji Tianxiao enthusiastically recorded the scene with his phone, feeling. He sighed, it would be a shame not to record Xinghe's expression. It could be used as a model. Su Xinghe turned to Ji Tianxiao and wailed, did you record that just now? Did you hear Yin Shishing calling me? I did, Ji Tianxiao said casually. If you help me write my summer reading report and essay, I send them to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he received death stares from Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian, and immediately shrank back. I'm kidding, seriously? Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian looked away. It was Ji Tianxiao's choice whether to do his homework or not, and copying was fine. The problem was that using this to get Su Xinghe to help him with his homework felt a bit like taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. Even if writing a book report and an essay were a piece of cake for Su Xinghe, his talent and his feelings shouldn't be exploited in this way. Ji Tianxiao reflected on why he'd been so upset, making such a joke in front of the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Student Affairs Committee. He then obediently sent the video to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe clutched his phone, tears welling in his eyes. Yin Shishing, you can speak now. Are you okay? Yin Shishing was also in shock. She pressed her throat and opened her mouth to say something, but no sound came out. Seeing Su Xinghe getting anxious again, Gu Qinghuan quickly soothed him, calm down. Don't put pressure on Yin Shishing. Hearing the words put pressure on Yin Shishing, Su Xinghe immediately forced himself to calm down and feign composure, saying, indeed, her inability to speak wasn't physical, but psychological. Perhaps she was in a good mood after the high school entrance exam, saw someone she knew, or perhaps someone came to pick her up, and unconsciously spoke in her relaxed state. Yao Shaili tried to analyze it. Su Xinghe calmed down even more. If what Yao Shaili said was true, then he couldn't put any more pressure on Yin Shishing. He encouraged her, it's okay. Once you've done it, you have another. You'd definitely be able to speak more fluently in the future. After that, he changed the subject and enthusiastically introduced, okay, let's continue presenting flowers. 10 people are scheduled to present flowers today, symbolizing perfection. Our entire class is here to pick you up. When you get into Mingda, you can come to us if you need anything. I introduce you. Shi Guangwei snapped photos and shook her head. Who would have thought Su Xinghe was so love-brained a few months ago? The people from Class 3 were still presenting flowers. Just as Jiang Chuchu had guessed, a reporter had arrived for an interview. Looking at the sign on the reporter's microphone, it was from a local TV station. The reporter greeted enthusiastically, hello, are you all here to pick up your friends? The bastard stepped back in unison. Class monitor, go ahead. Gu Qinghuan nodded calmly, yes, we're here to pick up our future junior. The reporter's gaze shifted to Yin Shishing, who was clutching a bunch of flowers. Is that you? Yes, she's had some throat problems lately, so it's difficult for her to speak. Please keep your questions simple, Gu Qinghuan said. The reporter was a little surprised, but her expression remained unchanged. Okay. Classmate, do you think the questions on this year's high school entrance exam are difficult? Yin Shishing shook his head, then nodded. Gu Qinghuan translated. The questions are not too difficult for her, but overall, they're more difficult than in previous years. Yin Shishing gave Gu Qinghuan a thumbs up. The reporter almost blurted out, how do you know she meant that? But managed to hold back and continued, are you confident in your results? Yin Shishing looked at Yu Xian and nodded. Gu Qinghuan continued translating, the notes my classmate provided her were very helpful. She believes she can get into her ideal high school. This time, the reporter couldn't help but ask your classmate. She's always in the top 3 in her grade at our school. Incidentally, the top student was last year's top scorer in the high school entrance exam, Gu Qinghuan replied. The reporter looked at the academically gifted Yu Xian with admiration and asked Yin Shishing again, what do you want to do after the high school entrance exam? Yin Shishing pondered for a few seconds, miming the motions of writing with a pen and turning the pages of a book. Finally, she hesitated and pressed her throat. Gu Qinghuan understood. She's been very interested in calligraphy lately, so she wants to continue practicing and read more books. Also, I hope her throat condition improves quickly, so she can speak normally again. The reporter found this interview quite amusing, but had almost finished asking one last question. What do you want to say to your classmates taking the high school entrance exam in the same batch? Yin Shishing was stunned. Su Xinghe understood her hesitation, because there was no same batch. She was the one left behind from the previous batch. However, Yin Shishing finally pulled the sunflower Gu Qinghuan had presented from her arms, and raised it upwards. I hope everyone can, like the sunflower, move towards a bright future, becoming better and more outstanding. Gu Qinghuan finished translating, and smiled at Yin Shishing again. You too, you did very well. The high school entrance exam is over, and you can relax a little. Jiang Chuchu called over the specially booked minibus. With all 3 classes and Yin Shishing in tow, the 23-seat minibus was just enough space. Let's go! Exams are over, let's go have a feast. Gu Qinghuan was in high spirits. Eating was much more interesting than interviews. When this interview aired, netizens were amused. A senior from the same class came to pick up the high school entrance exam. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Didn't you see there are 10 more flowers? Anyone look up their meanings? Here they are. My family runs a flower shop. The names, meanings, and prices of the flowers are all on this chart. By the way, one of my classmates seems to be the son of our supplier's boss. These flower meanings are obviously carefully chosen. So thoughtful. Ah. Little girl can't talk? Not much of a problem, I have my own translator. The girl translating really made me laugh, and the reporter's expression was the highlight. Reporter, how did you figure that out? How on earth did you figure that out? Hey, I want that top student's notes too. Last year's top scorer in the high school entrance exam was Su Lin, right? I still remember that incredible score. With Su Lin around, anyone who's always in the top 3 is either second or third. Even if there's a difference in scores with Su Lin, it's definitely impressive. With so many top students, why can't there be one more like me? Well said. I wish every student can achieve their ideal results. Towards a bright future. Chapter 300. On the minibus to Yunjin Tower, Jiang Chuchu explained Wan Qinyu's situation to Yin Shishing. Hearing Wan Qinyu's name, Yin Shishing tensed, his fingers clutching the hem of his shirt. Jiang Chuchu's tone softened. Don't worry, he's gone, and he won't contact you again. She spoke with such certainty that Yin Shishing gradually relaxed. After hearing everything, Yin Shishing's face was filled with shock. She quickly pulled out her phone, and after confirming that she had indeed been deleted by the file transfer assistant, her fingers trembled. Gu Qinghuan sat beside her, holding her hand reassuringly. Don't be afraid. Chuchu said. She had Wan Qinyu delete her secondary account, and all the records are gone. While there was no guarantee that Wan Qinyu would keep a backup, with Jiang Chuchu's threat, she probably wouldn't dare do anything else. While Yin Shishing was thankful that he had only used the file transfer assistant as a memo, not a diary, he also developed a deep dislike for Wan Qinyu. Her love for Wan Qinyu had once been genuine, and she found kindness and support in her most vulnerable moments. This feeling allowed her to forgive almost all of Wan Qinyu's problems. She always felt that Wan Qinyu had been so good before, and that his current state must be due to other factors, not his fault. So she forgave him, tolerated him, and repeatedly convinced herself that he would eventually return to his former self. But she hadn't anticipated that her kindness back then wasn't due to Wan Qinyu's kindness, but simply because his flaws had been well hidden, unrevealed. Now, knowing that Wan Qinyu had secretly engaged in such actions during their relationship, Yin Shixing's perception of him was completely shattered. She liked him because he respected and cared for her, and understood her pain. Now, he was the one inflicting it on her. How could she not resent him? Seeing Yin Shixing sitting motionless in his seat, Su Xinghe couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing that Yin Shixing was still grieving over that despicable guy. He shouted, "Forget about him. Look, your high school entrance exams are over now, and you'll be entering a new school in September. You have a senior supporting you, and you even spoke up today. Everything is moving towards a better situation. Let's let go of what needs to be let go." Yin Shixing looked up at Su Xinghe and nodded seriously. Indeed, many people cared about her now, and she no longer needed to cling to the warmth she once felt. She flipped through her phone and unfollowed Ruan Qinyu on every social media platform, deleting everything she could, and even deactivating some accounts. "Won't you feel bad about letting go?" Ming Xiaolin asked. Yin Shixing thought for a moment, then shook her head firmly. "I'm grateful for his help, but looking back, the pain is greater. I want to make a break with the past." Ming Xiaolin nodded, a rare smile on her face. "Well done." Yin Shixing smiled too. She really liked this about the students in Class 3. They praised her, supported her decisions, and pointed out any problems. Though it was a shame she couldn't become a student in Class 3, as long as she entered Mingda, she would be closer to them. The minibus stopped at the entrance of Yunjin Building. Yunjin Building was having a promotion today. Local middle school students taking the exam could receive a flower and a special Yunjin Building souvenir by presenting their admission ticket. The souvenirs were exactly the dessert combination Gu Qinghuan had suggested earlier, with the variety adjusted to reflect seasonal ingredients. There were also some displays and sales activities for Yunjinlu, primarily for publicity purposes. Although the high school entrance exam had just concluded, thanks to the pre-announcement, students from nearby locations were already lining up to receive the squid and souvenirs. Jiang Chuchu had originally wanted to have a special delivery delivered, but Yin Shixing shook her head and joined the queue herself. "The line isn't long, I want to join in the fun too." Since she said so, Jiang Chuchu let her go and asked Gu Qinghuan to check on the buffet preparations. Su Xinghe accompanied Yin Shixing to register. The civets made faces, but after receiving a glare from Su Xinghe, they quickly scurried off. When Yin Shixing entered the restaurant carrying the squid and souvenirs, the buffet officially began. Everyone gathered in groups, eating and chatting, a lively and cheerful atmosphere. After all, today is the first day of summer vacation for everyone, so we should have some fun. Gu Qinghuan was munching on a lamb chop when Bao Qingsong approached. "Squad leader." She chewed and swallowed the lamb before saying, "What's up?" "I was wondering if you're free the day after tomorrow." Bao Qingsong scratched his cheek. "The person finding AI I helped develop will be officially launched the day after tomorrow." Official launch sounds a bit grand. It actually requires a large amount of data support and ongoing debugging and improvement. However, the official support has been very strong. Although the official database cannot be directly shared to avoid security risks, it has provided considerable convenience and publicity. For example, a special livestream introduction will be scheduled for the official launch the day after tomorrow. As the youngest member of the production team, Bao Qingsong is naturally a hot topic. During the initial promotional period, many people noticed him. Tomorrow's livestream script also includes an interview segment with Bao Qingsong. Gu Qinghuan nodded. "I know, there's a livestream, right? I set a reminder, and we'll watch it then." She had already planned to give this segment as a reward for Bao Qingsong's mission after the livestream, so she wouldn't miss it. "No," Bao Qingsong coughed, "I was just asking if you're interested in participating in the livestream the day after tomorrow." Gu Qinghuan paused for a moment. "Huh? Why would I? I didn't contribute to this AI. Don't worry, you don't need to be interviewed, and you won't appear on the livestream. I just wanted to invite you to visit the site," Bao Qingsong said quickly. Gu Qinghuan was indeed interested in the on-site tour, but why did they suddenly think of inviting her? Meeting Gu Qinghuan's suspicious gaze, Bao Qingsong was at his wit's end and confessed, "Actually, it's just my sister's side. A lot of people want to meet you. Back when Jin Ding fell, there was so much going on, and with the new year approaching during winter break, everyone felt uncomfortable disturbing you. It was the same during school, too," Bao Qingsong said. "Now that everything's settled and it's summer vacation, I thought you might be free, so I wanted to meet you." "Why do you want to see me?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Bao Qingsong was stunned, baffled. "Squad leader, don't you have any idea of your own abilities? Why wouldn't anyone want to see you?" Anyone who heard about Gu Qinghuan's deeds would surely be filled with curiosity, right? Bao Qingsong didn't dare to say it. According to his sister, a promising talent like Gu Qinghuan should make a good impression early on, making it easier to recruit her later. Chapter 301. Bao Qingsong had said so much, so Gu Qinghuan couldn't possibly disagree. Besides, they were just going to watch the live broadcast, and there was no need to show up in person, so Gu Qinghuan could just treat it as a visit. Seeing her agree, Bao Qingsong breathed a sigh of relief, no longer worried about failing her sister's mission. It's settled then. I send you the location and time tomorrow, Bao Qingsong said, and left. Yu Xian had already chosen her food and came over with her plate. What does Bao Qingsong want to see you about? Gu Qinghuan briefly explained, and Yu Xian understood. It's good to get to know more people. Yu Xian didn't say the second half of the sentence. Given Gu Qinghuan's troublemaking skills, if he had connections with the police, any problems he encountered would surely be easier to resolve. Everyone was very satisfied with the buffet. Yin Shisheng was also dining with so many people for the first time, feeling both fresh and excited. During meals at home, neither Hu Junting nor Yin Xinsong would talk. Partly because they had nothing to say, and partly because they had no interest in each other, and didn't want to know about each other's situations. On the rare occasions when they felt like chatting, they would turn the topic to their only common point, Yin Shisheng. As a result, for Yin Shisheng, dinner time became another form of torture. Because when the topic shifted to her, neither of them understood her actual situation, and so it became an unrealistic lecture. Over time, let alone eating together, even when they were not at home, she would have the nanny bring her food to her door, and she would take it in to eat. It turns out eating together can be so enjoyable. Even if she couldn't speak, just listening to the conversation was fascinating. After the meal, everyone naturally went home. As Su Xinghe escorted Yin Shisheng to the Yin family's car, he said, still concerned, if you need anything during the summer vacation, just come to me. Yin Shisheng nodded. The high school entrance exam was over. All she had to do now was wait for the results, register for Mingda, and then wait for school to start. The thought of having no summer homework made her happy. Of course, she still had many plans, and every day would be fulfilling. The Yin family's car drove away, and Su Xinghe remained standing, feeling a bit reluctant. Qin Yu patted Su Xinghe's shoulder. Don't look anymore, or you turn into a woman watching rock. Su Xinghe averted his gaze, and the love-brained man had his own way of fighting back. I have someone I like, do you? Without waiting for Qin Yu's reply, he raised his chin and walked away with a proud expression. Qin Yu was stunned. Has his mind finally gone completely haywire? Tao Xinqing pondered. Isn't he focusing on I have you, but I don't? Isn't it just about having someone you like? Who doesn't have someone else? Qin Yu said disdainfully. Huh, who do you like? Tao Xinqing seemed to have discovered a new world. Qin Yu raised his index finger and shook it. My mom, my dad, my brother. Tao Xinqing immediately gave up his expectations. He thought he'd get some good news, but Qin Yu had tricked him. As usual, Jiang Chuchu arranged a special car for Gu Qinghuan to take her home. Jiang Chuchu also warned her, I'm going abroad with my mom and dad, and won't be back until early July. With the time difference, I might not be able to get back to you in time. If you have anything urgent, talk to my brother. As she spoke, she pushed Jiang Yuxuan's WeChat message to Gu Qinghuan. Your brother isn't going abroad with you? Gu Qinghuan was curious. His university vacation is still early, and he's not interested in going abroad. Leave him alone. Jiang Chuchu didn't even blink. So Jiang Yuxuan was left alone in China? Gu Qinghuan felt that this spoke volumes about his family status. Before getting in the car, she hugged Jiang Chuchu and said, have fun abroad. I prepare your birthday present for you when you return. Jiang Chuchu's eyes immediately lit up. What is it? Don't worry, just have fun. You find out when the time comes, Gu Qinghuan said. After she said that, Jiang Chuchu suppressed her anticipation and waited until then to receive the present. Back home, Gu Qinghuan played with Xiao Si for a while to help digest the food. After playing enough, she sat down at her desk and organized her summer homework into a to-do list and a done list. She would then follow the former and adjust accordingly. After all, some homework assignments might become too much to handle mid-sentence. Instead of forcing it through, it's better to switch to a different one. The to-do list helps track the total number of tasks and schedule them in batches, while the done list helps track actual completion. Gu Qinghuan's habits make combining the two more effective. As for a savvy student like Yu Xian, there's no such thing as not being able to finish. She just open her notebook, pick up a pen, and start writing like a bulldozer. After finishing, Gu Qinghuan took a photo and posted it to the group chat. The other procrastinators were thrilled. Lin Julu, great. I have a summer homework schedule too. Song Yi, I follow this one, sister. I definitely won't leave it to the last day this time. Ming Xiaolin, I suggest you break it down a little more. The monitor schedule is designed to get all the homework done within 2 weeks. Gu Qinghuan, after all, you can have fun after you finish it. Ai Ning, although the timeline is tight, the daily workload isn't that much. Oh Yang Wushuang, even less than usual. Murong Tianju, so why do I always end up with so much homework? Xin Jianwei, of course, it's because I just don't feel like doing homework during vacation. Qin Yu, that's right. You should rest during vacation. Why do you need to do homework? Jiang Chu Chu, I sent Qinghuan's schedule to your brother. He said it's a good one and told you to follow it. Qin Yu, why are you just trying to trip me up? Jiang Chu Chu, how can that be considered a hindrance? I clearly don't want you to frantically scramble for homework on the last day of summer vacation. Gu Qinghuan, don't forget the method I provided earlier, it can save you some trouble. Gu Qinghuan, also, the subject selection results have already been submitted. Even if you didn't write anything or only wrote a little about the subjects you didn't choose, the teacher probably won't mind. Speaking of subject selection, everyone quieted down again. Mingda has a flexible class system. By the second year of high school, students will still be in the same class for their 3 main subjects, but their chosen secondary subjects will be taught in different classrooms based on their schedules. By then, everyone will have much less time together. Just thinking about that makes everyone feel a little lonely. Gu Qinghuan, it's not like we're completely separated. There's nothing to be sad about. Gu Qinghuan, if we're not in the same classroom, we're no longer just badgers swarming the same melon field. Bao Qingsong, no, we can't miss a single bite of the melon. Bao Qingsong, that's wrong. We're all paying attention in class anyway, so we can talk after class. Bao Qingsong, besides, if we're in the same classroom with students from other classes, we might even get to eat their melons. Bao Qingsong's eyes lit up. Great, great. You're worthy of being the intelligence minister. You make a lot of sense. Mingda students other than class 3. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Chapter 302. Gu Qinghuan spent the entire day working on her homework, so diligently that her father, Wang Jian, suspected she'd taken the wrong medicine. Aren't you tired? Gu Qinghuan was excited. I am. But it's so satisfying to see the pages of homework shrink by the day. Thankfully, Gu Qinghuan's excitement didn't last long. On the day of the live broadcast, she woke up early, got ready, and headed to the live broadcast location. Since she was to be interviewed by the authorities, the venue was naturally provided by the authorities, the city's radio and television station. Since Gu Qinghuan wasn't being interviewed, she naturally didn't have to deal with the usual styling and changing of clothes. She wore a blue and white short-sleeved hoodie and light blue straight-leg jeans, looking simple and refreshing. As soon as she entered the TV station, a security guard greeted her. What are you doing here? Gu Qinghuan, following Bao Qingsong's message, replied, My classmate is being interviewed here today. He invited me to the event, and said I could come in by giving him his pass number. The security guard took Gu Qinghuan to the registration counter. She gave him her number, and after verification, he gave her a temporary pass to hang around her neck. Gu Qinghuan hung up the sign and, following the security guard's instructions, took the elevator to the 5th floor. As the elevator doors opened, she saw a woman in a police uniform approaching. Gu Qinghuan didn't know Bao Rujian. She had only communicated with him online, so she had never met him in person. Although Bao Rujian had come to Mingda during the New Year's Eve party, pretending to be a receptionist, it was dark by then, and Gu Qinghuan couldn't see Bao Rujian's face clearly. However, Bao Rujian and Bao Qingsong had almost identical eyebrow shapes, and Gu Qinghuan immediately recognized him. Excuse me, is this Sister Bao Rujian? Bao Rujian was stunned when she heard the word sister. Bao Qingsong usually called her sister or old sister, so the word sister seemed so sweet. However, Bao Rujian wasn't about to let her guard down. After all, she knew Gu Qinghuan's capabilities. I'm Bao Rujian. Bao Rujian nodded slightly. Is this our first official meeting? Hello, Gu Qinghuan. Hello, Gu Qinghuan smiled. Finally, I'm meeting you, Sister Bao. Bao Rujian naturally wouldn't leave Gu Qinghuan at the elevator entrance. She led her inside. We're still a while before the live broadcast. Qingsong is putting on makeup. I take you to him. At the word makeup, Gu Qinghuan instantly perked up and followed Bao Rujian at a brisk pace. She casually chatted with Bao Rujian. Speaking of which, Sister Bao's name seems so cool. Is it because her eyebrows resemble swords, so she chose the name Rujian? Well, Bao Rujian shook his head. It's actually from a poem. The original line is, Cui S Rouge is like a sword, killing everyone in the world without anyone knowing. Gu Qinghuan was quite surprised. If that was the explanation, then Bao Rujian's name would have a rather murderous aura. Bao Rujian couldn't help but smile at the surprise on Gu Qinghuan's face. Although the name's origin is quite brutal, I quite like it. After all, it means strong, doesn't it? Yes, Gu Qinghuan nodded. You can tell she's not to be trifled with. That's right, Bao Rujian said, pleased. That's what we want. Being a police officer meant people didn't want to mess with her. A powerful name could dampen the spirits of criminals. As they spoke, Gu Qinghuan had already followed Bao Rujian to the dressing room and spotted Bao Qingsong sitting in a chair, letting the makeup artist apply powder to his face. Bao Qingsong closed one eye, but the other half, open, immediately noticed Bao Rujian and Gu Qinghuan's arrival and waved. I see. Go put on your makeup. Gu Qinghuan waved at Bao Qingsong. After meeting his brother, it was time to meet someone else. Bao Rujian led Gu Qinghuan to another room. The room looked a bit like a conference room, but it was small, with only a long table and 8 armchairs. 2 people sat on either side of the table. One was a man in his 30s, wearing a simple white shirt and dark gray trousers. The other was a woman in her 50s, with short hair barely reaching her ears, a few streaks of silver at her temples, and a kind face. Seeing Bao Rujian and Gu Qinghuan, the woman in the middle smiled slightly and said, I guess this is little Gu Qinghuan. The term little friend sounded quite new to Gu Qinghuan. It seemed no one had called her little friend since she started elementary school. Gu Qinghuan replied, Yes, I'm Gu Qinghuan. May I ask who you are? The young man stood up and continued, This is our director. Her surname is Run. You can call her Director Run. Hello, Director Run. Gu Qinghuan greeted him obediently. Bao Rujian lowered his voice and introduced the man to Gu Qinghuan. The young man was the captain of the technical investigation team. His surname was Meng. Although young, he was very capable and had a high level of professional expertise. Captain Meng looked at Gu Qinghuan and couldn't help but sigh. This young student doesn't look like someone who would cause trouble. Director Ren smiled and said, How can that be called causing trouble? She's identifying problems and solving them. Go ahead and praise me. Captain Meng shook his head and turned to Gu Qinghuan, excitedly saying, Young student, are you interested in applying to the police academy someday? Bao Qingsong hadn't told her the whole story. He wasn't just trying to get to know her. He was trying to recruit her. Gu Qinghuan understood. I don't even know what I'd be studying at the academy. Besides, I'm pretty nearsighted, so won't that affect me? All I need is corrective surgery, Captain Meng said immediately. Seeing Gu Qinghuan hesitate, he added, or maybe you could take the civil service exam and enter the public security system. It's still early. You haven't taken the college entrance exam yet. Studying well is more important than what you do in the future, Director Ren said. She smiled at Gu Qinghuan again. Don't be too nervous. We just heard about you and think you're amazing, so we wanted to meet you. There's nothing else going on. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. I thought we were going to have an interview. If it were your ability, everyone would have seen it in the group chat back then, Director Ren said. We're meeting you now just to see you in person. Can I know what you think of me? Gu Qinghuan asked boldly, quite curious. Director Ren smiled. You're a smart and lively kid, and you're working hard towards your goals. I don't know what those goals are, but I can sense your determination. Director Ren's eyes softened. At your age, you have such a determined goal. You're amazing. Gu Qinghuan was surprised, but quickly relaxed. Although she didn't know how Director Ren saw that, the compliment truly lifted her spirits. She also smiled brightly. Yes, I'm working on something very important, and I want to do it to the best of my ability. Director Ren nodded slightly. If we encounter a situation like the Yin family again, we must contact the police and resolve it. It's our duty. Okay. Gu Qinghuan nodded vigorously. With Director Ren's words in mind, she felt more confident the next time she encountered a violation of the law. Chapter 303. By the time Gu Qinghuan emerged from the conference room, Bao Qingsong's makeup was already done. A live stream isn't a stage, after all. While there's lighting, it's not intense, so Bao Qingsong's makeup looks quite natural. In short, it's fair skin, red lips, and dark eyebrows. Gu Qinghuan looked Bao Qingsong up and down. Not bad, Bao Qingsong, with all the grooming you done, you look like you could debut. Bao Qingsong wanted to touch his eyebrows, but then remembered his eyebrow pencil and powder, and quickly retracted his hand. With a bitter face, he said, he even trimmed them. He said they were too messy. Did you put on foundation? Your face looks smoother. Gu Qinghuan was itching to take a picture with her phone. Is that called foundation? Anyway, I squeezed some flesh pink liquid and smeared it on my face, and it instantly turned pale, Bao Qingsong said. As he finished speaking, he noticed Gu Qinghwan pulling out his phone and immediately became extremely alert. Squad leader, what are you trying to do? Intelligence chief, you're so perceptive, you should have guessed it, right? Gu Qinghwan held up his phone. Even if I don't film it, we have high-definition footage for the live broadcast. Give up. Even if that's the case, hold off a little longer. You definitely need to post it in the class chat. Bao Qingsong decisively turned and ran. Unfortunately, before he could take 2 steps, Bao Rujian grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back. Why are you running? The live broadcast is about to start. Memorize your script. Bao Qingsong's brain was quick. He immediately stood facing the corner, preventing Gu Qinghwan from capturing the whole scene from any angle. He gave up in frustration. But she only gave up on revealing Bao Qingsong's makeup. She didn't give up on teasing him. She took a photo of Bao Qingsong standing in the corner and posted it to the group chat. Gu Qinghwan. Picture Gu Qinghwan. They didn't allow me to take a front-facing photo. I can't share it with everyone in advance. Sad. Xin Jianwei. What's he doing? Is he being punished? Ji Tianxiao. What's wrong with the front-facing photo? Why aren't they allowed to take a photo? Gu Qinghwan. Bao Qingsong is wearing makeup, and I think he looks pretty good, but he won't let me take a photo. Yao Shaili, it's okay. Once the live stream starts, he have a dark history online and in censored HD. Bao Qingsong, I'm in the group chat. Yao Shaili, sorry I forgot. Yuan Wuwei, oh right. The live stream is about to start. I go in first. Lin Zhulu, when it's his turn, remind me. I feel like there's going to be all sorts of technical principles explained first, and that's too hard to understand. Gu Qinghwan nodded involuntarily. Actually, she probably wouldn't understand either. Before she could ask Bao Qingsong when he arrived, a staff member at the door called out, "You can go to the studio and get ready." Bao Qingsong looked up from the corner and hurried toward the studio, followed by Gu Qinghwan and Bao Rujian. Sister Bao, are you also participating in the live broadcast? Gu Qinghwan asked. No, I'm just accompanying you as a guardian. Bao Rujian shook her head. Besides, she and Gu Qinghwan knew each other, and having her escort her would help her feel more relaxed. The studio was at the end of the corridor. Entering, Gu Qinghwan felt like she was at a live TV show. There was a stage, guest seats, and plenty of seats in the audience. However, the audience wasn't very crowded at the moment. Those seated were all the development staff, who would be appearing in the live broadcast. Bao Qingsong seemed to have a good relationship with everyone on the team. After entering, many people greeted him, and he responded skillfully. Gu Qinghwan heard them calling Bao Qingsong Melt and curiously asked, "Your online name is Melt?" On this forum, it's Melt. Bao Qingsong emphasized that he was an intelligence agent, so how could he use the same username on every platform? Melt? Is it from the word melt? Gu Qinghwan pondered. Bao Qingsong readily admitted this. Yes, I initially used the default username when I entered the forum. Later, after I learned what everyone was doing and joined the team, I changed it to this. After the snow melts, spring arrives, symbolizing the arrival of hope. This AI everyone has developed will surely bring the warmth of spring to those searching for their loved ones. After hearing Bao Qingsong's explanation to Gu Qinghwan, several nearby group members widened their eyes. You kid, your online name actually has this meaning? You're really good at hiding it. Someone even went to the program director and asked, how about adjusting the script? Add the origin of Melt's online name. It seems quite fitting. Bao Qingsong's face froze. He memorized the script for ages, and now it's just changed. He shouldn't have explained it to Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan, it has nothing to do with me. She found a good seat, and watched the group bustle around preparing for the live stream, chatting with everyone in the class group chat. When the live stream began, she also clicked on the online live stream room to check out the comments. While official live streams generally don't attract much attention, since they involve AI and finding people, they're very targeted, and the viewers are quite friendly. The early stages of the show were just as Lin Zhulu had guessed, with official promotional material and the team's R&D team explaining the principles and development process. After Bao Qingsong was finally called to the stage, Gu Qinghwan quickly called everyone in the group chat to watch the live stream. The live stream room became a little more lively. You told me this kid was involved in the production? He's not that young anymore, he'd be a sophomore in high school after summer vacation. Other people's sophomores mine. Judging from what he said, he probably wasn't the main player, but he did a lot of supporting work. It's not easy. The online name Melt was chosen later, and it has a good meaning. What a good kid. On stage, Bao Song finished explaining the origins of his forum username and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, even though he didn't have time to rehearse, he had already explained it to Gu Qinghwan, so he wouldn't stumble when repeating it again. Just as he was thinking about this, the host asked a spontaneous question based on online comments. Someone wants to know, what keeps you going? Bao Song had prepared for this kind of impromptu question, and knew exactly how to answer it. But as he opened his mouth, he couldn't help but glance in Gu Qinghwan's direction. Actually, at first, I just wanted to do something within my ability. Bao Song recalled the feeling at the time. At that time, I knew some people who had suffered terribly. Unfortunately, I didn't have the ability to save them personally, so I sought them out to testify. Those scars are indelible for them, and I was prepared to be rejected. Revealing them would be too painful. However, in order to help others who might have experienced the same thing, they bravely stepped forward and shared their wounds with me. I was deeply moved by them, and began to wonder if I could better use my power to save others. And so, Melt was born. It was their courage to step forward that inspired me to persevere. The host, somewhat surprised, asked for the audience, how are those people doing now? Bao Song smiled. They are now receiving real help, and the perpetrators who hurt them have received the punishment they deserved. Today, I've proven I can do it, and I want to do even better in the future. Chapter 304. Do you want to do it again? Who's speaking? It hurts. The pain radiating from every part of Bao Song's body rendered him completely unable to think straight. The voice that had just appeared in his mind echoed again, its content completely indecipherable, hoarse like the whisper of some alien being. Then, the pain in his body suddenly subsided, and Bao Song's sanity slowly returned. He lay in a wrecked car, a gaping hole in the windshield. A mosaic-like crack appeared within the shattered glass. The edge of the crack flickered, as if fighting against something. As he watched, the crack seemed to grow larger. You haven't achieved your revenge yet, and your enemy is still alive and well. Are you really willing to die like this? Of course, he wasn't willing to die like this, but something was wrong. Something was wrong with that statement. Bao Song gasped, his eyes wide open as he stared at the sky outside the car window. The voice continued, I can let you go back to the past, give you a second chance. You can save your sister, take revenge on the Yin family, and make those people feel the despair and pain you once felt. Go back to the past? Bao Song recalled memories buried deep within him, his torn-up college acceptance letter, the portraits of his mother and sister. If I could do it again, would things be different? The crack was getting closer and closer to Bao Song. Something seemed to surge within, extending tentacles like mud, reaching out towards him. As long as you agree, we will. The once alluring voice suddenly turned harsh. Damn it, you again. Just as Bao Song was about to think, what happened, another memory suddenly emerged in his mind. He saw a brightly lit studio, and next to him sat a host, who asked him a variety of questions with a smile on his face. He heard himself answering these questions calmly, and from his words, he could tell that he had collaborated with others to create a person-finding AI. As he spoke, fragments of memories emerged, discussions on technical implementation with others in forums, and images of monitors lit late at night. The letters on the keyboard were worn down to mere marks, and on the desk lay artificial tears and eye drops. His mother brought him fruit and reminded him not to stay up too late. When he nervously expressed that his test scores might be affected, his mother simply smiled and said, It's okay. It's just a test. What you're doing right now is more important. When his sister came home from working overtime, she would knock on his door. Seeing that he was still awake, she would pull him up and tuck him into bed, urging him to get some rest. Bao Song wanted to smile, but he felt something wet and hot rolling down his cheeks. He saw himself facing the computer screen, hesitating for a long time as he changed his username, then slowly typing the 3 characters Melt. The name Melt is indeed taken from the word melt, meaning to melt. Spring comes when the snow melts. I hope this AI can help those trapped in the cold winter, searching for their loved ones, usher in the warmth of spring. He heard himself say this, his speech a little fast due to nervousness, but each word sounded so clear and echoed in his mind. The host asked him what had kept him going until now. He shifted his gaze to a girl sitting in the audience. Even with the lights focused on the stage and the audience dim, he could still feel that in his eyes. The girl shone like the sun. The girl noticed his gaze, arched her brows and smiled, slowly, silently saying, Come on. Come on. The distance made it difficult to discern her lip movements, but Bao Song knew she was cheering him on. Scattered memories flashed through his mind again, memories of those strong girls, of the whole class working together to fight the Yin and Wei families. How wonderful! Bao Qingsong's expression relaxed, but the warmth in his eyes remained undimmed. The previously alluring voice now roared, "You again." Another voice, calm and somewhat rigid, rang out. "I requested protection from the world. You can't eat me." Since we encountered the bugs last time, the system naturally had to protect itself. That same day, it requested the highest level of protection from the world. The world approved it quickly. The bugs had a collective consciousness. If one bug discovered them, the others would also remember them, and they would naturally protect the system. The system thought, it seems the failure to seduce Lin Zhulu last time must have been quite a setback for the bug. Otherwise, why would it be so furious when it was mentioned? Bao Qingsong listened quietly to the clash of the two voices, his memory coming to a close. In the future, I want to be the best I can be. Although he no longer had a future, that part of him was still striving. He had almost become a computer science student, so he naturally understood that code might be repeatable, but life could never be duplicated. He finally spoke, a sense of relief washing over him. Revenge was never what I wanted. His sister had indeed sacrificed her life, but she wasn't the first in his family to do so. His father and sister hadn't faced the bad guys out of revenge, but to ensure they received the punishment they deserved, to prevent anyone from being harmed. During his time in hiding within the golden tripod, he had many opportunities to act, but was it enough to simply let those people die? He wanted more than justice for the victims. He also wanted to prevent the next golden tripod from appearing, to nip those budding ambitions in the bud and protect more people. As long as one did evil, they would live in fear for the rest of their lives. Without him, there would be a new Bao Qingsong. The victims' relatives, friends, and even righteous strangers could become their guillotines. So, this was enough. Just knowing someone was still working on this, just knowing someone had succeeded. That was enough. Bao Qingsong forced a final smile. He could now see his family without regrets. He had waited a long time for this day. Watching Bao Qingsong's breath fade, the insect's fury practically shook the very fabric of space. Damn system. I'm going to eat you. However, its surging tentacles couldn't reach the system at all. System, it's useless. This world line has stabilized. There's nothing you can do. As if in response to the system's words, the space surrounding the crack suddenly solidified. The mosaic-like virtual images, like cracked mirrors, shattered into pieces, fell to the ground, and slowly vanished. Being discovered by the insect also meant discovering it. Now that it had protection, the system could safely notify the world and strangle the insect. The system looked at the insect's fragments. Bao Qingsong didn't really want to be reborn. You forced him to be reborn. Because Bao Qingsong's rebirth could potentially trigger such a huge change, not to mention Bao Qingsong and his family, but also involving the Yin family, the fate of many people would be rewritten. Some might be better, but others might be worse, like Lu Cheng, the artist who secretly helped other girls within the Jin Ding. Once Jin Ding discovered they were being targeted, they would tighten internal controls, and Lu Cheng would likely be exposed, facing another tragic fate. The ever-greedy insect even expended some of its energy to alleviate Bao Qingsong's suffering in exchange for his trust. But insects are insects, they simply don't understand human thought. To the very end, his will remained radiant and dazzling. Personal rewards distributed. Good night, Bao Qingsong. Chapter 305. The live stream ended, and Bao Qingsong walked off the stage, breathing a sigh of relief. Gu Qinghuan applauded and congratulated him. Congratulations on the successful completion of the live stream. You performed well. Bao Qingsong's palms were sweating, and he was about to wash them. If it weren't for the last-minute fix, I could have performed even better. This is already very good. Everyone thinks you're quite handsome. Gu Qinghuan gave him a thumbs up. When Bao Qingsong heard everyone, he had a bad feeling. He immediately pulled out his phone, opened the group chat, and was greeted by a flood of screenshots of his live stream. Shen Jianwei, the squad leader, was right. Bao Qingsong can debut after applying makeup. Qin Yu, what? Bao Qingsong's turn? I just fell asleep. Jiang Chu, hypnotized, huh? Murong Tianjiao, this foundation shade seems to suit me. Bao Qingsong, ask the makeup artist for me. Oh Yang Wushuang, do you have money left for new foundation? Didn't you just order a wig and some clothes? Murong Tianjiao, how about filling up the shopping cart first? Lin Zhulu, Bao Qingsong has become quite articulate, hasn't he? Ming Xiaolin, rather, everyone's become quite articulate this school year. Su Xinghe, class monitor, do you have any idea about everyone's evolution? Gu Qinghuan, oops, the signal is bad here. I can't get any messages. Tao Xinxing, It turns out that the class monitor is what the class is. Everyone happily discussed Bao Qingsong's speech and performance, and even discussed registering an account for the family finding AI and helping to enrich its database according to the user manual. The official name of the family finding AI is Go Home, which on the one hand, serves as a call to those who have never returned home. On the other hand, it interprets bar as meaning bar counter. A bar is a place to drink, an internet cafe is a place to surf the internet, and Go Home Bar is a place where people discuss how to help others return home. It sounds a bit like a bad joke, but everyone in the team quite likes it. Bao Qingsong no longer wants to see screenshots of himself in the group chat. After seeing too many of them, his face feels unfamiliar. He shoved his phone back in his pocket and said sincerely, "Captain, let's go get lunch." Speaking of food, Gu Qinghuan's attention was quickly drawn. Where? What? The answer was the cafeteria at the radio and television station. Gu Qinghuan, wearing a temporary employee badge, obediently followed Bao Rujian and Bao Qingsong, got their food, and ate at the same table. To be fair, the food at the TV station cafeteria wasn't bad, but it wasn't much better either. Gu Qinghuan's expression was heavy with sorrow. "Do you remember what we had for dinner the day before yesterday?" Bao Qingsong didn't respond, so Gu Qinghuan answered himself. "We ate at Yunjinlu. Yunjinlu's buffet. And look at today." Bao Qingsong. "No comparison, no harm." That being said, Gu Qinghuan continued to eat diligently. No matter what, waste is bad. Bao Qingsong changed the subject. "Speaking of which, squad leader, what are you planning on doing this summer?" Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. "Stay home, huh? We don't have any plans to travel for the time being." The Gu family had already bought a new car, a new energy vehicle, and even installed a charging station in their parking space in the community. With the new car, Gu Haiyan or Wang Jiang could easily pick up Gu Qinghuan on rainy days, and they wouldn't have to worry about the electric bike not being able to fit when shopping for a lot of things at the supermarket. However, considering the car accident that occurred during last summer vacation, the Gu family still has some concerns about self-driving tours. So this year, the Gu family unanimously voted not to travel outside the city, but to explore the surrounding areas. Gu Qinghuan quite agreed, but she also wanted to keep an eye on everyone's situation. If anything happened, she wanted to take immediate action, which would be inconvenient if she went out. According to the current progress, the tasks for Yu Xian, Xie Xiangxue, Bao Qingsong, Jiang Chu, and Lin Julu have been completed, and Su Xingha's task is progressing smoothly. Gu Qinghuan speculated that the task's completion would only be determined after Su Xingha officially confessed his feelings and his relationship was finalized. However, judging by the rate at which the task progress is increasing, completion is only a matter of time, and Gu Qinghuan is confident. Excluding these 6 individuals, Team 3 still has 15 tasks to complete, so judging by the number of people involved, the progress is slightly behind schedule. Of course, if we were to measure the progress of specific tasks, Gu Qinghuan was incredibly fast. Gu Qinghuan planned to take advantage of the summer vacation to observe everyone's progress, and then discuss it with the system to see if she could gain any insights. After lunch, Gu Qinghuan said goodbye to the Bao siblings and took the bus home. The great thing about summer vacation was that it gave her plenty of free time, allowing her to take a leisurely ride home. There weren't many passengers on the bus at this hour, so Gu Qinghuan found a window seat and squinted at the trees outside. The leaves were lush green, and sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting flickering spots of light that occasionally streamed across her face, bringing a brief warmth. Gu Qinghuan was feeling sleepy. The bus ride still had a while to go, so why not take a nap? With her phone set to remind her of her arrival, Gu Qinghuan wasn't worried about missing her stop. Even if she did miss her stop, it wasn't a big deal, she could just get back on. She yawned and was about to take a nap when the bus arrived at the stop and 2 young men got on. The young woman in front had a sullen expression, as if she could lose her temper at any moment, and she walked with a menacing air. In contrast, the young man behind was a bit clinging to the woman. There were empty seats in the back row, but the young woman took the single seat in front of Gu Qinghuan. Further ahead was a row of 3 horizontal seats. The young man clearly wanted to be closer to the young woman. Sitting in the horizontal seat wouldn't be convenient for him to talk to her. He stood beside Gu Qinghuan and forced a smile. "Excuse me, could you please sit in another empty seat?" Gu Qinghuan rubbed his eyes, looked at the stern-faced young woman in front of him, and said sincerely, "Can I not move?" The young man was immediately annoyed. "It's not like there's no other seat. Just give me a break." But Gu Qinghuan said slowly, seeing how angry this lady is, "Even if I move aside, She'd probably sit somewhere else after you sit down. You have to move seats then. I can still sit back in my old seat, but well, how should I put it? It's a bit awkward, isn't it? Some passengers on the bus couldn't help but chuckle, but... Really? Thinking about that stupid look standing there is really embarrassing. The young man felt embarrassed. He looked at the young woman and muttered, Gao Changjing, do you think it's necessary to make such a scene? The woman called Gao Changjing sneered. Nothing I can do will be more embarrassing than a profit-seeking villain like you, Tongli. Being called out by name, Tongli felt a little uncomfortable. He glanced around and lowered his voice. For the sake of the past, there's no need to make such a scene, right? It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned it, but the mention of the past immediately ignited Gao Changjing's anger. The past? Do you want me to remind you of what you promised me? Gu Qinghuan was no longer sleepy, his eyes sparkling. A melon has been delivered to your door. Why sleep? Eat it. Chapter 306. Tong Li's expression darkened even further. Isn't it because you hooked up with the eldest son of the Jiang family that you're giving me the cold shoulder now? Gu Qinghuan's ears perked up. Was this eldest son of the Jiang family referring to Jiang Yuxuan? Did they run into someone they knew? Even though she wasn't close to Jiang Yuxuan, having only just added him on WeChat. Gu Qinghuan pulled out her headphones, pretending to tune out the argument and listen to music, but in reality, she pulled out her phone and tapped the chat box. Gu Qinghuan, Brother Jiang, do you know anyone named Tongli and Gao Changjing? Jiang Yuxuan, I know Gao Changjing, but not Tongli. Jiang Yuxuan, wait, it's Tongli, right? Then I do. Jiang Yuxuan, what's wrong? Did you run into him? Gu Qinghuan's expression was a little ambiguous. Why did Jiang Yuxuan's conversational style resemble Qin Yu's? Were the Jiang and Qin families raising children together? Gu Qinghuan, we ran into each other on the bus. We had a bit of an argument. Jiang Yuxuan, that bastard, he's trying to steal my cash cow again. Jiang Yuxuan, little Gu, please protect me here. I take the blame if anything goes wrong. Gu Qinghuan was about to reply okay, when a transfer notification popped up on the screen. Please accept the payment, Jiang Yuxuan. Then I'm counting on you. Use this money to buy candy. Gu Qinghuan, ? It had been a while since Chuchu's financial outbursts, and Gu Qinghuan was stunned by Jiang Yuxuan's transfer. Of course he wouldn't accept it, so he quickly declined. Gu Qinghuan, no need to give me the money. I take care of it. Jiang Yuxuan smacked his lips, then turned around and transferred the money to Jiang Chuchu, adding another 10,000. He didn't have much working capital on hand. The project was burning through a lot of money in the early stages, so he had to be frugal. Otherwise, as he had always done, he would have at least made the round-figure payment to Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu, ? Jiang Chuchu, transfer Jiang Chuchu. Who are you transferring 20,000 yuan to? Are you looking down on me? Jiang Yuxuan couldn't resist the temptation and shamelessly accepted Jiang Chuchu's transfer. He didn't explain and simply transferred the chat history with Gu Qinghuan to Jiang Chuchu. After reading the chat history, Jiang Chuchu accepted the 20,000 yuan. Why wouldn't she want money for Qinghuan? She decided to get Gu Qinghuan a Yunjinla membership card. She then said she was planning to introduce a new membership benefit where members could choose a gift of a certain amount each month. If she couldn't use it herself, she could give it to Gu Qinghuan. It's a good idea though. I discuss it with Dad later to see if it's feasible. While the Jiang siblings were chatting, Gu Qinghuan had already put away her phone and was listening intently to the big news before her. In fact, there were quite a few passengers like her on the bus at that moment. Gu Qinghuan also noticed that a passenger who had originally walked to the back door to get off had quietly moved back to his seat. From the conversation between Gao Changjing and Tongli, the conflict between them can be summed up as sharing hardships but not wealth. The two were previously dating and working together on their own media platform, with Tongli responsible for video production and Gao Changjing for copywriting and topic selection. After they both got into the same university, Tongli became arrogant and began to look down on Gao Changjing, and the two split up to pursue their own careers. Gao Changjing was spotted by Jiang Yuxuan and signed a collaboration contract. However, Tongli had repeatedly drawn protests and rejection from the audience for inappropriate remarks over the past year, leading to a continuous decline in popularity and a significant drop in income. In contrast, Gao Changjing began to build her own account after the split, steadily growing her following. She also attracted significant attention during several hot topics, and was even quoted in official media. Tongli regretted his decision, and wanted to reconcile with Gao Changjing. Gu Qinghuan, How dare you say I want to continue treating you like a blood bag instead of reconcile? The other passengers on the bus thought the same thing, and some had already started secretly searching Tong Li's account. Gao Changjing grew calmer as he spoke. She remembered Tong Li's taunting during their breakup, and compared to his current attitude, it was disgusting. You don't need to come to me again, Gao Changjing said coldly. I won't have anything to do with you anymore. After all, they had known each other since childhood, and Tong Li knew that when Gao Changjing adopted this attitude, the situation was over. His face darkened. If you say that, then I have no choice but to go find your grandma. Gao Changjing stood up abruptly. You dare? Tong Li said. Why wouldn't I dare? During winter break, Grandma asked me why I didn't go home for the new year. Isn't it normal for me to visit? Gao Changjing gritted her teeth. Grandma's so old. The doctor said she can't handle any stress. Do you want to hurt her? Tong Li, with a look of what can you do to me, said, why would I want to hurt her? I just want to tell her the truth. In an instant, countless curse words flashed through the minds of countless passengers in the carriage. Why wouldn't I dare? Isn't it normal for me to visit? Why would I want to hurt her? The words he had just heard echoed again. Gao Changjing was startled and looked at Gu Qinghuan, who was sitting behind him. The latter exclaimed, I accidentally hit record. Tong Li's expression changed. Delete it? Gu Qinghuan spoke innocently. They're not that important, are they? Or do you also think these words are a threat to this lady? Gao Changjing's sharp eyes caught sight of Gu Qinghuan's phone, which was held upright. It was still stuck on the recording screen, the seconds ticking away. Tong Li was standing, unable to see Gu Qinghuan's screen due to his limited viewing angle. Based solely on Tong Li's words, it might be impossible to determine his intentions. He could have easily resorted to trolling. But if he explicitly stopped anyone from making these words public, it would be a case of covering the truth with one's own, proving that he was indeed threatening Gao Changjing's grandmother's health. Tong Li was ready to grab the phone. Give me the phone. Gu Qinghuan gripped the phone tightly. Robbery. Help. A middle-aged woman sitting in the back seat, enjoying a meal, swooped over, grabbed Tong Li by the collar, and threw him into the seat across from her. What are you doing? Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised. She was just adding some evidence to the recording, but she was actually prepared to kick Tong Li away. At least she was with Yu Yuan, having learned a few moves from Song Yi. The bus seats were fixed, so she sat while Tong Li stood, allowing them to kick without worrying about the backlash. The woman, dressed modestly but imposingly, stood in front of Gu Qinghuan and Gao Changjing, her hands on her hips, her eyes wide with anger. You still want to bully a little girl, don't you? I heard this, and you're still trying to threaten my grandmother. What a heartless person. One of the passengers shouted okay with full force. Tong Li's shoulder had just slammed against the back of the seat, causing him to grimace in pain. Now, being scolded, he bravely climbed to his feet. What's it to you? The woman's voice rose even louder. I'm doing justice for the people. Take me with you. The person who had shouted okay earlier, when he came over, realized it was a thin young man. The man glanced at his watch and said sincerely, It's just that I don't want to work overtime. If you make a move, I have a valid reason to file a work injury report. Hurry. Chapter 307. Tong Li was completely bewildered. Seeing the other passengers also starting to glare at him, he began to panic. Just then, they arrived at the next stop. The back door opened, and he stubbornly said, Wait for me, and ran off. Gao Changjing sighed, stood up, and politely thanked the woman and the man. Thank you for standing up. Oh, that's nothing, the woman waved her hand. That little BS **** is a nobody. How could he just watch you get bullied? The man was a little regretful. Work injury. Overtime. The two returned to their seats. Gao Changjing sat down and thanked Gu Qinghuan again. Thank you too. It's nothing, Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. Besides, I've been doing my best to fulfill my duty. Gao Changjing was a little confused. Gu Qinghuan. He explained, didn't that man just mention the eldest young master of the Jiang family? Since you two mentioned each other by name, I went to ask him, and Brother Jiang asked me to help you. Gao Changjing realized. Do you know Jiang Yuxuan? To be more precise, I know his sister Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghuan smiled. Chuchu and I are very good friends. Chuchu went abroad for the summer vacation and told me to contact her brother if I needed anything. I just added her on WeChat and ran into your story. What a coincidence. Gao Changjing also thought it was a coincidence, and the two of them began chatting. Gu Qinghuan added Gao Changjing as a friend and sent her the recording. Keep a copy of this, you can use it as evidence. Gao Changjing shook her head. He's not doing anything right now. This won't be of any use. She didn't expect it to be useful. After all, it would mean something had happened to her grandmother. Gu Qinghuan blinked. Didn't you say we call the police? Aren't you in the media business? You should be good at manipulating public opinion. He's already like this, and you're not going to expose him? Gao Changjing choked. Aren't high school students these days so cruel? Is she really only 3 years younger than Gu Qinghuan? I think about it carefully, Gao Changjing said. Grandma was the most important person in her heart. Tongli had even threatened her with her, so she really couldn't let it go. Gu Qinghuan got off the car early and said goodbye to Gao Changjing. After getting off, she asked Jiang Yuxuan for Gao Changjing and Tongli's account names, intending to wait and see what happened next. If Gao Changjing really came forward to settle accounts with Tongli, she would at least be a witness, able to give Tongli a good beating. After all, this level of gossip alone wasn't enough. She wanted to see what happened next. Back home, Gu Qinghuan resumed her daily routine of catching up on summer homework, while also urging the classmates, who shared her schedule, to stay on track in the group chat. Lin Julu, ever since I started using the class monitor schedule, my mom suspects I've been possessed. Song Yi, the advantage of keeping pace with my sister is that I can ask her directly if I have questions. Ming Xiaolin, you could actually ask the student council member. Xin Jianwei, I always privately message the student council member. She seems quite busy this summer. Yu Xian had a very busy summer. After Yu Yuan left the Yu family, they lost a daughter. When others learned the truth, there was much gossip about the Yu family. Yu Wenli and Chui Wanting couldn't stand such humiliation and tried desperately to save their family's reputation. Yu Xian's household registration was transferred to Yu Wenli's name, officially making her a member of the Yu family and responsible for protecting their interests. Compared to Yu Yuan, Yu Xian didn't have a talent like piano, but she was a stellar student. Not to mention Xia He's private tutoring, which made her progress incredibly fast. When Yu Wenli and Yu Jinxin discussed company matters at the dinner table, Yu Xian initially just listened, but then began to express her own opinions. It took Yu Wenli only half a semester to go from indifference to skepticism, and now to actively seeking Yu Xian's opinion. So, taking advantage of summer vacation, Yu Wenli naturally had to bring Yu Xian to social gatherings to demonstrate that the Yu family had a future. As for how much of a crisis Yu Jinxin felt, Yu Xian didn't care. Let him worry. Maybe he even put more effort into the Yu family's company. Gu Qinghuan listened to Yu Xian's brief outline of her summer plans and tried not to bother her. Their private chats were mostly about fun things to help her relax. After finishing her homework for the day, Gu Qinghuan stretched and stood up from her desk. Just as she was thinking about buying an ice cream cone, she received a message from Qin Yu. Qin Yu, save the child. Save the child. Qin Yu, squad leader, help. Gu Qinghuan called back directly. What happened? Qin Yu's voice was flustered with relief. Great, squad leader, you called me. What should I buy for period pain? The pharmacy recommended a lot of medicine. Gu Qinghuan, huh? She rubbed her temples, deciding to ignore what was going on. Is the woman who needs medication in pain? Is the pain severe? It doesn't seem very severe. Qin Yu hesitated. But I heard she sounded weak. Aren't you buying medicine for her? Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised. No, I felt sorry for her, so I wanted to help. Qin Yu answered honestly. Gu Qinghuan said, then you better not buy medicine. A warm pack would be more appropriate, and then pour her a cup of hot water. Women with dysmenorrhea generally have regular painkillers or customary coping strategies. If they aren't asked to buy them, even if they prepare them, they might not use them. There's a chance that the woman might have already taken painkillers, so it's best not to prepare them without permission, as this might put pressure on her. Qin Yu was surprised. Isn't it said that telling someone to drink more hot water at a time like this would be offensive? Telling someone to drink more hot water and bringing it to the bedside and helping her to drink it are two different things. Gu Qinghuan replied, and the way you express it also has a huge impact. We need consideration, not lecturing. Qin Yu repeated the word considerate twice. Got it. I go buy some hot packs. Gu Qinghuan calculated the time and realized her period was due in the next few days. She reluctantly gave up the cold ice cream cone and decided to get some fried chicken instead. Qin Yu didn't hang up the phone. While he was buying the hot packs, Gu Qinghuan took advantage of the situation to find out what was going on. Well, it's nothing serious. Brother Xian took me and his friends to dinner at Yanjilu today. Qin Yu's words were a bit vague. He had to leave midway and asked me to play with his friend for a while. She's having period cramps, so I can just play on my own. Seeing how uncomfortable she was, I felt embarrassed to play with her myself, so I wanted to buy her something to ease the discomfort. Gu Qinghuan was silent for a few seconds. Jiang Yuxuan's female friend. Qin Yu was about to say, not his girlfriend, when Gu Qinghuan continued, could it be Gao Changjing? Huh? Qin Yu was surprised. Squad leader, how did you know? No, how did you know her name? She had guessed it right. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. My experience with Gao Changjing is a bit special. You can tell me more about it when you have time, or you can ask her directly. As the third squad members always do, they have to eat a piece of the melon. Qin Yu would probably ask Gao Changjing, right? Just as Gu Qinghuan was thinking this, he heard Qin Yu say shyly, ask her directly? That would be so embarrassing. Gu Qinghuan, why would he be embarrassed? Wait, there's something going on. Chapter 308. After hanging up the phone, Gu Qinghuan no longer had the heart to buy fried chicken strips. She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache. Gu Qinghuan, system, isn't Qin Yu in love? System, how should I put it? Hearing the system's awkward tone, Gu Qinghuan could confirm at least two things. First, Gao Changjing was indeed connected to Qin Yu's most desperate fate. Second, Qin Yu's most desperate fate was related to love, but not entirely. Gu Qinghuan, I'm curious how many other people in the class have a most desperate fate related to love. The system wanted to say it was quite a few, but to avoid affecting the future, it held back. It decided to focus on Qin Yu. Actually, compared to the most desperate fate, Qin Yu met Gao Changjing much later. According to the system's explanation, in the most desperate fate, Qin Yu would have met Gao Changjing before the end of last year. Gu Qinghuan pondered. Did anything major happen at the end of last year? Would it have affected Qin Yu and Gao Changjing's first meeting? Gao Changjing was brought here by Jiang Yuxuan. Jiang Yuxuan was still at university at the end of last year, so he would be back in the city. Gu Qinghuan suddenly realized, was it around the time Chuchu's mother died? System, yes. Gu Qinghuan's fate had already been changed, and since over half a year had passed, it was already considered in the past, and the system could tell. In that world line, Jiang Yuxuan, after his mother's death, saw his father single-handedly supporting the group and his sister in poor condition, and ultimately gave up starting his own business to assist his father with the group's work. However, by then, he had already established a studio and signed a contract with Gao Changjing. If he wanted to withdraw temporarily, there would be many legal procedures to deal with. During winter vacation, Jiang Yuxuan and Gao Changjing met many times. Qin Yu, seeking to comfort Jiang Chu, also frequently visited the Jiang family, and that's how he met Gao Changjing. One day, after Jiang Yuxuan and Gao Changjing finished their conversation, it was late, and Jiang Yuxuan had other plans, so he asked Qin Yu to take Gao Changjing home. After Qin Yu dropped her off at Gao Changjing's residential complex, he ran into Tongli. System, Tongli, knowing that Jiang Yuxuan was quitting, taunted Gao Changjing. Qin Yu couldn't stand it, so she defended Gao Changjing. Tongli, however, mistook her for Gao Changjing's suitor, and accused her of being a young womanizer. Gu Qinghuan was silent for a few seconds. So that's how the spark of love flew? System, to be honest, at first, Qin Yu was just trying to help Gao Changjing out, pretending to be her suitor and keeping her up. After more interactions, he slowly fell in love with her. Well, love grows over time. Gu Qinghuan compared Qin Yu's attitude today. The beginning is different, so he's also developing feelings? Although Tongli is still as despicable as ever, Jiang Yuxuan's business venture is booming, and Gao Changjing's popularity is steadily rising. When they ran into Tongli on the bus before, although his attitude towards Gao Changjing was bad, he also knew that his current situation was dire, and he had to beg Gao Changjing for help. Even without Tongli, would Qin Yu still have feelings for Gao Changjing? Is that the type he likes? Gu Qinghuan touched his chin, but he probably hasn't fallen in love with Gao Changjing yet, right? He just has a slight crush on this new sister. Regardless, she should first focus more on Qin Yu. Perhaps because Gu Qinghuan also knew Gao Changjing, Qin Yu had no objection to chatting with Gu Qinghuan about Gao Changjing. Qin Nin was still working in the school lab and wouldn't be home for a while. Qin Yinxia and Lu Dangue were busy at work every day and had little time for Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuxuan had also been left home alone by his family. What a coincidence! Qin Yinxia simply gave Qin Yu to Jiang Yuxuan to take care of. Gu Qinghuan remarked that it was no wonder Jiang Yuxuan and Qin Yu had such similar conversation styles. She suspected they'd been doing this kind of thing since they were little. Jiang Yuxuan, known for his outspoken personality, always brought up his entrepreneurial adventures when chatting with Qin Yu, which naturally included Gao Changjing. Qin Yu shared with Gu Qinghuan while enjoying some melon. Tongli is such a piece of shit. Jiang Yuxuan knew more details, and Gu Qinghuan was able to learn more about Gao Changjing's past from Qin Yu's retelling than she had heard on the bus that day. Gao Changjing's grandmother wasn't actually her biological grandmother, she was an abandoned child. In her middle age, she lost her husband and daughter in an accident and lived alone. After finding Gao Changjing, she took her in, gave her a name, and paid for her education. It was Gao Changjing's arrival that gave her a renewed desire to live. Her heart had always been weak, so she couldn't work too hard and could only do odd jobs, like helping out at a stall or shop. While her husband and daughter's insurance provided her with daily medication, it wasn't enough for surgery, and she wanted to save the money for Gao Changjing's education. This was also the reason Gao Changjing started her own media career early on. She wanted to earn money quickly to pay for her grandmother's surgery. Tom Li's family lived in the same neighborhood as Gao Changjing's. Tom Li's mother ran a convenience store at the entrance. She felt sorry for Gao Changjing and her grandmother, so she asked her grandmother to run the store and pay her salary. Thus, Tom Li and Gao Changjing had known each other since childhood, becoming childhood sweethearts, and their relationship was a natural progression. Grandma was constantly worried that she would suddenly pass away from a heart attack, leaving Gao Changjing unattended. Knowing that Tong Li's mother was a kind person, and Tong Li was a good kid who knew her well, she hoped they would get married after graduating from college. Once Gao Changjing had a family, she could rest easy. In this situation, if Tong Li ran to Grandma and said something, it would be a huge shock for her. She wasn't angry at Tong Li, but rather sad that he had been blind and had nearly harmed Gao Changjing, and even more worried about what Gao Changjing would do in the future. So, even for Grandma's sake, Gao Changjing had to try to keep the situation under wraps, at least until she could afford surgery. After the surgery, she'd find a place to recuperate with Grandma and tell her the real situation. Gu Qinghuan's heart ached, and she really wanted to find Tong Li and beat him up. He knew Gao Changjing's grandmother was in serious condition, yet he used her to threaten Gao Changjing. What a jerk! Qin Yu, that's what I meant. Brother Yuxuan wanted to hit him too, but he's both the son of the Jiang family and Gao Changjing's boss. If Tong Li used his identity to slander him, Gao Changjing would be implicated. If Gao Changjing were implicated, Grandma's condition would be very serious. It would be too difficult to deal with. Qin Yu, actually, I was planning to borrow some money from my brother when he came back. If he doesn't have any, I asked Chuchu for some. Gu Qinghuan, and then lend it to Gao Changjing for surgery. Qin Yu, yes, owing her money is better than delaying her grandmother's treatment, right? I'm confident I can convince her to accept. Gu Qinghuan thought Qin Yu's confidence hopefully didn't mean he was being persistent. But judging from Gao Changjing's expression, she probably wouldn't refuse out of pride. It's just that. If he did that, Qin Yu's vague feelings would likely be seen through, and Gao Changjing would probably try to dispel them. Or would he just watch Qin Yu suffer heartbreak? Gu Qinghuan wondered, maybe he could escape his most hopeless fate? Qin Yu, who was happily chatting with Gu Qinghuan, suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose, wondering, was the air conditioner set too low? Why did he suddenly feel a chill? Chapter 309. Gu Qinghuan ultimately did nothing, deciding to remain a bystander. Qin Yu's current attitude toward Gao Changjing was actually more sympathetic. Compared to Gao Changjing, his parents were healthy and well-off. His brother, Qin Min, took care of any chores, and he didn't have to worry about inheriting the family business, leading a carefree and happy life every day. He used to worry about not being as good as his brother, Qin Min, and felt a little uneasy. Now, after Gu Qinghuan's guidance, Qin Yu had long since freed himself from his former obsession, lying in peace and contentment, vowing to carry on his brother's legacy. According to the system, another important reason why Qin Yu fell in love with Gao Changjing in the most hopeless of circumstances was that Gao Changjing comforted him, freeing him from the pain of not being as good as Qin Min. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened at this. What? I comforted him back then, too? How could he not like me? It's not that I want to be liked by Qin Yu, but I just wonder, if this is such a crucial reason, why doesn't it have the same effect on me? The system choked. Host, don't you look at yourself? You've done this kind of work of helping others resolve their problems so many times that others are used to it. Even if one's heart is moved, one will clearly recognize that the host's kindness isn't reserved for just one person. Since one isn't an exception, one will naturally maintain a clear mindset and not confuse gratitude with affection. Then again, Qin Yu's current affection for Gao Changjing is limited because he lacks this crucial reason. From this perspective, Gu Qinghuan has indeed created some obstacles to Qin Yu's relationship. Gu Qinghuan crossed his arms thinking, you put it that way, I feel like a bystander in a romance novel, stealing the spotlight from both the heroine and hero. System. From the perspective of the most desperate fate, Qin Yu probably doesn't even qualify as the heroine. Gu Qinghwan. That's right, that's the infatuated male supporting character? He devotes his heart and soul to the heroine, only to watch her end up with the one she loves, silently offering his blessing, and sadly leaving the wedding scene? System. Host, have you been reading short stories again? Gu Qinghwan. In short stories nowadays, if there's an infatuated male supporting character, it's usually about the female supporting character, who suffers greatly after marrying the male supporting character, only to realize that the male supporting character's true love is the heroine, and that he was just a stepping stone between them, and then he seeks revenge on both of them. The system knew Gu Qinghwan had read a lot of them. Never mind, these stories could be of some use to the host, so let her read them if she wants. Today, the system also gave Gu Qinghwan free rein. Gu Qinghwan rubbed her chin. She couldn't imagine how such a devoted supporting actor could have driven Qin Yu to despair. But anyway, Qin Yu would actively invite her to the party, so Gu Qinghwan could just keep an eye on things. Summer vacation flew by. By early July, Gu Qinghwan had successfully finished all her summer homework and was enjoying it to the fullest. Murong Tianjiao, it's hard to believe I actually followed the class monitor and finished my summer homework at this time. Oh Yang Wushuang, starting to catch up. I'm going to watch the whole season today. Lin Julu, I almost finished it. I slacked off in the middle. But I definitely finish it tomorrow. Su Xinghe, I finished my homework yesterday. Tomorrow I'm going to the water park with Yin Shixing. Lian Fenghe, Xinghe, you just said that in the class chat. Su Xinghe, the water park is so big, you won't be able to find me even if you try. Song Yi, you already planned this, haven't you? Xie Xianxue, let me ask you, you're not planning on confessing, are you? Su Xinghe, Su Xinghe, you think too highly of me. Tao Xinqing, translated, where would I get the courage? Fan Xiren, puff. Su Xinghe, do you know how much courage it took for her to go to the water park? Su Xinghe, while my confession is important to me, it might not be important to her. Su Xinghe, so, she can just enjoy the water park. I won't bother her with my confession. The other bastards were stunned and started sending out applause emojis in the group chat. Wow, I didn't expect Su Xinghe to be so pure in love. Su Xinghe looked at everyone's expressions, feeling quite proud. To put it bluntly, it's the same principle as chasing a star. When your idol fulfills her wish, how can a fan not support her? Just follow your idol closely, and don't let other things distract you. If your idol wants to sing, support her by buying her album. If she wants to act in a movie, write lots of reviews, focusing on total approval. Gu Qinghwan was surprised and turned to type in the system. What's the progress of Su Xinghe's task? I feel like he should have completed it. The system checked the real-time data in the back end. Currently 59%. Gu Qinghwan frowned, thinking hard. With Su Xinghe's current state of mind, whether Yin Shixing rejected or accepted his confession, he should be able to face reality rationally. Under these circumstances, his task progress was still 16%, nearly a quarter short, indicating that there were still key issues that hadn't been resolved. Was it related to Yin Shixing's ability to speak normally? Or was it something to do with Yin Shixing's family? Of course, the problem could also lie with Su Xinghe, perhaps because his family forbids premature love. Gu Qinghwan thought about it, and decided not to rush. The emotional complexities involved were too complex, and she couldn't prepare in advance like before. It would be best to let things take their own course. She lamented and laid down on the bed. I want to do something, but I have no idea what to do. Isn't this too difficult? The phone rang. She picked it up, and saw the words Jiang Yuxuan on the screen. Gu Qinghwan got up and answered, Hello, brother Jiang? Xiao Gu, are you free in the next few days? Jiang Yuxuan was full of energy. I'm free. What's up? Gu Qinghwan wasn't just free, she had no plans at the moment. The Qin brothers, Gao Changjing, and I are going to the beach. Are you interested? Jiang Yuxuan asked. The main reason was that Jiang Chuchu was about to return home. Jiang Yuxuan realized he hadn't taken Gu Qinghwan out with him in the past 20 days. When Jiang Chuchu came back and asked him, How do you take care of my good friend? Would he answer, Not at all? Jiang Yuxuan felt he had betrayed Jiang Chuchu's trust, so he made an urgent decision to take Gu Qinghwan with him. Qin Yu and Gu Qinghwan were classmates, so it was natural to bring Qin Yu along. Qin Min was also back, so it would be nice for the Qin brothers to get together. Gu Qinghwan was the only girl in the group, and Jiang Yuxuan was worried she'd be embarrassed, so he called Gao Changjing along. Go to the beach. Gu Qinghuan was a little apprehensive. She still remembered the drowning incident last year. To be more precise, we're going to go catching seafood. I arranged a small event with a seafood blogger and a food blogger, Jiang Yuxuan said. Then a group of us will follow the seafood blogger to gather ingredients, then follow the food blogger to make a dish, and finally, everyone will enjoy a meal together. Gao Changjing is a lifestyle blogger, posting a variety of content, but with a sense of life, and thanks to her excellent writing, she's gained a considerable following. The mention of catching seafood immediately piqued Gu Qinghuan's interest. I want to go. Okay, it's a 3-day, 2-night trip, leaving the day after tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Let your family know, and I let them know. Jiang Yuxuan said readily, can you give me an answer by 8 o'clock tonight? No problem. Gu Qinghuan agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, she rushed to find Gu Haiyan. Catching seafood? Could she finally experience the joy of catching her own seafood? Chapter 310. Gu Haiyan had no objection to Gu Qinghuan and the others going to the beach, but she was a little concerned about the large number of men in the group. Even though she knew Jiang Yuxuan was Jiang Qichu's brother, and Qin Yu was Gu Qinghuan's classmate, she still felt the need for further scrutiny. So, Gu Qinghuan explained the situation of the 3 men to Gu Haiyan, and Gu Haiyan even called Jiang Yuxuan and Qin Min. Although this kind of interrogation might seem rude to others, for the sake of her daughter's safety, Gu Haiyan didn't mind being the annoying parent. Qin Min understood Gu Haiyan's feelings perfectly. He even added her as a friend and sent her a photo of the car. This is the car we be driving. Please note the license plate number. Once we get there, I send you the hotel room number and remind her to call you every night. Qin Min was so thoughtful that Gu Haiyan sighed after hanging up the phone. Qin Yu's brother is quite steady. Gu Qinghuan sat nearby, listening to Gu Haiyan's call while nibbling on the quota sparrows Wang Jian had brought back. Yeah, Mom, you can rest assured, right? Yeah, Gu Haiyan nodded. Then have fun and eat some delicious food. Gu Qinghuan happily packed her luggage, not forgetting to look up some beach hunting tips to make sure she was fully prepared. On the day of the trip, Jiang Yuxuan drove over to pick Gu Qinghuan up. Gu Qinghuan dragged her suitcase downstairs and saw Qin Yu standing by the car door. He waved at her vigorously, squad leader. Good morning. His energetic demeanor made Gu Qinghuan wonder if she was in the military. Good morning. You look so energetic? Qin Yu chuckled. Aren't we going out for fun? Gu Qinghuan glanced at Gao Changjing, who was sitting in the back seat, then at Qin Yu. However, with his impulsive nature, Qin Yu didn't even register Gu Qinghuan's glance. He simply took the suitcase from Gu Qinghuan, opened the trunk, and put it inside. He then opened the door and urged Gu Qinghuan in. Okay, let's go. So, the seating arrangement in the car was as follows. Jiang Yuxuan in the driver's seat, Qin Min in the passenger seat, and Gao Changjing, Gu Qinghuan, and Qin Yu in the back seat, from left to right. Gao Changjing didn't seem to have gotten enough rest last night, and looked a little sleepy. Not long into the drive, she apologetically said hello, put on an eye mask, and leaned against the window to catch up on some sleep. Gu Qinghuan messaged Qin Yu. Is she feeling unwell? Qin Yu quickly replied. No, it seems she stayed up too late editing the video last night, so she's feeling sleepy now. Jiang Yuxuan had hired an editor, but he hadn't quite mastered Gao Changjing's video style yet, so Gao Changjing was still needed to oversee the editing. Gu Qinghuan. Then let's chat on the phone, so she doesn't disturb her rest. Qin Yu nodded repeatedly, and told Gu Qinghuan about the island they were about to visit. It would only take about 2 hours to drive from the city, and they would then buy bus and ferry tickets to the island. Although Gu Qinghuan wasn't prone to motion sickness, she was worried about getting seasick, so she put on a motion sickness patch in the car, which would be in place by the time she boarded the boat. Jiang Yuxuan had contacted the island's B&B in advance and arranged the daily itinerary. Today was mid-tide, so if you're curious about going to the beach, you could go check it out. Tomorrow is high tide. Low tide would be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, just in time for dinner, when everyone would be fresh and energetic. As for whether it would be too hot, Gu Qinghuan had already packed all kinds of sunscreen. She could withstand the UV rays for the beach. Jiang Yuxuan was driving, so naturally, he didn't ramble on. Qin Min, in the passenger seat, was also quiet, watching a video on his tablet with headphones on. Gu Qinghuan glanced curiously, but was frightened by the words on the screen, which were clearly not English. He sat back down obediently. Qin Yu was amused. Do you feel the intimidation of the elite? Gu Qinghuan, this is terrifying. I thought I was used to being outsmarted by Xinbao and Su Lin, but here comes someone even more terrifying. Qin Yu deliberately made a bitter face. Just think about it, this kind of crushing, I've been experiencing it every day since I was born. Gu Qinghuan, no, you should be happy being crushed, right? The more outstanding your brother is, the more enjoyable it is for you. Qin Yu, that's true, but why does it sound so annoying? Given Qin Min's hard work in studying while having fun, just to better inherit the family business, after arriving at the dock, Qin Yu considerately took out the prepared fruit slices and handed them to Qin Min. Qin Min put away his tablet and headphones, somewhat surprised. Are you short on pocket money? Qin Yu's eyes widened. Brother, you're so hurtful. Can I just treat you well? Gu Qinghuan quickly relayed this to Jiang Chuchu as he listened, making sure Jiang Chuchu didn't miss Qin Yu's joke. Jiang Yuxuan went to buy a bus or ferry ticket and came back. It's still a while before we leave. Let's rest first. Qin Min wasn't particularly interested in the fruit. He ate 2 pieces of cantaloupe and returned the box of cut fruit to Qin Yu. Gu Qinghuan took a few grapes and ate them while standing by the dock, enjoying the sea breeze, her hair flying everywhere. Although Gao Changjing had short hair, at times like this, the wind blew her bangs and the hair on her cheeks straight into her face. She tried to brush it back a few times, but with little success. Gu Qinghuan dug a hairband out of her small bag and handed it to her. Do you want one? It's a little worn. She used a hairband to pin her hair back when she washed her face, and since she needed to stay overnight this time, she slipped it into her bag as well. Gao Changjing thanked her and put the hairband on. Finally, her hair was in order, no longer blowing into her face. Qin Yu took a look and quietly slid closer to Gu Qinghuan. I think she looks more imposing with her forehead exposed. Gu Qinghuan agreed. Gao Changjing originally had bangs that reached her eyebrows, but they hadn't been cut for a while, so they had grown longer, covering half of her eyes. She also had a habit of keeping her head down, which made her look a little gloomy. Now that she had her bangs pulled up, revealing her forehead, she looked more capable. But, Qin Yu said hesitantly, looking at it this way, she looks a bit like Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu thought bangs were a bother, so she didn't wear them at all. She either combed her hair back or pinned it with a hairpin. Her forehead was smooth, without a single pimple. Gu Qinghuan looked around, bewildered. Besides the exposed forehead, how else are they similar? You don't understand. I feel psychologically stressed. Qin Yu's face was heavy with sorrow. Gu Qinghuan looked at him speechlessly. Are you so scared of Chuchu? Just the similar hairstyle scares you? How can you say you're scared? Qin Yu retorted immediately. Although she's been dragging me around like a younger brother since I was a kid, I never been afraid of her. It would have been fine if he hadn't emphasized it. If he had, Gu Qinghuan would have thought he was just afraid of Jiang Chuchu. Qin Yu continued, you don't know, Chuchu had a weak health as a child. She easily catch a cold or fever if exposed to the slightest breeze. She had her forehead exposed, so it was easy to test its temperature. As soon as Aunt Ju put her forehead against hers, I knew she needed medicine. Then, my mother would give me some medicine too. She called it a preventative measure. Good heavens, who would like to take medicine? Gu Qinghuan raised her hand. I think Gonmaoling granules are delicious. They're sweet. Qin Yu choked. Don't interrupt. Anyway, I have an instinctive aversion to this hairstyle. Gu Qinghuan. So, she's inadvertently lowered Qin Yu's favorability towards Gao Changjing again? Chapter 311. Although he was going further and further in trying to dissuade Qin Yu from his feelings, Gu Qinghuan didn't take it to heart. If Qin Yu was already intimidated by Gao Changjing simply because of a new hairstyle, his feelings would surely face further challenges in the future. To be honest, Gu Qinghuan wasn't optimistic about this relationship. Su Xinghe and Yin Shixing were of the same age, and their mental age was relatively close. Su Xinghe also understood Yin Shixing's situation, and wasn't in a rush to reveal his feelings. It could be said that he was prepared for rejection, and could accept any outcome calmly. As for Qin Yu, all he could say for now was that Gao Changjing was his type, so he was keeping an eye on her. Even though he knew Gao Changjing's details from Jiang Yuxuan, he didn't know much about her without any personal contact. At this stage, things were very vague. With more time and communication, perhaps feelings would gradually develop. Sadly, Gu Qinghuan had already frustrated him twice in a row. This relationship was likely to fizzle out, and Qin Yu might even be unaware of it when it ended. Gu Qinghuan popped another grape into his mouth. It seemed love wasn't that simple. After waiting for over an hour, they were finally allowed to board the boat. By the time everyone disembarked, it was lunchtime. The B&B wasn't particularly good, but compared to the various warnings Gu Qinghuan had found online, it was much better. At least the room was clean and bug-free. Gao Changjing watched Gu Qinghuan nervously searching the sheets and corners, and couldn't help but laugh. Are you that afraid of bugs? Gu Qinghuan nodded with a lingering fear. I once got a rogue beetle crawl over my wrist. It blistered and festering. It was so disgusting. After she said this, Gao Changjing also felt a slight discomfort in her wrist, and subconsciously touched it. Sister Gao, aren't you afraid of insects? Gu Qinghuan asked. Gao Changjing shook her head. Rather than being afraid or not, it's more about being used to it, right? The building where she and her grandmother grew up was quite old, and on the second floor. Although there were fewer insects than on the first floor, the poorly planned neighborhood provided little sunlight, making it constantly stuffy and damp. Under these circumstances, the house was full of insects year-round. She'd seen them so often that she'd naturally grown accustomed to them. Noticing the admiration in Gu Qinghuan's eyes, Gao Changjing blushed. Actually, it's just cockroaches, centipedes, slugs, millipedes, and the like, all pretty common. Gu Qinghuan felt the creeps run down her spine at the thought. Actually, those common household insects and animals weren't particularly scary. The point is, when you're comfortably lying in bed, opening a cabinet, moving things around, suddenly, from the ceiling, beside bottles and jars, or on the floor, creatures appear, their tentacles trembling or their heads shaking. These creatures appearing on their territory without permission are truly shocking. Illegal intrusions should be deported. Gu Qinghuan quickly ended the topic. After Gao Changjing and she packed their luggage, they went downstairs to meet up with Qin Yu and the others for lunch. The B&B provides 3 meals a day, but since we're on the island, we naturally have to enjoy some local specialties. As the organizer of this trip, Jiang Yuxuan, of course, had to pay. With the 200,000 yuan Jiang Chuchu had previously transferred to him, Jiang Yuxuan felt confident. Gu Qinghuan ate with great satisfaction. Her biggest obsession with seafood was why it had to have shells. Peeling them was too much trouble. But when she finished chewing a mantis shrimp, she looked down and noticed another whole mantis shrimp in her bowl. Gu Qinghuan pondered for 3 seconds. Had she just eaten a mantis shrimp? While she was thinking, another shrimp fell into her bowl. Gu Qinghuan glanced to the side and saw Gao Changjing, wearing disposable gloves, chatting with Jiang Yuxuan while her hands worked non-stop. In the blink of an eye, she had almost finished peeling another shrimp. Noticing Gu Qinghuan's gaze, Gao Changjing was a little surprised. Ah, do you mind someone else peeling the shrimp? No. Gu Qinghuan replied loudly. Gao Changjing relaxed. Okay, go ahead and eat. I peel it for you. Aren't you going to eat it yourself? Gu Qinghuan asked. It's not that I don't eat, it's just that I prefer to peel it for others. Gao Changjing explained. And you're eating so heartily just watching me give me. Well, the satisfaction of being fed? Gu Qinghuan, being fed? A blessing from heaven. After eating the mantis shrimp, Gu Qinghuan moved on to conchs, and after that, swimming crabs. If it weren't for the fact that clams tasted better when eaten by oneself, Gao Changjing would have picked them out for her. Qin Yu, sitting next to Gu Qinghuan, was envious. The problem was, he couldn't bear to have someone else peel the shells for him. He could only chew the swimming crabs until they made a crackling sound. Gu Qinghuan burped after eating her fill. Qin Yu poked her arm. Let's switch seats tonight. I want to eat seafood without the shells, too. Honestly, after hearing the first half of his words, Gu Qinghuan thought he was envious of Gao Changjing peeling the shells for her, but the second half put her at ease. She patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said earnestly, Give up. I won't give up my sister to you. It's just my sister, Qin Yu gritted his teeth. I have someone too. After saying that, he suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Min, brother. Qin Min was calmly raising his right index finger, using his left and right fingers to peel off a band-aid. Qin Yu was shocked. Brother, what's wrong with you? Qin Min's right index finger twitched twice. I got pricked while peeling shrimp just now. It's nothing serious. Qin Yu snatched the band-aid. Squad leader, do you have any wipes? Perhaps you need an iodine swab. Gu Qinghuan fished out an iodine swab from her pocket. In case of a cut on her foot, while playing at the beach, she had brought some iodine swabs and band-aids. Qin Yu, you actually brought these with you. Really well done. He took the iodine-filled cotton swab, broke it open, and wiped Qin Min's wound, then applied a band-aid, muttering, How did you get poked by a mantis shrimp? So, you're really this kind of brother. Well, he couldn't count on his brother to help peel the shrimp. Rather, judging by the looks of it, he'd have to do it for Qin Min. After a delicious lunch, the group didn't rush back to the B&B. Instead, they took a detour to the beach where they would be filming the beach party tomorrow. There were still some waves, so there weren't many tourists on the beach, most were just playing in the water. Want to go down and play for a while? Jiang Yuxuan asked. Qin Yu quickly replied, my brother and I aren't going. We just had a band-aid on our hands. What's the point of playing? The seawater filling the wound hurts just thinking about it. Gu Qinghuan clutched her stomach and said, I'm too full. I want to go back and lie down. Gao Changjing said succinctly, I want to go back and review tomorrow's filming plan. Jiang Yuxuan, this group of tourists is really hard to handle. He wants to go out and play on his own later. Back at the B&B, Gu Qinghuan collapsed onto the bed, while Gao Changjing pored over the filming plan on her phone. She said nothing. The only sound in the room was the gentle hum of the air conditioner. Gu Qinghuan drifted off to sleep. When she woke, she saw Gao Changjing sitting on the bed, writing and drawing in a notebook, clearly still busy with work. She stared at him for a moment before speaking. Sister, is Tongli still bothering you? Gao Changjing paused, her pen pausing. Not bad, I can handle it. Then he's definitely bothering you. Gu Qinghuan didn't blink. Why don't you ask Brother Jiang for help? Although Jiang Yuxuan knew about Gao Changjing and Tongli's past, he clearly didn't know Tongli was threatening Gao Changjing with his grandmother's story. Otherwise, given Jiang Yuxuan's personality, he wouldn't have ignored it. Gao Changjing simply put down her pen, exhaled, and said, I don't want to involve Jiang Yuxuan. He's a good boss. It would be bad if, because he helped me, rumors spread that he was having an affair with me. Chapter 312. In Gao Changjing's opinion, Jiang Yuxuan was truly a very good boss. When she first entered university, she had a falling out with Tongli and started her own blog. Just as she was starting to gain some traction, Tongli deliberately misled his fans, claiming she was a fake of him. Even after she explained that they had once been partners, that she had previously written all of Tongli's copy, and that she was now working independently, some fans still mocked her for being self-righteous. When Tongli's fans had driven her to self-doubt, it was Jiang Yuxuan who approached her, offered her a collaboration, and affirmed her abilities. Because of her close relationship with Tongli, Gao Changjing had been the subject of frequent jokes and gossip at school since she was a child. She naturally understood how easily gossip could arise when a man and woman collaborated. Grateful for Jiang Yuxuan's help and driven by her own ambitions, she was even more reluctant to have her efforts stigmatized. Gu Qinghuan turned over in bed. Why are you so sure that if you ask Brother Jiang for help, and he helps you, someone will spread rumors that you and Brother Jiang are a couple? Gao Changjing shook her head. She considered herself more experienced in this area than Gu Qinghuan, and instinctively began, because Tongli and I used to. Midway through her words, she realized something and stopped herself. She understood Gu Qinghuan's point, a very practical reason. No one would dare to spread rumors about Jiang Yuxuan. Jiang Yuxuan and Tongli were worlds apart in every way. No one would think she and Jiang Yuxuan were a couple. It was simply impossible. Gu Qinghuan didn't hear the rest of the story, and was a little puzzled. Turning to see Gao Changjing's slightly gloomy expression, she paused, stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was going on. She sat up, moved to the edge of the bed, and stared at Gao Changjing. Sister, are you mistaken? No, I understand what you mean. Someone like me is naturally unworthy. Before Gao Changjing could finish her words, Gu Qinghuan jumped up. The bed creaked under the weight of the bed and breakfast. Gu Qinghuan stood on it, towering over Gao Changjing by a wide margin. That's not what I meant. Gu Qinghuan said clearly, what I meant is that Brother Jiang would never allow anyone to say such things. He would definitely declare you two are partners, and affirm your abilities. After all, Jiang Yuxuan had previously stated that Gao Changjing was his cash cow. According to Chu Chu, Jiang Yuxuan was having a particularly hard time getting money from his family. His last investment report even went through 12 drafts. Under these circumstances, Jiang Yuxuan was becoming more and more like Grandet. He would bite back anyone who dared to touch his money. Except Jiang Chuchu. Gao Changjing is currently Jiang Yuxuan's source of income. Anyone who dares to touch her would be messing with Jiang Yuxuan's wallet. Gao Changjing was stunned. Will that alone work? Why wouldn't it? If both parties have made their positions clear, and someone still deliberately misunderstands your relationship, it only proves they have ill intentions. There's no need to be polite with people like that. With the Jiang family's strength, they'd be obedient after a few attempts. Gu Qinghuan concluded. When Jiang Chuchu faced Yueyu's fans, she sent a lawyer's letter with such swiftness, precision, and ruthlessness. If she had known that Jiang Yuxuan was being slandered, Jiang Yuxuan wouldn't have had to take action. She would have immediately sent a lawyer's letter. Gao Changjing fell silent. She wasn't impressed by the Jiang family's strength, but Gu Qinghuan's words reminded her of something else. Before she and Tongli were truly in a relationship, Whenever someone suggested they were a couple, she would shake her head and deny it, fearing she caused trouble for him. But Tong Li never denied it. Never did he directly admit it either. He always responded to the gossip with an ambiguous and vague attitude, and Gao Changjing had assumed he was just too embarrassed to confess. Now that she thought about it, the real problem was Tong Li, wasn't it? Whether he admitted it or not, as long as there was a clear outcome, speculation wouldn't intensify. Gao Changjing couldn't help but spill the beans on the past, then asked Gu Qinghuan, "What do you think?" "I think he's irresponsible, and doesn't even deserve to be a friend." Gu Qinghuan was blunt. "Whether he truly loves you or not, as long as they're friends, he wouldn't let rumors spread, right? It's already causing you trouble. Why don't you explain?" Gao Changjing was silent for a long moment before saying, "He just wants to see me suffer, right?" Seeing her pain, her panic, her tumble into the mud, he stepped forward as a savior, offering her a helping hand. It must be said that Tong Li's actions were quite successful, and Gao Changjing only now realized this. Gu Qinghuan sat back down. "So, back to the original topic, don't you still want to seek Brother Zhang's help?" Gao Changjing stared at his fingers for a moment, as if trying to discern every fingerprint, before slowly saying, "I want to ask him for help. Grandma is the most important thing to me. Nothing can happen to her." Gu Qinghuan nodded repeatedly. "I will repay the money and favors I owe him through hard work. I will do it." Gao Changjing said this with certainty. She was originally a growth blogger and had always been exposed to this subject. However, her long-held beliefs made it difficult to simply put theory into practice. Happily today, right here in this BNB, she had come to a major realization. She had previously been subjected to rumors and unable to resist them because Tong Li, who was supposedly on her side, was actually stabbing her in the back. But now it was different. Jiang Yuxuan valued her abilities and was naturally willing to help resolve her problems and create better conditions for her. She didn't have to worry about causing trouble for Jiang Yuxuan, because this was his investment in her. She only needed to create value that satisfied him. Yes, value. It had nothing to do with gender or feelings. He valued her ability. She had that value, which was why Tong Li was so persistent with her, and why Jiang Yuxuan signed her. Even after all this, how could she still feel unworthy? She was clearly so outstanding. Gao Changjing's eyes lit up surprisingly brightly. "Excuse me, could you go out for a while? I want to record a video in my room." Gu Qinghuan obediently got out of bed, fixed her hair and clothes, and left the room. Jiang Yuxuan had rested enough and asked the BNB owner for his beach equipment. As he was about to leave, he saw Gu Qinghuan squatting on the steps at the door, chin in his hand. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to rest after eating?" Jiang Yuxuan asked curiously. "I'm praising myself for how great I was today," Gu Qinghuan replied. Jiang Yuxuan was bewildered, but such confidence was a good thing, wasn't it? He raised his bucket and tools. "If you have nothing else to do, why don't you come with me to go fishing?" Gu Qinghuan stood up. "Sure." 2 hours later, Jiang Yuxuan stood on the beach, looking at his own bucket, which only contained a shallow layer of shellfish, small crabs, and a few strands of seaweed. Then he looked at Gu Qinghuan's overflowing bucket, and he was filled with doubt. "I heard that fishing has a novice protection period, but does fishing have one too?" Chapter 313. Gu Qinghuan certainly didn't have a novice protection period. She achieved such a success on her first trip to the beach, mainly because she was using cheats. With the system, Gu Qinghuan knew exactly where things were hidden beneath the sand. No skills, just brute force. Whatever she dug up was victory. Gu Qinghuan was sweating profusely, her nose caked with sand, and she hummed a song as she carried the bucket back home. Qin Yu had slept soundly that afternoon, and he was still dazed when Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Yuxuan returned. Seeing Gu Qinghuan carrying a full bucket, Qin Yu assumed Jiang Yuxuan had bought it and casually asked, "How much did you spend on all this?" Gu Qinghuan beamed with pride. "No money, I dug it all myself." As for the system's assistance, Gu Qinghuan didn't think it could be considered cheating at all. She had put in a lot of effort digging all afternoon. A true cheat would at least mean she just waved her hand, and the seafood automatically emerged from the sand and cracks in the rocks to say hello, right? The system didn't think it was a big deal. Even though Gu Qinghuan had dug a bucket, it wasn't much compared to the amount on the entire beach. It merely indicated the distribution points of the seafood. Whether she could dig them up, or whether they would escape, depended entirely on Gu Qinghuan's own efforts. System, what's wrong with letting her eat the seafood she dug herself? Qin Yu squatted beside the bucket and rummaged through it, quite amazed. "Sure, you're capable of that. Take me with you tomorrow." Qin Min also came over, but after examining Gu Qinghuan's haul, He glanced at Jiang Yuxuan's bucket. Qin Min shakes his head. Jiang Yuxuan's defense was broken. What do you mean? Qin Min replied, nothing. It's just that your haul was so small. He pondered for a few seconds, then hesitantly said, pity you? Jiang Yuxuan gritted his teeth, his expression grim. Okay, I wait and see what you got tomorrow. Qin Min remained silent. He certainly didn't know how to fish, but he could watch Gu Qinghuan do it. If all else failed, he could just help Gu Qinghuan dig wherever she wanted, and then ask for a share. Of course, Qin Min had no intention of sharing his plans with Jiang Yuxuan. Gu Qinghuan poked Qin Yu furtively, whispering, does your brother fish? Qin Yu shook his head quietly. I haven't seen him. Although my brother is good at sports and has a fitness routine, he doesn't enjoy it. Having a fitness routine without enjoying sports? That's incredible self-control. Qin Yu noticed Gu Qinghuan's surprise, and he lowered his voice even more. My mom once said it was because the person he likes guys with good figures, so he... Before Qin Yu could finish his words, Qin Min grabbed his ear with an expressionless hand. Next time you whisper, remember to stay away from me. Gu Qinghuan quickly covered her ears with one hand and ran with the bucket in the other. I asked the B&B owner to take care of it. We have this for dinner tonight. By the time Gao Changjing, drawn downstairs by the aroma, was sitting in the courtyard, waiting for the food to be served. She reached the courtyard and couldn't help but sniff. It smells so good. Is this our dish? Not only is it our dish, but I also provided the ingredients. Gu Qinghuan immediately took credit. I also contributed to the ingredients. Jiang Yuxuan said with a righteous tone. Qin Min couldn't help but glance at him, and Jiang Yuxuan glared back with a righteous expression. What's wrong? 1/10 is still a portion. Did you guys go fishing this afternoon? Gao Changjing sat down next to Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan secretly cheered with a fist pump. He could count on being fed dinner. Yes, Gu Qinghuan and I went. She's quite good, and found quite a few. Jiang Yuxuan asked, did you have a good rest this afternoon? Jiang Yuxuan's question was somewhat uncertain. Gao Changjing seemed in good spirits, but her expression still hinted at fatigue. No, I recorded a video, just briefly sharing some insights. I plan to post it tonight. Do you want to check it out? Gao Changjing asked. Just post it, Jiang Yuxuan said. He had always believed in Gao Changjing's abilities. Of course, another reason was that he didn't want to bring work along with him while out having fun. Gao Changjing smiled. Okay. Yes, her abilities were trusted, she could do well. She took a breath, her tone more serious. Also, I have something I'd like to discuss with you, and I also like you to be my witnesses. Jiang Yuxuan didn't know what it was, so he didn't take it seriously. He casually said, why are you being so polite? Just tell me what you want to say. He considered himself a good boss. His employees had entrusted him with their needs, so he would do his best to fulfill his obligations. Gao Changjing briefly explained her grandmother's situation. I'd like to ask you for an advance, so I can take her to get medical treatment. I pay you back with interest later. Jiang Yuxuan's eyes widened, and he shouted, do you think I'm so cold-blooded? How could you wait until now to tell me such an important matter? The company won't cover the money. I lend it to you personally, interest-free. You can repay it when you can. Qin Min also raised his hand. I know someone who can help me find someone to perform the surgery. For post-operative recovery and convalescence, my family owns a private hospital. Although he already knew these two men were wealthy, Gao Changjing still felt a little nervous when he heard them say this. No need, just borrowing the money is enough. You're welcome, Gu Qinghuan interjected. If we do our best right away, we save more time and energy later on, which we can use for work and rewards. Isn't that great? That's right, Qin Yu said, naturally echoing his squad leader. My brother also owns a share of Brother Zhang's company. If you do well in the future, my brother will also get a share. He's helping you, and making money for himself. This was pure nonsense. Qin Min was simply lending money to Jiang Yuxuan, and had no involvement in the company's affairs, so naturally, he didn't get a share. Qin Yu just made up his mind to reassure Gao Changjing. Qin Min and Jiang Yuxuan didn't expose him, and Gao Changjing did feel a little relieved after hearing this. She nodded vigorously. Okay, I do my best. As they spoke, the boss brought the finished seafood hot pot over, placing a large, overflowing bowl on the table, its aroma filling the air. Gu Qinghuan tentatively picked up her chopsticks and asked, is it ready? Go ahead, eat. You are the hero of this meal. For the small portion in Jiang Yuxuan's bucket, he had the boss prepare a small seafood dish with sauce, which he also brought over. Gao Changjing ate, while peeling some for Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan felt a little embarrassed this time. It was because Gao Changjing hadn't even started eating yet, and he was already peeling for her. That was unacceptable. She declined. Sister, eat yours first. You can feed me when you're full. There's still time. It's such a big pot. This time, I'm here to thank you, Gao Changjing said with a smile. Your words have given me a lot of inspiration. I predict tonight's video will be quite popular. So, I'm borrowing your popularity, so I naturally have to repay you. Since she said so, Gu Qinghuan could only accept the kindness and think about what else she could do. It seemed like Qin Yu's relationship was over. How about burning away that rotten peach blossom Tongli? Chapter 314. The second day's shoot was primarily the work of Jiang Yuxuan and Gao Changjing. Qin Min, Qin Yu, and Gu Qinghuan didn't need to participate, and at most, they would show up at the end for lunch. So Jiang Yuxuan and Gao Changjing still had to go greet the other two bloggers, while Gu Qinghuan and the others didn't have to go and could rest easy in bed. But even if you sleep, you still have to eat breakfast. So Gao Changjing watched Gu Qinghuan, wearing a headband, as she sleepwalked through her teeth. They went downstairs to eat a bowl of seafood noodles, then sleepwalked back to their room, locked the door, and went back to sleep. Gao Changjing was already impressed that Gu Qinghuan didn't stick the chopsticks up her nostrils under these circumstances. Gu Qinghuan slept until almost 10 o'clock, mainly because she had turned off the air conditioning in the room when Gao Changjing left. It was getting hotter now, and she finally woke up. Before her eyes were fully open, her hand fluttered around the pillow, finding her phone. Without even glancing, she pressed the fingerprint unlock button. Then, blinded by the screen's brightness, she squinted for a long moment before finally opening her eyes. A message from Gu Haiyan arrived on WeChat, asking if she gotten up yet. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the time. Well, over an hour ago. She replied guiltily, up now. After sending the message, Gu Qinghuan rolled over, got up, washed her face, and combed her hair again, and finally left the room. Qin Yu was playing with the boss's dog in the yard. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, he greeted her, have you slept enough? Why would you ask that? Gu Qinghuan curled her lips. I just don't believe you don't sleep in. Qin Yu rubbed the back of his head. I share a room with my brother. How could I possibly sleep in? His sleep schedule is as regular as a robot. Can you believe I went to bed at 9:30 last night? He couldn't sleep any longer until 7:30, so he obediently followed Qin Min on his morning run and even walked the boss's dog. Gu Qinghuan was terrified by the thought of going to bed at 9:30. She said, how about you share a room with brother Jiang? Jiang Yuxuan currently lived in a room all to himself, but it was also a double. Qin Yu shook his head. That won't work. How could I abandon my brother? Then you should continue to go to bed and get up early, Gu Qinghuan said. Qin Yu was indeed raised by Jiang Yuxuan, wasn't he? Jiang Yuxuan was a sister Khan, and Qin Yu seemed like a brother Khan as well. By the way, where's your brother? Did he go pick someone up too? Gu Qinghuan looked around. Qin Yu pointed upstairs. He's working in his room. He said someone gave him a task. It's not urgent, but since he has the time, he'd do it. Gu Qinghuan was stunned. Working on vacation? Qin Yu nodded gravely. I don't want to grow up, I don't want to go to work, and I don't want to have to work even on vacation. Gu Qinghuan covered her face. The upstairs window opened, and Qin Min poked his head out, looking at Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu helplessly. I heard everything you two said. It's just a small matter, and it will be resolved quickly. Besides, for me, handling work is also a kind of fun. Gu Qinghuan looked at Qin Yu and whispered to him. Did you hear that? Such horrible words. Qin Yu nodded vigorously. I told you my brother wasn't normal, right? Qin Min threw a chocolate bar, hitting Qin Yu on the head. I told you yesterday, stay away from me when you whisper. Gu Qinghuan quickly squatted down, picked up the chocolate, and handed it to Qin Yu. Here, you have a chance to fight back. Qin Yu, do I look like I dare to throw it back? He peeled the chocolate, stuffed it in his mouth, and chewed it, then took the dog over. Come on, I saw a nice spot while walking the dog, I take you there. The two of them, and the dog wandered around the island. Gu Qinghuan took a lot of photos, and posted them in the family group to prove she wasn't just sleeping in somewhere else. The dog was walked twice that morning, and after returning to the B&B, it lay motionless on the steps at the door. When Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu returned, Gao Changjing and Jiang Yuxuan had also picked up the other two bloggers. The blogger who went to the beach was surnamed Chen, and her online name was Erdong Chen. She was the oldest person present, so they called her Auntie Chen. Auntie Chen didn't talk much, but she explained her activities in detail. Even if her followers didn't gain much, they still learned a lot, which led to her stable fan base. The food blogger was surnamed Tian, and her online name was He Tian Tian, a play on the Chinese character for lotus leaf He Tian Tian. Although he's a burly young man, his fans call him Tian Tian, and he doesn't mind. However, Jiang Yuxuan and Gao Changjing found calling him Tian Tian in person awkward, so they just called him by his screen name. Gu Qinghuan didn't often watch short videos, mainly because the endless streams interfered with his studies, so he didn't know An Chin and He Tian Tian. But they were both very easy to get along with, and they became familiar with each other after a short chat. When Jiang Yuxuan mentioned that Gu Qinghuan had found a large bucket yesterday, An Chin couldn't help but wonder, is this little classmate joining the photo shoot today? Jiang Yuxuan quickly replied, no, she's just one of the kids who came over to play. Although Gu Haiyan, as her guardian, had given Gu Qinghuan permission to participate in the photo shoot, fans might have objections to her competing with professional bloggers, regardless of the outcome. Jiang Yuxuan didn't want to cause any trouble for Gu Qinghuan. If Jiang Chuchu found out, he'd be doomed. Gu Qinghuan, suddenly labeled a child, said, you're the child? I'm going to tell Chuchu about this. After lunch, everyone rushed to the beach, trying to capture as much footage as possible to make it easier to edit later. The bloggers filmed there, attracting other tourists. Gu Qinghuan and the Qin brothers, armed with buckets and tools, quickly began digging. Qin Nen had also watched some videos online, but when it came time to try it himself, the sand was so thick that finding a hole here and there was incredibly difficult. After searching for about 10 minutes, Qin Nen quickly changed his strategy and continued with his plan from yesterday. Gu Qinghuan, where do you think we should dig? Qin Yu, you know that trick? I try too. When Jiang Yuxuan finished filming and came to check on Gu Qinghuan and the others, he saw that Qin Min and Qin Yu's buckets had also been filled with sand. Jiang Yuxuan questioned his life. Am I really the only one who can't do this? The Qin brothers lowered their heads to dig in the sand. But after they finished digging at the spots Gu Qinghuan pointed out, their trick couldn't be concealed when they started digging new ones. Jiang Yuxuan snatched the shovel from Qin Min's hand. Okay, you cheated. Qin Min spread his hands. How can this be called cheating? It's also to save you food money. Jiang Yuxuan ignored him and moved closer to Gu Qinghuan. Come on, tell me too, where can I dig it? He wasn't motivated by a desire to win. He simply wanted to experience the joy of digging up something more. By around 4 o'clock, Gao Changjing had almost finished filming, and the group had returned to the B&B. Now it was He Tiantian's turn to film. An Chin was also surprised to see that Gu Qinghuan and the others' buckets were at least half full. You're all quite impressive. You managed to find so much in such a short time. Jiang Yuxuan boasted, not bad. I only managed a few dishes. Qin Yu continued to tease Gu Qinghuan. Do you want to tell Chuchu about this? Gu Qinghuan sighed. I never thought Qin Yu, who's always been complained about, would actually have to tell Chuchu one day. But at this point, she would only encourage him. Go ahead and tell her. Qin Yu excitedly sent a message to Jiang Chuchu, but the result was disappointing. Jiang Chuchu, did you go fishing with Qinghuan? Jiang Chuchu, I haven't gone on a trip with Qinghuan yet. Just wait. Qin Yu, is that the main point? Chapter 315. While He Tian was cooking, a group of people gathered around, occasionally chatting. Gu Qinghuan, self-aware of her kitchen novice status, didn't bother to do anything herself, but simply helped with odd jobs. Qin Yu, thinking of Jiang Chuchu's return and the reckoning, slumped down on the sofa in frustration. A passing dog, seeing him in this state, grabbed his trouser leg and tugged at it. Once it had caught Qin Yu's attention, it barked towards the kitchen. Qin Yu sat up. Do you want to eat? Woof. No, I'm still waiting for my meal. You can't eat until I get my food, Qin Yu said fiercely. When Gu Qinghuan came over with the cutlery and set it on the table, he saw Qin Yu and the dog fighting. Specifically, the dog pretended to bite Qin Yu, and Qin Yu pretended to hit it. It was a lively scene, with the dog jumping up and down. Gu Qinghuan rummaged through his pockets, found a piece of beef cube, unwrapped it, and handed it to the dog. The dog came over, wagging its tail to eat, and followed Gu Qinghuan away. Qin Yu, without the dog to play with, was about to go wash his hands when he looked up and saw Qin Min standing across from him, his phone pointed in his direction. Alarm bells rang. Brother, what are you doing? I took a picture of it for Mom. Qin Min put away his phone. I probably send it to Aunt Ju. And then Chuchu will see it. Qin Yu jumped up. Stop! The Qin brothers started quarreling again. Gu Qinghuan had set the table, and was waiting for dinner outside the kitchen with the dog. Tian found the man and the dog squatting on the ground amused. She picked up a freshly blanched bone and tossed it to the dog, who then squatted at Gu Qinghuan's feet, gnawing on it. Gu Qinghuan, where's my portion? Gao Changjing smiled, placed 2 fried shrimp in her bowl, and handed it to Gu Qinghuan. Go and eat. Gu Qinghuan was happily about to pick up the shrimp when Jiang Yuxuan rushed over anxiously. Gao Changjing, check Tong Li's latest news. Gu Qinghuan suddenly felt the shrimp in her bowl no longer had a good flavor and pulled out her phone to check her messages. Last night, Gao Changjing's video went viral, with many netizens discussing it. The video focused primarily on the topic of feeling deserving. She omitted some personal details, briefly explained her experiences, and offered a simple analysis of her psychology, which resonated with netizens. Overnight, Gao Changjing not only gained a significant number of followers, but also solidified her image as a growth blogger. At the end of the video, since the filming location was a BNB, Gao Changjing briefly mentioned that she was filming a video with Aunt Chin and Tian, primarily as a prelude to the show. Now, Tongli has released a video, deliberately distorting Gao Changjing's account of her situation. He touted his former relationship with Gao Changjing, claiming they were no longer working together because Gao Changjing had become wealthy and unfaithful. Gu Qinghuan saw him idly starting to eat fried shrimp midway through the meal. Qin Yu also thought this was a lowbrow tactic, but the shrimp smelled delicious, and he went to grab some himself. Class 3 has seen all sorts of ups and downs, including the public opinion war. They already used this tactic on campus before, with Wei Xiao serving as a cautionary tale. Jiang Yuxuan cursed shameless. Although Tongli had some sense, and didn't directly reveal Jiang Yuxuan's identity, the video was filled with hints. It was probably only a matter of time before netizens figured it out. Gu Qinghuan finished her fried shrimp and put down her chopsticks. Sister, do you want to issue a statement? I can help you find a lawyer. Gu Qinghuan didn't have any connections in this area, but Jiang Chuchu had given her assistant, Jin Jubao's, contact information before leaving on her trip. Because of the Yu Yuan and Yuan Xiu incident, Jin Jubao had dealt with many lawyers before, so finding one who specializes in defamation lawsuits was no problem. Jin Jubao, Miss Jiang said Miss Gu will pay 5 times the salary for the job she's offering, and she guarantees it be completed. Gao Changjing had been a little nervous, but after hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, she calmed down. Lawyer. Statement? He's already spread the dirty rumors, so he needs to deny them first. This is also to avoid dragging Brother Jiang into this. After all, Tongli considers him a valuable asset, Gu Qinghuan said. Even if you and Brother Jiang are just partners, there might still be some people who harbor prejudices based on aversion to capital or hatred of the rich. By the way, after you send the lawyer's letter, you could also release a video analyzing how girls can quickly respond when sexually explicit rumors are spread. Qin Yu nodded as he chewed on the shrimp. This troublemaker is really getting more and more skilled. Tongli piggybacks on Gao Changjing's popularity, and Gao Changjing piggybacks back. Gao Changjing gradually calmed down as he listened to Gu Qinghuan's words, and his thoughts became clearer. I draft the manuscript and try to get it out within the hour. Please help me contact a lawyer. Jiang Yuxuan nodded. I pay for the legal fees. His company was originally looking for a lawyer or law firm to partner with, so this was a good opportunity to select a suitable one. Gu Qinghuan contacted Jin Jubao, and soon the powerful assistant Jin sent him the contact information of a lawyer. Gu Qinghuan gave Jiang Yuxuan his contact information, and he quickly went to contact a lawyer to discuss the letter. Tian had almost finished cooking and filmed the necessary footage. Gao Changjing had encountered this situation, and Tian and Aunt Chen, feeling disgusted with Tongli, followed her to discuss the video copy. While the MCN company they worked for wouldn't want their contracted bloggers involved in a public opinion war, offering suggestions for copywriting wasn't something the company would consider. Every time I look at Brother Yuxuan, I become more determined not to start a business. Qin Yu finished his fried shrimp and covered the meal, waiting for everyone to eat together later. Because you're too tired? Gu Qinghuan asked. Not only that, the Jiang family has a dedicated legal team, but Uncle Jiang said that if he wants to start a business, he have to rely on his own resources, and he can't use them, Qin Yu said. Since this situation involves the Jiang family, should I be able to borrow some from them? Gu Qinghuan said. I think it should be possible, too. Otherwise, wouldn't it have a negative impact on the Jiang family? Qin Yu rubbed his chin. Qin Min, quite surprised by the 2 high school students back and forth, joined in the discussion. It's certainly possible, but it would make it more difficult for Yuxuan to start his own business. Simply put, Those who interact with the Jiang family are at the top of the hierarchy, while Jiang Yuxuan is currently at the bottom. The upper echelons have no access to him at all. Subsidiaries in the middle level might be aware of Jiang Yuxuan's existence, but the people who actually interact with him are actually those at the lower levels, and their information doesn't reach the middle level. However, as long as the Jiang family makes an appearance, both the upper and middle levels will take notice. So the Jiang family's son has started a company? They must quickly collaborate. For Jiang Yuxuan's own entrepreneurship, this isn't a good thing. While it might seem like he has everything, including investment and connections, it's actually easy to lose control of the environment and the overall situation. His development direction is inherently different from Yongchang Group's. If he fails to establish a solid foundation in the early stages, he eventually fail. Yuxuan himself is aware of this, and he's trying to avoid relying on his family's support, Qin Min said. He truly wants to build something on his own. Gu Qinghuan, moved by this, sent a message to Jiang Chuchu. Your brother is quite impressive. Jiang Chuchu received Gu Qinghuan's message, and wondered what her brother had done to deserve Qinghuan's praise. Never mind, since he's doing well, I transfer him another 200,000 yuan. Chapter 316. Everyone worked together to successfully post Gao Changjing's response video within an hour. While the content wasn't word-for-word scrutiny, it was the best they could do within the limited time frame. In the era of short videos, speed is paramount. Delaying too long would only allow rumors to take over, and this wasn't a topic that required self-substantiation. Jiang Yuxuan also released a lawyer's letter under the company's name, and Gao Changjing did the same simultaneously. In addition, Gao Changjing quickly wrote a simple post titled "What to Do When Rumors Are Spread" using the platform's own templates. The fans had calmed down after watching the video, and the next two posts were even more entertaining. Updating 3 times a day, I wish I could be this diligent. Your keyboard is about to burst into flames, right? I rather see videos of people going to the beach than my ex-boyfriend. It was easy for fans to explain to passers-by. They simply posted screenshots of Gao Changjing's response, one by one, without a word. It could be said that Tong Li's rumor-mongering had barely gained traction when it was silently extinguished by the high-pressure water pump. Conversely, Gao Changjing's article, "What to Do When Rumors Are Spread," generated considerable traffic and discussion with its practical actions. By the time everyone was done, 2 companies had already noticed the buzz and approached Gao Changjing and Jiang Yuxuan to discuss collaboration. Gao Changjing, thank you for nature's gift. After the fire was extinguished, Gu Qinghuan was the happiest person. She and Qin Yu quickly reheated the dishes on the table and happily waited for dinner to begin. Of course, this segment also required footage, and the cameraman was repeatedly drawn to Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu, especially as they ate with such relish. Gao Changjing watched Gu Qinghuan, who was fighting with Qin Yu for the last chicken wing, and couldn't connect her with the person who had given her advice earlier. She sighed to Jiang Yuxuan. High school students these days are amazing. Jiang Yuxuan nodded. Yes, my sister is amazing too. Qin Min listened to the conversation between the two, thinking of all the achievements Qin Yu had boasted about to him, and silently swallowed his words. It had little to do with today's high school students. It was more about Gu Qinghuan, and the class 3 she led. They were quite magical. Gu Qinghuan, with her skillful chopstick handling, managed to snatch the last chicken wing and triumphantly stuffed it into her mouth. Just as she took a bite, she heard the system's voice. System, Qin Yu's mission progress has reached 75%, mission accomplished. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened, frightening Qin Yu so much that he thought she had choked and hurriedly handed her the coconut milk. She waved her hand, finished her chicken wing, and then communicated with the system. Gu Qinghuan, is it done already? System, it's mainly because Qin Yu's fate has deviated too much, even the key moments are different. According to the system, Qin Yu's most desperate fate should actually be this. Qin Min died, and Qin Yanxia forced him to study and inherit the family business, leading to self-destruction in the pain. Then Zhu Qinglan died, Jiang Chuchu collapsed, and Jiang Yuxuan returned to study with Jiang Yue. It was then that Qin Yu met Gao Changjing. Because of Gao Changjing's comfort, he fell in love with her and opposed Tongli for her. As a result, Tongli used public opinion to expose his true identity, drawing ridicule from netizens and being locked up by Qin Yanxia. He desperately escaped home, intending to find Gao Changjing, but encountered a fanatical fan who was harassing her downstairs. During the argument, he was stabbed to death. Gu Qinghuan's brain was a bit overloaded. Wait. Let me start from the beginning. First, what happened to Qin Min's death? System answer. Host, Do you remember Qin Yu and his family going abroad for National Day holiday during the first semester of high school? Gu Qinghuan, I remember. Wait, could it be that Qin Min died around that time? System. Yes, although school had only been underway for a month, the host had significantly impacted the relationship between Qin Yu and Qin Min. For example, on the first day of school, Gu Qinghuan sparked a number of interesting events, and when Qin Yu relayed them to Qin Min, he wasn't as defensive as usual. And at the mall, Qin Yu was so moved by Gu Qinghuan's words that he sent Qin Min a message and even received a transfer from Qin Yu. These seemingly insignificant little things actually greatly eased the relationship between Qin Yu and Qin Min. In the most desperate of circumstances, Qin Yu refused to travel with Qin Min during the National Day holiday due to a conflict between them. He went reluctantly, pressured by his parents. After leaving the country, he even separated from his family due to an argument. This led to a knife attack. During that incident, Qin Min found and protected him, but he himself died on the spot. Gu Qinghuan clutched his forehead. However, in this current fate, despite feeling a little uncomfortable, Qin Yu didn't act on his own, and thus completed the trip safely? The system responded. Actually, Gu Qinghuan had some influence on this. Qin Yu had announced to the class that he was going to the Munich Oktoberfest. Gu Qinghuan didn't know the situation, and he couldn't explain it clearly, so he decided to take good photos and let Qin Min choose a gift. All of this led Qin Yu to choose to enjoy his vacation with his family, rather than sulking and wandering around aimlessly. Gu Qinghuan, this butterfly flapped its wings too early. But Qin Min's death wasn't considered a key milestone? System. From a data perspective, it wasn't. Whether Qin Min died or not, it would have put a huge psychological strain on Qin Yu. Gu Qinghuan understood. Between the perfect brother and the incompetent brother, the younger brother actually hated being compared to the older brother more than the older brother himself. System. However, Qin Yu's lack of progress in his missions is also related to his personal psychological changes. System. His most hopeless fate. After reviewing it all, his own intentions are actually quite vague. Gu Qinghuan could probably understand this. In Qin Yu's most hopeless fate, his personal will was rarely discernible. He had no clear goals, no expectations for the future, and lived a muddled life. Even his love for Gao Changjing seemed more like an escape from his previous situation. He was so immature, even childish, that anyone who saw him would say he played a good hand badly. Such a fate, rather than most despairing, might be more accurately described as most regretful. He had so many opportunities to change his life, so being targeted by the bug seemed only natural. And yet, Qin Yu's mission was surprisingly easy to complete. Back when Jiang Chuchu was around, Gu Qinghuan at least considered how to expose Ning Siki's true colors in front of her. When it came to Qin Yu's turn, at most, he had a slight fondness for Gao Changjing, but that seemed to have vanished. The system also found this situation strange. Rather than saying the mission progress reached 75%, it's more like after passing all the key milestones, it was found to have no impact, so it's considered mission completed. Gu Qinghuan took a sip of the coconut water, thought for a moment, and then decided, decision made. I'm going to talk to Qin Yu. Since the mission was completed, it meant that Qin Yu had now completely escaped his most hopeless fate. Even if she felt the mission was completed inexplicably, Qin Yu must have his reasons. She wanted to know Qin Yu's reasons, firstly to resolve her doubts and secondly, perhaps to provide a reference for future missions. Of course, there was a third reason. To free the most desperate Qin Yu from endless regret. Chapter 317. Dinner was over, and Jiang Yuxuan discussed collaboration videos with various bloggers while Qin Min retired to his room to rest. For Qin Min, who didn't enjoy exercise, today's activity level had already seriously exceeded his recommended limit. More importantly, he'd gotten a lot of sun during his afternoon beach trip, so he needed to quickly take care of his skin, otherwise he'd get too dark, and what if Sheng Guixin didn't like it? Qin Yu and Gu Qinghuan were responsible for cleaning the table and kitchen. Although they had previously agreed with the BNB that someone would wash the dishes and utensils, a table full of shells and bones wouldn't look good, and in the summer, it would attract flies and bugs, so Qin Yu and Gu Qinghuan took over the cleaning chores. Dump the food scraps into the designated trash can, lift up the disposable tablecloth to use as a trash bag, and put the dirty dishes in the sink. That was it. Qin Yu was completely playing around, still figuring out how to tie the disposable tablecloth into a perfect, beautiful knot. After cleaning up and washing their hands, Gu Qinghuan patted her stomach and said, "I'm a little full." "You're just a little full." Qin Yu was impressed. The conversation at the table had nothing to do with Gu Qinghuan. She spent most of the time buried in her food. The pile of shells in front of Gao Changjing was the highest. and a large portion of them went into Gu Qinghuan's stomach. Tian was delighted. If Jiang Yuxuan hadn't repeatedly insisted that the video not include too many shots of Gu Qinghuan, he would have wanted to include her feasting like that. Gu Qinghuan withdrew her hand and said, "You ate quite a bit too, didn't you?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and said confidently, "I'm taller than you, and my stomach is bigger, so of course I eat more." Gu Qinghuan, "My fists are stiff." But she still remembered her goal and pointed outside. "Want to go for a walk to digest the food? We can't just go back to the room and lie in bed again, right?" Qin Yu thought that if he went back to the room, he'd have to stay with Qin Min playing games, or watching videos might interfere with Qin Min's work. It wasn't the headphones, but he was the type to talk to himself when he was high, so suddenly speaking in the room would definitely be a distraction. He couldn't sleep, and reading novels was too long for him. "So let's go for a walk with Gu Qinghuan." Qin Yu also took the dog on a leash, because he couldn't keep one hand idle. The dog, feeling energetic after a day's rest, happily followed Qin Yu and Gu Qinghuan for a walk. Dinner had been delayed for over an hour because of Tong Li's matter. By the time they finished, it was already dark. The island environment was beautiful enough, and the night was bright. Just looking up, you could see a sky full of stars. Gu Qinghuan took a few photos and posted them in the family group chat. She also took a picture of Qin Yu walking his dog and sent it to Jiang Chuchu. "It must still be daytime over there," as Jiang Chuchu replied quickly. "He sent me a picture of him walking his dog this morning, and he's walking his dog again tonight?" Gu Qinghuan burst out laughing. Qin Yu, puzzled, leaned over and saw her and Jiang Chuchu's chat. He immediately shouted, "Isn't that what walking a dog is like?" Gu Qinghuan put her phone away. "By the way, do you have a dog?" "No," Qin Yu said casually. "My brother is allergic to dog hair, so when he was little, when he went to Chuchu's house, he'd stay in rooms where dogs wouldn't enter." He paused, then continued, "I love dogs. I wanted one when I was little, but my brother's allergies were even worse than they are now, so I had to give up. Luckily, Chuchu has a cat and a dog, so I went to her house to play. Hey, actually, she has 2 dogs. I picked them up and gave them to her when I was a kid." Qin Yu smiled. "Does this make you hate your brother?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Qin Yu immediately said, "If that counts, then there's so much I hate about him. He's always been one of those other people's kids, but the problem is, he's from my family. I don't know how many times people have teased him. Why don't you learn from your brother? It's so annoying." "I don't think that's a joke," Gu Qinghuan said immediately. "It's just undermining your confidence and mocking you maliciously." Qin Yu smacked his lips. "You're the class monitor though. It's a shame you were so ignorant when you were little, so you just got upset." He sighed exaggeratedly. "But even more, I admire him, because he's truly a great brother. He patiently helped him with his homework, signed his papers for Qin Yanxia and Lu Dangui, who were busy with work, and even played basketball with him whenever he asked, even though Qin Min didn't like sports. Thus, this kind brother made Qin Yu even more self-conscious and awkward. Isn't there a period in junior high when your mind is full of random thoughts?" Qin Yu said, "Back then, whenever I made a mistake, I think, if only I could go back in time, knowing what would happen in the future, I could make up for my mistakes. Not only that, I could also preemptively use my brother's methods. Then, I'd be the one being praised. Now that I think about it, it's a bit like being reborn and trying to steal my brother's opportunity." Hearing the word rebirth, Gu Qinghuan was genuinely apprehensive, yet she managed to maintain a composed expression. "So you don't think so now?" "Of course not." Qin Yu's eyebrows danced with joy. "Every day is so much fun now. Our troublemaking group is the best. If I had it to do over again, would I still enroll in Mingda? Would I be assigned to class 3? Would I still know everyone I know now? Though things might get better, they could also get worse. The important thing is, I really like the present." Qin Yu took a step forward, stepped onto the stone wall by the roadside, and stood tall. "I used to feel bored all the time, and any hobbies I had were fleeting. I didn't know what I could do in the future. And now?" Gu Qinghuan also tried to jump onto the stone wall, but found that even if one foot landed, the other couldn't follow. He gave up in frustration. Now, Qin Yu tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Although I don't know what I'm going to do in the future, the two not knowing are completely different. Let me think. One is that the future has no hope, while the other is that the future is full of infinite possibilities." Having found the right description, Qin Yu was very satisfied. "No matter what others say, I can eat melons when I want to, and I can stir up trouble when I want to. With everyone, I can do anything." Gu Qinghuan had a sudden realization. Qin Yu's situation was different from the previous ones. If Xie Xiangxue and the others had clear goals to strive for, embarking on a path towards a certain destiny, then Qin Yu was still at a fork in his life's road. He hadn't chosen which path to take yet, but he was ready to set off at any moment. There was no need to rush. He had plenty of time to think. His family, his friends, and more importantly, himself. All of this was his spare time. Even if he took the wrong path, he could stop and rest, reconsider his next move. He could freely choose his own future, and look forward to the results of each choice. He won't look back, because the future is brighter than the past. Chapter 318. If Qin Yu had to find a word to describe his life, he felt that there wouldn't be a better word than perfunctory. But to others, his idea seemed unbelievable. Huh? Perfunctory? You're a young master, aren't you? Although we can't compare to the Jiang family, you had good food, clothing, and daily necessities since childhood. The family business is supported by my mother and brother, and my father is a doctor, so he has connections for medical treatment. How lucky. Your brother is so versatile, and your family doesn't have high expectations of you. These conditions surpass countless others, right? From childhood to adulthood, there have been countless people who have said this, and it's simply annoying. All he wants is to confide his inner frustrations to someone he can talk to, not to seek advice. Why criticize him? Doesn't he know how many advantages he possesses that others only dream of? But will these advantages make his troubles disappear? Qin Yu simply feels that his life is perfunctory. He has a wonderful family and a perfect brother, but he himself is incompetent. He once saw a joke online that roughly meant that some people were like the meticulously crafted figures created by Nuwa, while others were like the mud blobs flung out by vines. He was like that mud blob. With his brother as a shining example, he was nothing. When reading novels, Qin Yu would think that his brother was probably the protagonist, while he was just a background figure, existing only because the protagonist needed a family. He had been living in a daze, unable to find the meaning and value of his own existence. Until that day, his brother died. How could Qin Min die? Even at the funeral, Qin Yu still couldn't wrap his mind around it. Wasn't he the protagonist? He should have lived a life of eternal brilliance at the center of the world. Why had he died saving himself? Why, without the protagonist, did the background still live? Mom and Dad were grief-stricken, yet had to accept the fact that they only had one child left. So, the stage that once belonged to the protagonist now urged Qin Yu to step onto it. How could he possibly do this? How could he possibly do it? He was the background. Such a perfunctory existence. How could he possibly stand there? How funny. He had once fantasized about being reborn, thinking of stealing all of Qin Min's brilliance, and taking on the role of the protagonist himself. But when it finally came his turn, he was completely powerless. He began to avoid them, afraid to face his family's gaze, unwilling to shoulder the responsibilities that were too heavy for him. It was so painful, like he was drowning in the expectations and gazes. He struggled hard, but he couldn't escape. Until Gao Changjing appeared, Qin Yu found relief. Did he truly love Gao Changjing? Qin Yu didn't know, but being with her gave him confidence. He couldn't be the protagonist on the stage that had originally belonged to Qin Min, but he could be Gao Changjing's male lead. Every love story has two protagonists. On a stage with Gao Changjing as the heroine, he could bear less pressure. He only needed to love her and give her everything. Until this moment, Qin Yu felt the cold, hard blade piercing his body, his mind in a daze. It hurt so much, so nauseous, so uncomfortable. I couldn't stand anymore. I was about to fall. With a dull thud, Qin Yu collapsed to the ground, dizzy and dazed. Why? Was he going to die? Just like that? No, it shouldn't be like this. He hadn't yet. His consciousness briefly paused. Not yet? Was there anything he absolutely had to do? No. He had no desires, no obsessions. A perfunctory life, perhaps this was the fate it deserved. Qin Yu's hand, which had been reaching into the air, fell heavily, slamming into a pool of blood. His vision went dark, and the sounds around him seemed to fade away. But at that moment, a different scene unfolded before his eyes. He saw himself back in high school. There was a new person in Class 3, Grade 1, and everything had changed. The memories were disjointed, as if they were picking out key points. He saw that his relationship with his brother had improved, that he had worked hard to achieve much better grades than he did now, and that he had even received a reward from his mother. He heard his brother say he envied him, and called him a hero. The class gathered together, participated in many activities, and spent every day in a lively atmosphere. When a classmate encountered difficulties or trouble, the whole class would step up, offer advice, and then take action. He saw himself, as the vice president, running around in the group, enjoying every day. Even if nothing happened, just ordinary days, he could fall asleep peacefully and wake up refreshed. Tears welled up without him noticing, sliding down his face, and falling into the pool of blood on the ground. He used to constantly regret, thinking he couldn't compare to his brother in anything, always feeling his life was perfunctory and meaningless. But in reality, he never made a proper choice, nor had he prepared for it. He didn't even know what he was regretting. The result was what he was now. After his brother's death, he was nothing, reduced to this fate. Even if, as he imagined as a child, the opportunity for rebirth presented itself, he only repeat his mistakes if he went back to the past. The future is full of infinite possibilities. I can do anything. Chinyu looked at his memory with a certain greed, remembering these two sentences. What was truly perfunctory wasn't his life, but his attitude toward it. The value of existence doesn't need to be bestowed upon it by others, nor does it need to be sought, it should be created by oneself. It was only natural that he would have such a tragic and ridiculous ending. Your ending isn't ridiculous. If she were here, she'd definitely say that. A voice rang out, and for some reason, Chinyu knew it was connected to the memories he had gained. That she was the extra girl from class 3 in my memory, right? Thank you. Thank you. Chinyu murmured, his gaze gradually unfocused. It wasn't to thank the other person for showing him another possibility at the end of his life, but to thank him for giving him the answer. It turned out that he could live the life he wanted, making choices based on his own will. It was like a ship drifting in the dark seas, finally seeing a lighthouse. All it wanted was to return to the harbor, guided by the light. He wasn't a hero returning with treasure after enduring hardships, but there were more heroes in the world than just Don Quixote. So let him end this chapter of his life as Chinyu. And not just anyone else. Personal rewards distributed. Good night, Chinyu. Chapter 319. Although Chinyu's task was simple, Gu Qinghwan wasn't about to let her guard down. There were still so many students in class 3, and they all had to complete their tasks well. She and Chinyu chatted as they walked, and when they mentioned Chuchu's birthday, Gu Qinghwan also asked about Chinyu's birthday. Chinyu replied, August 30th, just before school starts, a month later than Chuchu's. Gu Qinghwan was surprised. It's so close. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chinyu shrugged. I'm not interested in birthdays. Getting a year older isn't a good thing. It just brings you closer to adulthood. People will tell you you need to be more sensible, and they talk about what my brother achieved when he was my age. Here he laughed again, but I don't care about people saying that now. I just want to be myself. Why should I live like him? Using him as a standard? I'm Chinyu, not Qinmin. What I can't do is I can't do it. I never get 150 in math. Give up. Gu Qinghwan nodded in agreement. That's right. If I can't do math, I can't do it. Of course, Chinyu didn't care about his birthday, but that didn't mean Gu Qinghwan wouldn't take it lightly. She immediately posted the news in the class group, and everyone responded quickly. September 1st fell on a Monday this year, meaning everyone could register 3 days before school started. So everyone agreed to come to school on August 30th to celebrate Chinyu's birthday. At the same time, Chinyu was responsible for treating everyone to cake. Observing the heated discussion in the group chat, Chinyu turned to Gu Qinghwan and asked, Are you sure you don't want to get a piece of the cake? Am I the one who needs that piece of cake? Gu Qinghwan pleaded, Do you still want a birthday present? Chinyu felt a lump in his throat. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. Speaking of birthday presents, what have you prepared for Chu-Chu? We know on the day. Gu Qinghwan waved her hand. If she told him now, Chinyu might get hung up on his own gift. It would be better for them to make their own preparations. When they returned to the B&B, Gao Changjing was still chatting with Aunt Chin, and He Tian in another room. He hadn't returned yet, so Gu Qinghwan went back to her room to gather her thoughts. By the way, according to the fate you told me, is Chinyu the first to die out of all the people? Gu Qinghwan did the math, and thought it was pretty unlikely. School started in early September, Qinmin died in early October, and Chinyu met Gao Changjing in December because of Zhu Qinglan's death. Now that the conflict between Tongli and Gao Changjing has erupted, and Tongli has slandered Gao Changjing, is this indirectly leading to Chinyu being stabbed to death by Gao Changjing's fanatical fans? In the most desperate scenario, Chinyu died before he was even 16. System. Actually, it happened about half a year earlier. Gu Qinghwan was stunned. It's July now, and half a year earlier. January? Before the Lunar New Year this year? System. Yes, because Jiang Yuxuan and Gao Changjing abruptly terminated their contract in December, it was a personal matter for him, so he gave her compensation. Tong Li feigned reconciliation after hearing this, but was actually after the compensation. When Gao Changjing saw through his refusal, he became furious and posted a video slandering her. Gu Qinghuan slapped herself on the forehead. If that were true, she felt Qin Yu's love for Gao Changjing was just an act of evasion. As if seeking relief from anxiety, he quickly immersed himself in another emotion, somewhat similar to Jiang Chuchu's situation. However, Jiang Chuchu was deliberately guided by Ning Siki at the time, and was more passive, while Qin Yu was actively trying to escape. The system hesitated and asked, "Host, do you find Qin Yu's most hopeless fate laughable?" Gu Qinghuan, who was just pondering whether there was any way to deal with Tong Li, was stunned by this. Huh? Why would you think so? The system didn't answer. Gu Qinghuan wondered if her own system, like in science fiction, had begun to respond to human emotions. But she still answered, no. Being killed by someone else is someone else's crime. He is implicated, a victim. Why would he find it laughable? You also said this was the most hopeless ending. So, even with the same development, there are less hopeless endings, right? The system replied affirmatively. Yes, there is also a world line where Qin Yu was stabbed but survived. A 15-year-old boy, having personally experienced the test of death, will undoubtedly grow. At least, Gu Qinghuan could see that from Qin Yu's current state. If that wasn't the end, but merely fate's test of him, I believe in the true nature of the Qin Yu I knew. Gu Qinghuan answered firmly. The fact that Qin Yu was able to find peace with her simple words proved that he was simply dwelling on a single issue. It wasn't that she was truly amazing, always able to hit the nail on the head, but rather that Qin Yu was able to figure things out on his own. He responded to her with his own strength, and it was himself who saved him. What he could do, just like what he was doing now, was also Qin Yu's ability to complete his mission, all thanks to his own efforts. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghuan began to understand why Qin Yu now had a soft spot for Gao Changjing. Had he always been asked to be someone else, he must have longed for someone with such determination, someone who always chose to be himself? The reason Qin Yu only had a soft spot for Gao Changjing now, and didn't truly love her, was simple. Because he could now freely choose to be himself. Gu Qinghuan's mood brightened, and he even hummed a little tune while pondering how to deal with Tong Li. System, host, you're really starting to look like the mastermind. But just as she had come up with her worst-case scenario, and hadn't even begun to think of her best-case scenario, someone knocked on the door. Gu Qinghuan walked over to open the door, and saw Jiang Yuxuan with a strange expression on his face. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Gu Qinghuan asked. Jiang Yuxuan said hesitantly, actually, about half an hour ago, someone uploaded a leaked video of our filming today. This kind of thing is usually considered a pre-production, so don't take it seriously. But the user who uploaded it is a fan of Tong Li, so the reviews were terrible. Gu Qinghuan's expression grew serious, and she immediately searched her network for any connections who could help. But Jiang Yuxuan followed up. When we received the message, it had already been over 10 minutes since the other party posted the video. Just as we were about to do anything, the account that posted the video, along with all the accounts involved in the malicious reviews, was deleted. The video was wiped from the internet, and Tong Li was also banned. His MCN company issued a statement. Gu Qinghuan felt a little numb. Her phone rang, and when she picked it up, it was indeed the person she imagined, though the content was a little different from what she imagined. I'm finding my position, as a backer, a bit shaky. Xia He's tone was heavy. I thought I was moving fast, and the Jiang family's fate was within my expectations. But why are so many different forces coming to grief? Bao Qingsong, squad leader. Someone on our forum said they saw a video smearing you. She saw you during a previous interview, and she was furious after seeing the video. She told everyone on our forum to go get those people. Bao Rujian, the bureau has noticed the video, and to protect the privacy of minors, it's been addressed. Lu-yi, long time no see. There's been some unpleasant comments online. Don't let them bother you. Also, think about the producer issue again. Wing, who's currently being tortured by a vicious producer. Han Yun, I just noticed you seem to be having a minor problem, but it's over before you can even act. Jiang Yuxuan's emotions were the most complicated. His sister hadn't told him that her best friend was so influential. Chapter 320. After hanging up Xia He's call, Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Yuxuan exchanged a look, forcing a wry smile. What's going on? Jiang Yuxuan rolled his eyes feebly. Who could understand? He and everyone else were sweating with anxiety, and then the problem resolved itself, all because of someone they hadn't expected. It was outrageous. Gu Qinghuan's appearance in that video was because she was directing Jiang Yuxuan on where to dig, And the netizen who recorded the video, seeing her young age, made a malicious, obscene joke. And then, everyone was left in the dark. Of course, Jiang Yuxuan wouldn't tell Gu Qinghuan the details, even though he knew that, given Gu Qinghuan's personality, she wouldn't care. But as an adult, he was supposed to protect minors, not to mention that Gu Qinghuan was his sister's good friend. I'm just giving you a heads up. I find a way to contact you about anything else. It's best if you don't show up. Jiang Yuxuan waved his hand and went back to his work. Gu Qinghuan then closed the door and replied to everyone who had sent her messages. As she replied, she was stunned. I only been out for a dozen minutes, and so many people already know about it. If it's the power of big data, it's incredible. System, Gu Qinghuan, you're so hesitant, I'm starting to get suspicious. System, actually, when I was giving a reward to Lin Julu, who had the most desperate fate, I ran into that thing. Gu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment before realizing, is it the thing that lures people to rebirth? System, yes, the world calls it a bug. I ran faster that time, so it didn't catch me. Gu Qinghuan was perceptive. That time? Have you encountered it more than once? Are you okay? System, I also encountered it during Bao Qingsong's reward. That was the second time. But I reported it the first time, strengthened my defenses, and even killed a bug. Gu Qinghuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The system continued, as a reward for eliminating the bugs, the world gave me some energy, which I use on you, the host. Gu Qinghuan, what specific effect does this energy have? Does it make me more noticeable? But didn't you say before that I wasn't easily noticed when I appeared with everyone from Class 3? System, it's not about attracting attention, but about making things more favorable for you and facilitating the completion of the mission. For example, if the host wants to buy a cake for the mission target, but doesn't know their preferences, with the energy's blessing, the cake you randomly pick might just be what they like. Gu Qinghuan touched his chin. It's just a possibility, not a certainty. System, yes, there's no such thing as absolute in the world, and it requires human subjective will. Energy doesn't have that much of a role. This time, too. The video only recorded you and Jiang Yuxuan. Qin Yu was on the other side, so you attracted some attention from others. This attention has had a rather negative impact on you, so we naturally can't let it continue. Gu Qinghuan suddenly realized, so, to minimize the impact on me, those who are related to me, and have the ability to do so will see my video, and then intervene. System, yes, but whether they will actually intervene is still unknown. If your performance hadn't earned the recognition of those people, you wouldn't have received any help. Of course, in the system's view, the host's popularity and affinity, even if it's not 100 points, is at least 99 points. Everyone is definitely willing to help. This incident had little impact on Gu Qinghuan, but it did facilitate negotiations between Jiang Yuxuan and Tong Li's MCN company. Although the other party didn't know Jiang Yuxuan's true identity, they were frightened by these sudden appearances. Unable to figure out their origins, they dutifully paid compensation. Tong Li's side was completely ruined, and how to deal with it from now on was entirely up to Gao Chengjing. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Gu Qinghuan. She had returned home from her beach trip, bringing home a number of local specialties, like grilled fish fillets. Gu Haiyan pulled out the photo she'd taken before Gu Qinghuan's departure and compared it to the photo of Gu Qinghuan in front of her. She's quite a bit tanned. It's okay. Dark colors make you look thinner. Gu Qinghuan calculated, I'm going to take some local specialties to Grandma. She see I lost weight, and she make me something delicious. Gu Haiyan carried a bag of rice and a bucket of oil from the study. Then you can help me deliver these. Gu Qinghuan huffed and puffed as he carried the rice and oil, along with the local specialties, onto the front running board of his electric bike. He put on his helmet and headed for Grandma's. As expected, upon seeing Gu Qinghuan, Gu Min's eyes widened. How come you're so dark and thin after only a week? Gu Qinghuan, not really. Gu Min saw the bag she was carrying and frowned. Haiyan and Jian, what a fool. Why did they let a kid like you bring them here? Are you hot? No, I was riding my bike. It's windy today, so it's quite comfortable. Gu Qinghuan helped Gu Min pack up the rice and oil, then showed off the delicious food she bought. Gu Min was old and had bad teeth, so Gu Qinghuan didn't bring grilled fish fillets. Instead, she brought fish floss to go with the porridge, and some dried goods perfect for soup. Before leaving, Gu Haiyan gave Gu Qinghuan some shopping funds, so she didn't feel bad about buying anything. More importantly, Gu Min had promised to make her something delicious. I couldn't count on her today, so Gu Min would make it tomorrow and told Gu Qinghuan to invite mom and dad over for dinner. Gu Qinghuan, my grandma's mincemeat and eggplant rice is heavenly. And sweet pink pumpkin. Top it with a piece of braised pork ribs with scallions. When Gu Qinghuan returned home, Gu Haiyan saw her smug look and knew her plot had succeeded. She shook her head and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Your dad just bought some ice cream. Go get one." Gu Qinghuan unpacked a milk brick and placed it in her bowl, preparing to scoop it up with a spoon when Gu Haiyan said, "By the way, your dad also brought back a package for you. He's on your desk." "It's finally here." Gu Qinghuan rushed to her room, bowl in hand. Xiao Si sat at her desk, curious about the unfamiliar delivery box, scratching at it with her paws. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, Xiao Si meowed. "Xiao Si, open it quickly. Let me see what's inside." Gu Qinghuan put down her bowl and pawed at Xiao Si's head. "This is something I'm giving away, not your food. Stop wasting your time here." Xiao Si watched her unpack the package. Seeing that the contents looked different from the usual cat food and freeze-dried treats, he immediately went back to playing with the box in disappointment. Gu Qinghuan unpacked the contents and dug into the drawer for the pre-prepared ingredients. "Okay, let's get to work. Choo Choo's birthday is only 2 weeks away, so we can definitely finish it." Chapter 321. Jiang Choo Choo got off the plane and headed straight home. She asked the maid where Jiang Yuxuan was. After being told the bedroom, she quickly went upstairs and slammed Jiang Yuxuan's door. Jiang Yuxuan opened the door trembling with fear. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Before she could finish her words, Jiang Choo Choo had already slapped the doorframe and said sinisterly, "What did I tell you before I left?" Jiang Yuxuan shuddered, trying to recall Jiang Choo Choo's instructions before leaving. I should have done everything right. Did you? I told you to take good care of Qinghuan. And then that little filmed a pornographic video and spread rumors about her? Jiang Choo Choo withdrew her hand from the doorframe. "I'm going to find that little and kill him." Jiang Choo Choo was at the shooting range when she heard the news relayed by Bao Qingsong. Furious, she grabbed a Mossberg 500 loaded with buckshot and blew the target to pieces. Jiang Yuxuan cowered, no longer bothering to calm Jiang Choo Choo down. "I found the person. I'm investigating other issues. We're investigating all of them." Jiang Choo Choo's anger subsided a bit, and she crossed her arms. Though short, her presence was enough to dart down on Jiang Yuxuan. "Well, this situation is truly impossible to supervise. I won't hold you responsible for inadequate supervision." Though Jiang Yuxuan had escaped with a lifeline, he was still visibly shaken and decided to swiftly establish the company's legal department. Jiang Choo Choo had no place to vent her anger, but hearing Jiang Yuxuan say he was working on it, she felt much better and headed back to her room. "What are you going to do?" Jiang Yuxuan asked bravely. "To plan the details for my birthday party." Jiang Choo Choo's face was stern. "My previous plan was just to have the dishes prepared better. Now I'm going to refine it." Gu Qinghuan had been inexplicably wronged. A good meal alone wouldn't be enough. She had to prepare some return gifts for everyone. By the way, regarding the membership card she previously considered for Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Choo Choo thought it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to adjust Yunjinlu's existing membership system and benefits. That would require her to come up with a new plan. Investment, operating costs, marketing plans. All of these had to be considered. She had a lot to do. Thinking of this, Jiang Choo Choo turned back and transferred some money to Jiang Yuxuan, warning him, "Investigate that little thoroughly." Got it? Now that she had enough money, if her brother still couldn't get things done, she would insert someone into his company. Jiang Yuxuan nodded his head, like a chicken pecking at rice. I know. So do you have any money left?" Jiang Choo Choo waved her hand. "The marketing campaign for the high school entrance exam was pretty good. Besides my team, Dad also gave me a personal bonus." Jiang Yuxuan felt at ease with the money. As long as his sister still had money, that was all. As for whether he regret starting his own business? Impossible. He was having a hard time, but he was having a blast. Doing something you love is the best. When Jiang Choo Choo returned to her room, the servants had already brought her coffee, as was her recent habit. She sat down at the table, dug out her previous birthday party plans, took a sip of coffee, picked up a pen, and began to consider which parts needed revisions. While starting work right after returning home sounded a bit daunting, considering what needed to be done, it was better not to waste time. She absolutely had to take advantage of the birthday party to comfort her best friend. Done! Gu Qinghuan held the completely finished birthday present aloft, beaming triumphantly, as expected of me. Although there had been countless minor errors along the way, she had fixed them all. Plus, with the help of the system to check for gaps and fill in gaps in her memory, there would definitely be no mistakes. The system applauded Gu Qinghwan in her mind, though it only played a cheering background music. Host, you worked hard. You finally finished it. Gu Qinghwan placed the birthday present on the table and swung her hands around to stretch them. Oh, this is terrifying. Although I had a rough draft from the beginning, I didn't expect it to get longer and longer once I actually wrote it. If it weren't for the system calculating the layout and reminding me to stay on track, there would definitely be major problems. Gu Qinghwan was still terrified. The system rarely felt like criticizing her. So host, what's the point of you drafting? Gu Qinghwan laughed. I can't help it, I can't help it. She then took out the pre-prepared packing materials one by one. She carefully wrapped them in gilded star pattern snow pear paper, tied them with twine, and hung a round hangtog with her own lion pattern. Then, she placed them in a gift box filled with shimmering champagne-colored raffia. She covered the gift with raffia, added a happy birthday card, and finally closed the lid and tied a beautiful knot with ribbon. Done. System comment. If you post your packing process online, maybe others would enjoy it. Gu Qinghwan. Actually, I learned from several bloggers, She put the gift box in a drawer, making sure it wouldn't be used as a toy by Xiao Si, who came to inspect her territory, and then skipped out of the room. Dad, I want fried chicken. Wang Jian checked the time, 4 p.m. If you eaten, then you won't have dinner. Then wait until the fried chicken arrives and cook some turkey noodles. We can have turkey noodles and fried chicken for dinner together? Gu Qinghwan suggested. Sure, I asked your mom. Wang Jian messaged Gu Haiyan, who was still at work. Gu Haiyan. Okay, 2 orders, 1 boneless leg and 1 whole wing. I want the boneless chicken with a combination of marinated cheese and honey mustard, and the whole wing with sweet and spicy sauce. I want the turkey noodles with cream. Gu Qinghwan and Wang Jian looked at each other. Gu Qinghwan said, Mom looks really stressed out at work today. Wang Jian nodded. It seems so. She doesn't usually order this much. Then should I go to the supermarket and buy a Coke? Gu Qinghwan asked. I finished the creamy turkey noodles. You should buy one too. Wang Jian glanced at the cabinets. I order takeout when you get back. The takeout will be almost here by the time your mom gets off work. Gu Qinghwan scurried off to the supermarket, buying Coke for Gu Haiyan, coconut water for Wang Jian, and pineapple beer for herself. When Gu Haiyan got home, she saw Wang Jian cooking turkey noodles in an electric hot pot. She smiled, her resentment at work diminishing. That looked so exaggerated. What's so exaggerated about food? Wang Jian covered the turkey noodles with cheese slices and sprinkled them with sesame and seaweed crumbs. It tastes best, that's what matters. Gu Qinghwan was picking ice cubes and putting them in Gu Haiyan's glass. The Coke poured in, making a bubbling sound that sounded quite pleasant at the moment. Gu Haiyan took a sip of the iced Coke and exhaled deeply. I feel much better. Did you run into any troublesome clients? Wang Jian asked. It's more than a hassle. Gu Haiyan waved her hand in disdain. You're like a single-threaded repeater. No matter what I say, nothing makes sense. I talk myself dry? She only complained once, quickly turning her attention to the turkey noodles. Is it ready? The cheese looks melted. Eat. As much as you want. Wang Jian waved his hand. More if not. Gu Qinghwan had already picked up a boneless chicken nugget, coated it in the turkey noodles, and devoured it contentedly. Today, I finished making Chuchu's birthday present and got to eat the fried chicken she'd been craving. It was another happy day. Chapter 322. July 29th, Jiang Chuchu's birthday. The students in Class 3 had heard Jiang Chuchu mention it long before the holiday, so they all reserved the day for the birthday party. At around 10:30, Gu Qinghwan arrived at the entrance of Yunjin Building. The receptionist, who knew Gu Qinghwan intimately, flashed a familiar smile. Hello, Miss Gu. Miss Zhang's birthday party is on the 16th floor. You can take the elevator directly there. Okay, thank you. Gu Qinghwan smiled back and continued walking towards the elevator. Come to think of it, the previous time she dined at Yunjin Building, she always stayed on a fixed floor. This time, they moved to the 16th. Could it be because today was Chuchu's 16th birthday? While she was pondering, the elevator had already descended. Gu Qinghwan was about to step into the open elevator door, but someone stepped out. She retracted her foot and slightly turned to let the person inside exit first. A strange male voice rang out. New face? From whom? Gu Qinghuan didn't recognize the person emerging from the elevator, so even after hearing this, she didn't take it seriously, assuming they were talking to someone nearby. She was about to walk back into the elevator when someone grabbed her shoulder. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Thanks to Song Yi's Sonda instruction, and her reflexes developed through years of practice, Gu Qinghuan almost instantly grabbed the man's wrist with her backhand and twisted it forcefully. With a gasp of pain, the man's hand loosened, and Gu Qinghuan shook it off. She turned, warily facing him. Only then did she get a clear look at his face. To be fair, he was a decent-looking guy, not exactly a college student. Although Qin Min and Jiang Yuxuan, whom she knew, didn't look like typical college students either, this guy gave Gu Qinghuan the feeling that something was missing. A high school student like her. Gu Qinghuan eyed the boy with a scrutinizing gaze. The boy gripped his wrist, toothed, and stared at Gu Qinghuan with a stern expression. "You're quite rude, aren't you? Where are you from?" Gu Qinghuan sneered. "Your upbringing taught you to hit someone you don't know? Why answer a guy like that? Just hold him accountable." The boy was speechless, looking troubled. "Is an apology all right?" Gu Qinghuan didn't want to argue with him any further. Although she still didn't know all the luxury brands, after a year at Mingda, she had developed a discerning eye and could tell that the guy's clothing was expensive. Moreover, she believed the boy's upbringing was certainly not that bad, otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted this way when she questioned him. This meant that in Yunjin Building, the boys either assumed a new face like her must know him, or that he was qualified and confident enough to ask such questions. His family background was definitely not simple. Gu Qinghuan believed that the most urgent thing was to inform Jiang Chuchu of this conflict, and find out the boy's identity before making any plans. So, while the boy was talking, she got in the elevator first, pressed the close button, and then randomly pressed the buttons for several floors, including the 16th. This way, even if the boy wanted to reach her from the floor where she stopped, it would be difficult. When the elevator finally stopped on the 16th floor, and the doors opened, Gu Qinghuan spotted Yu Xian standing in the hallway. "Xinba." Gu Qinghuan trotted over, and gave her a big hug. "How was your summer vacation?" Without waiting for Yu Xian to reply, Gu Qinghuan clung to her and looked her over. "It's only been a month, and you seem to have grown taller?" Yu Xian didn't have time to answer, so she could only ask the last question. "I think I've grown a bit taller, and my pants are a little short." Although it was summer, she had been with Yu Jinxin this month, working at the Yu family's company, so her outfit was more businesslike, mostly casual trousers. "Buy something new. When are you free? Let's go shopping. I want to buy a new pair of sandals." Gu Qinghuan was excited. In fact, the Yu family had recently started having stores deliver her clothes, but Yu Xian felt much happier to go shopping with Gu Qinghuan, so she immediately agreed. "Okay, I go back and check my schedule and contact you tonight." Yu Xian nodded. "By the way, have you seen Chuchu? I have something important to discuss with her," Gu Qinghuan asked. "She's over there. Let's go together." Yu Xian pointed toward the banquet hall, and Gu Qinghuan immediately spotted Jiang Chuchu standing by the window. Jiang Chuchu had just finished giving instructions to the staff when she saw Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian approach. She shook her head. "Xinbao's here early, and you're here early too. Are you in such a hurry for lunch? Waiting at home is boring. If you come early, you can spend some time wandering around here." Gu Qinghuan said, taking off his backpack and pulling out a gift box. Ding ding ding. Gu Qinghuan handed the gift box to Jiang Chuchu. "Happy birthday, Chuchu." Jiang Chuchu's eyes lit up. "You kept me in suspense for so long, and now I finally know what it is." "What are you doing?" She had already taken the gift box with both hands, but Gu Qinghuan wouldn't let go. "Well," Gu Qinghuan coughed lightly, "wait until you're alone before opening it. It'd be embarrassing if anyone else saw it. Although I'm confident this gift is as thoughtful as anyone else's, it's like, well, you don't want a love letter to be made public." "Okay." Jiang Chuchu held the box with a look of regret and solemnity. "Then I put it in my personal safe for now, and I take it home and open it after the birthday party." "Safe is a bit over the top, isn't it?" Gu Qinghuan made a rare quip, changing the subject. "Did Xinbao also give a gift?" Yu Xian nodded. "Yes, I bought the watch with my pocket money. When I saw it, I thought the style suited Chuchu, so I bought it." Jiang Chuchu immediately bared her wrist. "Look, I'm wearing it." Gu Qinghuan agreed that the style suited Chuchu, and the mint green strap was perfect for summer. After giving the gifts, she cleared her throat and said, "Excuse me, I have something unpleasant to say next." Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian's eyes immediately focused on Gu Qinghuan, and they asked in unison, "What happened?" Just now, When I was getting on the elevator, a guy said I was a stranger, asked where I was from, and grabbed my shoulder. I twisted his wrist away, didn't tell him who I was, and went straight up. Gu Qinghwan briefly explained. I want to see Chu-Chu to confirm his identity. If there are any problems, I might need Chu-Chu's help. How rude. Jiang Chu-Chu gritted her teeth. She was still attacking Qinghwan on her turf. Hadn't too many people been complaining about her comfortable life lately? I have someone check the surveillance footage, and let you know as soon as I confirm his identity, Jiang Chu-Chu said immediately. If he dared to cause trouble on her birthday, she would definitely show him who was in charge at Yunjin Tower. Chapter 323. Finding the boy's identity wasn't difficult. Rather, the moment Jiang Chu-Chu saw the surveillance footage, she blurted out, "Why is it this bastard?" Since Jiang Chu-Chu could even utter the word bastard, it seemed the boy was a problem. Gu Qinghwan and Uxian exchanged glances and asked, "Is he someone you know, Chu-Chu?" Fang Wanfu. Jiang Chu-Chu had a look of pain in her teeth. Well, let me explain his situation first. His family has few children, with only one child per generation. Fang Wanfu wasn't born until his mother was in her 40s or 50s, so he's been cherished like the apple of his eye since childhood. Jiang Chu-Chu stretched out her finger and formed the Chinese character for Fu in the air. His original name was Wanfu, meaning late blessing. They worried his fate wouldn't be strong enough to contain the word Fu, so they changed it to Fu. He's been in poor health since childhood, often hospitalized. The Fang family is a bit superstitious, so they dressed him in women's clothing and raised him as a girl, hoping to trick the ghost messenger and prevent him from taking his soul. He was quite cute when he was young, but as he grew stronger, he became a bit of a devil. But they didn't dare touch him, as any move against the Fang family would be very troublesome. Does it sound like the Fang family is difficult to deal with? Uxian said. She had been back home for a year, and had yet to come into contact with them. Not really, Jiang Chu-Chu said with a sad expression. In fact, as long as Fang Wanfu isn't involved, the Fang family is pretty good. As I said, his family is a bit superstitious, so they practice good deeds. They don't pray to gods or Buddhas, but they actually donate money and do good deeds. That Fang Wanfu, you really mean it when you say he's annoying. I was in the same class with him in elementary school. Today he stuffed fake snakes into a classmate's backpack. Tomorrow he smeared the blackboard with a mop soaked in milk, and the day after tomorrow he stuffed a fart pad into the teacher's chair. When the parents were called in, the Fang family elders couldn't bear to hit the child, so they kept apologizing. Their attitude was sincere and their apologies were thorough, but Fang Wanfu still dared to do it again. Gu Qinghwan exclaimed, "What a naughty kid." Right, so everyone's consensus is to stay away from this bastard, Jiang Chu-Chu said. After all, Fang Wanfu's actions weren't really that serious, really. It was the family that was most embarrassed by the Fang family. The child might be the same age, but the parents weren't. They were almost a generation apart. Watching an older relative bow their heads and apologize to you is quite stressful. Everyone knows the Fang family is kind and admires such selfless people, but they're really bad at managing their children. The final conclusion the group came to was to avoid Fang Wanfu as much as possible. Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment and asked sincerely, "He's so annoying, has he never been beaten before?" It's said that when he was in kindergarten, he secretly cut a girl's hair and got beaten up by her. Then he learned to run away after doing something bad. Jiang Chu-Chu gritted her teeth. Chu-Chu, have you been bullied by him too? Uxian asked tentatively. He stole my cat's feces and fed it to the dog. He even told the dog to lick my face. Jiang Chu-Chu's voice rose an octave. Gu Qinghwan pondered for a moment, then pounded his fist on his palm. I see. No wonder he's so curious about a stranger like me. You all avoid him, so he's so bored. Seeing me, he thinks there's someone new to tease. At the same time, Fang Wanfu's "how could anyone not recognize me?" attitude was explained. He was the troublemaker everyone avoided. I better give him a warning. Jiang Chu-Chu asked the waiter for a glass of mint water to soothe her throat. Although that is always acting recklessly, he does have some sense of propriety. If he knew your true situation, he probably wouldn't bother you. This bastard's troublemaking behavior had a set of messed up principles, one of which was that he wouldn't mess with those with lesser backgrounds than himself. It was said that if you weren't as well off as him, you just silently endure his bullying. But that wouldn't work, he needed emotional feedback. This excuse had earned him countless calls of insane, and forced him up 2 flights of stairs. Jiang Chu-Chu went to call Fang Wanfu. Gu Qinghwan and Uxian stood there, staring at each other. Such a strange person is quite rare, Gu Qingwan said. Yu Xian nodded in agreement. He seemed spoiled, but not that bad. Let's just do as Chu Chu said, and stay away from him. Jiang Chu Chu returned from her phone call and gestured to the two of them. He said he understands, and he sounded quite regretful. Regardless of regret or not, as long as the matter was resolved, Gu Qingwan could enjoy Jiang Chu Chu's birthday party in peace. Class 3 students arrived quickly, lining up to stuff gifts into Jiang Chu Chu's hands. Gu Qingwan and Yu Xian piled the gifts onto the long, specially prepared table, creating a mountain of gifts. After Jiang Chu Chu had welcomed everyone in, she saw the mountain of gifts and burst out laughing. You two are playing with Lego here? You know what? It's quite amusing. Gu Qingwan finished, then turned to Yu Xian. I think this one should be swapped with that one. This one's a better size. Yu Xian compared them carefully and shook her head. No, I like a more staggered arrangement. But the pattern on this wrapping paper is prettier. Gu Qingwan argued. Yu Xian remained unmoved. If you're talking about the wrapping paper, I think that's more suitable. Jiang Chu Chu didn't bother with the two childish people. She pretended to keep an eye on the food and sneaked off to her room to open Gu Qingwan's gift. After all, it was fine as long as she was alone, right? There was no rule that it had to be at night, right? What was wrong was satisfying her curiosity. She closed the door, sat on the sofa holding Gu Qingwan's gift box, and untied the ribbon bow. The hard lid of the box slowly opened, and the first thing that caught her eye was a card with the words Choo Choo, Happy Birthday written on it. It looked like ordinary white cardboard, but the edges were painted with a pattern of fireworks tubes, giving it a celebratory feel just by looking at it. Under the card was a shimmering champagne-colored raffia. The thin strands rustled as they were pulled apart, as if some hidden surprise was about to jump out of the box. Jiang Chu Chu felt for a thick, square object. She pulled it out, a few strands of raffia still dangling from it, before quickly falling back into the box. Untying the hemp rope and unfolding the pear paper, Jiang Chu Chu finally saw a loose-leaf book with a cover depicting green grass and blue sky with white clouds. The front page was blank, and the back page contained a simple sentence. Dedicated to my good friend, Jiang Chu Chu. Jiang Chu Chu held her breath and slowly flipped through the pages. This was a diary, or rather, a memoir that recorded the experiences of Gu Qingwan and Jiang Chu Chu since they met. Gu Qingwan didn't have the habit of keeping a diary, and the tone of her diary was filled with nostalgia, clearly written from impromptu recollections. The first time I saw you, I thought you were a very lively and lovely girl. Your words weren't exactly friendly though. You're a young lady, after all. Jiang Chu Chu felt a little embarrassed. What did she say then? Did she ask Gu Qingwan to change seats? Ah, it's become a dark memory just thinking about it. But how could you be so easily persuaded by me? You're actually quite reasonable. You were so generous too. I was a little worried you might be a scammer. Wow, Qinghuan, you actually thought that way back then. If we weren't classmates, how could she have done that? Jiang Chu Chu turned the page angrily. Take note. Chu Chu's first strength, generosity. It's generosity, it's being unrestrained, and it's knowing how to share and accept kindness. Even though it was my first time, I didn't hold any prejudice against it, and secretly drank the glass of ice-cold lemonade. Chapter 324. The loose-leaf notebook was filled with countless entries. Gu Qinghuan listed a long list of Jiang Chu Chu's strengths, so many that even the usually confident and proud Jiang Chu Chu began to feel ashamed. She was generous, tolerant, kind, sincere, righteous, brave. These familiar words had all become her own strengths, making Jiang Chu Chu feel unfamiliar. She couldn't help but have a brief moment of doubt. Am I really that good? Then, she thought, if Gu Qinghuan knew of her doubt, he would undoubtedly say, you are just that good. As if guessing her thoughts, the next page read. I've been talking about strengths all this time. Shouldn't I also mention weaknesses? No, why should birthday gifts spoil the fun? Why must strengths always have weaknesses? There's no need to pursue this kind of balance, because my good friend deserves the best on her birthday. And I know that Chu Chu is strong and clear-headed. You know your future path, and how to walk it. So all I need to do is cheer you on. Chu Chu is the best. The loose-leaf notebook wasn't entirely filled with text, it also contained various images. For example, there was the brand-name cartoon for the iced lemonade, and the product image of the human dog bed, where they often slept. Most of the images were of Jiang Chu Chu. Jiang Chu Chu had no idea when Gu Qinghuan had taken the photos. The pixels were average, her photography skills weren't great, and there wasn't even any post-processing involved. If Shi Guangwei saw this, she would definitely let out a sharp cry of disbelief. But no matter which photo, Jiang Chuchu was the absolute sinner, as if the whole world revolved around her. Because this was her birthday present, she was the star of the world. Jiang Chuchu hugged this unique birthday gift tightly, as if she had seen another version of herself. At the same time, the past year reappeared in her memory with a brand new look. She solemnly placed the loose-leaf notebook in the safe, and quickly ran back to the birthday party. Finding Gu Qinghuan, she threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. Ugh! Cough cough cough. Gu Qinghuan nearly choked on the egg tart, but she managed to hold it tightly, preventing it from falling to the ground. Yu Xian quickly handed her the drink and looked at Jiang Chuchu again. What's wrong, Chuchu? Gu Qinghuan took a sip of the drink and calmed down. Jiang Chuchu still held her tightly, and she wondered, did you go open the presents? Jiang Chuchu nodded heavily, then commented, you're really good at sentimentalizing. Is that how you comment? Shouldn't you say my gift was well made, and that you're touched? Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened. I won't tell you. Jiang Chuchu turned her head away. She wouldn't admit that her nose had gotten sore, and she was almost crying when she saw it. Gu Qinghuan looked devastated. So my gift wasn't well prepared? Jiang Chuchu quickly shook her head, but halfway through, she noticed Gu Qinghuan smirking and immediately realized she'd fallen for a trick. She let go of her hand, her hands on her hips. How dare you trick me? Gu Qinghuan took advantage of her loosening grip and scurried off, stuffing the remaining egg tart into his mouth. He mumbled, I'm going to get a burger. Jiang Chuchu stood there, too lazy to chase her. Yu Xian couldn't stop laughing at them, and curiously asked, what did Qinghuan give? I gave her a memoir. Jiang Chuchu didn't hide anything from Yu Xian. She briefly described the contents of the memoir, and Yu Xian was moved. What a wonderful gift. Jiang Chuchu nodded. Well, no matter what gift I receive next, I don't think I appreciate it more than this. By the way, when is your birthday? You never told us. The birth date on Yu Xian's student record was a random registration made after her adoptive mother's family found her. It wasn't her real birthday. After Yu Xian returned to the Yu family, her household registration hadn't been transferred back, so her real birthday wasn't changed. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu had asked Yu Xian several times before, but she hadn't said anything. Because Yu Yuan was still in the Yu family, that birthday belonged to her. Even on her birthday, the Yu family wouldn't remember it as Yu Xian's. This year, when that date arrived, Yu Yuan had left, and the Yu family was still arguing with Yu Inxiu. Remembering how much they had pampered Yu Yuan on this day in previous years, only to end up with this outcome, the Yu family was furious and didn't want to celebrate her birthday at all. Of course, the main reason was that they couldn't achieve the desired effect. Cui Wanning had originally planned to use Yu Xian's birthday party to invite all the families to attend and restore the Yu family's reputation. Alas, despite her intention, the women who wanted to help Yu Inxiu were unwilling to take up the conversation. Unable to improve Yu Xian's reputation as Cui Wanning had hoped, Yu Xian's birthday party fell through. In contrast, Yu Xian herself was even less concerned. It was obvious that her birthday would only be exploited by the Yu family now. Who knew if they would ask her to establish good relationships with someone at the birthday party? The thought was disgusting. I tell you when I can afford to celebrate my own birthday, Yu Xian said. She hadn't dreamed of a birthday before. Neither cake nor gifts were ever hers. After being found, the Yu family's attitude made it clear to her that they wouldn't celebrate with a genuine heart. So, in her opinion, a birthday should be spent with friends. If not, it wouldn't be as good as any other day. Is this really okay? Jiang Chuchu grimaced. She felt a little guilty that only she could receive such a birthday gift, while Xinbao couldn't. Yu Xian smiled. Actually, I think it's pretty good. Every time you think about this, you ask me what gift I want or think about what to give me. Seeing you like this makes me feel even happier than if I actually received a gift. Jiang Chuchu looked at Yu Xian with disbelief. Xinbao, you gone bad? Yu Xian shook her head. That's not called going bad. It's just standard behavior in Team 3, right? Jiang Chuchu also shook her head. Damn it! What will become of this troublemaking unit? Gu Qinghuan had no idea what Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu were talking about, but she did know when Yu Xian's birthday was. After all, she had the system. She only needed to ask for this basic information, and it would tell her. Since Yu Xian planned to celebrate it later on her own, and didn't want her birthday to be exploited, she would wait patiently. The gifts were naturally already prepared. When the time came, she would give out several years' worth of gifts all at once, which would surely shock Yu Xian. Lu Qinghuan ran to the dining table that served hamburgers. Although it seemed a bit unseemly for this kind of fast food to appear at the birthday party of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, for Class 3, Being lively and delicious was the most important thing. The burgers made on site are a bit of a performance. As soon as the chef swings 2 shovels, the round meat balls are pressed open and turned into beef patties grilled on the iron plate that are oozing with gravy, exuding an alluring aroma of fat. In addition to Gu Qinghuan, there were several classmates waiting for the beef patties to be fried. Yuan Wuwei had already gotten his share of the burger and was chewing. "Tell me, why is the burger so delicious? All I know is that I want to punch you right now." Van Ziren's face was expressionless. The other people nodded angrily. He had already eaten it, and was still showing off here. He was looking for a beating, right? Chapter 325. As Gu Qinghuan returned with the burger, she took a moment to observe Jiang Chuchu's expression from a distance. After making sure she wasn't angry anymore, she pretended to walk back casually. "Aren't you going to have burgers? They're quite delicious." She lifted the burger and took a bite. "It's a little early to eat burgers now. I don't have your stomach." I sighed deliberately. "Dessert first, then the burger. You have a good appetite." "I was also planning on having eel rice." Gu Qinghuan worriedly asked, "Do you think it would be weird if I asked the chef to make the grilled eel rice bowl fried rice?" Although the whole eel was satisfying, by the end, there was only rice with sauce. On the contrary, the joy of eel fried rice lies in the sudden appearance of mincemeat as you eat, which makes you feel like you're eating more and more. Jiang Chuchu raised her chin. "Go ahead and order. All the dishes today are all about freedom. Enjoy them however you want. For example, the burgers just now were just that. Everyone can have whatever fillings they want. As long as the ingredients are available in the Yunjin building kitchen, they be added to your order." Although this birthday party was a bit unconventional and not quite suitable for a high-end venue like the Yunjin building, it was Jiang Chuchu's birthday party, and she had the final say. The party was attended by classmates, and it was more lively than sitting around the table waiting for the food to be served, enjoying each exquisite dish. If nothing else, at least Gu Qinghuan was extremely happy. She had ordered the egg tarts with chocolate on top. The burger had a lava fried egg in addition to the beef patty. The vegetables were half-cooked onions and fresh lettuce, but no tomatoes or pickles. Qin Yu approached, eating a roasted lamb chop. "Your birthday party is more casual than a buffet this time. Are you serious about it?" Jiang Chuchu pouted at Gu Qinghuan. "Isn't there someone there who's really eating?" Qin Yu suspected she knew about the Reuters video and wanted to use his birthday party to comfort Gu Qinghuan, so he decisively chose to keep quiet. Everyone was having a good time anyway, so it wasn't bad. Besides, if the whole class knew what was going on, even if Gu Qinghuan didn't care, the troublemakers would have been mobilized. Gu Qinghuan was eating eel fried rice when she turned to see Jiang Yuxuan walk in with Zhu Qinglan and Jiang Yue. She immediately realized her target had arrived. She hadn't forgotten what she was going to do today. She was going to record the happy life of Jiang Chuchu and her family, and give it to Jiang Chuchu, who had the most desperate fate. She finished her fried rice in 2 or 3 bites, wiped her mouth carefully, checked her appearance, and made sure it was all right, then walked towards Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu was talking to her mother and brother, and for a moment, she wasn't paying attention. It was Jiang Yue who first noticed Gu Qinghuan. At this point, Jiang Yue's competitive nature towards Gu Qinghuan had faded considerably. However, seeing Gu Qinghuan approach, he felt strangely wary. Gu Qinghuan had met Jiang Yue before at the New Year's Eve party, but she was busy cleaning up the Yin family home with everyone else and had no time to pay attention to him. She hadn't met Jiang Yue face to face since then, but his face frequently appeared in financial reports, so Gu Qinghuan wasn't unfamiliar with him. Noticing Jiang Yue's gaze, Gu Qinghuan greeted him friendly. "Hello, Uncle Jiang, and I wish Auntie well." Jiang Yue nodded reservedly, intending to act like an elder, but Zhu Qinglan turned her head at the sound of someone's voice. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, Zhu Qinglan smiled and said, "Isn't this little Qinghuan? You're here too." "Chu-Chu's birthday, of course I have to come," Gu Qinghuan replied with a smile. Zhu Qinglan nudged Jiang Yue with her elbow and said, "This is Gu Qinghuan, your daughter's good friend. Haven't you always said you wanted to meet her?" Jiang Yue felt a little embarrassed at being put off. He coughed loudly and said in a feigned seriousness, "Hello, Gu Qinghuan, I'm Chu-Chu's father." "I know." Chu-Chu said, "She learned a lot of her skills from you," Gu Qinghuan replied. Jiang Yue's lips curled up involuntarily. Hey, he really did teach her well, didn't he? Ahem, no such basic rhetoric, he couldn't fall for it so easily. Jiang Chuchu, however, felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. There's no need to talk about that. Jiang Yuxuan chimed in. Why shouldn't you say it? Dad taught you so many skills, aren't you happy? Jiang Chuchu's expression immediately changed. Don't you dare be so nosy. Gu Qingwan stood by, watching with a smile, silent. Jiang Chuchu noticed and felt a little embarrassed. What are you looking at? Jiang Chuchu asked. Looking at your family, Gu Qingwan said. It's so heartwarming, so wonderful. Jiang Chuchu was confused. Why did Qingwan suddenly say such affectionate words? But Gu Qingwan ran off after saying that. Okay, I go back to eating. Every time she saw everyone in class 3 living so happily, she felt more motivated to complete her tasks. After everyone had finished eating, Jiang Chuchu turned on the microphone to test the sound. Test, test. Everyone put down their food, wiped their hands and mouths, and turned their eyes to Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu took a breath. First of all, thank you all for coming to my birthday party today. You're welcome. Qin Yu decisively chose to be playful, earning a roll of his eyes from Jiang Chuchu. Everyone laughed, and Xie Xiangxue started shouting, Happy birthday, Chu-Chu! Someone took the lead, and the classmates immediately followed suit, enthusiastically, though sporadically. Finally, it became a unified, surging wave of blessings. Happy birthday! Jiang Chuchu was speechless for a moment. Everyone looked at her with joy, wishing her a happy birthday with sincerity and enthusiasm. Never before had she felt such a passionate and enthusiastic reception at any of her birthday parties. She cleared her throat and smiled brightly. Thank you, everyone. Shi Guangwei was quick to capture the moment and, patting her chest, said, I send it to you after I get back. Jiang Chuchu was on the mic primarily to arrange for the arrival of the birthday cake. Since everyone was a family, there was no cake-cutting ceremony, and a large cake would be cumbersome to divide. She prepared a miniature birthday cake for each person, barely the size of a palm. I put a coupon in each cake, which can be used for a raffle. Jiang Chuchu learned this trick from Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan had previously placed a note in the cake she sent to Yu Yuan, so she replaced it with a raffle item. Each prize came with a Yunjinlu membership card. Even if Gu Qinghuan's luck was bad, Jiang Chuchu could still achieve her goal. Over 20 different mini cakes, laid out together, were truly dazzling. The students in Class 3 were well aware of the generosity of their own discipline inspection commission. No matter what prize they won, it was guaranteed to be excellent, so they generally chose according to their personal preferences. Of course, some drew solely for the prizes, like Murong Tianjiao and Ouyang Wishuang, who had their eyes on the game console, and Su Xinghe, who had his eye on Bai Qingyin's tour tickets. Gu Qinghuan won a stair-climbing machine and froze for a long moment, hesitantly pinching her belly through her clothes. Although she gained weight compared to last year, she'd grown taller. Her body fat percentage was still quite normal. Losing it would be a waste. It would be a disservice to her hard-earned meals. System, I have a new understanding of the word hard work. Uxian held her forehead and shouted, Anyone want a stair climber? Come and exchange. John Johnson rushed over. I do it. I've been wanting to try some high-intensity aerobics lately. The prize she won was a new model cell phone. She had done well on her final exams, so her family had already bought her a new phone at the beginning of summer vacation, so she wouldn't be able to use the prize. Gu Qinghuan didn't have room for a stair climber at home, so she happily exchanged the prize. However, Gu Qinghuan had only changed her phone after entering high school and had no plans to replace it for the time being, mainly because the systems were different, and transferring data was too troublesome. She planned to go home and give the phone to Gu Haiyan to see if she would use it or give it to Wang Jian. The discarded phone could be given to Grandma Gu Min. Jiang Chuchu's birthday party didn't last long. Everyone ate together and received everyone's blessings, which was enough for Jiang Chuchu. Compared to exchanging polite compliments with others, while also guarding against hidden ulterior motives, this simple and straightforward birthday party was far more comforting. Just as Gu Qinghuan's gift had written. She was in the best mood. Chapter 326. The night deepened. Jiang Chuchu sat on the edge of a tall rooftop, swinging her legs and looking up at the bright full moon overhead. The cold concrete beneath her and the whistling wind in her ears reminded her of the danger she was in. But she didn't care. She simply stared at the full moon without blinking until her eyes ached and tears flowed. The building, about to be demolished, was now empty. The water and electricity had been cut off. Jiang Chuchu stumbled several times as she groped her way up in the dark. Normally, the rooftop was locked, but her fate seemed destined to end today. The door was surprisingly unlocked. A slight pull and a cold wind rushed in, as if welcoming her death. She lowered her head and looked at the distant horizon below her. The tall buildings, brightly lit, looked like matchsticks. Was the beautiful scene the little match girl saw each time she struck a match truly an illusion? Or a recollection of the past? Jiang Chu-Chu reached out toward the distant lights on the ground, but they were too far away. She couldn't grasp the distant lights through the distance of space, nor could she grasp the beautiful dreams of the past through the distance of time. On a cold winter night, the little match girl finally slept forever in the illusion of warmth, but she didn't deserve such a false sense of happiness. She should have fallen from a height right here and now. If it were before, she would have been terrified of the pain, unable to accept such a miserable and tragic death. But now, she felt that only by experiencing this level of pain could she alleviate some of the guilt she felt. It was all her fault. If she hadn't been so foolish, so self-centered, and so naive, how could the Jiang family have ended up like this? Her father and brother, right up to the very end, were still worried about her and thinking about her. If they had given up on her earlier, at least they could have found their own happiness, right? Jiang Chu-Chu let out a hoarse laugh, staggering to her feet and looking down again. It was too dark, and she couldn't see what was below her. But that was just as well. She wouldn't be so scared when she jumped. Just as she was about to take a step, a voice came from behind her. Rather than dying alone and in pain, why not seek revenge on those who hurt you? Jiang Chu-Chu instinctively tried to look back, but her center of gravity completely shifted, and she fell downwards. But she still saw clearly, a fleeting glimpse of her own face. The fall slowed to an infinitely slower pace, and Jiang Chu-Chu fell on her back. Above her, a mirror appeared, and the person who looked exactly like her stared at her expressionlessly. Instead of committing suicide, why not choose to die together? As long as Ning Siki still covets your money, there will always be a way to make him appear before you, and you will always find a way to hurt him. Not seeking revenge, wielding a knife against the person who hurt you, but just hiding in a place like this, quietly seeking death, is too cowardly. That Jiang Chu-Chu stretched out his hands towards her neck. If you really wanted to die, you should have done it long ago. It's ridiculous to linger on until now, and then to commit suicide. Go to hell now. A tightness in her throat made Jiang Chu-Chu's breathing increasingly labored. Her lungs felt as if they were about to collapse to the limit, and she suffered pain, but could not find relief. Was she supposed to die a long time ago? Jiang Chu-Chu's head spun. Why hadn't she taken revenge on Ning Siki? Was she suffering so much now because she hadn't? Revenge on Ning Siki. Her sins and pain. If she could do it all over again, she would. No! Someone shouted that, like lightning piercing the dark clouds and splitting the night. Jiang Chu-Chu jolted awake, realizing that it was her own hand that was pinching her neck. That Jiang Chu-Chu had been standing on the edge of the building from beginning to end, looking down at her condescendingly, the expression on her face completely unhuman. Warm memories flooded her mind, and Jiang Chu-Chu saw her 16th birthday party. The faces of her once familiar classmates had become so unfamiliar in her memory. Would the students of Class 3 ever smile so brightly? Would they wish her a happy birthday so sincerely? And could she, herself, ever truly be so confident and dazzling? That was another future, more incredible than dreams and hallucinations. She saw her mother, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Zhu Qinglong looked healthy and vibrant, a stark contrast to the pale face she once had on her hospital bed. She saw her calm and composed father. Jiang Yue, pleased with her growth, discussed the management of Yunjin building with her earnestly. And her brother, Jiang Yuxuan, was no longer the heavy-hearted and exhausted look he had been after taking over Yongchang Group. He worked in a field he loved and enthusiastically described his career plans to her. But those eyes, filled with love and cherishment, remained unchanged. Jiang Chu-Chu suddenly remembered that she wasn't hanging on, but she had always known that if her family were still alive, they wouldn't want her to die so soon. She had fought so hard to live, determined not to betray their love, but now she could no longer. You tried so hard to hold on until now. You're not a coward at all, the voice said later. And this was just one of countless fates. Jiang Chu-Chu had other choices, other fates, but this most hopeless fate had been targeted by the worm. Unable to directly interfere with Jiang Chu-Chu, the worm deliberately used this method to mislead her, hoping to instill a desire for revenge in her, and force her to choose rebirth. Jiang Chu-Chu had struggled to survive until now. How could her efforts be so easily dismissed? This time, the worm was clearly more powerful than before, and its methods were even more insidious. After the system appeared, the worm quickly abandoned its target and vanished from its range, leaving no time for it to be captured or eliminated. The system could only barely capture the insect's trace and submit it as a tracking target, ensuring timely response the next time it was spotted. Jiang Chu-chu had already fallen to the ground, but thankfully, thanks to the system's hospice care, she was spared from such agony. I am going to see Mom, Dad, and brother. Jiang Chu-chu looked at the moon above her, which was receding further away. She had almost forgotten that, until the very end, none of her family had given up on her. How could she have so easily considered herself a burden? But sorry, she still couldn't go on her own. She felt so lonely, so alone. She wanted to go home, so she would find her family. Her death was not to atone for her sins, but to reunite with her family. Now she would go to her family. Personal rewards distributed. Good night, Jiang Chu-chu. Chapter 327. Gu Qinghuan's second month of summer vacation was much more boring. Summer homework was done, Qin Yu's assignment was completed, and Jiang Chu-chu's reward was used. In the Class 3 group chat, everyone chatted daily except for asking about homework and sharing interesting stories. The system helped monitor everyone's progress on their assignments. Compared to the school day, their progress had only increased very slightly, and many people hadn't even changed at all. Although Gu Qinghuan felt a little disappointed, he also knew that it was good that their progress hadn't declined. This also means that everyone had a peaceful summer vacation, right? Of course, by late August, the group chat gradually became lively. During winter vacation, Gu Qinghuan had already taught everyone how to deal with winter vacation homework, but naturally, some people put it off until the last minute. Fan Ziren, who's the one with this procrastination problem? It's me, so that's fine. Yuan Wuwei, how dare you say that? Oh Yang Wushuang, summer vacation is so fun, why does homework exist as a depressing thing? Ming Xiaolin, there will be no homework when I start working, but there will be no more winter and summer vacations, and there will still be endless deadlines. Ai Ning, how can there be such a cruel thing? Song Yi, I want to be like my dad, lying down and playing dirty forever. Lin Zhulu, chat records of difficult homework problems in the group, anyone need it? Fan Ziren, me. Ouyang Wushuang, 111. After everyone finished talking about homework, they were still discussing how to celebrate Qin Yu's birthday. Gu Qinghuan, so what takeout should we eat? Su Xinghe, even if the mountains are gone and the sky and the earth are united, the monitor will not forget to eat. Qin Yu, let's have Japanese food. I want to eat some cold food when the weather is hot. Gu Qinghuan, then I want sweet shrimp. Jiang Chu-chu, salmon sashimi. Xie Xiangxue, hey, can I order my own food? I like the crab salad. Song Yi, sea urchin. I want the sea urchin rice bowl. Qin Yu diligently recorded the menu, he had anticipated this outcome. Wait, who ordered the northeastern cold noodles? After waiting for so long until August 30th, class teacher Chen Zilan had already received Gu Qinghuan's notification. It was nice to be able to handle the entire class's registration at once. Besides, Chen Zilan figured that even if he didn't want to eat for free, his own wild animals would hold him back. He arrived at school early. Mingda had arranged for the cleaning staff to clean all the classes before registration, so Class 3's classroom looked bright and clean. Although there was no smell of dust, Chen Zilan habitually opened the window to let in fresh air. It wasn't very hot at this time, but once the class gradually arrived, it would be time to turn on the air conditioning. Good morning, class teacher. A familiar, clear voice echoed from the classroom door. Chen Zilan turned around and saw it was Gu Qinghuan. You're here so early? I'm here to decorate the classroom. At least it's a bit of a birthday atmosphere. Gu Qinghuan pulled out a variety of small items from a paper bag. It looked like colorful paper ribbons to hang on the blackboard. Jiang Chu-chu would then write happy birthday, Qin Yu on them. Gu Qinghuan dragged her chair to the blackboard and stood on it to hang the ribbons. Chen Zilan stood by, helping to check that they were not crooked. She had just finished hanging one side when Ai Ning arrived. Hello, class monitor. Your teacher is here too. Chen Zilan, I can hear your tone. You're much happier to see the class monitor than to see me, aren't you? Ai Ning took over the decoration work, while Gu Qinghuan went to deal with registration. In fact, Gu Haiyan had already handled matters, like paying tuition through the Mingda School app. Student registration is mainly for teachers to confirm and arrange specific tasks. Everyone entered their second year of high school and finalized their subject selections. The subsequent course schedules varied, and Chen Zilan had to explain them clearly to each student. Gu Qinghuan glanced at her schedule. It's such a hassle running around. Mingda's course schedule was actually quite light. After all, the academic pressure wasn't that great. However, with the implementation of the flexible class system, everyone only had about 4 main classes together each day. Of course, more importantly, 2 of Gu Qinghuan's 3 electives had new teachers, and she worried she wouldn't be able to adapt. Give yourself time to adjust first. Your grades are easily affected by your individual state, so don't worry too much about them, Chen Zilan said. Gu Qinghwan has a solid foundation, but her performance has been inconsistent. As a teacher, Chen Zilan naturally hopes that Gu Qinghwan can always perform well, but unfortunately, that seems to be a challenge. Gu Qinghwan nodded obediently. I get back to my normal state as soon as possible. Chen Zilan trusted Gu Qinghwan quite a bit. Hearing her say this, he knew she had it in mind, so he stopped asking questions and continued to explain the registration process to Ai Ning, who had already finished hanging the ribbons. Class 3 students gradually arrived, and Ming Xiaolan helped keep track of them in the group chat. Qin Yu, you're all here. Why are you here so early? I'm still at the store. Jiang Chuchu was busy writing and had no time to spare, but naturally someone helped post her message to the group chat. Tao Shinqing, the Discipline Inspection Commission asked, why did you go to the store to pick up the food in person? Qin Yu, isn't it because I'm worried? If something goes wrong during the delivery, it'd be a disaster. I asked our family car to help deliver it. The Qin family car could only drive to the front of the teaching building, and from there, it was still a long way to the classroom door. The bastards were out in force, scrambling to get the treats. Qin Yu had wanted to grab some for himself, but was shoved aside. Go, report your arrival. Don't dawdle here. You're the only one missing. Qin Yu had no choice but to head back to the classroom. As soon as he pushed the door open, there were two loud pops. Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu each held a firecracker and pulled it at him, instantly showering Qin Yu's hair with stringy paper and glittery powder. Jiang Chuchu tossed the used firecracker into the trash can and studied Qin Yu's face. You look like you used shimmery mascara. Just say you're getting it all over my eyes. Qin Yu blinked hard, trying to shake the powder off. Actually, there aren't that many. It's not obvious. Gu Qinghwan soothed him. Close your eyes, I wiped them for you. Qin Yu obediently closed his eyes, and felt the wet wipes rub against his face. After a while, Gu Qinghwan said, okay, you can open your eyes now. Then, he saw the birthday cake being brought out. 16 candles were already on it, the flickering flames bright and warm. 1, 2. Gu Qinghwan directed, and everyone in class 3 shouted in unison, Qin Yu. Happy birthday. After that, everyone burst into laughter again, urging Qin Yu to blow out the candles. Make a wish. Don't forget to make a wish. Then we can start eating. No, let's divide the cake first. Where's the cake knife? Here. Qin Yu has it. Qin Yu could begin to understand Jiang Chuchu's feelings a month ago. Turns out having a birthday is such a joyous occasion. Chapter 328. At the start of the new semester, Gu Qinghwan was wearing the new school uniform she received upon registration, feeling quite fresh. I hadn't noticed it during my freshman year, but only discovered in my sophomore year that the pattern on the cuffs of my sophomore uniforms had gone from 1 white edge to 2. So, by the way, will there be 3 in my junior year? Gu Qinghwan asked curiously. Very likely, Ming Xiaolan recalled the seniors she met on the street. It seems there will indeed be 3 white edges. As the two were chatting, Qin Yu rushed into the classroom. Guess who I just saw? Who? Gu Qinghwan was curious. Yin Xishan. Su Xinghe sent her to her class. Qin Yu's face was filled with gossip. Gu Qinghwan and Ming Xiaolan exchanged glances, and they actually thought this was a good idea. Yin Xishan couldn't speak properly yet, and it wasn't clear if anyone in her class was targeting her. In this situation, having a senior sophomore escort her to the class proved she had someone protecting her in Mingda, and no one would act rashly. Besides, Su Xinghe's Chinese language scores rivaled those of the academic genius Su Lin, so he was considered somewhat well known in Mingda. As long as they recognized him as Su Xinghe and learned he was from Class 3 Grade 2. Well, no one would dare to mess with him. Over the past year, the bastards in Class 3 have proven through their actions that if you mess with Class 3, you're doomed. They're usually just a bunch of bastards who love to gossip, but when trouble strikes, they instantly transform into all-around warriors with high attack and defense, capable of almost anything on campus. Students from other classes, seriously, are these guys in Class 3 cheating? How could they be so omnipotent? System, being able to gather a full squad of reborn reserve troops is practically a cheat. Of course, agreement is one thing, gossip is another. Gu Qinghwan and Ming Xiaolan decided to wait for Su Xinghe to arrive and ask him how things were going. Gu Qinghwan watched Qin Yu put down his school bag. A small bag hung beside it, with a small head poking out from inside. He was silent for a few seconds. You're still carrying it? Qin Yu deliberately took the bag off to show her. Of course I am. Look, I even bought a bag specifically for this. It looks like a sleeping bag, doesn't it? It's perfect for everything. The sleeping bag contained Gu Qinghuan's birthday gift for Qingyu. A custom-made, ultra-light clay figurine of Qingyu in a cute, chibi-like form. Gu Qinghuan didn't have the skill herself, so she didn't intend to embarrass herself. However, she customized not only the figurines, but also the scenes. There were 7 sets in total, representing the 7 days from Monday to Sunday, each corresponding to a possible future. Sweat on the basketball court, study diligently in the classroom, and enjoy the beautiful scenery amidst the mountains and rivers. Some of these were hobbies Qingyu had mentioned himself, while others were Gu Qinghuan's own creations, primarily meant to represent infinite possibilities. When Gu Qinghuan gave the gifts, they were all packed in a large box and delivered to the Qin family's car. They weren't opened on the spot, so it's unclear whether Qingyu liked them. Of course, judging by Qingyu's current behavior, it's clear he liked them. My mom loved them so much she even took a set for her office. Qingyu curled his lips. I was planning to change them every day. You don't need to bring them if you're not going out on the weekends. Gu Qinghuan added, scratching his cheek again. Let me be clear, I didn't make this. I had it custom made. Although it did cost several hundred yuan, Qingyu gave Gu Qinghuan the Yunjinlu membership card he received on Jiang Chuchu's birthday. In terms of price, that one was much more expensive. Qingyu didn't care. He already had Qinmin's card, which offered a higher membership level. The reason he gave the card was simple. He certainly forget to claim the monthly gift, but Gu Qinghuan would definitely remember. Considering the importance of making the most of something, giving it to Gu Qinghuan was the perfect choice. Of course I know you didn't make that, Qingyu said. How could you possibly have that kind of skill? Gu Qinghuan silently raised his fist, but considering how much he valued the gift, he lowered it. It's not like only things you make yourself are the best. I think this gift, both in terms of its thoughtfulness and meaning, is truly wonderful. I just love it. Qingyu grinned. Thank you. As long as you like it. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. The gift had already been given, so Qingyu could use it however he pleased. Perhaps it was the first day of school, so the classes were relatively easy. But when it came time to go to their respective classes, everyone felt a little reluctant. Thankfully, even after the division, there were still a few classmates in each class. For example, Gu Qinghuan would be taking politics class with Zhang Shurchen next period. Everyone would find their own companions, so they wouldn't be too lonely. Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Shurchen made an appointment and walked together towards the classroom for their next class. As they reached the classroom door, someone was walking out. Gu Qinghuan dodged, but the other person was looking down at their phone and didn't notice them, so they bumped into them. Zhang Shurchen's brow furrowed, and he raised his hand to the man's shoulder, pushing him back. Aren't you looking where you're going? The man suddenly lost his balance and slammed into the wall. He looked up, his face filled with anger, ready to curse. But as soon as he looked up, Gu Qinghuan recognized him. Good fellow, you're still haunting me. Fan Wanfu, obviously recognizing Gu Qinghuan, sighed. You again? That's what I was going to say. Gu Qinghuan also found this outrageous. Squad leader, do you know this guy? Zhang Shurchen retracted his hand. There was a minor conflict earlier, but Chu helped to deal with it. Gu Qinghuan emphasized the latter part. Fan Wanfu patted his arms, stood up straight, and said sarcastically, I know. I won't hit you. Jiang Chu said you're not in this circle. Chu's exact words were definitely different. Gu Qinghuan didn't bother to respond, but instead heard Fan Wanfu direct his criticism at Zhang Shurchen. But she's different, isn't she? Fan Wanfu was eager to try. Gu Qinghuan immediately became wary, but this time, before she could speak, Zhang Shurchen hesitated and said, Have I seen you before? Gu Qinghuan turned and looked at Zhang Shurchen in surprise. Fan Wanfu said impatiently, How could I possibly know you? A girl so tall. He didn't finish his words, and fell strangely silent. Zhang Shurchen was the first to speak, hesitantly calling out, Xiao Fu? Fan Wanfu yelped and practically scrambled away, I'm not. You got the wrong person. I don't know you. I'm not feeling well, and I need to leave early. Fan Wanfu disappeared, and Gu Qinghuan rubbed his face. Do you know Fan Wanfu? You know, right? Zhang Shurchen was puzzled. My impression of Xiao Fu was clearly a girl. Gu Qinghuan recalled Jiang Chuchu's words. Did you meet him in kindergarten? Yes, Zhang Shurchen nodded cheerfully. Xiao Fu was always causing trouble in class. Once, he even tried to cut my hair, so I beat him up. Gu Qinghuan, so that person is you. Chapter 329. Fong Wanfu escaped, or rather, failed to leave early, and was escorted back to the classroom gate by Sun Qinglian, the head of the discipline department. Do you remember what day of school it was today? Sun Qinglian's face darkened. Fong Wanfu didn't want to talk, feeling unlucky to have happened upon Sun Qinglian passing by the school gate. As expected, John Johnson was his nemesis. The thought of being in the same class with her for the next 2 years, even just for this one subject, made Fong Wanfu want to switch subjects. He didn't answer, and this attitude was completely provocative to Sun Qinglian. His tone was even more stern. Fong Wanfu. I know, Fong Wanfu said perfunctorily, scratching his ear. I won't leave early today, okay? Such an answer simply added fuel to the fire. Before Sun Qinglian could say anything, Gu Qingwan approached. You really want to skip class? Are you that afraid of Zhang Shurchen? This time, it was Fong Wanfu's turn to get angry. What are you afraid of? Who are you saying is afraid of her? How could I possibly be afraid of her? Gu Qingwan looked at him with a look of deceit. Fong Wanfu stormed back into the classroom, carefully searching around to locate Zhang Shurchen's seat, and then took the empty seat in front of her. Although day students don't have seating restrictions, Zhang Shurchen's height meant that sitting in the front would easily block others' view, so she habitually sat in the back. Gu Qingwan wanted to be closer to her, but her height and eyesight prevented her from sitting in the back, so she had to sit in the front. Seeing Fong Wanfu, the troublemaker, being subdued, Sun Qinglian was somewhat surprised. He lowered his voice and asked, Who is this Zhang Shurchen you're talking about? Gu Qingwan was about to respond, but seeing that class was almost over, she changed her tune, saying, The bell's about to ring. I text you after class. Hurry back and get back to class. Sun Qinglian thought it through, and quickly said goodbye to Gu Qingwan, returning to his class. The three of them were now seated in an interesting position. Gu Qingwan sat in the second seat of their group, behind Fong Wanfu, and behind that was Zhan Shurchen. Gu Qingwan deliberately touched her hair and turned to ask, You're not going to cut my hair, are you? Fong Wanfu's face darkened. I wouldn't embarrass someone like you. Zhan Shurchen kicked the leg of his chair from behind and said unkindly, How dare you talk to our class monitor? By the time Fong Wanfu had escaped, Gu Qingwan had already explained to Zhan Shurchen his childhood experience of cross-dressing and briefly recounted her encounter with Fong Wanfu. Therefore, John Johnson was extremely wary of Fong Wanfu. This guy had indeed said he wouldn't embarrass Gu Qingwan, but who could guarantee he'd keep his word? She had to keep a close eye on him. John Johnson's kick wasn't heavy, but it was enough to make Fong Wanfu feel aggrieved. He snorted and muttered, Having a backer is so great, isn't it? Gu Qingwan rubbed her chin. Since Fong Wanfu had said so, of course she had to use her backer to crush him completely. She turned and smiled at Fong Wanfu. I'm a member of the student union. Fong Wanfu's eyelids twitched. He didn't care about school affairs, and with his troublemaker personality, other students wouldn't actively interact with him, nor would they share any information about the school. That said, he was well aware of the significance of Mingda's student union. Given Gu Qingwan's family background, she must have had some talent to join the student union. But he just had to be cheeky. So who do you cling to in the student union? Yes, Gu Qingwan said with a smile, I'm the president's secretary. Plop. Fong Wanfu's pen fell to the table. He forced a smile. You think you could cling to that person? Xia He? Gu Qingwan continued to smile. Fong Wanfu was completely honest. He didn't doubt Gu Qingwan's words. In his opinion, no one in the world would have the guts to use Xia He to bully others. Seeing him fall silent and his arrogant demeanor subside, Gu Qingwan was somewhat surprised. Even though Xia He's reputation was impressive, Fong Wanfu's change was a bit drastic, wasn't it? She asked Xia He, Have you ever dealt with Fong Wanfu? Xia He? That thug from the Fong family? Xia He, no, but he seems to have seen me shove someone's head into the toilet. Gu Qingwan imagined the scene. What did that person do? Xia He, unclean words. Gu Qingwan pondered that if Xia He felt the words were unclean, it meant the person's words were either utterly terrible or touched on someone, or something that Xia He cared about most. Gu Qingwan, since they've spoken, they have to bear the consequences. They deserved it. Xia He, that's what I mean. Gu Qingwan found Xia He's occasional emojis truly amusing. The bell rang, and she replied, Talk after class, before listening intently. After the subject division, the politics teacher was replaced, and she had to adapt to the new teacher's teaching methods. After one class, Gu Qingwan felt a bit overwhelmed. The new teacher's pace was too fast. She was scrambling just to take notes, let alone understand the content. John Johnson came over and said, Class monitor, did you take all the notes? I missed 2 key points. Gu Qinghwan handed her the notebook with a gloomy face. I took all the notes, but I didn't really absorb them. I wonder how Chuchu is doing. Can you help me catch up? Although Jiang Chuchu had also chosen politics, she wasn't in the same class as Gu Qinghwan and the others. Fang Wenfu scoffed, what's so good about this class? It's so poorly taught. After only one class, Gu Qinghwan couldn't really judge the quality of the new teacher's lessons, but she certainly wasn't used to it. After the morning class ended, Gu Qinghwan met up with Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian in the cafeteria. The 3 of them sighed in unison and looked at each other. Are you not used to it either? Gu Qinghwan asked. I'm doing okay with the classes, but there are so many students from other classes around me that I feel unfamiliar, Yu Xian said. After being in class 3 for so long, Yu Xian almost forgot that she's actually quite passive when it comes to socializing. I'm just the opposite. So many people come up to me and try to get close to me, which is so annoying. Jiang Chuchu frowned. Although everyone in class 3 would cheer when she treated them to a meal, they never offered compliments or flattery, which was truly rare. After the 2 finished speaking, they looked at Gu Qinghwan again. What happened to you? Gu Qinghwan said, first, John Shurchen and I met Fang Wenfu. She's the girl who beat up Fang Wenfu when we were kids. He's always been sarcastic, so I used Xia He to scare him. Now he's much more obedient. Second, Gu Qinghwan said, clutching Jiang Chuchu's arm pitifully, the new politics teacher teaches so fast. I'm just taking notes, and I haven't absorbed anything. Chuchu, you have to save me. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian were a little worried when they heard the first point, but after hearing the second, they completely relaxed. With Gu Qinghwan's interpersonal skills, there was no need to worry about how she would get along with others. In fact, they might need to ask Gu Qinghwan for advice on how to adjust to the new class. They should think about how to help Gu Qinghwan with her tutoring. After all, the most important thing for a student is learning. Jiang Chuchu winked at Yu Xian, feeling somewhat smug. She chose politics, haha. Yu Xian glared back, somewhat unconvinced. She even chose physics and chemistry. She can teach both. Gu Qinghwan, still unaware of what awaited her, finished her grumbling and checked out the cafeteria's menu. She worked so hard in her morning classes, so of course she needed something good to comfort herself, right? Chapter 330. With Jiang Chuchu's help, Gu Qinghwan managed to keep up with the new politics teacher's teaching schedule. Fortunately, the physics teacher for both physics and chemistry remained the same as class 3's, so there was no need to adjust. Although the chemistry teacher had changed, his teaching was still excellent, and Gu Qinghwan found the lessons relatively easy. However, compared to Gu Qinghwan's situation, everyone in class 3 seemed to have a harder time adjusting to the new environment. Ji Tianxia's tone was grim. It's over. Only after leaving class 3 did I realize how horrible the environment outside is. Van Ziren covered his face in agony. Help! Can you believe this? I just chatted with Yuan Wue after class, and someone came up to me and asked if we were a couple. Yuan Wue chuckled. You're relatively okay. I just didn't know those girls. I definitely preferred hanging out with my classmates. As a result, they started calling me a masculine guy behind my back and ostracizing me. Actually, Van Ziren did chat with me, Shin Jianwei said, feeling troubled. But it happened to be a class change, so those people didn't see. Jianwei, you should be careful too, Yuan Wue turned to Shin Jianwei. I even heard someone say you're taking advantage of your small size to act cute and endearing. The classmates were complaining, and Gu Qinghwan felt his mission radar go off repeatedly. Gu Qinghwan, isn't all the missions going to be pushed forward all at once? The system observed the values of each mission objective and replied, no, everyone's mission progress is quite stable. If this had happened at the beginning of the school year, there's no guarantee anyone would have gotten into trouble. However, we're already sophomores, and after a year of challenges, this level of behavior wouldn't be considered acceptable to the students in class 3. Just as the system predicted, everyone rushed to Bao Qingsong the next second. Van Ziren said sternly, Chief of Intelligence, it's your turn. Help us investigate those gossipers. We figure out how to deal with them. Bao Qingsong nodded, name them. With Bao Qingsong here, it was only a matter of time before they were found. Gu Qinghwan moved over. Do you need help? Yuan Wue quickly shook his head. No, we can handle this little idiot ourselves. That's right. Van Ziren nodded vigorously. There was no need for the squad leader to intervene in such a matter. Then you should be careful, Gu Qinghwan, still a little worried, added, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. The bastards agreed in unison and immediately divided into several groups based on the class situation to deal with the rumors. Gu Qinghuan returned to her seat. Qin Yu turned to look at her, chuckling. Do you feel a sense of loneliness, as if everyone has finally finished their mission? No, I'm a little worried. Gu Qinghuan replied. After all, they were all on a mission, so they still had to be prepared. Don't worry, Qin Yu shrugged. We're a big troublemaker. We've been together for so long. Don't you know everyone's level? Gu Qinghuan reluctantly nodded. With so many things popping up at once, she was genuinely worried that this was a crucial turning point for everyone's fate. Jiang Chuchu poked Gu Qinghuan on the back. Turn around. Gu Qinghuan turned around. What's wrong? Jiang Chuchu scowled. I heard Zhang Zhanchen say you're in the same class as that Fang Wanfu guy? Just being in the same class for politics is fine. I already intimidated him. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and relayed Xia He's words to her. Jiang Chuchu was a little surprised. Fang Wanfu actually saw it with his own eyes. If that was the case, Jiang Chuchu could accept her loss this time. After all, she couldn't bring herself to push someone's head into the toilet. It's good that he's behaved himself, but I never imagined that Zanchekin was the girl who beat him up when they were kids. Jiang Chuchu felt a little emotional. Come to think of it, after what happened when they were kids, did the Fang family do anything to Zanchekin? Gu Qinghuan asked. No, the Fang family didn't pursue the matter of Zanchekin's beating. Instead, they transferred Fang Wanfu to another kindergarten and stopped him from wearing women's clothing, Jiang Chuchu said. The Fang family had dressed Fang Wanfu in women's clothing in the first place to pray for his health. Since he was fine after being beaten by Zanchekin, it meant he was well again, and naturally, he didn't need to wear women's clothing anymore. Honestly, Jiang Chuchu found the Fang family's logic quite fascinating. Gu Qinghuan felt relieved, but Jiang Chuchu brought the conversation back to the subject. Even though he's intimidated by you, and is quite afraid of Zhang Zhanchen, he probably won't do anything to you. But with his personality, he might still cause trouble. You should be careful to avoid getting blood splattered on you when someone hits him. Gu Qinghuan was amused by Jiang Chuchu's comment. Don't worry, I always been very smart. But sometimes, good things don't work, but bad things do. The day after Jiang Chuchu said this, Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Zhanchen arrived at the door of the politics classroom when they heard a commotion inside. When they looked over, they saw Fang Wanfu standing in the aisle, his hands in his pockets, looking at another boy. The other boy, also in a politics class, looked at Fang Wanfu with righteous indignation. What are you laughing at? At your stupidity, Fang Wanfu said slowly. You're putting together a petition? You really think you're serious? Unclear about the situation, Gu Qinghuan quietly moved aside and asked another student, what happened? The student, eager to share his thoughts, quickly explained the situation. Simply put, the student currently arguing with Fang Wanfu, like Gu Qinghuan, was struggling to keep up with the new teacher. After asking several students and getting the same view, he concluded that the problem wasn't his own, but the teacher's. So he wanted to get everyone to sign a petition demanding a change of teacher. The boy, who happened to be sitting at the table next to Fang Wanfu, approached Fang Wanfu for his signature, only to be mocked by him. This was the outcome. By the time Gu Qinghuan had heard the whole story, the boy had been completely flustered by Fang Wanfu's words and reached out to grab him. Fang Wanfu was quick, and upon seeing the boy's hand reach out, he immediately dodged. With a loud bang, John Chen's desk behind him was knocked over. Although nothing was inside, the sound of it falling was quite alarming. Enough to attract the attention of the Dean of Academic Affairs, Zhang Xuehai, who was passing by in the hallway. What are you doing? Zhang Xuehai shouted sharply. The boy quickly withdrew his hand, glaring at Fang Wanfu angrily and shouting. Fang Wanfu was bullying a classmate by knocking over the desk. Fang Wanfu chuckled in anger. You're quite the man who turns the tables, aren't you? Zhang Xuehai glanced around, his gaze fixed on Zhang Zhanchen. Especially because of her size. Tell me, what's going on? Zhang Zhanchen was a bit surprised to be called, but he gathered his thoughts and said, when I arrived, I only heard them arguing. The student reached out toward Fang Wanfu, and Fang Wanfu knocked over the table as he dodged. She spoke objectively. Zhang Xuehai looked back at the boy and Fang Wanfu. What were you arguing about? The boy was quite eloquent, embellishing the story, emphasizing the sincerity of his intentions, the harshness of Fang Wanfu's sarcasm, and how she betrayed his feelings, and so on. Gu Qinghuan commented, he has good eloquence, but he uses it in the wrong way. Zhang Xuehai frowned. He had been the Dean of Academic Affairs for so many years. How could he not hear the twists and turns in the boy's words? He looked at Fang Wanfu again. Do you have anything to add? I'm too lazy to add anything. I have nothing to say to this liar. Fang Wanfu sneered. Gu Qinghuan could tell that Zhang Xuehai had realized the truth wasn't what the boy had described, which was why he questioned Fang Wanfu. But Fang Wanfu's response, regardless of whether Zhang Xuehai could save his face, meant that since Fang Wanfu, the person involved, hadn't defended himself, wouldn't he have to follow the boy's instructions? Chapter 331. Zhang Xuehai's thoughts were similar to Gu Qinghuan's, and he was feeling a bit troubled. Fang Wanfu, that troublemaker, had been complained about by his homeroom teacher during his freshman year of high school. He was truly troublesome. This kid's academic performance was in the lower half, and he had no plans to take the college entrance exam. The Fang family could then send him abroad, where he could attend some random university, and then return to continue his life. Zhang Xuehai had been working for so many years, and had met a wide variety of parents and students, but he rarely encountered such spoiled behavior as the Fang family. Fang Wanfu didn't bother to defend himself, nor did he care about other people's opinions, but he couldn't tolerate this boy's behavior. No matter who Fang Wanfu was, this boy's slander and smear campaign was wrong. If he let this boy succeed, how could he, as a teacher, defend his students' moral values? If his students thought he was biased, how would they ever turn to him for help when they encountered difficulties? Zhang Xuehai took a breath and was about to unleash his usual rage when Gu Qinghuan, standing beside him, spoke up. You're not talking to him, you're talking to Teacher Zhang. Gu Qinghuan tooted. Since you think he's no good, isn't this a good opportunity? While others were still wondering what good opportunity, Fang Wanfu's eyes lit up. Yes! A perfect opportunity to complain. Usually, he was the one being complained about, but this time, he could complain about someone else too. He gave Gu Qinghuan a slight look of admiration. He hadn't expected her to be so quick-witted. No, his quick reaction showed he was quite clever, but he'd just been stuck in his ways, and hadn't thought of it. Fang Wanfu immediately turned to Zhang Xuehai. If I were bullying him, I should have hit him. Even if I knocked the table over, it should have been in his direction. He kicked the table, and it clearly fell in Fang Wanfu's direction. Besides, he's stupid to begin with. Why doesn't he say he's learning too slowly, when he wants to change teachers just because they teach too fast? Gu Qinghuan, feeling baffled by the taunt, thought, could this guy be any more deserving of a beating? Many students shared Fang Wanfu's sentiments. They had simply ignored the boy's behavior, so when Fang Wanfu and the boy started arguing, they had been watching the show with anticipation. Now that Fang Wanfu had made this point clear in front of the boy, the students' emotions became even more pronounced. For a moment, whispers and low laughter intensified. The boy blushed and stiffened his neck, saying, no matter what, the teacher's teaching is too fast. Someone has to point that out. I told you to open the window, not to lift the roof. Can't you just talk to the teacher nicely and ask him to slow down? Fang Wanfu curled his lips. After he finished speaking, he realized he had actually acknowledged the boy. He slapped his lips in frustration and turned to face Zhang Xuehai, not even glancing at the boy. I'm done. Give him the punishment he deserves, but don't let that guy get away with it. He's just stirring up trouble and wasting everyone's time. Fang Wanfu spoke confidently. Zhang Zhanshan lowered his voice. It's clearly something that can be resolved, but why does it make me even more annoyed with him? Gu Qinghuan nodded in agreement. There was nothing he could do. Fang Wanfu was truly annoying. Zhang Xuehai felt refreshed. Regardless of Fang Wanfu's attitude, judging purely by the results, the students didn't favor the boys. Of course, they didn't favor Fang Wanfu either. After all, many, like Gu Qinghuan, had been affected by Fang Wanfu's tactical tactics. With the surrounding students' clear opinions, the boy couldn't maintain his original position, though he still held on. He muttered, he's already a sophomore, and he still can't grasp the rhythm of teaching. A teacher like that should be replaced. Fang Wanfu moved his mouth, about to say something, but held it back. Why would he bother with this guy? Zhang Xuehai snapped, enough. Both of you, come with me. The two were led away by Zhang Xuehai, and the class returned to calm. Although some students gathered and whispered that had nothing to do with Gu Qinghuan. After the next class, they had to return to their homeroom. Gu Qinghuan packed up her things and left with Zhang Zhanshan. Class monitor, what made you decide to help Fang Wanfu? Zhang Zhanshan asked. I wouldn't say I'm helping him. I just don't want to see that boy succeed. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and said, and I think that situation would be very difficult for teacher Zhang. Zhang Xuehai's attitude towards Fang Wanfu gives you a good idea of what kind of person he is. Even so, Zhang Xuehai didn't generalize, and assume that the dispute was solely Fang Wenfu's fault. Although he can be aggressive, Zhang Xuehai is a good teacher, and as a student, of course, I have to live up to his teacher's expectations. Zhang Zhanshan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, and judging by the results, it didn't really help Fang Wenfu. But that was all Fang Wenfu's own fault. He was really wasting his own class monitor's kindness. Zhang Shirchen returned to the classroom first, while Gu Qinghuan turned around and went to report to the head teacher. Chen Zilan remained remarkably calm after hearing this. He'd grown accustomed to Class 3's antics over the past year. Well done, Chen Zilan praised. In that situation, we really can't let the bullshitters gain an advantage. Although Fang Wenfu was a rather unsettling student, it was better to focus on his own students than dwell on those from other classes. His class monitor was as thoughtful as ever. Why weren't there any other teachers around right now? He could show off to someone. Chen Zilan was feeling a bit disappointed when Gu Qinghuan said, "So, if Teacher Zhang comes to see me, will you cover for me, head teacher?" Chen Zilan, okay. He felt his student was clever and intelligent, and Zhang Xuehai might think Gu Qinghuan was too cunning. If Zhang Xuehai came to see him, he would go first, gauge Zhang Xuehai's attitude, and then decide whether to release Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan immediately relaxed after receiving Chen Zilan's promise, and returned to class. As expected, Zhang Zhanshan had already told Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian what had happened today. Seeing Gu Qinghuan enter, the two immediately surrounded her. That is such a jerk. He has a big mouth, but he doesn't speak when he should, and he keeps nagging when he shouldn't. Jiang Chuchu gritted her teeth. How about she go to the Fang family and complain? While that wouldn't fundamentally solve the problem, according to tradition, Fang Wenfu should be quiet for a while. Gu Qinghuan saw through Jiang Chuchu's thoughts. There's no need to go to the Fang family. You already said that's their attitude. It might even backfire. But it sounds like Fang Wenfu is easily provoked. Is the Fang family raising children this way really a good idea? Yu Xian thought, there are so many unreliable parents. Let him fall flat on his face. Qin Yu interjected quietly. With the troublemaker's skills, he can be crushed in a matter of minutes. The three of them immediately turned to look at Qin Yu, who shrank back. I'm just making a suggestion. I think it's feasible. I've been wanting to deal with him for a long time. Jiang Chuchu spoke first. Gu Qinghuan didn't respond, but pondered the matter for a moment. She wouldn't proactively set a trap for Fang Wenfu, mainly because she didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. She still needed to understand how the other groups in the class were handling the situation. However, if this happened again, it would teach Fang Wenfu a lesson. It's only been a few classes, and Fang Wenfu is already causing trouble. If he's not dealt with properly, there will probably be trouble in the future. But before Gu Qinghuan could figure out how to deal with Fang Wenfu, as soon as the class ended and the teacher left, someone appeared at the door of Class 3. Hey, are Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Zhanshan in this class? Fang Wenfu asked Bao Qingsong at the door, peeking inside. Bao Qingsong raised an eyebrow, put one hand behind his back, and made a recording gesture to Yao Shaili. Ai Ning quietly stepped around Fang Wenfu and blocked the doorway, preventing him from escaping. This guy's attitude looks like he's here to cause trouble. Before Bao Qingsong could reply, Fang Wenfu had already spotted Gu Qinghuan, and also Qin Yu, who sat in front of her. Qin Yu, you're in this class too? Fang Wenfu blurted out. You're not still Jiang Chuchu's underling, are you? Qin Yu took a deep breath, turned to look at Gu Qinghuan, and said seriously, let's choose him for the next team building event. Gu Qinghuan. No wonder Qin Yu was so eager to offer suggestions. It turns out he's also a victim. Chapter 332. Everyone in Class 3 saw Qin Yu's usual attitude toward Jiang Chuchu. While he sometimes joked around with things like don't be a coward, everyone knew clearly that this didn't mean Qin Yu was inferior. It was the willfulness and tolerance between good friends, a testament to their close relationship. So, upon hearing Fang Wenfu's words, Jiang Chuchu's reaction was the most intense. Fang Wenfu. If you don't want to, I can shut your mouth. Jiang Chuchu darted to the podium, grabbed a rag, and prepared to stuff it into Fang Wenfu's mouth. Fang Wenfu covered his mouth and tried to retreat, but Ai Ning stopped him. He had no choice but to stand at the doorway and mutter, it was just a joke, wasn't it? If others don't find a joke funny, it's not a joke. Ming Xiaolan pushed his glasses up, his eyes sharp. Before I ask you what you want from me and Zhang Zhanshan, please apologize to Qin Yu first. Gu Qinghuan spoke politely, but his tone was firm. Fang Wenfu was speechless for a moment. He looked around. The students from Class 3 were all staring at him, ready to throw him out if he didn't apologize. He could only say angrily, Qin Yu isn't Jiang Chuchu's subordinate. I was wrong. Okay? He felt like he'd been possessed by a demon since meeting Gu Qinghuan. Nothing he did went his way. Unfortunately, he would have run away by now. He couldn't stand being beaten up, could he? Unfortunately now. Fang Wanfu turned around. The boy who had blocked him in the doorway had already closed it, glaring at him fiercely. The apology sounded insincere. Gu Qinghuan glanced at Qin Yu, who said indifferently, whatever. He's just that kind of person. Honestly, Fang Wanfu's words today were relatively mild. Qin Yu knew that even if Fang Wanfu apologized now, he would definitely do it again. If the stalemate continued, Fang Wanfu would only escalate the situation. Qin Yu was already pleased that everyone was kind enough to stand up for him. Gu Qinghuan then turned to Fang Wanfu again. Why did you call me and Zhang Shurchen? Fang Wanfu, still somewhat wary of the people from Team 3, pointed his mouth toward the outside and said, let's talk outside. Zhang Shurchen had no objection to talking outside. It would be easier for her to do it. When they reached the small garden outside, Fang Wanfu breathed a sigh of relief. Now, even if he was really beaten, he could still run away. What exactly do you want? Zhang Shurchen said bluntly. Her seat was in the back row, and she felt quite sorry for not being able to help Jiang Chuchu stuff the rag into Fang Wanfu's mouth. Fang Wanfu cleared his throat. I just wanted to tell you that the kid, who caused trouble earlier, has had his parents called in. His parents even came to apologize to the politics teacher. Our politics teacher's previous class was incredibly impressive. Every student was admitted to a top university, and all of them went on to prestigious universities. It was just too much work, and he developed occupational illnesses. He fell ill after the college entrance exam and took a year off before returning to work this semester. The school asked him to teach politics first to get back on track, but he still prepared lessons based on his previous class's style, not realizing we couldn't keep up. Actually, a classmate asked their parents to contact him privately the day before yesterday. He's trying to adjust. After today's incident, he even said he apologized to us before the next class. He spoke so eloquently that Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Zhanshan just sat there, enjoying the moment. While it's a good thing the politics teacher adjusted the teaching schedule, your main purpose for coming here wasn't to tell us this good news, was it? Gu Qinghuan asked. Fang Wanfu paused, then said smugly, I just wanted to say that the advice you gave me today was really good. Seeing the kid getting scolded by the teacher and his parents must have been so satisfying. Stop! Gu Qinghuan shouted. Facing Fang Wanfu's surprised look, she calmly said, I'm not giving you advice. It's just that the other person's words were really excessive, and I wanted to help teacher Zhang. Fang Wanfu choked. Are you saying I'm being self-indulgent? That's not true. Judging from the results, I did help you. But you don't need to value me or think I'm on your side because of this, Gu Qinghuan said. She didn't want to get too involved with Fang Wanfu. Calling him evil might not be the right word, but his actions did cause trouble for many people. He was already a high school student, yet he still acted so recklessly and lacked a clear understanding of himself. Even if others chose to compromise for the Fang family's sake, there were limits. Furthermore, what if he later offended someone who wouldn't? Since he knew there was such a hidden danger, there was no need to engage with them. Of course, if Fang Wanfu was willing to correct his mistakes, like when he had been before, then Gu Qinghuan would also change her mind and treat him normally. But for Fang Wanfu right now, Gu Qinghuan's words clearly displeased him. He glared at Gu Qinghuan, then said nothing more to her. Instead, he looked at Zhang Zhanshan. Zhang Zhanshan looked wary. Why are you looking at me? I had thought we could use this opportunity to bury the hatchet, but seeing Gu Qinghuan's attitude, it's impossible. Fang Wanfu frowned. Honestly, it's been so long since what happened. Why don't you just let go of the grudge? Gu Qinghuan rubbed his forehead, feeling that Fang Wanfu's thinking was truly flawed. The prerequisite for not holding a grudge is to acknowledge one's mistakes and offer a sincere apology. Did he do that? Zhang Zhanshan was speechless. Her response was blunt and blunt. If you want another beating from me, just say so. Fang Wanfu quickly ran away, fearing that if he was a second late, Zhang Zhanshan would kick him. After returning to their seats, Gu Qinghuan was still somewhat speechless. Qin Yu, noticing her displeasure, consoled her, saying, no matter what that guy said, don't take it to heart. I know. Taking him seriously will only cause you more trouble. Gu Qinghuan looked at Qin Yu. By the way, what did he say about you before? Judging from his tone earlier, this wasn't the first time, was it? Qin Yu shrugged. I told you before that on my birthday, people would compare me to my brother. It was Fang Wanfu who started it. Now that I think about it, everyone was clearly envious of me for having such a capable brother. It was Fang Wanfu who said, "What's the point of your brother being so capable? You can't do anything." That's when the envy gradually turned sour. Gu Qingwan was stunned. So, Qin Yu's most hopeless future is connected to Fang Wanfu? System. It's considered the trigger, but in Qin Yu's many destinies, there are many people who have become the trigger. Simply put, even without Fang Wanfu, there would be others. Qin Yu would always be envied by others because of his outstanding brother. Gu Qingwan looked at Qin Yu with a sympathetic expression that made him feel uncomfortable. What's that look? I let it go. Those people are just envious of me, and can't wait to replace me, that's why they're hitting me like this. Qin Yu raised his chin. It's useless. I'm Qin Yu. My brother only has me. So, do you still want to teach Fang Wanfu a lesson? Gu Qingwan asked. Qin Yu smacked his lips. Honestly, until he came just now, I was still thinking, if only I could make him suffer a little. It's not that I really want to see him get into trouble. I just hope he learn his lesson and stop saying those things. It's really annoying to hear. But you saw how he apologized just now. It was just lip service, meaningless. So, just ignore that guy and don't take his words to heart. Qin Yu said, scratching the back of his head again. That being said, if it were really that easy to ignore, I wouldn't have had to worry about it for so many years. Jiang Chu, eavesdropping on Qin Yu and Gu Qingwan's conversation, slammed the table and stood up. You can definitely do it. And you'd definitely be more successful than him in the future. You've been consistently in the top 100 in your class these past few exams. Qin Yu wanted to complain. Jiang Chu's tone was starting to sound like his mother. But he couldn't help but grin. He's just a little brother. He has a brother like Qin Min and a sister like Jiang Chu. What's wrong with that? Others don't even have what they want. Chapter 333. As Fang Wanfu had said, during the next politics class, the teacher took a few minutes to sincerely apologize to the students for his earlier, overly fast pace. He also compiled the key points from the previous classes into a document, created a QR code, and posted it on the wall for everyone to scan and download. This time, the class reviewed the key points learned previously and provided a more detailed explanation. Afterward, he also told everyone to contact him if they had any questions. After the class, Gu Qingwan felt refreshed. At this rate, she wouldn't have to bother Chu with extra lessons. Also, Fang Wanfu, whether angered by her or intimidated by Zhang Shurchen, had been relatively well behaved in class the past 2 days. He wasn't serious about his studies, but he was well behaved in class, either sleeping or using his phone with the volume muted, which at least didn't disturb others. After being greeted by Zhang Shuai, the teacher's gaze fell on Fang Wanfu, and although he felt a little sorry, he didn't interfere too much. This wasn't his first year as a teacher, and he knew full well that some students were simply beyond help. He had also heard what Wei Xiao had said to the class's homeroom teacher, and if he put himself in their shoes, he'd be heartbroken. However, he wasn't just teaching one student, he had many to teach. So, instead of feeling down, he should cheer himself up and focus on other students. Gu Qingwan continued teaching steadily. Without worrying about Fang Wanfu, he had the energy to understand the various groups in the class. The suspicion that Yuan Wue and Fan Ziren were a couple wasn't a big deal. As long as they could maintain their composure, others would eventually lose interest. However, these two people are naturally competitive and unwilling to give in to each other, and they don't want to be misunderstood in this way. In the past few days, they have tried many methods, such as arguing. Others would think it was a young couple's quarrel, or reducing contact. Others would think it was a cold war. Yuan Wue was completely stunned. How can these people's logic be so self-consistent? Fan Ziren had gradually grasped the truth of the world. When others think you're in a relationship, you better actually be in one. Otherwise, it only bring endless trouble. Stop your philosophical act. Yuan Wue grabbed him by the collar and shook him. Think of something else now. Fan Ziren was practically losing his ability to think. How about we find a fake partner? Xie Xiangxue, who was sitting in front of him, had been watching the fun. When she heard him say this, she slammed the table and stood up. I object. Having been misunderstood by Lin Xiaoxue before, Xie Xiangxue was very sensitive to such matters. While this might help you to avoid being mistaken for a couple, the end result is that you still be in a relationship. What's the difference? Fan Ziren came to his senses. Right. Ultimately, I don't want to be thought of as Yuan Wu's boyfriend. Mainly, I don't want others to interfere with my private life. Finding a fake partner would only truly interfere with his private life. Seeing the two of them sighing again, Tao Xinxing from the next table interjected, Do you really hate being mistaken for a couple? It's not that I hate it, it just makes me uncomfortable, Yuan Wue said. Fan Ziren tried to use an analogy. It's like dumplings are delicious, strawberries are delicious, but someone wants me to eat strawberry dumplings. Heretics. Death penalty. Gu Qinghuan, who had been secretly enjoying the melon, suddenly jumped up. The four of them stared at Gu Qinghuan in silence. Gu Qinghuan coughed twice and said, I'm just curious how you're handling it. Fan Ziren and Yuan Wue, one on each side, grabbed Gu Qinghuan's arms, tears streaming down their faces. Squad leader, help. It's not that I'm useless, but it's that others have preconceived notions about you. It just doesn't make sense, Gu Qinghuan pondered. You don't want to be thought of as a couple, but you still want to maintain your old relationship, right? The two nodded at this. Yes, because if this kind of thing affects our normal friendship, it's not worth it. Tao Xinxing couldn't help but grumble. Everyone's preconceived, thinking you're a couple. Your friendship will only be misunderstood, right? Xie Xiangxue agreed. That's right. A lot of people say there's no such thing as pure friendship between opposite sexes. That's easy, Gu Qinghuan said, earning sidelong glances from Tao Xinxing and Xie Xiangxue. Just do your own things and show some distance between opposite-sex friends. For example, you could talk about the same favorite movie, but go see it with other friends instead of going together. It's not that people of the opposite sex can't go to the movies together, but since we need to prove to others that Yuan Wue and Fan Ziren aren't a couple, avoiding suspicion is necessary. Yuan Wue suddenly realized, I understand. This way, people will wonder why we're not together if we're a couple, and then they start to suspect we're not a couple. Gu Qinghuan nodded. That's how it is. Let others naturally develop doubts and subjectively change their minds. With this thought, Fan Ziren's thoughts suddenly cleared up. I understand. It's about going against common sense about couples. He immediately let out a sinister laugh, and Yuan Wue perked up, seemingly finding a new source of joy. As for this, Gu Qinghuan didn't dwell on it. During the period of misunderstanding, Yuan Wue and Fan Ziren must have been under considerable pressure. Whatever the misunderstandings were, the fact remained that they had been under considerable pressure. Now, the two of them were returning the pressure. It was what those people deserved. Gu Qinghuan was pleased to see Yuan Wue and Fan Ziren regain their spirits. Is this related to the mission? Yes, the system readily admitted, as always. But with Xie Xiangxue's previous advice, your contribution, host, will be smaller. This kind of thing doesn't matter. Just complete the mission well. Receiving a positive answer, Gu Qinghuan relaxed considerably. She thought for a moment, then quietly inquired, since you said Xie Xiangxue's contribution was greater. So, Fan Ziren and Yuan Wue's most desperate fate is related to the fake couple? System. This relates to a key point in the mission and cannot be disclosed. This statement alone is enough to prove that the fake couple is indeed a significant factor affecting Yuan Wue and Fan Ziren. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xie Xiangxue had helped to intervene. Although she had felt that this should be stopped when she heard it just now, if she hadn't happened to be paying attention to everyone's situation today, she might have missed the opportunity to do so. Addressing it later is always less effective than preventing it from the outset. The fates of people influence each other. Gu Qinghuan is truly realizing this more and more. By the way, Gu Qinghuan asked, Yuan Wue, you mentioned earlier that people misunderstood you and Xin Jianwei. Has that been resolved? Yuan Wue said, oh. That was easy to resolve. I asked Bao Qingsong to investigate those girls, who were saying bad things. I found out they'd been targeted by scumbags before, so I taught them how to deal with them. They since had no time to bother with Xin Jianwei and me. It's just teaching people how to cause trouble, which is much easier for the students in class 3. Xin Jianwei looked up at the sound of his name and agreed, yeah, they even treated us to milk tea and asked for our advice. Gu Qinghuan. So that counts as turning enemies into friends, right? Chapter 334. The other groups fared much better than Yuan Wue and Fan Ziren's, all struggling with the discomfort of adapting to a new environment. Gu Qinghuan reflected, realizing that ordinary high school students didn't have that many worries. They basically centered around family conflicts, academic challenges, and interpersonal relationships. In a new class, students don't know each other well yet, and precisely because of this unfamiliarity, curiosity is more likely to develop, which can then develop into feelings of affection. Of course, there were also those who, through the class division, became classmates with their long-cherished crushes. Ai Ning had been in a good mood lately. He and Yiming had chosen the same elective, and with the added bonus of being in the same class for all 3 electives. When he heard the good news, Ai Ning wanted to set off firecrackers. His excitement was too obvious, and with Su Xinghe, who he also secretly loved, sitting to his left, and Yao Shaili, a master of reasoning, sitting to his right. The truth was instantly revealed. Ai Ning had no choice but to bribe the two with milk tea, begging Su Xinghe and Yao Shaili not to tell anyone. Su Xinghe felt deeply moved by this. Although no one would joke about this kind of thing, it's certainly embarrassing to have your secret crush known to everyone. Yao Shaili glanced at him. Everyone knew Su Xinghe's secret crush, and it wasn't just him who had revealed it by skipping class. But towards Ai Ning, she nodded loyally. Don't worry, I won't say anything. In fact, Ai Ning's behavior was only obvious, at the level of silently applauding after confirming the class schedule. Anyone other than Su Xinghe and Yao Shaili wouldn't necessarily have noticed. Also, He Ming and Ai Ning were childhood sweethearts. Yao Shaili, I love this. I'm in love. Ai Ning was embarrassed. I really just had a crush on her. For so many years, she only treated me as a good friend, and I didn't dare confess, fearing rejection and us becoming nothing more than friends. Childhood sweethearts have a long-lasting bond. Their lives have witnessed and enriched each other. Being together is of course a blessing, but what if they can't? Then all the beautiful memories would become painful to recall. The price would be too heavy, at least for Ai Ning right now. If that happened, he'd probably wish he hadn't confessed. That's why Ai Ning continues to have such a crush on her. Su Xinghe patted Ai Ning's shoulder and sighed, good luck. Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised when she ran into Ai Ning and He Ming in the cafeteria. However, He Ming's eyes lit up when she saw her, and she ran over to ask, Is anyone here? He Ming held her plate. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. This morning's last class was an elective, and since she wasn't in the same class as Jiang Chuchu or Yu Xian, she'd come over to eat alone. Anyway, as long as the last class was a main class, they could eat together. Occasionally, it was okay if we weren't together. He Ming asked again, Can Ning and I sit here? Gu Qinghuan nodded readily, of course. This is a table for 4, so there's no problem seating 2 more. The others didn't come over because they saw Gu Qinghuan so calmly sitting at the table for 4, and assumed she was saving a seat for a friend, so they didn't consider this table. He Ming sat down across from Gu Qinghuan, and Ning sat next to her. He Ming and Gu Qinghuan would occasionally bump into each other at school and exchange greetings, becoming acquainted. I always seen you eating with classmates. Did you run into Ai Ning today? Gu Qinghuan asked casually. He Ming smiled. Ning and I are classmates now. Gu Qinghuan responded quickly. Did you choose the same subjects and get assigned to the same class? I'm telling you, not only did we choose the same subjects, but we were also assigned to the same class. He Ming was pleased finally. I made up for my regrets about being in different classes after school. Gu Qinghuan glanced up at Ai Ning, who was silently eating, his head down. He was holding a piece of ginger on his chopsticks. She watched as Ai Ning chewed and swallowed the ginger, and couldn't help but gasp. He Ming was surprised. What's wrong? Aw, nothing. I just thought it was a coincidence. Gu Qinghuan chuckled. Lunch ended peacefully. He Ming's first class of the afternoon was math. The teacher had assigned a group of students to answer, so she had to hurry back to prepare, lest she be picked and left with nothing to answer. Gu Qinghuan said goodbye to her, and then looked at Ai Ning beside her. Is ginger delicious? Ai Ning coughed heavily, and said with a bitter face, Class monitor. Okay, I didn't mean to tease you. Gu Qinghuan smiled. Besides, I guessed what you were thinking the first time I met He Ming. This time it was Ai Ning who was surprised. He touched his face. Did you notice it then? Was it that obvious? At least I could see it. Gu Qinghuan touched his chin. After all, you were a little defensive when He Ming said you were good friends, but you clearly didn't dislike her. I was just wondering if you like her, and don't want to be treated as just a friend. Shoo. Ai Ning suddenly became anxious, glancing around until he was sure no one was paying attention, then he breathed a sigh of relief. He scratched his ear and whispered, Class monitor, do you think I'm a wimp? A coward who's too afraid to confess. No, it's a sign of responsibility, right? Confessing love isn't just a simple I like you. It's hard to convey your feelings to someone. Just take it slow. Gu Qinghuan started walking back to the classroom. Ai Ning followed her. Although he had already figured out that with their class monitor's emotional intelligence, it would be easy for her to discover his secret crush. But now, with Gu Qinghuan speaking so frankly and calmly, his shyness and embarrassment faded, and he was able to discuss the matter casually. Class monitor, you know my family situation. When I was little, my mother didn't have time to take care of me, so I played with Ah Ming all the time, and that's how I slowly fell in love with her, Ai Ning said. If asked what he likes about Ming, Ai Ning couldn't answer. If he were to break it down to specific points, he wouldn't necessarily like them in other people. For example, Ming is very sensitive to the cold in winter and dresses very warmly, complete with gloves, scarf, and hat. She's also very slow to leave the house. If it were anyone else, Ai Ning would probably find it annoying, but with Ming, he just thinks Ming, dressed in all her furry clothes, is so adorable. But Ming has always only treated me as a friend, Ai Ning said, feeling a little bitter. She doesn't even realize my feelings. I didn't dare confess, fearing that if I were rejected, she'd avoid me, and we wouldn't even be friends anymore. Gu Qinghuan tilted his head. So you think it's fine to keep it this way? No, I don't know what to do. Ai Ning said honestly. I want to know, squad leader, what suggestions do you have? She could get counseling sooner or later, Gu Qinghuan thought, raising a finger. So you want her to know your feelings? Even if she's rejected, you don't want to ruin our current friendship? Ai Ning nodded vigorously. He wanted to say that it would be nice if she hadn't been rejected, but that depended on what Ming thought. He couldn't force it. Gu Qinghuan crossed his arms, pondering for a moment before speaking. Let me confirm one thing first. How did you test Ming? What did you do to express your feelings? After all, human perception is biased. What if Ai Ning thought she was being obvious, but Ming really didn't notice? Chapter 335. Hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, Ai Ning was a little confused. He thought carefully and said, well, is giving chocolates on Valentine's Day considered obvious? According to the custom formed by the merchants' conspiracy, girls usually give boys chocolates on Valentine's Day, and boys give girls cookies in return on White Day. However, when Ai Ning encountered Valentine's Day, he simply said that Valentine's Day should be given to those he liked. So, on Valentine's Day that year, he excitedly ran to the supermarket, used his pocket money to buy a box of chocolates, and sent it to Ming's house. He even chose a heart-shaped box of chocolates. Ming excitedly said, I'm craving chocolates. She then opened the box and ate the whole thing. Later, Ming developed a sore throat and had a nosebleed for 2 days. Gu Qinghuan's expression was indescribable. Well, how old were you then? Grade 1, maybe a little young, right? Ai Ning was a little frustrated. Have you tried other ways to express your feelings since then? Gu Qinghuan asked. We walked to and from school together throughout junior high. I wait for her if she was late. I told her I hoped she'd come cheer me on during sports games. And Ai Ning's voice trailed off. What else? Gu Qinghuan didn't hear what he said next. Ai Ning's voice was low, and making a wish. On my birthday, she asked me what I wished for, and I said I hoped I could celebrate her birthday with her from now on. Yao Shaili, who was in class, I think I missed out on some candy. Gu Qinghuan felt a slight toothache. Although she was being subtle, she felt Ai Ning's expression was quite obvious. Didn't she realize all this? Gu Qinghuan asked. Ai Ning nodded with a look of sorrow on her face. She was very touched, and said she wanted to be my best friend for life. He didn't want to be a good friend. His thoughts were clearly more selfish. This wasn't friendship, something you could have for many people at once, but love, something you could only have for one person. Gu Qinghuan looked at Ai Ning sympathetically. You work so hard. Ai Ning looked haggard. So, squad leader, what do you think I should do? Gu Qinghuan scratched her hair. She had never been in a relationship before, so when it came to analyzing relationships, she had some confidence. But when it came to offering advice, things got a bit tricky. She pondered, I think you were quite obvious too. But perhaps our childhood sweetheart status did have a significant impact. Ming had probably confined their relationship to the framework of friendship, so she had never considered options beyond that. Rather than trying to make her realize your feelings, perhaps you should first make her realize that you and her could have a relationship beyond friendship? Gu Qinghuan tentatively suggested. Ai Ning was a bit bewildered. How should we do that? The two of them looked at each other. Gu Qinghuan racked his brains, drawing on the various novels he read. How about recommending her some literature where childhood sweethearts become lovers? Ai Ning decided to ask Yao Shaili. He never read stories where the protagonist or supporting characters were childhood sweethearts. The reason was simple. He didn't even catch up. Why should anyone else succeed? Upon learning of Ai Ning's plan, Yao Shaili immediately gave it her all. The next day, with dark circles under her eyes, she handed Ai Ning her list of books. Ai Ning burst into tears of gratitude. Actually, I'm not that anxious. It's okay. I'm just revisiting some of my favorites. Yao Shaili took a sip of her energy drink to cheer herself up. It's just that these are all writing styles I like. I don't know if your childhood sweetheart likes them. You might have to do some screening yourself. AI Ning nodded rapidly. I understand. I give them another quick look. That same afternoon, while eating lunch alone, he began reading the novels, comparing them to the list. After reading them, AI Ning realized that his preparation seemed a little inadequate. It's just so embarrassing. Childhood sweethearts all over the world seemed to share some common experiences. As AI Ning read, he recalled his past with He Ming. For example, when they both got dirty playing together, and got scolded together when they got home. For example, when He Ming was learning to ride a bicycle, he lied to her that he was holding onto it, but in reality, he was letting go. He Ming rode off unsteadily for a while, and when she asked him, she realized he was a long way off. She was thrilled to learn how to ride, but at the same time, she wanted to hit him for lying. There were many other fulfilling and wonderful experiences like this, and every one of them filled him with joy and happiness when he recalled them. He wanted to continue being with He Ming, creating more and better memories, not just of the past and present, but also of their future. Ning, what are you looking at? A sudden familiar voice interrupted AI Ning's thoughts, startling him so much that he let out an uncontrollable cry. What's wrong? He Ming, in turn, was startled by him. What are you doing? She spoke, her eyes barely moving from the book list on the table. AI Ning quickly grabbed the list, stuffed it into her notebook, and covered it. Nothing, I'm reading a novel. He hadn't chosen yet. If He Ming searched for the books herself, she'd find they were all about childhood sweethearts. Too obvious. She'd be exposed. What if she got rejected? He Ming didn't remember the titles, but she was impressed by the handwriting on the list. Who wrote that piece of paper just now? It looks pretty good. Yao Shaili's family deals with words, and while her calligraphy isn't as good as Jiang Chichu's, it has its own unique style. A classmate copied it for me, so I was just taking a look. AI Ning was nervous. Having been childhood sweethearts for over a decade, He Ming immediately noticed something was wrong with AI Ning's expression. She looked at AI Ning suspiciously. Why are you so nervous? Could it be something was wrong? But AI Ning had indeed been reading a novel on her phone, and the page was completely covered in text. I'm not nervous. AI Ning tried to relax. If you're curious, wait until I read it, and then I recommend something that might suit your taste. He Ming murmured, still feeling a little strange. Why are you suddenly recommending a novel? I remember you liked movies more than novels, right? Of course, it's because He Ming likes novels. Of course, AI Ning couldn't bring himself to say that. He coughed dryly and said, it was recommended, so I just took a look. I don't have much to do lately anyway. He felt he couldn't continue the conversation and quickly invited He Ming to sit down. Come on, sit down and eat. He Ming pointed to the other side. I came with my classmates and want to sit with them. Although AI Ning was a little disappointed, she understood and nodded, then go ahead. He Ming carried her plate and left. After walking a distance, she looked back curiously. AI Ning opened the notebook again and picked up the book list to study. He Ming, what are you reading? A classmate asked curiously. Looking at my friend. I don't know why, but he's hiding his novel list from me. He Ming complained. Your childhood sweetheart? A classmate had also seen AI Ning. Maybe it's not a novel list? I see a row of quotation marks. He Ming was certain of this. No, I was thinking, maybe he's using the novel list to pass on some other information. The classmate clearly had a powerful imagination. Aren't there those code words, acrostics, or something like that? Maybe he's confessing his feelings through the book list? I think you're overthinking it. He Ming waved her hand feebly. In everyday life, who would have such a difficult time confessing their feelings? The classmate misunderstood what she meant by overthinking it and immediately defended herself. Why not? He Ming, your childhood sweetheart is quite handsome. It's normal for girls to like him, right? Huh? He Ming was a little confused. Handsome? Liked by girls? Who? AI Ning? Wait, yeah, AI Ning is a boy. No, that's too strange. She hadn't doubted AI Ning's gender, it's just, how should I put it? She never seemed to think anyone would like AI Ning, or that he would be confessed to. I just feel a little uneasy. Chapter 336. AI Ning spent 3 full days of his spare time reading the entire list of books Yao Shaili had recommended to him. Of course, he didn't read them in great detail, just skimming through the general plot, focusing on the childhood sweethearts. He selected 2 novels, one of which was a short story, both hilarious and endearing. Not only were the heroine and heroine childhood sweethearts, but they were also unexpectedly destined to be together, a perfect match. Although it differed slightly from his and He Ming's actual situation, it was still good enough. He Ming would definitely like it. As for the other novel, it was a full-length campus romance novel of approximately 300,000 words, with the heroine and heroine being two academic elites. This one had a more somber tone, but overall it was a refreshing read, with the childhood sweetheart elements being concentrated in the supporting characters. Ai Ning took on the role of the childhood sweetheart, also a secret crush, but in this case, the secret crush was because the childhood sweetheart liked the hero, so he chose to remain silent. Later, the childhood sweetheart realizes the hero's crush is on the heroine and sadly withdraws. Finally, she sees her childhood sweetheart, who had been silently watching over her, and the two eventually get together. To be honest, the plot is a bit cliched, and the supporting characters don't get many highlights. The competition and mutual growth between the hero and heroine would have been more compelling. But it's fine this way. If it were too obvious, Ai Ning worried it would backfire. He didn't expect He Ming to immediately recognize his feelings or reciprocate his affection. He just hoped she would realize that childhood sweethearts could become lovers. Of course, even if she still didn't realize it, Ai Ning wasn't worried. He and He Ming chose the same subjects and had similar grades. With effort, they should be able to get into the same university, and even study the same major. Isn't it just about pursuing someone? He has plenty of time and patience. Ai Ning, trying to speak naturally, sent He Ming the titles of the two novels, saying only that she had read them and thought they were good, and recommended them to her. He Ming, is that the list you looked at in the cafeteria last time? Ai Ning, yes, I didn't think the other books were your style, so I didn't recommend them. He Ming, I remember there were a lot of books on that list. Have you finished them all? Ai Ning, almost. I was just caught up in a novel recently, so I just took a look. He Ming wanted to say, you're quite proactive then, but she deleted it and typed, since you recommended them, I take a look too. Ai Ning was satisfied. Great, this way, the plan was off to a good start. Gu Qinghuan didn't know Ai Ning's situation. Although she had come up with a plan to influence He Ming through novels, she couldn't always monitor its implementation. It wasn't until Ai Ning took the initiative to tell her that Gu Qinghuan realized it had progressed to this point. I was wondering if you'd been buried in reading after class lately. Turns out you were recommending novels to He Ming, Gu Qinghuan said. Ai Ning smiled sheepishly. Thanks to Yao Shaili's help, I wouldn't have found the right novel so quickly otherwise. Yao Shaili sat in the first group. Given Gu Qinghuan's position, it wasn't convenient for her to ask her about the situation, so she simply glanced at her. Yao Shaili didn't notice Gu Qinghuan's gaze. She was chatting with Ji Tianxiao about writing. Gu Qinghuan looked away and asked excitedly, so what recommendations did you make for He Ming? Ai Ning told Gu Qinghuan about the two novels she recommended, and also gave her a brief overview of their plots. Gu Qinghuan found them intriguing, and despite the spoilers, she still sought out the two novels, ready to read them herself. She also read novels frequently, and had a good reading speed. The next day, at lunchtime in the cafeteria, she had already finished the short story, and ran into He Ming, whom she struck up a conversation with. He Ming had also finished the short story, and was currently reading the novel. Hearing Gu Qinghuan mention the short stories recommended to her by Ai Ning, He Ming asked curiously, did you read them too? Gu Qinghuan nodded readily yes, Ai Ning recommended them to me. He Ming paused. It seems he really likes these too. He recommended them to you and me as well. I just happened to do that, didn't I? Gu Qinghuan offered a helping hand. He didn't know what genre I liked. He simply sent me the novel he recommended to you. Originally, someone else recommended it to him, He Ming said, waving her hand. He's read so many, and he only recommended two to me. Gu Qinghuan's eyebrows raised slightly. Something sounded off about this. She pondered for a few seconds, then tentatively threw out the hook. I heard it was a classmate of ours, who recommended it to him. It's amazing he finished it so quickly. He Ming's last class this morning was a main course, so she wasn't with Ai Ning. She looked around, making sure Ai Ning wasn't around, then whispered, Gu Qinghuan, do you know who recommended the book list to him? Ai Ning was so secretive. I only glanced at the list, and he wouldn't let me look at it. Gu Qinghuan was a little unsure about this attitude. Was He Ming's question motivated by a feeling of my best friend actually has a little secret? Or some other, more palatable reason? She didn't dare to jump to conclusions, and didn't immediately answer He Ming's question. Instead, she feigned curiosity and asked, why didn't he let you see the book list? Who knows? He Ming immediately forgot her question and started complaining to Gu Qinghuan, I think there's something wrong with him. What's wrong? Gu Qinghuan continued. He Ming had been holding back her thoughts for days, and now, when Gu Qinghuan asked, she immediately said, I suspect he's attracted to the classmate who recommended the book list to him. Gu Qinghuan nearly gasped. How did you come to that conclusion? After saying this, He Ming felt a little embarrassed. She actually felt her guess wasn't accurate, but for now, she had no choice but to continue. Ning is just very timid and stubborn. He won't say what he's thinking directly, preferring to keep things to himself. It's just that he used to tell me, but this time he won't. I wonder if it's because he's attracted to someone. As she said this, Gu Qinghuan began to sympathize with Ning. Seeing He Ming showing signs of enlightenment, it turned out like this. It could easily have led to a misunderstanding. As an insider, Gu Qinghuan naturally wouldn't let He Ming misunderstand. She pretended to think thoughtfully, but there's no need to hide something like a book list, right? Her words made sense. If Ning was the only one interested, then why wouldn't she share her recommended book list with others, even if it was a gift from someone she loved, and she wanted to keep it? Why did she share it with her and Gu Qinghuan? It was contradictory. As for having a mutual crush on someone, that was impossible. After all, she went to and from school with Ning every day and often had lunch together. His recent behavior hasn't changed much. If he really had a crush on someone, there would be some signs of abnormality, right? You have a point, He Ming pondered. Then, Ning isn't interested in the person who recommended the book. I've known him for so long. If he had a crush on someone, he certainly wouldn't be able to hide it from me. Gu Qinghuan can't hide it. What should she do? She felt even more sympathetic towards Ning. Chapter 337. Sympathy aside, Gu Qinghuan wouldn't tell He Ming Ning's true feelings. Confessions should be made in person, unless He Ming comes to her senses and guesses Ning's thoughts, then asks her for confirmation. In that case, Gu Qinghuan might subtly offer a few subtle hints. For now, let He Ming continue to speculate. Perhaps because her doubts remain unanswered, He Ming stopped speculating and instead discussed the plot of the short story with Gu Qinghuan. To Gu Qinghuan's surprise, she grasped the protagonist's emotions perfectly, excelling at spotting the subtle details of love. In short, she was a master of romance. So why was she so slow to react when it came to her? Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. Is it true that those involved are often confused, while those on the sidelines can see more clearly? After lunch, He Ming and Gu Qinghuan enjoyed a lively discussion. He Ming even urged Gu Qinghuan to read the novel, as she wanted to continue discussing the plot. Gu Qinghuan returned to the student union office to handle some secretarial duties. Although she was Xia He's secretary, Xia He had received her recommendation for admission at the end of the previous semester. After entering her senior year, she only came to school a few days before the start of the semester, spending the rest of her time busy with her own affairs. The student union members were accustomed to his elusiveness. After all, there was vice president by Hans Han. Additionally, even when Xia He was away from school, any tasks he had to handle were completed on time, and with remarkable success. The student union members could only silently scorn. The existence of such a top-tier individual was truly a blow to everyone's self-confidence. When Bai Han entered, he happened to see Gu Qinghuan wiping the message wall, and greeted her. Gu Qinghuan. What's up? Gu Qinghuan replied. Just saying hello. Bai Han thought for a moment, then added, but I do have something to ask. Gu Qinghuan paused and looked at Bai Han curiously. Bai Han said, there's a new member joining the student union next month, and I think you might want to keep an eye on them. Huh, a freshman? Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised. Although she had joined the student union shortly after the start of last year, she hadn't used conventional methods. She relied on connections. Normally, the student union would recruit new members in the second semester of their senior year, just like Wei Xiao had done last year. Now, someone had made the same exception and joined the student union early, which made Gu Qinghuan quite curious. It's a freshman, the slated next president. Bai Han casually dropped a bombshell. Gu Qinghuan was shocked. The next Xia He? No, how could there be another person like Xia He in the world? Bai Han's reaction was even greater than Gu Qinghuan's. He clutched his chest. While Mingda's student union is indeed remarkable, the position of student union president isn't as grand as you think. It was mainly because Xia He's current term as president was so unconventional. Bai Han thought about it, and suspected that there might be quite a few people within the student union who shared Gu Qinghuan's views. He thought it would be best to remind them sometime. He patiently explained, although she's the designated next president, it depends on her ability. If she can't make the grade, someone else will be chosen. Gu Qinghuan keenly grasped Bai Han's meaning. In other words, the current successor wasn't chosen based on her own abilities, but for some other reason? Bai Han saw Gu Qinghuan's confusion and nodded calmly. Yes, I'm mainly interested in her family background. Is it impressive? Compared to Chu Chu or Xia He? Before Gu Qinghuan could finish her words, Bai Han began to cough dryly. Why did he bring up such a difficult subject? Xia He was understandable, but Jiang Chuchu's family background was also extremely rare. Bai Han patiently said, it's not that exaggerated. The candidate president's family background is slightly worse than the Jiang family's. It's just that, from a cooperation perspective, the candidate president's family has a lot of connections with the families of several student union officials. Gu Qinghuan understood what he was saying. In other words, the candidate president could use his family to build relationships with several department heads and gain their support. While this might seem like a realistic answer at first, with the Mingda Student Union, having a president who can control the officials is crucial. I understand. Is there anything else I should pay attention to? Gu Qinghuan nodded decisively. Not yet. I'm telling you this so you can keep up to date, Bai Han said. He would also explain Gu Qinghuan's situation to the successor. As for how to deal with Gu Qinghuan after the new president takes office, that would be their responsibility. Whether to cultivate their own team or collaborate with Gu Qinghuan was an option. Of course, no matter what, as long as Gu Qinghuan remained at Mingda, her position in the student union would remain unchanged. Gu Qinghuan nodded, indicating that she had taken note. Bai Han then left the hall and returned to his office upstairs. The change of president had little impact on Gu Qinghuan, but she was indeed curious about the successor's character. With her connections, it was only a matter of time before she got detailed information about the successor. But she wasn't particularly interested at the moment. She was due to arrive next month anyway, so there was still time to see him in person and get to know him better. After finishing her work, she took a nap in the office. The alarm clock rang, and she returned to class, half asleep. The first class of the afternoon was a core subject, so Gu Qinghuan didn't have to worry about drifting off and wandering into the wrong classroom. As soon as she entered class 3, Ai Ning stood up upon seeing her and ran towards her excitedly. Class monitor. Gu Qinghuan suspected it was related to Yiming. With some gossip to share, she perked up. What's wrong? Ai Ning temporarily gave up her seat for Gu Qinghuan and, while Su Xinghe was still there, sat in his place. He looked at Gu Qinghuan excitedly. Yiming seems to have noticed my feelings. She did notice a little, but she just hadn't connected it to him yet. Gu Qinghuan silently complained inwardly. Ai Ning continued happily. She took the initiative to contact me, saying that she hoped I could recommend a few more novels to her. During our conversation, she mentioned that if I ever find someone I like, I must tell her. Gu Qinghuan scratched his ear. Does this mean she's aware of your feelings? Of course not. Ai Ning was excited. She realized that I would have someone I like, which is already a big step forward. Considering Yiming's slowness, Ai Ning's words were not wrong. Gu Qinghuan nodded. So what are your plans next? First, find her a few more suitable novels. Well, I have to keep up the good work. Ai Ning was a little embarrassed. And this time, I'm not going to limit myself to childhood sweethearts. Anything involving a secret crush will do. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. Then I suggest you find the novel recommendations yourself this time, and don't ask Yao Shaili for them again. Although she had already explained, if Ai Ning continued to interact with Yao Shaili, there was no guarantee that Yiming wouldn't misunderstand again. If the person you like hasn't fully grasped the situation, it's better to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Ai Ning agreed. He didn't want all his efforts to end up with Yiming blessing him with another girl. The thought of it was heartbreaking. Chapter 338. A busy month flew by, but as the end of the month neared, everyone's biggest concern wasn't the monthly exams in early to mid-October, but where to go for National Day. Last year during National Day, the Gu family simply took the high-speed rail to the neighboring province for some food and drinks. This year, Gu Qinghuan was still thinking about doing something, and someone approached her. You said you wanted me to go cosplay with you? Gu Qinghuan pointed at herself, stunned. Murong Tianju nodded excitedly and pulled out a character image from his phone to show Gu Qinghuan. That's the character. I think it's perfect for class monitor. Gu Qinghuan looked at the orange-haired boy in the picture, pondering how this character resembled himself. First of all, the height is perfect, and then I think the best thing is the little sun attribute, Murong Tianju gushed. Although this character is much more outgoing and lively than you, class monitor, you both have the ability to think outside the box and deliver inspiring speeches at crucial moments. But then she paused and thought, actually, from a calm and steady perspective, another senior character would also be a good fit. And you, class monitor, are our head of household. But the height difference is a bit significant. Gu Qinghuan. So the most crucial point is actually height, right? Perhaps her expression was too obvious. Murong Tianjiu coughed a little guiltily, then raised his voice again. Height can be solved with height increasing pads. I still need to wear 10 centimeter high shoes. Gu Qinghuan looked down at her feet. You're 1.72 meters tall, and you need 10 centimeters more? And it's just the passing grade, the height of that character when they first appeared. Murong Tianjiu shed silent tears. The heights of male characters in sports anime are truly outrageous. Feeling looked at so pitifully, Gu Qinghuan felt a little soft-hearted. She stared at the picture for a moment longer and asked, "Is it okay for me to just dress up like this and accompany you to the exhibition?" "Yeah." Murong Tianjiu, seeing a chance, nodded vigorously. "I'm not a professional cosplayer. I'm just having fun. At most, I met a fellow enthusiast and asked if I could take a photo or collect stamps. I teach you some poses and lines for this character. If anyone comes to take a photo, just follow my instructions, squad leader." Gu Qinghuan thought it was a good idea. She then inquired about the itinerary, confirming that Murong Tianjiu was well prepared. He nodded. "Then I go home and report to my family, and get back to you." Murong Tianjiu cheered excitedly. "Great. Thank you, squad leader. You're the best." Gu Qinghuan went home and told Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian about this. They agreed. "It's in the city anyway, so you can go and have some fun." Gu Qinghuan sent Murong Tianjiu a positive reply and casually asked, "Isn't Ouyang Wushuang coming with us?" Murong Tianjiu, "She can't. Her social anxiety is much worse than mine. I just need to put on a cosplay, and I can put myself in character, and I won't be afraid." Gu Qinghuan, "Put on a cosplay?" Murong Tianjiu, "Ah, the cosplay refers to the character I'm cosplaying. Putting on a cosplay means taking on that character." Murong Tianjiu, "Once I cosplay a character, I imagine myself becoming that character and being as good as them." Gu Qinghuan, "You're already very good. I think it's amazing to bring anime characters to life through cosplay. Even if there were no Santa Claus in the world, there would still be parents who would dress up as Santa Claus and quietly place gifts on their children's pillows to fulfill their wishes." Gu Qinghuan felt that this was all about protecting or fulfilling other people's dreams. A truly beautiful and blissful experience. Murong Tianjiu. Murong Tianjiu. Tears bursting out. JPG Murong Tianjiu. "Wow, squad leader, you're the best squad leader in the world." Encouraged, Murong Tianjiu prepared even more diligently. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, and read the original novel for the character she was set to play. Although she was only helping Murong Tianjiu, wouldn't fans of the character be delighted to see her at the exhibition? So, if she took the time to learn more about the character and act more like her, she could make others happier. Why not? National Day arrived quickly, and Gu Qinghuan arrived at Murong's house the night beforehand, and slept there that night. After all, she had to get up early the next day to change clothes, put on makeup, and then head to the venue. Murong Tianjiu said that if she put on makeup at the venue, there wouldn't be enough people to sit there, so it would be more convenient to dress up first. Murong's family was deserted. She said her parents were often away and ignored her, so she just called to discuss anything. The house wasn't big, so cleaning came twice a week, both scheduled on weekdays. This happened to be during Murong Tianjiu's school hours, so she wouldn't see anyone. This was quite friendly for Murong Tianjiu, who didn't want to interact with strangers. "We can eat in the school cafeteria Monday through Friday, but what do you do on the weekends?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "Eat out or order takeout. It's too much trouble to hire a chef to cook at home," Murong Tianjiu replied. Although the Gu family often experienced this, Gu Qinghuan felt that Murong Tianjiu's situation was different from her own. She didn't quite understand Murong Tianjiu's situation yet, so she wouldn't comment further, simply nodding in understanding. Instead, Murong Tianjiu said sheepishly, "Squad leader, can you just order takeout like me? I pay." "No problem. Since you're treating, I have no objection." Gu Qinghuan was very cooperative, and even took the initiative to make a request. "By the way, can I order spicy hot pot?" At her words, Murong Tianjiu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded enthusiastically. "Okay, squad leader, just make your choice and place your order." With that, Murong Tianjiu handed Gu Qinghuan his phone, and put on her hairnet and wig, checking for any minor adjustments. Gu Qinghuan tried not to lower her head, allowing Murong Tianjiu to confirm, while swiping across the screen to select her favorite side dishes. Suddenly, a message box popped up at the top of the screen. "Are you going to the convention tomorrow? Who did you find to cosplay with you? You be fine with your makeup without my help? I be quiet when I'm sent to the bathroom." Gu Qinghuan didn't even react to the 4 messages that came in, having read them all too quickly. Although she didn't understand the last one, the tone of the third one clearly wasn't kind. She handed her phone to Murong Tianjiao, apologizing profusely. Someone sent you a message, and I accidentally read it. Sorry. Murong Tianjiao took the phone and read the message. His expression wasn't great, but he said calmly, It's okay. Seeing that Gu Qinghuan was a little concerned, Murong Tianjiao explained, This person is my online friend. We often go to comic conventions or theme cafes together offline. We used to cosplay together. But this time, she didn't like the character I came up with, and we had a really unpleasant argument. What did she mean by throwing in the toilet? Gu Qinghuan was quite concerned about this. Murong Tianjiao scratched his cheek. It's an account that accepts anonymous submissions. Netizens will privately send works they think are bad to that account, and then the account will publish them for other netizens to judge. The comment sections of these accounts are usually very nasty, like an internet toilet, so this kind of submission is called throwing in the toilet. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. A bit like avoiding lightning? But more extreme? She reads a lot of novels, so she's more familiar with throwing in the toilet. Pretty much, Murong Tianjiao handed the phone back to Gu Qinghuan. Don't worry, squad leader. This isn't commercial cosplay, so we won't attract attention. Besides, I found a very good store for the wig and clothes this time. They're made very realistically. The quality wasn't as good as this before, and I never been thrown in the toilet before, so I definitely won't this time. Gu Qinghuan nodded and returned to watching Malatang. However, she wasn't so reassured. She was always wary of her classmates. When she saw the message just now, she also saw the other person's online name. After ordering the spicy hot pot, she used her phone to search for the name on several social media platforms. Luckily, although the other person had changed their online name, Gu Qinghuan still found him through his old et. The other person's latest message mentioned tomorrow's comic convention, and the previous messages also involved cosplay. The IP address was in this city. This must be him. Gu Qinghuan clicked follow secretly, and put her phone back in her pocket. That was all the precautionary measures for now. It was better to accompany Murong Tianjiao to prepare. Chapter 339. Waking up early in the morning isn't easy, let alone getting up earlier than usual. To ensure they didn't oversleep, Gu Qinghuan slept with Murong Tianjiao last night, ensuring their double alarm clocks would work. Of course, they did wake up. Gu Qinghuan's on time was longer, while Murong Tianjiao's was much faster. She had been very excited since last night. If Gu Qinghuan hadn't noticed this and pushed her to bed early, she would definitely be sleep-deprived by now. After Murong Tianjiao finished washing up, he went to the kitchen to heat up the sandwiches he had bought yesterday, so that Gu Qinghuan could eat them after she finished washing up. After filling their stomachs, it was time to change clothes and put on makeup. Thankfully, the characters they were playing wore sportswear. At most, they had to wear a bra because they were male. Fortunately, it's a character set in a modern world. If it were some fantasy work, the costume would be incredibly difficult. Murong Tianjiao sighed as she put on her bra. Gu Qinghuan watched her chest become flat in the blink of an eye. Magic? Murong Tianjiao laughed heartily. This is amazing. I didn't know how to choose before, so I bought a terrible one that almost suffocated me. This one is much better. Gu Qinghuan also put on her bra with some hesitation. The size was confirmed beforehand, and it felt really good. Even though she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, her chest looked smooth, just like a boy's. Murong Tianjiao even stuffed shoulder pads into Gu Qinghuan's shoulders to make them appear broader. Gu Qinghuan whispered, although I really want to have some muscles, after all, I'm an athletic character, but I really don't get enough exercise. Murong Tianjiao reassured her, it's okay, and your skin tone suits it. The results of her previous trip to the island to bask in the sun had come in handy in an unexpected way. After changing, putting on her colored contact lenses was a breeze, but then came the biggest challenge, makeup. Gu Qinghuan thought about the messages from last night and couldn't help but feel a little worried. But she soon lost the time to worry. The makeup artist had applied all sorts of things to her face when Jiang Chuchu had taken her for a makeover, but compared to what she was doing today, it was nothing. Murong Tianjiao was trembling with fear. She could shave her own eyebrows to the right shape to suit her character, but she couldn't possibly shave Gu Qinghuan's too. Not to mention, the character Gu Qinghuan was cosplaying had short eyebrows. If she shaved too much, she suspected Jiang Chuchu would corner her on her first day back at school. So she could only diligently apply foundation to Gu Qinghuan's face to cover the color of her eyebrows, then use the contrasting colors to emphasize the other eyebrows. Her makeup skills weren't as good as her online friends, but she practiced diligently on her own face, following various tutorials. Now, applying makeup to Gu Qinghuan felt more comfortable, and the results were easier to see. So, after finishing the makeup, Murong Tianjiu realized vaguely, it seems pretty good for a beginner. Gu Qinghuan blinked in the mirror. Wow, amazing. My eyes look bigger. And the shadows and highlights were applied perfectly. Gu Qinghuan's round face now looked a bit more angular. Murong Tianjiu practically cried with joy. She'd done it. While there was still some gap compared to her online friend, it was much better than she imagined. That way, even if the squad leader didn't fully understand the character, others, judging by her appearance, would think Gu Qinghuan had put a lot of effort into her role and wouldn't judge her recklessly. Though Murong Tianjiu had vowed so confidently last night, she wasn't entirely confident. Her mindset was simple. Even if she was being thrown into the bathroom, she absolutely couldn't let Gu Qinghuan be voted out. Not only did she love her squad leader, but it was also her responsibility. She had asked Gu Qinghuan to accompany her, so she owed it to her to take good care of her. If she could leave a positive impression on Gu Qinghuan, her first cosplay, all the better. So she put in a lot of effort, even holding her breath while applying her makeup. The results were promising, and Murong Tianjiu finished her own makeup in one go. Perhaps because she had a good mindset, the process went smoothly. They finished much earlier than expected, so the rest of their schedule wasn't as rushed. After checking everything and confirming everything was in order, they called a driver to take them to the venue. Since they were just visiting the exhibition alone, not invited guests, there was no need for them to arrive on time. They could simply stroll around leisurely. However, even before Gu Qinghuan even entered the venue, she felt a lot of attention. Two girls ran over and called out the names of the characters she and Murong Tianjiu had created. Teacher, can I collect stamps? Gu Qinghuan found the term teacher quite novel, but Murong Tianjiu immediately replied, collecting stamps means taking a photo with you. If you mind, class monitor, you can refuse. Others were even more shocked by Murong Tianjiu's words. Class monitor? Could he be a real class monitor? And he seems to be an outsider? Oh wow, the contrast between their identities, both on and off the stage, seems quite captivating. Gu Qinghuan smiled broadly. Great. Come on. Her smile was so dazzling that the girls couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Even though she's not in the same league, her personality and character fit so well. Then, Gu Qinghuan struck a pose like the good sir pose from anime. This pose is more suitable for photos of multiple people, right? Want to join us? The two girls' eyes lit up instantly, nodding frantically. They even dragged Murong Tianjiu along, and the four of them took a photo together. Watching the girls leave contentedly, Murong Tianjiu looked at Gu Qinghuan in shock. How did you know that, class leader? I went to catch up on the comics. They're quite good. Because I was cosplaying, I paid attention to the distinctive poses and lines while watching. Now, doesn't that come in handy? Gu Qinghuan said. Murong Tianjiu, the best squad leader in the world, once inside, cosplaying characters was everywhere, and Gu Qinghuan drew fewer glances. Although there were still people collecting stamps from time to time, their attitude was quite casual, and Gu Qinghuan relaxed a bit. Murong Tianjiu acted as a guide, explaining a lot about the convention. Gu Qinghuan also saw cosplays of characters from anime she watched as a child, and happily ran over to ask if she could take a photo. She was a bit embarrassed to take a photo. Halfway through her shopping, Murong Tianjiu felt her makeup coming off, and worriedly went to the bathroom to touch it up. Before leaving, she urged Gu Qinghuan to stay by the stall and not wander off, then hurried off. Gu Qinghuan stood obediently in front of the stall, which sold fan-made merchandise, primarily acrylic pendants and postcards. Gu Qinghuan didn't recognize the anime, but the designs were beautiful, and she examined them intently. Are you the partner Tianjiu is looking for? A strange female voice suddenly reached her ears. Gu Qinghuan's guard immediately rose at the word Tianjiu. She didn't look up immediately, but only after the other person called out hello again, feigning confusion and looking up. The girl standing next to her was dressed very discreetly, even wearing a baseball cap. Gu Qinghuan had reason to suspect she didn't want to attract attention. Gu Qinghuan pointed at herself with feigned hesitation. Are you talking to me? Who else could I be talking to if not you? The girl said impatiently. The girl only said Tianjiu without adding a surname, so Gu Qinghuan couldn't confirm whether she knew Murong Tianjiu's full name. If she answered rashly, she might reveal Murong Tianjiu's personal information. The name was truly distinctive, and it would be easy to identify her. Gu Qinghuan had to be careful. Chapter 340. Although the girl and Gu Qinghuan were about the same height, Gu Qinghuan felt she was older, probably a college student like Gao Changjing. Gu Qinghuan deliberately frowned, appearing displeased. Who are you? Do I know you? The girl froze, then seemed even angrier. I just wanted to know if you were Tianju's partner. Gu Qinghuan didn't respond, simply saying, you're so rude. You started by asking me in such a rude tone, and now I'm asking who you are, and you're not answering. I don't know you. If you wanted to use me to find the Tianju you mentioned, why didn't you go directly to that person to confirm instead of me? Compared to the obvious argument between Gu Qinghuan and the girl, the stall owner was clearly even more bewildered. She had been sitting behind the stall, but now she stood up, her expression extremely nervous, her gaze darting back and forth between the two of them. Gu Qinghuan tilted her head and smiled reassuringly. Sorry to bother you. I go talk to her over there. The stall owner was stunned for a moment, stuttering a little. No, it's okay. Or, do you want me to call the staff over? Although she didn't know the specifics, from listening to their conversation, she could tell that Gu Qinghuan wasn't at all bothered by her. She had assumed Gu Qinghuan was a very self-absorbed person, but she hadn't expected him to notice her predicament. This eased the stall owner's nerves a bit, and she unconsciously sided with Gu Qinghuan. I don't think she wants to make a big deal out of this. Gu Qinghuan returned her gaze to the girl. As expected, the girl looked a little uneasy when she heard the stall owner mention calling the staff. She took a step back and glanced to the side, as if sizing up her escape route. Even after all this, the girl still insisted, I didn't do anything. I just asked you a few questions, and you didn't answer. Are you feeling guilty? Gu Qinghuan didn't respond at all. At this point, if she continued to follow her lead, she would only be led astray. You haven't answered my questions yet, and you're still trying to change the subject. You're suspicious. Her tone was extremely firm. A crowd was gradually gathering around her, and the way she spoke drew suspicion from the looks they gave her. Murong Tianju returned from the bathroom, and saw the crowd gathering. She thought they were taking a photo. She wasn't short to begin with, and to look her best today, she was wearing high heels. As she approached, she caught sight of Gu Qinghuan striking orange hair between the heads of the crowd. For a moment, Murong Tianju suspected she was having a cardiac arrest. No way. Something happened to her squad leader, she said, excuse me, pushing her way to the center of the crowd. Murong Tianju first checked Gu Qinghuan's condition. Her costume, makeup, and wig were intact, no problem. Then, she looked at the girl across from Gu Qinghuan, and was stunned at the first glance. Mika? Gu Qinghuan blinked. The person she secretly followed last night had the username Mika at Absolutely Love. So was she Murong Tianju's online friend? Onlookers? What? Is this sure a field? Being called by her name made Mika even more uncomfortable. But seeing Murong Tianju's expression, she angrily said, what kind of makeup is that? I told you this character doesn't suit you. You should have cosplayed that movie with me. Before she could finish her words, Murong Tianju interrupted her. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. With that, Murong Tianju took the lead and headed for the nearby rest area. Gu Qinghuan followed closely behind. She had also been standing for a while, and now felt the perfect time to sit down and rest. Mika hesitated for a few seconds, then noticed that everyone around her was still looking at her. Finally, she quickly caught up with Murong Tianju and Gu Qinghuan. The rest area was rather basic, with limited seating. Murong Tianju searched around and found only one empty seat. He let Gu Qinghuan sit down while he stood and talked with Mika. As soon as Gu Qinghuan's butt touched the chair, Mika's sharp gaze pierced her. She pretended not to notice, pulled out her sports bottle from her backpack, and gulped down the water. Someone nearby came over to take a photo. Teacher, did you buy this kettle based on the animation? It's exactly the same. Yes, it's quite useful. It's spacious and lightweight. Gu Qinghuan proudly held up the kettle. Very good, just like that. Keep it up. Okay, thank you, teacher. The others finished their photos and happily left. Gu Qinghuan's little incident clearly ruined the atmosphere. Mika looked rather annoyed, muttering quietly, cutting corners. Please call my approach authentication and perfection, Gu Qinghuan pointed out. Seeing Mika about to argue, Murong Tianju had to interrupt. She looked at Mika. Didn't you say you didn't like the character I played today and wouldn't come over? I'm not going to come over and watch you get along with someone else, am I? Mika's anger intensified as she spoke. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but glance sideways. Why does she smell so much of jealousy? But even if she was jealous, saying something like going to the bathroom and undermining her friend's confidence wasn't quite right, wasn't it? Murong Tianju didn't sense any jealousy, she simply felt exhausted. I just wanted to cosplay as a character I like. If you don't like it, I'm not forcing you. What's wrong with that? Mika pointed at Gu Qinghuan. So you're looking for someone like this? A dabbler from the outside? Gu Qinghuan waved her hand away. Pointing at people like that is extremely rude. I hope you be mindful of this. Mika reluctantly lowered her hand. Murong Tianju said sternly. Although the squad leader has never cosplayed before, she's just here to keep me company. There's no need for formality. Besides, I think the squad leader performed very well. She not only studied the original work, memorized some poses, but also prepared props. You're actually protecting her. Mika's eyes widened. Gu Qinghuan sniffed. The air seemed a bit too sour. Murong Tianju was troubled. She was clearly explaining Gu Qinghuan's situation to Mika, and Mika was focusing on this. Gu Qinghuan raised her hand. Can I join your conversation? Mika, no. Murong Tianjiao, okay. Mika's objection was ineffective. Gu Qinghuan said, so, this Miss Mika, is that the online friend you were talking about? What online friend? We known each other for almost a year. Mika was unconvinced. Gu Qinghuan, what a coincidence. She's also known Murong Tianju for a year, plus a month. Since you don't like Tianjia's characters, why don't you just work together next time? Why are you so angry about this? She asked bluntly. Not only did you sneak up on me, but you're also picking on me. This behavior is truly unreasonable. Chapter 341. Mika's real name is Qian Wenjing. She finds it tacky, from first name to last name. She dislikes her name, and she dislikes her life. It was too ordinary, too common. It was only after starting college, living on campus and away from home, that she felt she could lead a different life. She no longer had to hide from her parents to read novels and comics like she did in junior high, nor did she have to wear a formal school uniform every day, buried in a mountain of homework like she did in high school. She bought her favorite cars and merchandise, discussed plots and character pairs with fellow enthusiasts online, fought with rivals, and even attended a comic convention as a cosplayer for the first time. In high school, her family only allowed her to attend comic conventions during holidays. Cosplay was out of the question. But in college, she no longer had to worry. She busied herself with the seniors in her club, buying clothes, making props, trimming wigs, learning makeup. She enjoyed a fulfilling and joyful experience attending one comic convention after another. She was very talented at makeup. She initially learned by following online videos of famous artists, then began to research independently. Gradually, she gained fame, began taking commissions as a makeup artist, and her account grew in followers. It wasn't until last year's National Day Comic Convention that she met Murong Tianjiao. She was a makeup artist in a large group, frantically finishing her work and thinking of taking a break when she turned and saw Murong Tianjiao standing in a corner, timidly trying to find a place to touch up his makeup. From Mika's perspective, Murong Tianjiao's makeup at the time was quite crude, but what cosplayer hasn't come this far? Thinking of her past self, she waved toward Murong Tianjiao. Do you need help? I do your makeup. Before the makeup application, Mika had only good intentions, wanting to help her past self. But after the makeup was finished, she was stunned. Murong Tianjiao was a perfect fit. Her face was perfect for makeup. With Mika's help, she looked like the character had come to life. That day, Murong Tianjiao cosplayed a character Mika loved. Otherwise, with so many cosplayers in the room, she wouldn't have noticed Murong Tianjiao alone. Having her favorite character come to life, and done so with such fidelity, this gave Mika an incomparable sense of accomplishment. She eagerly extended her hand toward Murong Tianjiao. My name is Mika. What's yours? She wanted to be Murong Tianjiao's friend, do her makeup, partner with her, and help her become the best cosplayer she could be, all thanks to her for discovering Murong Tianjiao. So Murong Tianjiao should listen to her. No matter what event she participated in, or what character she cosplayed, she was the only one who could offer the best guidance. Mika reveled in the joy of nurturing her, and things went smoothly at first. Murong Tianjiao, after all, was new and less familiar with the situation than Mika, so he often deferred to her. However, as time passed, Murong Tianjiao began to develop his own ideas. This time, it was because of a disagreement with Mika over the choice of character that she, after careful consideration, decided to attend the convention on her own. Still a little unsure, she asked Gu Qinghuan to accompany her. Unlike Mika, Gu Qinghuan needed her guidance, which was a way to foster her independence. Not to mention, she was so busy worrying about Gu Qinghuan's situation that she had no time to worry about herself. The situation was still the same right now. It was true that Murong Tianjiao cherished Mika as an online friend, but Gu Qinghuan was also an important friend. No matter how you looked at it, the problem now lay with Mika. Furthermore, since this was a dispute between them, Murong Tianju would naturally choose to protect Gu Qinghwan and not want her to be implicated. Mika felt completely isolated and helpless. Unreasonable? She was just angry that her partner had run off with someone else, so why was she being judged in that way by this newcomer? She was the one who had discovered Murong Tianju's talent, so how could the relationship become as distant as online friends? Mika wanted to refute Gu Qinghwan's words, but she couldn't answer the previous question. They could work together again next time. She knew the answer to that question, but she was still angry that Murong Tianju had found someone else. The reason behind this was purely selfish. As long as he was by her side, she could help Murong Tianju plan his future. He didn't need anyone else around. She was clearly helping Murong Tianju save time and energy, allowing her to focus on cosplay. So why couldn't she understand? Gu Qinghwan stared at Mika's face. The girl's expression shifted, but she refused to answer. Judging from her evasive gaze, Gu Qinghwan suspected Mika had some selfish motive. She thought for a moment, then pulled Murong Tianju over and whispered a few words. Then she walked away, seemingly abandoning the conversation with Mika and letting Murong Tianju handle it. Mika's face turned grim. She said aggressively, "What did she say to you just now?" "Nothing. I just saw you didn't want to talk to her properly, so I let you do it." Murong Tianju calmed himself and looked directly at Mika. "Didn't you say you couldn't come? Why are you still here?" Mika felt a little uncomfortable, but quickly regained her composure. "I'm concerned about you. Can you really do it without me?" She leaned in to look at Murong Tianju's face. "Did you do your makeup yourself today?" "No way. I'm better." Murong Tianju took a step back. "I know." "What?" Mika didn't react. "I'm saying, I know my makeup skills aren't as good as yours." Murong Tianju remained calm. "But I practice on my own, and am prepared to be criticized for my makeup. I appreciate your help, but I can't always rely on you. Sooner or later, I have to learn to cosplay myself." After her previous argument with Mika, Murong Tianju had already considered this question. She and Mika were completely different people. Even if their preferences were similar, differences would emerge, as they did this time. Before high school, Murong Tianju might have thought, let it be, that maintaining friendships was more important than her own momentary happiness. However, after a year in Class 3, Murong Tianju gradually realized that while she could occasionally give in for her friends, she couldn't always do so. Before she became anyone's friend, she was first and foremost herself. So, she chose her own interests, remained true to her inner desires, and prepared herself for the pain that might come with it. Murong Tianju felt she had made herself clear. It was time for her to learn to be independent. However, for Mika, Murong Tianju's words were like a bolt from the blue. She cosplay herself? Without her, how would Murong Tianju do it? If it weren't for her, how could Murong Tianju have gotten this far? Has she forgotten how much help she's given her? You think you're capable now, so you can't wait to kick me out, right? Mika stared at Murong Tianju intently. He was confused. What are you talking about? Murong Tianju couldn't help but recall what she had just said. Hadn't she meant self-reliance? Why had Mika misunderstood her? She couldn't help but say, "That's not what I meant." Before she finished her words, Mika interrupted her. Mika sternly said, "You definitely regret this." With that, she turned and left, quickly disappearing from the bustling conference hall. Gu Qinghwan walked back over. Mika's last words were quite loud, so she heard them too. She was deeply puzzled. What the hell happened? Murong Tianju shook her head. She couldn't comprehend the situation either. Forget it. Leave her alone. Gu Qinghwan shook her head and removed the recorder that had been clipped to Murong Tianju's collar when she grabbed her. She turned it off. Jiang Chuchu had provided a recorder, and each member of Team 3 was assigned one. Because of last night's news, Gu Qinghwan was a little concerned, so she brought Murong Tianju's recorder with her today. She was really good to me. I don't know why she suddenly became like this. Murong Tianju felt a little choked up. Gu Qinghwan didn't know what to say, so she could only pat Murong Tianju's shoulder to offer comfort. From Mika's last words, it was clear they needed to be taught a lesson. All I could say was, if the enemy came, we fight them. If the water came, we block it. If anything really happened, I hope this recording would come in handy. Chapter 342. Although their encounter with Mika seemed to cause some minor friction, Gu Qinghwan and Murong Tianju had a great time at the comic convention afterwards. They encountered a large group whose characters were from the same production as theirs, but they were from two different teams. They not only warmly invited them to take photos together, but also offered a lot of guidance. In particular, the cosplayer, who was guiding Murong Tianju, was actually a senior cosplayer of his own. In the production, The feelings between seniors and juniors are quite complex, but in real life, the two cosplayers get along very well. Gu Qinghuan's character and the senior cosplayer also had a classic pose, and the two recreated the scene together, attracting quite a few onlookers. The only unfortunate thing was that Gu Qinghuan wasn't tall enough, so to achieve the perfect angle, the cosplayer had to half crouch for her to take the photo. The group leader added Murong Tianju as a friend and said he would send her a copy of the photos once they were ready, and asked if they could post them online. Murong Tianjiao consulted Gu Qinghuan, who said it didn't matter. There were photos of her online, and as long as they didn't lead to negative news, the police wouldn't interfere. In fact, based on their experience from the previous island trip, Gu Qinghuan was more concerned about whoever was posting her photos. Murong Tianju herself agreed. She hadn't kept her cosplaying a secret from her family, and they didn't care. After the two of them had enough fun, Murong Tianju called the family car and went home to remove her wig and makeup. Although the temperature had dropped somewhat in October, with so many people in the venue wearing wigs and heavy makeup, it wasn't much of a cool experience. Gu Qinghuan took off her wig and felt her scalp breathe. If this weren't Murong's home, she would have wanted to collapse onto the bed and lie there motionless. Murong Tianju came to help. Gu Qinghuan's hair was long, and before covering it with a hairnet, she had pinned it with a bunch of bobby pins to keep it in place. Taking it off was going to be a hassle. Gu Qinghuan leaned back on the sofa, her hands resting on her stomach, her eyes closed, her expression serene. I feel like I'm about to fall asleep. Go ahead, I remove your makeup after I'm done. Murong Tianjiao had more energy than Gu Qinghuan. This wasn't her first comic convention, so she was already used to it. Gu Qinghuan wanted to hold on a little longer, but after just a few minutes, she drifted off to sleep. After Murong Tianjiu finished removing her hair, he pulled a makeup remover towel and rubbed it against Gu Qinghuan's face. Despite the drastic movement, she didn't wake up, just mumbling a few words in her sleep. It seemed like they really exhausted their squad leader this time, and Murong Tianjiu felt a bit guilty. In reality, it was mainly because they woke up too early and were quite exhausted. Although visiting a comic convention is just walking around the venue, browsing the booths and queuing up is really tiring. Add to that the occasional stamp collectors, and they had to be energetic and role-play. The two of them were cosplaying characters from sports anime, so to be more convincing, their photo poses were mostly those of sports. While these poses might only last a moment during exercise, they had to hold still for photos, which was actually quite strenuous, like the difference between a 3-second squat and a 1-minute one. For Gu Qinghuan, who had no fitness habits, this really involved using muscles she wouldn't normally use. Gu Qinghuan was awakened by the aroma of food. Sniffing, she opened her eyes to see Murong Tianjiu squatting beside the coffee table, unpacking takeout boxes. Hearing the noise, Murong Tianjiu turned and looked at Gu Qinghuan with surprise. "Class leader, are you awake?" As he spoke, he thrust a cup of ice cream tea into Gu Qinghuan's hands. Gu Qinghuan instinctively took a sip, the cool taste instantly sobering her up. "What did you order?" "I didn't know what to order," Murong Tianjiu said innocently. "Then I asked everyone in the group chat, and they ordered this." Gu Qinghuan was startled. She had a bad feeling and decisively opened her phone to check the class group chat history. "Murong Tianjiao, what does the squad leader like to eat?" "Qinyu, what? Didn't you go to Comic-Con with her?" "Murong Tianjiao, it's over now. I'm going home to rest." She fell asleep, so I plan to order something delicious for the squad leader to comfort her. Tao Shinxing, I think this question should be changed to, what does the squad leader dislike eating? Yao Shaili, is there an answer to this question? Ming Xiaolan, no. Song Yi, it feels like a malicious comment, and I want to tell her not to listen, but I don't think it's wrong. Yu Xian, I heard her say she wanted to eat pineapple pork chop buns the other day. Xiexiang Xue, isn't that sweet and sour teppanyaki? Su Xinghe, huh? It's crispy red rice sausage, right? Jiang Chu Chu, it's crab roe soup dumplings, crab roe noodles, and crab roe rice. Gu Qinghuan, who was standing behind me, didn't look. She put down her phone, her expression heavy. So just to find out what I wanted to eat, everyone ordered one? For the students in class 3, ordering takeout was a piece of cake. Murong Tianjiu scratched his face. Actually, I tried to stop them, saying they couldn't finish all the food. But everyone said it was okay, and they packed it up. Gu Qinghuan just wanted to say that the students in class 3 really understood her. Some items unsuitable for delivery weren't ordered, but even so, the coffee table was already overflowing with food, with some items simply left on the floor. Gu Qinghuan raised her milk tea and toasted Murong Tianjiao. Congratulations on the successful conclusion of the exhibition. Murong Tianjiao, wanting to maintain his figure for his cosplay, skipped the milk tea and opted for an iced Americano. However, faced with such a feast, he could only tearfully increase his exercise schedule tomorrow. Gu Qinghuan chewed on a piece of red rice sausage while mixing the crab roe with the rice. She scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The crab roe complemented the rice beautifully, and the crab leg meat mixed and added a sweet and tender flavor, making it a delight to chew. She ate with great pleasure, and even grabbed her phone to take a photo to share with everyone, expressing her gratitude for the feeding. Just as she opened her phone, she saw a banner notification from seconds ago, revealing a new activity in her follow section. Gu Qinghuan paused, set down the spoon she was holding, and clicked on the banner notification. Mika at Awakening Darkness. Some people are just born ungrateful. No matter how good you are to her, they never know how to repay your kindness. The accompanying image was a photo of Gu Qinghuan and Murong Tianjiu from today. Although it was taken from a distance, and the shot was intentionally blurry, making their faces difficult to see, the location and date were included, directly pointing to today's comic convention. After all, it was newly posted, and Mika's account only had a few hundred followers, so the comments section wasn't very active yet. However, she would post it on her own profile for now, and it would probably be posted to the so-called toilet soon. After all, wasn't that how she threatened Murong Tianjiu earlier? Murong Tianjiao noticed Gu Qinghuan's movements and was a little puzzled. What are you looking at, squad leader? Something very depressing. Gu Qinghuan replied, it concerns both you and me. Do you want to know now, or wait until after dinner? Murong Tianjiu paused, then thought seriously before replying, let's eat first. Everyone ordered so much delicious food for us. We can't let their kindness go to waste over something so upsetting. Even if it was depressing, Murong Tianjiu felt that with everyone from class 3 around, nothing would be a big deal. This was the confidence she gained from a year of getting along, and it reflected her change and growth. Gu Qinghuan nodded readily, locked her phone again, and put it aside. Okay, let's talk after dinner. She definitely hold Mika responsible for not letting her rest after a tiring day. Chapter 343. Gu Qinghuan and Murong Tianjiao thoroughly enjoyed the delicious food everyone had brought them. As expected, there was quite a bit left over. She burped as she cleaned up each item, combining what could be combined, tied up the bag, and threw the bones and other food scraps into the trash can. She wiped the coffee table with a rag before sitting down and turning on her phone again. Murong Tianjiu had almost finished eating, and she was a little nervous about facing that unpleasant situation. But seeing Gu Qinghuan so methodically clean up, her nervousness dissipated. The squad leader was so calm, he must have already figured out a solution. So, there was no need for her to worry. Murong Tianjiao's mood instantly calmed, and she waited for Gu Qinghuan to reveal the answer. Gu Qinghuan reopened Mika's message and scanned the comments section. After confirming that the content was consistent with her expectations, she pushed her phone towards Murong Tianjiao. Take a look at this. Murong Tianjiu picked up the phone and immediately recognized the familiar profile picture. While Mika's usernames on various platforms weren't exactly the same, her profile pictures were the same, making them easy to recognize. She skimmed through the first pass, stunned, and then started over again, deciphering each word, piecing together the unfamiliar and cruel truth. Mika. How could she? Murong Tianjiu's face paled. Even in October, she felt her fingers chill, and even her heart felt cold. Gu Qinghuan was calm. Do you know the kind of submission account she usually follows? Those internet toilets you mentioned? Murong Tianjiu shook his head subconsciously, then nodded. I don't usually use this platform. I find it too cluttered. Sometimes Mika sends me screenshots of her submissions. I look for them. I think it should be there. She quickly returned the phone to Gu Qinghuan, as if escaping a terrifying threat. She picked up her own phone and tried twice to enter her fingerprint, but it failed. Finally, she managed to unlock it by entering her password. A few minutes later, Murong Tianjiu found the account Mika frequently visited in the chat history and reported the name to Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan looked through the latest messages. There were no submissions related to them. He couldn't tell if Mika hadn't submitted yet, or if the account hadn't posted yet, or if she had posted to another account. Unable to find a relevant submission, Murong Tianjiu forced a smile. Maybe she just posted it on her own account and didn't post it to the toilet. Gu Qinghuan looked at Murong Tianjiao. Do you remember what Chu often said? Murong Tianjiao thought for a moment, his mood suddenly darkening again. He muttered, you can't expect others not to make mistakes. That's right. When things are out of our control, we can't just rely on others not to make mistakes. We have to be prepared to deal with them, Gu Qinghuan said. Because they might not be able to withstand the consequences of others' actions, they must protect themselves no matter what. Murong Tianju closed her eyes, sinking into darkness. But the steady breathing of another person beside her slowly helped her find her anchor. She reopened her eyes, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. I'm feeling much better, squad leader. Can you help me figure out what to do? Of course, Gu Qinghuan nodded cheerfully. After all, there's me in the photo. At her words, Murong Tianju froze for a few seconds, then suddenly stood up and screamed, how could she drag you into this? If Murong Tianju had just been agonizing over her friend's betrayal, brooding over their past kindness, she was now far more furious. Her sense of responsibility towards Gu Qinghuan had successfully mitigated her soft spot for Mika. Mika could target her, but not Gu Qinghuan. Murong Tianjiao didn't know about the incident on the island. If Bao Qingsong were here, he have grumbled, it's her bad luck to have provoked the squad leader. But her reaction was just as Gu Qinghuan had expected. Gu Qinghuan smiled and waved her hand, it's okay. The photo is blurry, they might not recognize me. Murong Tianju raged, squad leader, don't underestimate those people. Opening her box is terrifying. Gu Qinghuan, yes, the price of opening her box is terrifying. Murong Tianjiao's mind suddenly cleared. She ran for her tablet and stylus and began writing rapidly. Mika's comment section is full of her fans, so they probably side with her. She can delete the comments, so she can just ignore them. If I get dumped, I have to find a way to explain the situation. Today's recording will come in handy, as will the chat logs. By the way, I also need to search for the platform's template for reporting violations. How can I report to ensure my submission is deleted quickly? It seems a successful report with multiple people is more likely. I need to borrow a few smurfs from Bao Qingsong, or ask everyone if they're willing to help. Murong Tianjiao muttered to himself, while Gu Qinghuan watched from the side, her chin in her hand, occasionally offering reminders. She didn't understand the dynamics of the cosplay community, but any interpersonal disputes followed similar patterns. Class 3 had participated in public opinion battles on the school forums before, and Murong Tianjiao was one of them. Normally, she wouldn't think about it, but when the time came, it was like practice makes perfect. Murong Tianjiao quickly finished a draft and began taking screenshots of chat logs and writing a short essay. Gu Qinghuan then came across Mika's submission. Well, or rather, it was submitted by a relative or friend. Written in the voice of a relative or friend, the submission described a cosplayer and makeup artist who painstakingly helped a newbie break into the industry, working tirelessly for them, only to have the newbie turn around and despise the makeup artist, instead participating in an exhibition with an outsider who completely disrespected the character. Gu Qinghuan, what a righteous relative who loves to stand up for the weak. The comments on this account were flooding in much faster than Mika's comments section, not to mention the netizens' incredible resourcefulness, quickly zeroing in on Mika and Murong Tianjiao. Of course, it's also possible that Mika or one of her relatives or friends created a fake account in the comments section to provide clues. Murong Tianjiao really doesn't use this platform much, and her account doesn't disclose any personal information, so netizens won't be able to uncover anything anytime soon. But that's okay, netizens can go to Mika's archaeology section. So, based on the portrayal Mika created, netizens have come to believe that Murong Tianjiao is an ungrateful person. Many people have also criticized her for disrespecting the characters, and saying she's unworthy of being a cosplayer, saying those two characters were unlucky to have met her and Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan's eyes were a little tired from reading these comments. She was just debating whether to help Murong Tianjiao review his essay, when she noticed a different voice in the comments section. Could the newbies and outsiders Gao Zhu mentioned be the two teachers from the sports anime cast at today's exhibition? If so, while I don't know about the newbie, mentioning the outsider is completely disrespectful to the characters. Sports anime cast? Could the OP be referring to the little son from today? Wait, wasn't that little son accurate enough? Those of us who took photos with them, let me know. That teacher is indeed an outsider, but he's diligently studied the original story and memorized some classic poses. The teacher even bought a matching water bottle. Picture. I took photos with both teachers along with my family and friends. They're all very friendly people. Picture Gu Qinghuan, caught off guard by her own cosplay photos, said, so embarrassing. Chapter 344. Overwhelmed by her own cosplay photos, Gu Qinghuan quickly switched her app to data-saving mode, ensuring the images wouldn't display unless she clicked on them. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and return to her work. While she was doing this, the comments below the pictures had already accumulated numerous responses, some agreeing, others refuting. Of course, there were plenty of nitpickers. This account was essentially an internet toilet, and many people gathered here to freely criticize others' looks and appearances. Gu Qinghwan had a positive attitude. Her main purpose for attending the comic convention was to collaborate with Murong Tianjiao. For her, simply enjoying the convention was worth it. Other people's comments, good or bad, were merely a side benefit. Of course, she was happy to be praised, but there was no need to be upset if she was criticized. She wasn't cosplaying for someone she disliked. Besides, she had also gained access to an excellent anime by reading the original work, which made her even happier. Murong Tianjiao cobbled together a short essay and watched Gu Qinghwan leisurely scrolling through her phone, assuming the atmosphere in the comments section was calm. But when she looked back, she was devastated. How did it become insults against you, squad leader? This is a personal attack. She was so angry she was on the verge of tears. When she looked up, she saw Gu Qinghwan making a face at her, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gu Qinghwan put her hand down and boasted, "It's been ages since I made a face. It seems I'm still sharp." Murong Tianjiao's anger deflated. "Squad leader, aren't you anxious at all?" "I'm really anxious. I already asked Chu Chu for a lawyer." Gu Qinghwan spread his hands and said seriously, "Then you see Chu Chu furiously send a lawyer's letter, vouching Song investigate Mika, and Yao Shaili infiltrate Mika's fan group to collect her comments. Perhaps Xia He and the others had already taken down this internet restroom during this time." Murong Tianjiao was genuinely amused by Gu Qinghwan's description. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Yes, everyone is very familiar with this process." "Well, it's precisely because we're so familiar with it that we don't need to do it every time." Gu Qinghwan said, "While it's great for everyone to work together to solve problems, fatigue is inevitable after repeated use. For example, even if Chu Chu doesn't care, the lawyer is still her, or the Jiang family's resource. Would the lawyer have any objections to her constantly being diverted to her classmates' affairs? Some might think it's unnecessary to care about this since they're paid for it, but others might think it's an exaggeration and harbor private complaints. Precisely because they're good friends, it's even more important to distinguish between help and dependence. If Class 3 successfully formed a cohesive group during their freshman year, then the distance created by the split-up classes in their sophomore year made Gu Qinghwan think it was time to cultivate everyone's self-reliance. Everyone is already familiar with the process, so even if their expertise is limited, and they might not be able to perform perfectly in some areas, they can still find their own way to deal with it. After all, generally speaking, the problems we encounter don't need to be so comprehensive." Murong Tianjiao thought about it, and felt that what Gu Qinghwan said made sense. She looked down at the short essay she had compiled on her tablet. Although this essay seemed adequate given her abilities, if she put herself in someone else's shoes, she might be able to do better. "Okay, I have to go home before my mom calls." Gu Qinghwan stood up and stretched. She had originally agreed with Gu Haiyan that she would have dinner with her friends before going home. It was almost 8 o'clock, so it was time. Murong Tianjiao nodded quickly. It was she who had implicated Gu Qinghwan in the first place, and she would feel guilty if Gu Qinghwan stayed up with her again. Of course, this was also because she had the confidence to handle it. She felt she could handle it. But when you're unsure, you still need to seek help. Gu Qinghwan came over and hugged her. "Everyone in the class has your back." Murong Tianjiao felt her eyes warm again, but unlike the sadness she had felt before, her heart warmed. "Well, I know everyone would be happy to see the gossip and stir up trouble." Murong Tianjiao smiled and hugged Gu Qinghwan. Murong Tianjiao insisted on arranging his own car to take Gu Qinghwan home, and Gu Qinghwan didn't refuse, even carrying 2 bags of takeout. After getting in the car, Gu Qinghwan shook his hands and pulled out his phone to send a message. "Gu Qinghwan, do you want to solidify your position as a trusted advisor?" "Xia He, did you send the message only to me, or to others as well?" Gu Qinghwan, "Currently, only to you." "Xia He, but currently has successfully awakened my sense of crisis." "Xia He, so what happened?" Gu Qinghwan briefly explained the situation. Xia He listened quietly, then expressed her understanding. "I understand. I have someone keep an eye on it. If the situation escalates, we take immediate action." Xia He understood Gu Qinghwan's meaning. While it would be great if Murong Tianjiao could resolve the situation on his own, there were no guarantees. Gu Qinghwan simply hoped Xia He could provide some backup and support for Murong Tianjiao. Gu Qinghwan felt relieved upon seeing Xia He's reply, but then she saw another message from Xia He. "Are you going the individual route now?" She was inwardly amazed. Such quick reaction time. Was Xia He truly worthy of her? "Gu Qinghwan, I think the collective approach has almost reached its peak. Xiaohe, as expected of the class monitor, the head of the class. Gu Qinghuan took it as a compliment. After all, she was asking him for help with someone else's business. After thinking it over, she said, "Thank you, Xiaohe, for someone competing for a job, thanking me for something like this is a bit of a step down." Gu Qinghuan quickly withdrew her thanks, changing it to, "Well done, keep up the good work." Just as she was about to put her phone back in her pocket, she saw another message from Xiaohe, "Nice cosplay, keep up the good work." Gu Qinghuan, goodbye. Back home, Wang Jian was sitting on the sofa, watching TV, waiting for her. Seeing Gu Qinghuan carrying 2 bags of takeout, Wang Jian was surprised. "Aren't you going to a comic convention? Why do you look like you're buying some food?" Gu Qinghuan explained the takeout, and Wang Jian was immediately impressed. Although he had long known his daughter had excellent interpersonal skills, verbal explanations were far less tangible than these piles of takeout. Wang Jian helped put the takeout in the refrigerator, sighing, "Tomorrow's meals are taken care of. You're just too lazy to go out and buy groceries." Gu Qinghuan had exposed his father's subtle thoughts. Wang Jian pretended not to hear. Gu Haiyan came out to get a glass of water. Seeing the father and daughter's banter, she smiled and said, "Huan, go take a shower." Gu Qinghuan nodded, and went to get her pajamas to take a shower. Gu Haiyan opened the refrigerator door again and took a look. "You really brought back quite a few delicious treats. You can save yourself some work tomorrow, and avoid getting all sweaty in the kitchen." Wang Jian, instantly comforted, happily returned to his room for bed, deciding to bring out the sweet and sour teppanyaki tomorrow morning and eat it wrapped in a flatbread. He wouldn't wake Gu Qinghuan up. "Just go to sleep, you little snooze-inducing girl." Chapter 345. Thanks to the holiday, Murong Tianju worked through the night until past 3 in the morning. Only after ensuring she had done the best she could within her capabilities did she fall contentedly into bed. She wasn't worried about the situation escalating. No matter what Mika said, she had evidence to counter it. The essay, no, it should be called a plan now, already laid out various arguments, and Murong Tianju could copy down the prepared content and respond at any time. However, just because Murong Tianju wasn't anxious didn't mean others weren't anxious. Mika sat cross-legged on her bed in the dorm, staring at her laptop screen in the darkness. Her other 3 roommates were all locals, and they'd gone home during the holiday with their bags packed. Since her home was far away and she had an exhibition to attend, she didn't go back, staying alone in the dorm. This was good. No one was around, so she could stay up late, no matter how loudly she typed, without worrying about being annoying. Ever since she submitted her post, posing as a friend or relative, the comments section in her account had been flooded with comments defending her. Even if there were a few questioning comments, as long as she deleted them quickly, there was nothing to worry about. She also seen a few messages specifically at ing her, but as long as she didn't reply, there was no need to worry about any uproar. Most bloggers wouldn't speak out for such a trivial matter, especially since the truth was unknown. They wouldn't dare to speak out without authorization. There were so many twists and turns these days, charging forward with a righteous passion wasn't a wise choice. However, the voices of doubt in the comments section of that post were gradually growing louder. Since she wasn't a blogger, she couldn't delete the posts, so she could only watch helplessly. Murong Tianju hadn't spoken out, so the only criticism they could level at her was from a few random photos. But they couldn't. The makeup wasn't perfect, but there were still some commendable aspects, not to mention that Murong Tianju had been learning from videos. You could criticize her crude technique, but not her makeup design. Otherwise, the fans of the original makeup artist would roll up their sleeves and start cursing. Even if they really wanted to criticize her makeup, the submission stated that Murong Tianju had previously relied on Mika for her makeup. If she did it herself this time, achieving this level of quality was quite impressive. After reviewing the comments and considering the comments from random people, netizens actually began to favor Murong Tianju and Gu Qinghuan. As a result, more and more people began to speak up for them. So did she do the makeup herself, or did she hire someone else? Come on, I testify. A newbie touched up her makeup midway through, and judging by her skill, I think she did it herself. Video, why would anyone film this? Isn't it hilarious to see this character putting on her own makeup? That's not a problem. Sure enough, people these days even have their dark history in high definition. Really, it's just a change of comic convention partner. Is there any need for such a fuss? At this point, some people were beginning to doubt the veracity of the comments from friends and family who had submitted the post. Newbies looked down on makeup artists. Mika slammed the laptop screen shut, and the room was plunged into darkness, with only the sound of her heavy breathing to be heard. Why were these people defending Murong Tianjiao? Murong Tianjiao's makeup wasn't as good as hers. Mika didn't want to watch any longer. Now that the light in the room had gone out, she felt her eyes ache. After staying up so late, she was almost exhausted. She put her laptop aside and turned over to sleep. But it wasn't a restful sleep. She had a dream. In it, she returned to the day she met Murong Tianjiao. She thought to herself that if she had a chance to do it again, she would never help this ungrateful person again. In the end, Murong Tianjiao, with his messy makeup, just walked through the convention like normal, and they had no contact at all. When she woke up, Mika still felt a dull headache and her stomach growled with hunger. She rubbed her sore eyes, and got up to make herself a bucket of instant noodles, but she found that the water she had boiled was gone. Since she had to get some water anyway, Mika went to the cafeteria for lunch. She slept until nearly 2 in the afternoon. Many of the cafeteria counters were past their opening hours, and since the number of counters was reduced during the holiday, she chose egg fried rice after much searching. But while she was eating, she checked the comments on her phone and noticed a shift in tone. Not deleting comments anymore? Blood vomiting sister's big scare. I was thinking yesterday, why would anyone be so pissed off when they bring their classmates along? If you don't understand, just ask, why is she called blood vomiting sister? She pretended to be a friend or relative submitting a post, saying she's dedicated herself to nurturing newbies. Isn't that blood vomiting sister? She wrote and directed the chat logs herself? It said that someone's comments were deleted over 30 times yesterday, and in a fit of rage, she went through all of her followers and profile pictures and found the account that submitted the post. Isn't it blurred? Because it's a mosaic, it relies on the color contrast of the pixels. With this kind of perseverance, you succeed in anything. Then it was discovered that the account was just a smurf. Following the clues, it turned out it wasn't a smurf belonging to a friend or relative, but her own. Wonderful! Even though the story of using a smurf to use the restroom was exposed, Mika's fans still defended her in the comments section. What's wrong with using a smurf to submit? Don't you have one? Isn't it just to protect yourself? Who knows what's underneath the wall? That newbie hasn't said anything yet, clearly feeling guilty. It's true. Mika wanted to scream. She couldn't understand how things could have turned out like this in just a few hours. She held it back. This was the cafeteria. Even during the holidays, there were still about 10 people sitting there. She didn't want to be the center of attention. She thought quickly. Deleting the comment wasn't an option. If she provoked a few more people to rebel, they'd be the end of her. Besides, Murong Tianjiao hadn't appeared yet, and his popularity had actually been gradually decreasing. She just had to stay calm. Even if others knew she created a smurf account to shill Murong Tianjiao. So what? Murong Tianjiao's ungratefulness was a fact. She couldn't shake the label of ungrateful. Thinking this way, Mika finally composed herself. She devoured her fried rice, and decided to return to the dorm afterward to organize new content for posting. As long as she honestly admitted to using a smurf account to shill, and found a suitable excuse, she'd be able to convince the netizens. As she pondered this, a notification popped up about her special attention. Murong Tianjiao had sent a message. Murong Tianjiao rarely used her account on this platform, and she wondered if he finally remembered his password. Mika felt a little uneasy, and this anxiety escalated to its peak after seeing what Murong Tianjiao had posted. Tianjiao, I just wanted to release my favorite character. How could that be considered ungrateful? She didn't even post a screenshot, but a screen recording of the chat log. It's clearly blood-vomiting sister being unreasonable. You're so shameless as to ban others from cosplaying just because you don't like this character? Redefining ungrateful. Where are Mika's fans? Say something. Forget it, blood-vomiting sister has lost fans. Chapter 346. Murong Tianjiao deeply realized that the internet was truly a double-edged sword. Before Mika disguised herself as a friend and submitted her post, had she ever imagined that this would become the situation she was in? There are always people who get picked on while using the restroom. So why did Mika feel like she was on the side of justice? Murong Tianjiao didn't want to dwell on this question. The answer would only cause her memory of Mika to rapidly fade. As for the criticism Mika was currently facing, Murong Tianjiao hardened her resolve and decided not to intervene. If she were the only one being picked on, seeing the netizen siege against Mika, she might have softened her heart and considered reconciling with him, minimizing the impact on him. But Mika had also voted for Gu Qinghuan. Even for Gu Qinghuan's sake, Murong Tianjiao couldn't easily forgive her. That would be too much for her. She couldn't be too generous to others. Everything Mika was currently experiencing was the result of her own choices, and she must take responsibility for it. Murong Tianjiao shook her head, stopped thinking about Mika's situation, and turned to the comments she received. She merely shared the chat log, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that the problem wasn't hers. The comments section was flooded with words of comfort and encouragement. Of course, some still harbored skepticism, or sided with Mika, cursing her through private messages. Murong Tianji read 2 of the messages, and quickly blocked private messages from strangers, deleting the others. But she still felt a pang of frustration, unable to even bear to read the comments that spoke in her favor. She sulked for a while, thinking of something to do to relax, when a message popped up on her phone. Gu Qinghuan, where did you order the sweet and sour teppanyaki yesterday? At Xiexiangxue. This link, isn't it delicious? I'm craving more. Gu Qinghuan, I only had a few bites last night, and was planning to continue today, but my dad actually took it and ate the whole thing with a wrap. Gu Qinghuan sent a crying emoji. Qingyu, so, is the sweet and sour teppanyaki wrap delicious? Xian, is this the time to be concerned about that? Gu Qinghuan, it's said to be delicious, but I didn't get to try it. This time, Gu Qinghuan sent a gif of herself rolling on the floor while crying. Murong Tianju suddenly felt that those harsh words weren't a big deal. Gu Qinghuan's not getting to taste the delicious food might have been even more devastating. Why take the words of strangers so seriously? Those people didn't understand her at all, didn't know how happy she was every day, and what wonderful friends she had. Having your good mood ruined is truly heartbreaking for your loved ones, and joy for your enemies. Murong Tianju quickly put his bad mood aside and joined the class chat. Many people had some free time during the holiday, and everyone was chatting animatedly. Someone started asking what Murong Tianju and Gu Qinghuan did at the comic convention yesterday. Murong Tianjiao, actually, I took the class monitor out for cosplay. Xin Jianwei, what's cosplay? Bao Qingsong, it's cosplay, right? Xin Jianwei, who normally doesn't touch this, did some research and was astonished. Xin Jianwei, you can actually do something like this on your own? How impressive. This person is a true outsider. Not only does cosplay, but they don't even touch anime. To Xin Jianwei, the idea that these two-dimensional characters could actually be brought to life in reality, especially by a classmate she spent every day with, was simply unbelievable. Murong Tianji was so flattered that he didn't know where to put his hands, his mind spinning. Xin Jianwei was a stickler for information. Once she was curious about something, she understood it thoroughly. She peppered Murong Tianji with questions about cosplay, and he was so flustered with answers that she began to worry that flooding the class chat room with them would bore everyone. Everyone joined in the fun, asking this and that, and finally, the truth was revealed. The cosplay photos were shared for everyone to see. Gu Qinghuan decisively turned off her phone, stopped checking the chat, and turned to check on Mika. In Mika's comments section, she saw someone else's post about Murong Tianji's account, and naturally, their chat history. Honestly, judging by the chat history, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but wonder where Mika got the confidence to throw Murong Tianji into the toilet. The words clearly showed how unreasonable Mika's behavior was. Why did she take it for granted that others would side with her? Although Gu Qinghuan was confident that the current situation wouldn't significantly impact Murong Tianjiao, out of caution, she asked the system, is Murong Tianjiao's most desperate fate related to Mika? The system replied, yes. Gu Qinghuan was surprised. Even without me, with Murong Tianjia's family background, he should be able to easily handle this situation, right? This part involved the future, so the system couldn't discuss it, only offering a subtle reminder. Murong Tianjiao's personality has undergone a significant transformation due to the collective atmosphere of Class 3. These changes have enabled her to cope with many setbacks, whether facing friends or family. Gu Qinghuan understood immediately. Friends naturally referred to Mika. As for family, either Murong Tianjia's family didn't stand by her when she was in trouble, or her family had suffered a tragedy and was unable to protect her. Regardless of which possibility it wasn't a good one. Gu Qinghuan felt it necessary to keep an eye on Murong Tianjia's recent situation. Gu Qinghuan, was Mika's throwing Murong Tianjiao into the toilet the trigger for her most desperate fate? System, looking at her fate, that's fair to say. Gu Qinghuan, then with this development, the mission progress should have increased significantly, right? The system checked the back end and reported the number. Murong Tianjia's current mission progress is 49%. This number was lower than Gu Qinghuan had expected. She had expected it to be around 60%. It seemed that the main issue was the frustration caused by Murong Tianjia's family. On second thought, it made sense. Mika was just an online friend, after all. Aside from a few offline activities, most of their interactions took place online. As long as he could make up his mind to quit online, it wouldn't interfere with his daily life offline. If he really dared to cause trouble offline, the Murong family would have the power to hold him accountable. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghwan became a little worried. It was not easy for her to interfere with Murong Tianji's family. But there's no point worrying now. We can only pay closer attention to Murong Tianji, so we can provide timely assistance if we notice anything unusual. Gu Qinghwan exhaled deeply and updated the information in the notebook she kept for her classmates. She closed her notebook, took 2 deep breaths, and then, recklessly, opened the class chat. As expected, Murong Tianjiao, unable to resist the urging, posted the photos sent back by online visitors. Yu Xian, Qinghwan and Tianjiao look like the sun and, well, more like a shadow than the moon? Tao Xinqing, I understand. They feel like they suddenly jump out of the shadows and attack. Sure Guanghui, Murong, why don't you ask me to come? I can be your photographer. Yuan Wuwei, I'm mainly going to the comic convention to have fun, not to be a model. Murong Tianjiao, if I want to take some special photos next time, could I ask you for that? Sure Guanghui, of course. By the way, I got a few anime characters I'd like to see if you'd be interested. Yao Shaili, so you actually want Tianju to cosplay your favorite character? Sure Guanghui, you see the truth, but don't say it. Song Yi, I suddenly feel like a sister can be a brother. Ai Ning, don't complicate the class-family relationships any further. Gu Qinghwan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was too embarrassed to face that level of praise again. A message suddenly popped up in her private chat. Baoqing Song, class monitor, is there a lot of buzz online about you and Murong cosplay? Gu Qinghwan was impressed that he was the most well-informed person in class 3. A little, but Qinju is already working on it, so it should be fine. Baoqing Song, Baoqing Song, we might not be talking about the same thing. I'm talking about this. Baoqing Song sent a URL. Gu Qinghwan, perplexed, clicked on it, and was immediately dazzled by the high-definition, retouched photos. The group leader, who had taken the photos with them yesterday, posted the photos under the group's name and at Ed Murong Tianjiao, thanking her and Gu Qinghwan for their cooperation. Gu Qinghwan, I didn't see anything, and you didn't see anything either. Got it? Gu Qinghwan, smiling, holding a sword.jpg. Baoqing Song shuddered and quickly replied, got it. Got it. Chapter 347. The system alerted at, and Murong Tianju finally saw the team leader's message. She was both surprised and delighted. Cosplay had always been her hobby, and to be recognized by such a renowned team meant her efforts had clearly yielded results, naturally making her feel happy. However, this fact wasn't a good thing for another group of people. The onlookers, naturally, weren't shy about making a fuss, rushing to Mika's comments section to leave comments, full of ridicule. Is this what you call lack of ability and lack of level? These 2 words appeared in the chat log between Mika and Murong Tianju. Mika was clearly putting Murong Tianju down, but Murong Tianjiao, lacking confidence at the time, timidly said, I'm certainly not as skilled as you. The onlookers were furious as they watched, wishing they could transform into Murong Tianju, and go back to that chat to scold Mika. Now that they had a concrete rebuttal, the onlookers became even more aggressive in their criticism. Mika's fans' moods fluctuated over the course of just 2 or 3 days. As a makeup artist, Mika was indeed exceptional, and her fans loved her for that very reason. But their support for her was ultimately eroded by the mounting evidence. Many of those following Mika now were simply there for the fun, and her support was almost non-existent in the comments section. Late that night, Murong Tianjiu received a message from Mika. Mika, let's make peace. Murong Tianjiu didn't see the message until the next morning, and was thankful he'd gone to bed early, otherwise he had been completely devastated. Su Xinghe, speechless. Ming Xiaolin, shameless. Tao Xinqing, stop using idioms. I'm just saying, delete her. Lin Julu, how can she have the nerve to reconcile? Qin Yu, she didn't even apologize. Jiang Chuchu, you're annoying me, but you're right. Lian Fenghe, just delete her. Lian Fenghe, who had been mostly silent, now showed up, showing how lively the group was. Gu Qinghwan, Tianjiao, what do you think? Murong Tianjiao, I won't contact her again. She actually laughed out loud after seeing that sentence, and she posted it in the group chat to let everyone see the diversity of the human species. If she had felt some sympathy for Mika before, even that last bit vanished completely when she saw that sentence. Everyone in the group applauded or cheered, congratulating Murong Tianjiu for seeing Mika's true nature and cutting off contact with her. Murong Tianjiu couldn't help but curl her lips, then quickly encouraged herself, took a deep breath, and opened the chat box with Mika. According to everyone's opinion, it would be best to just delete the friend and not give Mika any glances. But she still wanted to say something to Mika. After all, when she was at a loss at what to do alone at the comic convention, Mika's appearance had truly been a miracle to her. She remembered the smile on Mika's face when she waved at her, and she also remembered the makeup case open before her, dazzling like fireworks. Bang! The makeup case was slammed hard against the wall, spilling out all sorts of makeup tools, scattering everywhere. Loose powder, eyeshadow, blush, lip gloss, lipstick, the once vibrant colors blended into a winding sludge, reminding Mika of New Year's fireworks. The burned-out fireworks left a black, unsightly trail of gunpowder on the ground, ugly and sinister. A makeup brush rolled to Mika's feet. She kicked it away, but it hit the wall and bounced back, landing hard on her instep. The pain soothed her somewhat, but the intense emotion within her showed no sign of abating. She had also seen the photos posted by the group. She had once admired the cosplayers in the group, but now she felt betrayed. Why would she help Murong Tianjiao? In those photos, Murong Tianjia's skills were clearly far inferior to those of the group members, not to mention Gu Qinghuan. And why was there no criticism in the comments section? Why was everyone praising? Wouldn't fans be angry if their favorite anime characters were cosplayed like that? Mika could only assume that fans were afraid to find fault in such a large group, fearing they would be attacked. They pretended to be harmonious on the surface, but in reality, they were inevitably criticizing her behind the scenes. This thought calmed Mika down a bit. She knew the current state of her own comments section, and there were hints that someone was digging into her. Realizing this, Mika urgently sent a request for reconciliation to Murong Tianjiao. While her cosplay and makeup artistry weren't a secret at university, not many people knew the details. She had kept it a secret from her family. If her parents knew, they would be furious and order her to never do anything like it again. The impact of this incident couldn't escalate any further, so she had to reconcile with Murong Tianjiao. That way, no one would pursue the matter further. But why hadn't Murong Tianjiao replied? She already sent that message, so why hadn't she reconciled? The message alert rang, and Mika quickly returned to her desk, her computer screen displaying the latest incoming messages. Good news, Murong Tianjiao had replied. Bad news, her reconciliation was rejected. Murong Tianjiao, I won't reconcile with you. I delete you as a friend, and won't have any further contact with you. Struck from the blue, Mika quickly sent a message, I'm just angry. I'm clearly your friend, but you rejected me, and went to the comic convention with someone else. Murong Tianjiao, if your definition of a friend means you have to agree to everything you ask for, then I can't do that. Murong Tianjiao, this isn't a friend, it's more like a puppet. The word puppet stung Mika's eyes deeply. Mika, how can you say that to me? I've been so good to you. Murong Tianjiao, what you call being good to me means forbidding me from doing things you don't like, controlling my thoughts and actions, and because I rejected you and had my own ideas, you twisted the facts and complained to others about how ungrateful I was. Murong Tianjiao, Mika, do these words sound familiar to you? Mika stared blankly at the words on the screen. A familiar feeling accompanied by a surge of fear. Murong Tianjiao, you complained to me about the same things before. You said your family is just like that. Murong Tianjiao, your mom doesn't let you watch anime, your dad limits your extracurricular activities, and you get scolded for 10 minutes for refusing food you don't like. Murong Tianjiao, you hate being controlled by your family, yet you're doing the same thing to me. Murong Tianjiao, you become the part of yourself I used to hate the most. Mika seemed to hear the sound of her own body shattering. No, it's not like this. How could I possibly be like this? Perhaps at first, she truly only wanted to help Murong Tianjiao, who was in a similar situation, but that sentiment had unknowingly changed. When did she begin to seek the rights she had lost in Murong Tianjiao? Murong Tianjiao, I'm truly grateful for your continued help. You taught me so much, and your makeup skills are truly amazing. Murong Tianjiao, but I won't be with you anymore. I don't want to be controlled by you. Murong Tianjiao, goodbye. This was Murong Tianjiao's last act of kindness. She had already warned him. As for whether Mika could realize her mistakes and overcome the influence of her family, it all depended on her own efforts. Mika tried to send her something else, but all she received was a red exclamation mark. Chapter 348. It was a holiday full of ups and downs, but thankfully, it ended well. Gu Qinghuan still had some holiday hangovers. She couldn't get out of bed that morning and dawdled her way to school, where she happened to run into Bai Hans Han and Sun Qinglian, who were checking attendance with the members of the discipline department. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, Sun Qinglian greeted her. Good morning, Qinghuan. Good morning, Gu Qinghuan nodded. Are you waiting for the new guy? The new guy she was referring to was, of course, the slated next president. Sun Qinglian usually brought people to check attendance, but this was the first time Bai Hanzhan had come along. Gu Qinghuan guessed it was to pick up the new guy. Bai Hanzhan nodded. Your reaction is still as quick as ever. Gu Qinghuan's suspicions confirmed, and she became curious again. It's already been a month since school started. Is it still necessary to pick her up? Sun Qinglian displayed a somewhat helpless expression, leaning close to Gu Qinghuan's ear and whispering, she just completed the enrollment paperwork and only started this month. No wonder she hadn't heard of any standouts among the freshmen. It turned out they hadn't arrived yet. Gu Qinghuan checked the time on her phone and stood next to Sun Qinglian. I'd like to see her too, but I can only wait 5 more minutes. Sun Qinglian found it amusing, but said nothing. She should be here in 5 minutes. It's nice for you to meet her. Gu Qinghuan hadn't been there for a minute when she saw Song Yi tromp over. And then back again. Sister, why are you here? Song Yi thought she had seen things. Waiting for someone. Gu Qinghuan replied, your bag zipper isn't zipped up properly. Song Yi turned his head and saw his bag gaping, his pencil case nearly falling out. He quickly took off his backpack and was about to zip it up when Gu Qinghuan saw a black car parked at the school gate. Regretfully, despite having been at Mingda for a year, Gu Qinghuan still couldn't recognize the brands of luxury cars. She just had a feeling this car was quite expensive. The driver got out and opened the back door. Gu Qinghuan noticed she was still wearing white gloves. As she opened the door with one hand, she kept her other hand on the roof guard. A girl in a Mingda uniform got out of the back seat and walked straight toward the school gate. The driver closed the door, picked up her backpack, and followed closely behind. The girl's grand presence caused a quiet moment at the school gate. The students exchanged glances, subtly observing the girl. The more perceptive ones had already noticed something from Bai Hanzhan and Sun Qinglian standing at the gate. Song Yi was facing Gu Qinghuan, so naturally his back was to the girl. Not only did he not see her, but he didn't even notice the other students. He frantically zipped up his zipper, and when he finished, he casually said, "Thanks, sister, for reminding me." A girl walked over and overheard this. Seeing his clumsy handling, she couldn't help but laugh. You siblings don't look alike. Song Yi turned around and saw a bright face. After searching his brain for a few times to confirm he didn't recognize her, he kindly explained, "She's not my biological sister. I adopted her. I have a nephew in my class." The girl was stunned by the word nephew. She had clearly never encountered this kind of campus relationship where people recognized each other as relatives. She stuttered, "Is that so?" Bai Hanzhan felt a little sympathetic towards the candidate president. This scene felt like a recital in a golden hall. He took a step forward. "He Xuerong, nice to meet you. I'm Bai Hanzhan." Gu Qinghuan blinked, the name sounded quite nice. He Xuerong shifted his gaze to Bai Hanzhan, looking intently. The He family had had close ties with the Xia family for generations. Honestly, I previously thought the Xia family had no successor, and felt a sense of regret. Unexpectedly, Xia He had risen to prominence. This time, Xia He had announced his intention to find a successor to take over his position as student union president at Mingda. The He family, after searching among their younger generations, had chosen He Xuerong. As much as He Xuerong revered Xia He, she felt even more bewildered looking at Bai Hanzhan. She simply couldn't see anything special about him. She was curious about another person she needed to keep an eye on. Xia He had given her 2 names, Bai Hanzhan and Gu Qinghuan. Bai Hanzhan was introduced as my deputy. You can ask him for advice on student union matters. After the handover, you can train your own vice president. As for Gu Qinghuan, she was introduced as don't worry about her. If she comes to you, just support her and ensure she graduates safely. He Xuerong hurried back to China and didn't find much information. She only knew that Bai Hanzhan was Xia He's self-proclaimed right-hand man. The problem was, there hadn't been much news about Bai Hanzhan's prowess. In comparison, his sister Bai Qingyin was more famous. At least Wing Entertainment had made Xia He a lot of money. As for Gu Qinghuan, she was even more outrageous. She looked like a girl from an ordinary family. She hadn't had time to find out more, but she knew that the Jiang family's daughter valued Gu Qinghuan very much. Bai Hanzhan met He Xuerong's gaze, his expression unwavering. "Student He, this is Sun Qinglian, the discipline director of the student union, and this is Gu Qinghuan, President Xia's secretary." He Xuerong's gaze flicked between Sun Qinglian and Gu Qinghuan. Sun Qinglian wasn't the cheerful Qin Xiaoyao, so he couldn't put on a smile. He simply nodded. Gu Qinghuan curled his lips in a friendly smile, but said nothing. Sun Qinglian seemed a bit aloof, and Gu Qinghuan couldn't see anything unusual about him. He Xuerong suppressed his thoughts and nodded to the two of them. Then, led by Hans Han, they headed towards the new first-year teaching building. The first-year teaching building where Gu Qinghuan had been last school year had become the second-year teaching building this school year. Song Yi tilted her head towards Gu Qinghuan. Sister, who is this new student? He looks quite impressive. Gu Qinghuan wouldn't leak any information before the student union was officially announced. She didn't directly answer Song Yi's question. Instead, she waved goodbye to Sun Qinglian and walked back to the classroom, saying, "How is she so pretentious?" Song Yi subconsciously followed her footsteps and explained, "She was accompanied by a driver carrying bags into the school, and President Bai even introduced you and Minister Sun to her, and..." Song Yi scratched the back of his head. "She looks even more pretentious than the Discipline Inspection Commission at the beginning of my freshman year." Jiang Chuchu's voice echoed faintly, "Repeat what you just said." Song Yi's hair stood on end. He jumped forward, turned, and stared at the sudden appearance of Jiang Chuchu, his face filled with horror. He stammered, "Disciplinary committee, I don't mean anything else. I just think you're handsome. You're incredibly handsome." Song Yi must have been incredibly hard-working to come up with such an answer so quickly. If Jin Yu were here, he'd definitely give him a thumbs up. Jiang Chuchu knew Song Yi meant no harm, but thinking back on her past, it felt a bit like she was reviewing her past. She skipped the subject. "Who are you talking about?" "A freshman named He Xuerong." "Do you know him?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "Is he the same as He Zhu?" Jiang Chuchu pondered. "If it's the He family, I know them, but I don't know if they have any descendants named He Xuerong." "What does the He family do? Are they very powerful?" Gu Qinghuan continued. "They work in the pharmaceutical industry. They're very wealthy." Jiang Chuchu said succinctly, "They launched a new drug 2 years ago. It sold like crazy overseas, but unfortunately it's still going through approval in China." Gu Qinghuan sighed. Since Jiang Chuchu could say very wealthy, it seemed they were truly wealthy. Jiang Chuchu stared at her. "I'm rich too. I'm rich now." It wasn't the pocket money Jiang Yue gave her, but her own earnings from her involvement in Yunjinlu's decision-making. "I know," Gu Qinghuan nodded. "The crab roe rice you ordered is the most expensive, and also the most delicious." Jiang Chuchu felt relieved. Great. She was indeed her best friend, someone who only cared about eating. Chapter 349. At noon, after lunch, Gu Qinghuan arrived at the Student Union office building, as instructed by the Student Union. Bai Hans Han was leading the department heads in a meeting. He Xuerong was not attending, but everyone had apparently received the news in advance. When Gu Qinghuan arrived, 3 department heads were already there. She greeted everyone one by one and, as usual, pulled out the chair to the left of the main seat. Before she sat down, Sun Qinglian reminded her, "You have to sit on the right today." "Huh? The president is coming?" Gu Qinghuan readily returned the chair, and pulled out the chair to the right of the main seat. Normal times, Xia He was absent, and meetings were chaired by Hans Han, so he always sat in the main seat. Although Gu Qinghuan's position as the president's secretary was a nominal one, with no real power compared to that of the department heads, she was required to sit next to the president during meetings. So, usually, Gu Qinghuan sat in the second seat, to the left of Bai Hanshan's main seat. Sun Qinglian reminded Gu Qinghuan that since he was sitting in seat 3, to the right of the main seat, Bai Han was in seat 2, and the main seat naturally belonged to Xia He. "I rather he didn't come." The person muttering was Zhou Qingguang, the head of the propaganda department. Due to their duties, the propaganda department often had to report to the president. Even routine work, like slogans, was different. Zhou Qingguang's record was that Xia He had rejected a single event planned 13 times. That month, the propaganda department was practically working itself to death. While there were benefits, that event was well organized and even featured on the news for a few seconds. Zhou Qingguang swore she never wanted to see it again. After that incident, Zhou Qingguang developed Xia He phobia, symptoms of which included feeling dizzy at the sight of Xia He, nausea at receiving messages from her, and weakness at the mere mention of her voice. So, ever since Xia He stopped coming to school last year, Zhou Qingguang has been living a comfortable life. Gu Qinghuan listened to her complaints and reassured her, "The president is so busy, he just have a meeting today. Just bear with it, and it will be over." Zhou Qingguang nodded with his dying breath, praying inwardly that the new president would take over quickly. The remaining department heads arrived soon after, probably knowing Xia He was coming. The latest arrived 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. Xia He and Bai Han arrived 5 minutes early and took their seats immediately after entering. After not seeing her for a while, Gu Qinghwan noticed that Xia He had grown taller, and her features seemed to have matured. Xia He only exchanged glances with Gu Qinghwan upon entering, nodded slightly, and then, after sitting down, announced, "The meeting begins. Today's main focus is to discuss the successor president. My recommendation is He Xuerong from Class 5, Grade 1. According to the student union's rules, the president will now enter the probation period. Please report your probationary status." The student union has its own rules for selecting presidents. First, the previous president must provide at least one candidate. Second, the probationary status of at least half of the members must be completed. Third, the vice president must be appointed before the end of the probationary period, and the vice president must be approved by all members. The so-called probationary status is essentially a test for the next president by each member, assessing his or her capabilities. As for the third point, it comes from the bitter experiences of early student union members. A president who can manage this elite group of student union members is naturally a leader. The problem is, genius thinking doesn't apply to others. In this regard, Xia He is actually better than the previous president Sheng Guoxin. Xia He is the type of "I will push out your upper limit," while Sheng Guoxin is the type of "just do it without any upper limit." This personality excels at research, constantly pushing boundaries, but keeping up with such a genius is incredibly difficult for others. Not to mention Sheng Guoxin's communication issues. If it weren't for Vice President Qin Min, whom the student union members called a mind-reading hack, the Mingda student union would have collapsed. In short, the vice president acts as the president's brakes, reins, tight string, and lifeline for the student union members. If the next president lacks the ability to identify people and find a suitable vice president, no one will agree to take over. Currently, Xia He has only recommended one candidate, appearing to have confidence in He Xuerong's abilities. Everyone agreed and began reporting on the assessment items decided by their departments. For example, Sun Qinglian's assessment was quite strict, requiring him to identify Mingda's current disciplinary issues and, at a minimum, provide effective solutions. The discipline department will verify the plan, and only if it achieves certain results will it be considered passed. Gu Qinghwan listened with rapt interest, feeling like she was watching a miniature journey to the west. Tang Sanzang faced 81 trials, while He Xuerong would face 6. If finding the vice president counted as 1, then that would be 7. After each department's assessment items were presented, everyone discussed and adjusted them, as there might be conflicts or impracticalities. The meeting lasted over half an hour before the assessment items for the 6 departments were finalized. Bai Han took notes and relayed them to He Xuerong. Gu Qinghwan was just thinking she still had some time to return to the office for a rest when Xia He suddenly looked at her. "Did you meet He Xuerong this morning? How was it?" Xia He asked. Gu Qinghwan scratched his cheek. "A young lady with a lot of aura?" Xia He didn't directly comment on Gu Qinghwan's opinion, but simply said, "She's quite capable, but she hasn't been severely beaten." Several ministers nearby were about to leave when they heard his words, pretending they were deaf, and quickly walked away. Gu Qinghwan reviewed the inspection details and said sympathetically, "Then she'd be severely beaten soon." Xia He remained silent. Without such ability, he wouldn't have chosen He Xuerong to take over. However, she would certainly have to suffer. He added, "I already told her that after she takes over, you can ask her for help with anything you encounter on campus. You have less than 2 years left in high school, so you must keep working hard." Gu Qinghwan smiled back, of course. After the meeting, Xia He left immediately. By the afternoon, the student union's announcement had been posted on the bulletin board, announcing an investigation into He Xuerong. The details of the investigation for 6 departments were also made public, and teachers and students were welcome to monitor the situation. A post was also posted on the school forum. Bao Qingsong read it and shook his head. "I've seen previous posts, but seeing it in person is something completely different." Qin Yu's face turned green. "Those student union members are terrifying. Is this what a high school student should do?" Gu Qinghwan patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Think about Xia He. Qin Yu, do you really want to compare her to someone inhuman?" He thought for a moment, then sent a screenshot of the post to Qin Min. "Brother, did your student union president also go through this kind of assessment?" Qin Min, Mingda's student union has become much more moderate. Qin Yu suddenly realized he didn't recognize the word moderate. "What on earth did your president do?" "Qin Min, her class had the most candidates ever, and I was honored to have helped her achieve the final victory." Qin Yu could see the word smug in his brother's message. Before Qin Min started his long speech reminiscing about the past, Qin Yu decisively put away his phone. Chapter 350. As soon as the forum announcement went live, everyone in Mingda knew the student union was electing a new president. The freshmen were also briefed on how terrifying the current president was, and Xia He frightened them into being somewhat more obedient. The teachers privately lamented that this had helped to suppress the freshmen's impetuousness, which was not bad at all. Last year's freshman class, Jiang Chuchu's family background, and Su Lin's academic performance were all negative influences, while Yin Zhengqin from Class 12 and Wei Xiao from Class 2 were both defeated one after another. Something went wrong with Xia He in the student union, and her style became much more moderate, resulting in a very stable class. Gu Qinghuan, hiding one's merits before fame. In comparison, this freshman class is much more ordinary. This might be a good thing in other schools, but in Mingda, it's easy for everyone to be insubordinate. It's only been a month since school started, and the influence hasn't spread yet, but there are actually already several small cliques. Not to mention He Xuerong's sudden appearance, the student union's 6 probationary items alone made many people feel their weaknesses had been exposed, and they subsequently settled down. Gu Qinghuan had originally thought that He Xuerong's probationary period wouldn't concern her much, but just 2 days later, after finishing her politics class, she saw He Xuerong at the classroom door. Surprised to see Gu Qinghuan, He Xuerong raised the corner of her mouth as a greeting, then glanced past her to Fang Wanfu, who stood behind her. He Xuerong walked straight into the classroom, oblivious to the attention being paid. She stood in front of Fang Wanfu and said calmly, "Hello, is this Fang Wanfu?" Fang Wanfu had just woken up from another sleepless night, and seeing He Xuerong, he didn't take it seriously and casually replied, "Why are you looking for me? I'm He Xuerong. I'm conducting an investigation for the student union's presidency. I have some questions and need to consult you. Please cooperate." He Xuerong replied. Fang Wanfu had obviously heard of the name He Xuerong over the past 2 days. He asked impatiently, "What's the matter? What will happen if you don't cooperate?" He Xuerong pondered for a moment and replied, "If we can't get relevant testimony from him, it could put you in a disadvantageous position." Gu Qinghuan frowned slightly. After a moment's thought, she said, "Are you feeling guilty?" Fang Wanfu immediately challenged him, "Who feels guilty? How could I possibly feel guilty?" Gu Qinghuan continued to look at him suspiciously, infuriating Fang Wanfu to the point of standing up on the spot. Come on, we're just trying to understand the situation. Hurry up." He Xuerong's expression was indescribable. She looked back at Gu Qinghuan, nodded slightly with gratitude, and led Fang Wanfu away. Although He Xuerong's arrival attracted attention, her conversation with Fang Wanfu was brief. Even if someone heard He Xuerong's words, Fang Wanfu had so openly followed suit, they didn't take it seriously. John Johnson leaned over and whispered, "Why did He Xuerong come to see him?" "I remember all 6 of the investigation items," said Gu Qinghuan, who had attended the discussion and was deeply impressed by the final results. "I suspect Fang Wanfu might be related to the disciplinary department's investigation." There was a post on the forum from He Xuerong himself, which had his private email address publicly available. It was soliciting self-nominations for vice president and collecting questionnaires related to the 6 investigation items. John Johnson pondered for a moment. Fang Wanfu has finally been reported? That finally is quite insightful. Gu Qinghuan nodded. She shared this sentiment. She intervened, not to clear Fang Wanfu of suspicion, although there was a real possibility he was wrongly accused. She simply hoped the matter could be properly resolved as soon as possible. If Fang Wanfu's behavior truly had a serious negative impact on other students' discipline, then he should be punished accordingly. If not, the whistleblower would receive appropriate feedback. As for how He Xuerong would handle the situation, that was up to her. Gu Qinghuan simply did what she wanted to do. John Johnson didn't dwell on it. Anyone in Class 3 would have assumed the monitor must have his own plans. There was no need to worry. The next morning, Bao Qingsong had forwarded the latest forum post to the class group. After reading it, Su Xinghai explained, Fang Wanfu is truly a genius. Jiang Chuchu wanted to hold her forehead in her hands. Does this fool even know how to get things done? Simply put, Fang Wanfu witnessed a first-year high school student being bullied by a gang. Believing the gang's superiority over the weak, he took action to oppress them. The gang's leader, knowing Fang Wanfu's identity, bowed as he left, remarking, I wonder if he's the one young Master Fang has his eye on. The student's friend happened to see this and, believing Fang Wanfu was planning to take action against the student, took advantage of the survey to report him. He Shuerong was still on probation and couldn't exercise her powers as president, but she reported the detailed findings to Sun Qinglian. Sun Qinglian immediately dispatched his men to take action against the gang and posted a notice on the forum. At the end of the notice, the disciplinary department gently reminded all teachers and students to be careful about how they offer assistance to avoid misunderstandings. The comments section was already buzzing with laughter. This guy is so ridiculous. Fang Wenfu moved to the Mariana Trench overnight. This guy is so shameless. This time, he's been humiliated, so this is just payback. Who does he think he can be? He's clearly protecting others, but he's being treated like a villain. It's actually quite pitiful. No, he's definitely not upholding justice. He's just saying, who gave you the guts to do such evil things in front of me? Qin Yu laughed heartily as he read the replies. He finally got what he deserved this time, right? For Fang Wenfu, getting beaten up was nothing. Only humiliation could truly hurt the ego of the mischievous devil, especially since he was humiliated by the entire school. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. As far as the outcome was concerned, cracking down on a case of school bullying was a good thing. She reread the notice. The disciplinary department's wording clearly emphasized protecting the bullied student and the friend. There wasn't a single pointed message. Yu Xian leaned over curiously. Qinghuan, what are you still looking at? Nothing, just curious what these two would think when they found out the truth. Gu Qinghuan tapped the screen. Maybe they feel sorry? Yu Xian said, after all, Fang Wenfu did protect that student. I'd be so ashamed if I misunderstood my benefactor. Jiang Chuchu interrupted. Fang Wenfu wouldn't care at all. Even if those two came to apologize to him, I doubt he even know what they were talking about. He truly didn't take anyone seriously. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. Since this had nothing to do with Class 3, she let it go. Unexpectedly, the next day at noon, while she, Jiang Chuchu, and Yu Xian were having lunch in the cafeteria, two students approached their table. They held each other's arms, looking nervous, but they still came to the table and stood still. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian were sitting near the outside tables. When they noticed someone approaching, they couldn't help but look up at the two girls. Gu Qinghuan sat inside, nibbling on a beef rib. The fascia was difficult to chew, and she struggled for a long time. Is this Senior Gu Qinghuan? The girl with short hair mustered up the courage to speak first. Thank you, thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, the two girls simultaneously bowed, their attitudes quite sincere. The problem was, the person they were bowing to was Jiang Chuchu. Chapter 351. Jiang Chuchu's mouth twitched. She put down her chopsticks and reached towards Gu Qinghuan. This is Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan, having just heard her name from the girl, quietly paused and placed the beef ribs back in her bowl. Looking up, she noticed the two men were facing Jiang Chuchu, not her. She quickly picked up a tissue and wiped the black pepper sauce from the corner of her mouth. Yu Xian leaned forward slightly to block the attack. By the time the two men looked at Gu Qinghuan, she had already finished. The two freshmen were a little embarrassed at having recognized the wrong person, and the long-haired girl standing on the left blushed slightly. The short-haired girl reacted faster, pulling the long-haired girl along to bow again to Gu Qinghuan. Excuse me. Thank you, Senior. Gu Qinghuan confirmed he didn't know them and asked, Excuse me, who are you? I'm Yi Jing, and this is Ranjilio. The short-haired girl introduced herself. Well, I was the one who did what happened to Fang Wenfu earlier. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. They didn't expect them to be so rude. Then why are you thanking me now? Gu Qinghuan glanced around. The cafeteria was bustling with activity, and while their earlier bows were somewhat noticeable, no one paid much attention because the words weren't clear. This time, it was Ranjilio who spoke. Her voice sounded remarkably clear, though perhaps out of shyness, her voice was low. He Shuerong said that if it weren't for you, Senior Fang Wenfu wouldn't have cooperated with the investigation. In that case, we have misunderstood him. So, after apologizing to Senior Fang, we felt it necessary to thank Senior Gu as well. Jiang Chuchu wanted to roll her eyes, but held it back for the sake of her image in front of her schoolmates. As for that Fang Wenfu guy, what's there to apologize for? Then how could you have mistaken him? Yu Xian asked curiously. Yi Jing scratched her head. We first contacted Senior Fang, then he asked Senior Gu. He showed us the photos, and said they were the scariest ones. Ugh! She was halfway through her sentence, when she realized something, and covered her mouth nervously. Jiang Chuchu smiled kindly. Would you mind showing me that photo? Ranjilio weakly handed her the phone. Jiang Chuchu took a look and saw it was a screenshot from the live broadcast of Mingda's program. At that time, because Jiang Chuchu had assisted by Hans Han, she was bullied by the addicted He Weiyu. Bai Han stood in front of Jiang Chuchu, while Gu Qinghuan rushed to her side, clutching a power bank. The screenshot showed the confrontation between the four. Jiang Chuchu guessed that when Fan Wanfu said most terrifying, he meant Gu Qinghuan, ready for a fight the moment she appeared, with a terrifying aura of bloodshed. Ever since he learned that Gu Qinghuan was Xia He's secretary, Fan Wanfu had become much more obedient in her presence. Fan Wanfu, a red flower becomes redder when it's near a red flower, a black flower becomes blacker when it's near a black flower. Those who are near Xia He are intimidated. But Yi Jing and Wan Zhiliu had no idea of these twists and turns. They simply looked at her aura. Jiang Chuchu's expression was stern at the time, and judging by her aura, she looked much more imposing than Gu Qinghuan, so it was understandable that the two junior students would misunderstand her. Gu Qinghuan, after seeing the photo, figured out what was going on. She immediately decided that during the next politics class, she would smear Finjiujing on Fan Wanfu's desk, so he wouldn't get a good night's sleep. How could she be terrifying? She was incredibly popular. Yi Jing and Wan Zhiliu couldn't understand what was so terrifying about Gu Qinghuan, but they didn't want to continue the conversation. It would offend Jiang Chuchu too much. Jiang Chuchu didn't care. From another perspective, wasn't fear a sign of strength? Gu Qinghuan returned the phone to Wan Zhiliu. I received your thanks. It's no big deal. No need to be so polite. Seeing their goal accomplished, Yi Jing and Wan Zhiliu happily left. Yu Xian looked at their backs and casually remarked, they seemed quite naive. They knew Fan Wanfu was no ordinary person, yet they still dared to report him. I don't know if that's brave or reckless. Jiang Chuchu shook her head. But since they can attend Mingda, their families must be quite wealthy, right? Gu Qinghuan asked. Jiang Chuchu recalled their outfits. Wan Zhiliu couldn't tell, but the camellia hairpin Yi Jing wore to secure her bangs was easily recognizable. Her family must be wealthy. But Yi Jing didn't know Fan Wanfu, so she was probably just rich. Jiang Chuchu didn't intend to tell Gu Qinghuan about this, saying, I don't know Wan Zhiliu, but Yi Jing is probably from a wealthy family. Gu Qinghuan murmured, oh, and didn't ask any more questions. She was about to continue chewing on her beef ribs, but just as she bit into them. It's cold. It doesn't taste good. Jiang Chuchu held her forehead with her hand. That's why I told you to order the sizzling beef tenderloin. Gu Qinghuan placed the tattered beef ribs on the plate for the scraps, her expression mournful. Beef tenderloin is beef tenderloin, and beef ribs are beef ribs. They're different. Jiang Chuchu finally couldn't hold back her eye roll, and Yu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Today's lunch was quite lively. After lunch, Gu Qinghuan took Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian to the office for a nap. As soon as they entered the student union building, Gu Qinghuan ran into He Xuerong, who was browsing the chat wall. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, He Xuerong politely greeted her, Hello, Secretary Gu. To be honest, this was the first time Gu Qinghuan had been addressed that way. Although her position was indeed the president's secretary, her joining the student union was informal, and she became the only senior freshman in the union at the time. Being the youngest in seniority, and having no real work at first, no one addressed her by her title. As she became familiar with everyone through the chat wall, their relationships improved, and everyone preferred to call her by her name rather than Secretary Gu. Hearing He Xuerong's words, Gu Qinghuan found them strange. Yu Xian, realizing He Xuerong seemed intent on talking to Gu Qinghuan, took Jiang Chuchu and left first. After all, they had the key and could open the door themselves. Hello, He. Before Gu Qinghuan could finish her words, He Xuerong spoke up. Just call me He Xuerong. I think it's more intimate. He Xuerong. Gu Qinghuan continued smoothly, you can just call me Gu Qinghuan too. He Xuerong's lips curled in a friendly manner before he said, Did Yi Jing and Wan Zhiliu come to see you? You knew about this? Gu Qinghuan was curious. They only contacted Fan Wanfu through me, but I mentioned you when I explained the situation. He Xuerong smiled. Since they apologized to Fan Wanfu, I see no reason to ignore you. From her tone, it was clear that He Xuerong was surprised by Fan Wanfu's apology. The two exchanged glances and shrugged simultaneously. Will this help you complete the disciplinary department's investigation? Gu Qinghuan asked. I gotten a little inspiration, He Xuerong observed Gu Qinghuan. Can I ask you something? Please go ahead. Gu Qinghuan assumed an attitude of attentive listening. Do you think Yi Jing and Wan Zhiliu's actions were wrong? He Xuerong spoke directly. Fan Wanfu's misunderstanding was inextricably linked to the leader of the bullying gang, and his usual style of behavior. In a way, it was quite deserved. However, Wan Zhiliu did receive help. If she had thanked Fan Wanfu before Yi Jing reported him, Yi Jing wouldn't have acted so rashly. What about Yi Jing? Her desire to protect her friend wasn't wrong, but a little more investigation might have avoided this misunderstanding. Frankly, if it hadn't been Fan Wanfu, Yi Jing and Wan Zhiliu would have been in considerable trouble. After listening to Yi Xuerong's words, Gu Qingwan asked, "Why do you want to talk to me about this?" Yi Xuerong had expected Gu Qingwan to discuss Yi Jing and Wan Zhiliu's behavior, but she didn't expect her to ask back. Caught off guard, she stumbled over her answer, "Yes, yes. They were clearly victims, and very brave, but I feel too cold-hearted. I'd like to know your opinion." Gu Qingwan looked at her for a moment, then smiled. "No, you're not cold-hearted. You're just worried that something like this will happen again, and that they bring disaster upon themselves if they adopt the same behavior. If Yi Xuerong truly believed they were wrong, why would she go to Fan Wanfu to demand an explanation? She should have known full well that Fan Wanfu wouldn't favor anyone, but she went to him anyway. They did have some shortcomings, and that's a real risk, but the root cause is the bullying they suffered. You're the future student council president. If that's the case, just deal with the bullies." Gu Qinghuan patted Yi Xuerong's shoulder. "Then, you teach them and guide them well, so they know what to do next time. You have that ability, don't you?" Chapter 352. Yi Xuerong walked dazed to the president's office. Bai Han, sitting behind the desk, noticed her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "No wonder Xia He values her so highly," Yi Xuerong murmured. "Is she really from an ordinary family?" Bai Han knew who she had met the moment she heard him, and agreed, whether it's her talent or her upbringing, she's truly remarkable. Yi Xuerong sat down on the sofa and touched her forehead. She wasn't actually among the most talented members of the He family, more like the second tier of the hierarchy. And the He family wasn't the only one to submit a list. While the He family knew Mingda's student union was excellent, and that Xia He's attention was a positive thing, the only other suitable candidate besides Yi Xuerong was her second uncle's third son. This third son wasn't actually her second uncle's biological son, but the child of his remarried wife. The He family, worried that Xia He might care about this, only recommended Yi Xuerong. They hadn't expected her to be chosen, but it was a gesture of support. Fortunately, after Xia He chose her, the He family, while surprised, decided to give her more resources. The luxury car and bodyguards she received on her first day were all part of the resources needed to ensure she could succeed as president. Yi Xuerong felt this level of family resources for the first time, and while excited, she also felt a considerable amount of pressure. She wanted to do everything perfectly, which made her unconsciously peaky. This, coupled with the incidents between Yi Jing and Wan Zhiliu, led to self-doubt. Were her actions correct? Could she truly leverage her family's resources to take over as student union president? Would the student union members recognize her? Would the Mingda students support her? Not to mention that the first bullying case she investigated turned out to be a minor blunder, so Yi Xuerong inevitably felt a bit frustrated. She couldn't help but cryptically express her own thoughts while accepting Xia He's advice, and Xia He readily said, "Go talk to Gu Qinghuan." The result was what happened now. It wasn't that Yi Xuerong didn't understand Gu Qinghuan's point, she was just dwelling on a specific point. When she asked for advice, she was actually just hoping for some definitive assessment. For example, she might agree with her idea, saying Yi Jing and Wan Zhiliu's approach was inappropriate, or she might disagree with her idea, thinking she was too harsh. However, Gu Qinghuan didn't stand beside her, nor did she stand opposite her. She stood behind her, giving her a gentle push. After taking a step forward, her horizons broadened. Yi Xuerong lowered the hand from her forehead and slumped down on the sofa. "I heard Gu Qinghuan is friends with all the student union members." "Yes, more than I am." Bai Han will never forget the feeling he had when he heard Gu Qinghuan say she had added 37 student union members as friends. Why is she in the second year of high school? If she were a freshman, I could have asked her to be vice president. Yi Xuerong lay on the sofa, waving her arms wildly, expressing her resentment. She suddenly stood up and imagined a future like that. By then, she'd definitely be able to coordinate and handle the work of various departments. I just have to provide her with the necessary resources when she needs them. Bai Hanshan's expression was complicated. In this respect, Yi Xuerong and Xia He were very similar. This was how he had been manipulated until now. But that was all Yi Xuerong thought. Mingda's student union was indeed impressive, but she always felt that this stage was too small for Gu Qinghuan. Yi Xuerong stood up, straightened the wrinkles on her clothes, and looked much more motivated. I have the ability. I can be a good president. I'm going to continue my inspection. With that, she stormed out of the president's office. Han couldn't help but shake his head. It was over. Another brainwash. He put down the gel pen in his hand and decided to take a break. He didn't know when Shuirong would find a vice president to succeed him. The gel pen rolled across the table and landed on the ground with a clack. Yin Shishing woke up with a start, looked around, and quickly saw the pen lying on the floor to the right of the front desk. Perhaps because she couldn't speak, she listened carefully to sounds to avoid missing what others were saying. Unexpectedly, she became more sensitive to sounds. Even the sound of someone dropping something could wake her up. Yin Shishing stood up, picked up her pen, and gently placed it back on the desk of the student sitting in front of her. She even used the eraser on the desk to block the pen to prevent it from rolling onto the floor. The other person was still napping, so the noise didn't wake her. Lunch break was about to end, and Yin Shishing didn't want to sleep anymore, so she went to the bathroom to wash her face and wake up. But when she returned, several people were gathered at the table in front of her, talking loudly and incomprehensibly. Just as Yin Shishing was wondering why, one of them noticed her and immediately shouted, "Yin Shishing's back!" Everyone's eyes immediately turned to her. Yin Shishing couldn't help but feel nervous. He pulled out his phone and typed, "What's wrong? Ruanjulio's pen is missing. Did you see it?" The question was from Yi Jing, the class student counselor. Yin Shishing continued typing. "Is it the light yellow one with the bunny pattern?" Ruanjulio nodded quickly. "Yes, that's the one." Yin Shishing, "It fell on the floor just now. I picked it up and put it on your desk, even covering it with an eraser." After she answered, she realized something was wrong. Everyone was saying Ruanjulio's pen was missing, and she already left it on the table. Could it have disappeared again? Yi Jing echoed Yin Shishing's thoughts. Doesn't that mean Ruanjulio's pen went missing again while Yin Shishing was gone? Did anyone else see it? They were sitting in the second group. Xiao Yin, a boy in the back row of the first group, said helplessly, "I don't know. I only saw Yin Shishing pause at Ruanjulio's table for a moment." Yi Jing frowned. "You didn't see him after that?" Xiao Yin shook his phone. "Then I was looking down at my phone and didn't notice." It turned out that the pen was actually Yi Jing's. She loved the IP and bought the entire set of co-branded pens. It was when Yi Jing was using it that Ruanjulio recognized her. Their shared interests led to their friendship. Yi Jing knew Ruanjulio's favorite character and gave her a pen with that character printed on it. Seeing Ruanjulio's dismay, Yi Jing quickly comforted her. "Maybe the pen will find its way out soon. I give you a new one." Ruanjulio forced a smile. "No thanks." She liked the pen not just because she liked the character, but also because it was a gift from Yi Jing. No one could find the pen, so there was nothing they could do except say they would help Ruanjulio look for it again. As they were talking, the bell rang, and everyone returned to their seats, preparing for class. Yin Shishing also sat down, but she immediately sensed something was wrong. Something seemed to have changed on the desk. She looked around, her gaze finally fixed on her pencil case. If she remembered correctly, her pencil case should have been opened before she went to the bathroom. She hesitated, then unzipped it. A light yellow pen appeared before her eyes. It was the one she had picked up earlier. "Oh!" Xiao Yin exclaimed. Ruanjulio's pen is in Yin Shishing's pencil case. Chapter 353. As soon as the school bell rang, Su Xinghe packed his bag and ran to Class 7, Grade 11. Today, he and Yin Shishing had made an appointment to go book shopping together after school and dine at a newly opened restaurant near the bookstore. Su Xinghe, this is a date. A date! He excitedly ran to the door of Class 7 and skillfully greeted the students sitting there. Because he often visited Yin Shishing, the students at the door were already familiar with him. However, usually, he would greet him in a friendly manner, but today, when he met his gaze, his expression was awkward and unnatural. Su Xinghe, a member of the troublemaking brigade, naturally wouldn't miss this unusual development. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What's going on?" "No, nothing." The student, surprised to be discovered so quickly, shook his head frantically, then quickly turned and called out, "Yin Shishing, Senior Su is here to pick you up." Su Xinghe had noticed that after the student called out Yin Shishing's name, the chatter in the classroom, which had been a bit noisy after school, quieted down a bit. There was definitely something wrong. Su Xinghe immediately made a mental assessment. He looked at Yin Shishing, who was picking up his packed school bag and slowly walking towards him. Su Xinghe noticed that Yin Shishing's eyes weren't as bright as usual, and he looked a little lost. His lips were slightly pursed, the corners of his mouth drooping, and his shoulders were hunched in, giving the impression of resisting contact. She wasn't happy, Or at least she was sad, Su Xinghe thought, and called out to himself, "Yin Shisheng." Yin Shisheng looked up at Su Xinghe, who smiled brightly. "Come on, after we go to the bookstore, let's go get something delicious." Yin Shisheng tightened her grip on the shoulder strap of her backpack, smiled at Su Xinghe, and nodded vigorously. The two walked side by side. When the crowd thinned out, Su Xinghe whispered, "If you're feeling down, don't keep it to yourself. I'd be there for you." Fearing his words might sound malicious, he added, "And our classmates, like the class monitor, will be happy to help." Yin Shisheng couldn't help but raise her hand and touch her cheek. She thought she had acted calmly, but she hadn't expected Su Xinghe to see through her so easily. Though she felt sorry for causing Su Xinghe any worry, the feeling of being cared for also warmed Yin Shisheng. She uttered a faint sound. Unlike the last time she unconsciously called out Su Xinghe's name, this time she consciously intended to call his name. Unfortunately, only a muffled breath escaped her lips. A bit frustrated, Yin Shisheng abandoned the idea and instead mustered up his courage, shaking Su Xinghe's hand and nodding vigorously. Su Xinghe was startled, then felt the heat quickly rising from his hand. Handshake. Shaking hands with Yin Shisheng. "No!" Su Xinghe, calm down. He put his other hand behind his back and pinched his lower back hard, grimacing in pain. Fortunately, Yin Shisheng was looking down and didn't see his expression. When Yin Shisheng looked up, Su Xinghe's expression had returned to normal, though a closer look would reveal a slight redness around his ears. He feigned indifference. "Now, can you tell me what happened?" Yin Shisheng nodded, then shook his head, pulled out his phone, and typed, "Let's go to the bookstore first, then to the restaurant. We talk about it later while we eat." She smiled at Su Xinghe. She had learned that even if something unexpected happened, she had to prioritize her own work. Su Xinghe was instantly moved, like watching a sapling tenaciously weather a storm and grow into a tall, majestic tree. He nodded vigorously, also smiling. "Okay. Let's go to the bookstore." The two of them bought books and stationery as planned and sat down in the restaurant. While waiting for their food to be served, Yin Shisheng briefly explained what had happened that afternoon. When Yin Shisheng mentioned Xiao Yan's shout, Su Xinghe couldn't help but clench his fists. Yin Shisheng's words were objective, but even under these circumstances, Su Xinghe could still sense something was clearly wrong. He wanted to declare that there was definitely something wrong with that boy named Xiao Yan, but he didn't want to make a sudden conclusion without clear evidence. So he simply suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "What happened next?" Yin Shisheng's expression didn't change much. "Many classmates looked over at me, including Ruan Zhiliu and Yi Jing. However, even though they saw the pen in my pencil case, they didn't think I'd stolen it. Ruan Zhiliu said it might have fallen again, and another classmate might have picked it up, mistaking it for mine, and slipped it into my pencil case. Since my pencil case happened to be on the table, there's a real possibility of a misunderstanding. That guess doesn't hold up to scrutiny," Su Xinghe said. "First of all, you already blocked it with an eraser, so the chances of it falling again are slim. Secondly, even if it really did fall, and you just slipped it into your pencil case, why would you bother zipping it up? It's so redundant." Yin Shisheng nodded. "Yes, some students think that way, but they can't explain it, so they still have doubts about me. However, Yi Jing said the question is why the pen was in my pencil case, and who did it, not that I stole it. Because if I really had that thought, I wouldn't have admitted to picking it up before, and I shouldn't have put it in such a conspicuous place. It would be too easy to expose." Su Xinghe wanted to applaud the student named Yi Jing. Such a frank attitude, facing the problem directly, with clear thinking. Well said. Her words are very convincing, so no one should think I'm a thief. It's just that everyone doesn't know who did it, or what their motive was, so their attitude towards me has changed. In fact, Yin Shisheng could understand everyone's approach. If the person hiding could frame her, they might also frame others. What if helping her angered that person, and they turned against him next time? Proving one's innocence wouldn't be so easy. Su Xinghe thought about it, and understood Yin Shisheng's classmates' actions. For oneself isn't shameful, expecting everyone to be righteous and noble is a fantasy. Furthermore, the students in Class 7 agreed with Yi Jing's words, believing someone had framed them. This attitude alone was enough to show that everyone was on Yin Shisheng's side. As for how to resolve this matter, of course, it had to be left to those willing to help. Su Xinghe patted his chest. "Is there anything I can do? I do my best to help." Yin Shisheng was stunned. Su Xinghe didn't offer a blanket "leave it to me," but rather asked if she needed help. She was the main person, the one who would resolve this matter. He trusted her to protect herself. Yin Shisheng felt a sense of strength, not from the outside world, but from within. She typed carefully, "I'd like to wait and see if this happens again. Preserving evidence might be difficult. Do you have any suggestions?" Su Xinghe thought he was the right person to ask. "Thank you to the Discipline Inspection Commission for your generous help." He pulled several small devices from his bag, his face beaming with pride. "Do you want this recorder or this miniature camera?" Chapter 354. Su Xinghe, "I think our class is still too well-rounded." Ming Xiaolin, "Please elaborate." Ji Tianxiao, "You're being long-winded." Ai Ning, "Why do you have an accent when you type?" Yu Xian, "Where's Su Xinghe?" In just a few minutes, Su Xinghe flooded everyone's phone screens with long paragraphs of text, and the group fell silent. So much text, it takes time to read through. Yu Xian, summary, Yin Shixing, misunderstood by his classmates, asks Su Xinghe for help, and he contributes his own evidence-keeping equipment. Baoqing Song, the original version is quite interesting though. It's a good story. Jiang Chuchu, you're quite brave. It's the probation period for the next president. Tao Xinqing, report. Report to the student union. Xin Jianwei, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Tao Xinqing, you're really not cautious at all. Yao Shaili, actually, this situation is indeed suitable for reporting, but it would be too time-consuming for He Xuerong to investigate personally. He Xuerong had to complete at least 3 investigations. Even if she wanted to handle all the reports, she had to prioritize those that could be handled quickly within the limited time available. Although she would likely address the reports she hadn't been able to address immediately after officially assuming the role of president, no one could say when that would be. Gu Qinghuan, are you asking for help now? Su Xinghe, ah? No, I just want to share some melons with everyone. Ji Tianxiao, very good, you're a good person who loves sharing melons. Xie Xianxue, really? Su Xinghe, actually, I know that if we leave it to everyone, we should be able to get to the bottom of this quickly. Su Xinghe, however, I can't deprive Yin Shixing of the opportunity to hone her skills for her own good. Su Xinghe, I like her very much, but she may not like me back. I hope she can live well without me. Su Xinghe, so I only ask for help when she truly needs it. The group chat fell silent. Su Xinghe felt a bit cheesy after finishing his remarks, and just as he was feeling embarrassed, Lin Zhulu chimed in. You sound like the affectionate male supporting character in a romance novel. Su Xinghe was furious. Say something nice. Can you wish me a happy marriage soon? Sure Guanghui. I'm so touched. Old Su, if you ever ask me to take your wedding photos, I give you a 20% discount. Su Xinghe, given our relationship, shouldn't it be free? The group chat became lively again. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin and asked the system, will Yin Shixing's current situation affect Su Xinghe's fate? System, according to calculations, there's an 83% plus chance it will. The system felt a little ashamed that it couldn't provide direct intelligence as usual. But there was no way around it. It wasn't just Yin Shixing. The fates of many others had changed significantly, and the database's usefulness was diminishing. To avoid becoming a burden to its host, the system had diligently reported to the world, attempting to request more computing power. While fate is influenced by subjective consciousness, the influence of objective conditions cannot be ignored. As long as the computing power was sufficient, the system could better perform its analytical and early warning functions. Gu Qinghuan had no idea how much her question had upset the system. She only knew that an 83% probability was quite high and warranted attention. Of course, since Su Xinghe had said so, she wouldn't intervene without authorization, but she always had to be prepared. She thought for a moment, and sent a message to He Xuerong. After He Xuerong asked her for advice that day, she had added him as a friend, but they hadn't chatted much. He Xuerong, presumably busy, didn't reply immediately. Gu Qinghuan didn't mind, putting down her phone and going back to her homework. It was already past 9:40 p.m. when He Xuerong returned home. She didn't have a lot of emails, but sorting them out was still a lot of work. Of the 6 assessment items, she was confident about the arts and sports departments. She needed to compare the academic department with other schools, so she wouldn't consider it for now. She could handle the propaganda department, but it would be difficult to do well, so she planned to wait. The remaining items were the life department and the discipline department, the latter in particular, which presented many challenges. She only needed to complete 3 of the assessment items to pass, but she understood that the competition for the former president position was fierce. Sheng Guixin and Qi Min secured the position of president only after they passed all the assessment items. The current president, Xia He, passed all 5 assessments despite being the only candidate. The only assessment he failed, regarding the sports department, was simply because he didn't like it, so he simply gave up without even looking at it. With 2 previous presidents as exemplary figures, He Shuerong didn't want to be compared to someone less qualified, so she planned to complete at least 4. She kicked off her sneakers and collapsed onto the sofa the moment she entered, not wanting to move a finger. This villa was the fully furnished home the He family had prepared for her after she returned to China. Her family was abroad, so she lived here alone. The He family hired a dedicated housekeeper to take care of the cleaning, but she declined the offer of a cook. She now eats 3 meals a day in Mingda's cafeteria and eats out on weekends, partly to learn more about Mingda and partly because she's not used to eating alone. This alone doesn't mean she has to eat with others, but rather that she doesn't like the idea of the food being prepared on the table, with no one around to pick it up. Her father had been relatively normal at first after their marriage, but after her mother gave birth to her, he began to cheat on her repeatedly. Her mother, hoping to win her father back, would always prepare homemade dishes and wait for him to return, but all she received was disappointment after disappointment. Each time her mother felt disappointed, she would say, "Shuerong, eat first," and retreat to her bedroom, leaving He Shuerong to face a feasted yet empty table. She hated that scene. Even though her mother had given up and no longer cared about her father, she could not forget those experiences. Her stomach growled, and He Shuerong belatedly remembered that she hadn't eaten dinner yet. She pulled out her phone to order takeout when she saw a message from Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan. Picture Gu Qinghuan, late-night poison. He Shuerong's expression froze for a moment, and her stomach growled even louder. Sending someone a roasted, juicy chicken drumstick late at night, how could that be human? He Shuerong, with a sheer effort of willpower, pulled herself up and replied, "Gu Qinghuan. I haven't eaten yet." Gu Qinghuan, scratching his head. JPG Gu Qinghuan, is this your address? She sent a screenshot of He Shuerong's moments, a photo she posted when she first moved in, with a location. He Shuerong was confused. Yes, what's wrong? Gu Qinghuan, can you tell me which building exactly? He Shuerong was a little confused. She didn't understand how the conversation had gotten this far, but she was so hungry she was a bit hazy, so she gave her address. Gu Qinghuan, okay, wait a moment. He Shuerong's stomach growled again. She weakly let go of her phone, letting it fall onto the sofa. She closed her eyes and thought, I rest for a while, and make some instant noodles. A few minutes later, her doorbell rang. He Shuerong had no choice but to get up and open the door, wondering who might be looking for her. The video doorbell revealed a girl about her age, carrying a bag. He Shuerong asked warily, "Who are you?" The girl held up the bag. "My name is Yu Yuan. Qinghuan said someone here is in urgent need of help, and I'm here to offer my support." She mentioned Gu Qinghuan's name, and He Shuerong, noting she didn't look dangerous, opened the door. A rich aroma filled her nose the moment she opened the door, and He Shuerong couldn't help but sniff. Yu Yuan's eyes narrowed into crescents. "My mom just made 3 bean porridge and braised some duck. Do you like it?" Chapter 355. Mung beans, black beans, and red beans, 3 different colored beans, plus a handful of rice and water, boiled porridge with time and patience. Yu Yuan didn't add sugar to the 3 bean porridge she brought, as she wasn't sure if He Shuerong liked sweets. He Shuerong searched the cupboard for a long time, but couldn't find any sugar. Finally, she tore off a few packets of the sugar substitute she usually adds to her coffee. Turning to see Yu Yuan staring at her, He Shuerong felt a little embarrassed. "Well, this is the only sugar I have in the cupboard." Yu Yuan paused, realizing why she said that, and quickly shook her head. "You can use any sugar you want. I was just thinking I could bring you something different next time." Next time? Would there be another time for this kind of warmth? He Shuerong was surprised, yet also secretly delighted. She sat down to drink her porridge, while Yu Yuan took the duck out of the thermos bag. The aroma of the braised food, originally sealed in the box, had already been wafting forth. Now that the lid was removed, the rich, overpowering fragrance instantly spread. He Shuerong couldn't help but sniff, unable to resist exclaiming, "What a nice smell." Yu Yuan was pleased, right? "My mom's braised duck is the best." She pushed the box toward He Shuerong and, pulling out disposable gloves from the bag, urged, "Come on, eat it straight away. Eat the duck leg. Look at that sauce color. It's bound to be delicious." Unable to refuse her kindness, He Shuerong allowed Yu Yuan to put on the disposable gloves for her. She then took the braised duck leg and took a tentative bite. The duck leg was perfectly braised, the skin not soft but rather firm. With a slight pull, she bit down and ripped it whole. The aroma of fat instantly engulfed his lips and tongue, and the gravy and marinade encased in the duck skin dripped down the leg bones. The leg meat was salty and fragrant, and while a bit firmer than chicken thigh meat, it was even more satisfying when he ate it in his hands. He Shuerong devoured the meat with a mouthful of porridge, enjoying it to the fullest. By the time he finished the duck leg, he had almost finished his porridge. Yu Yuan was delighted. She was proud that others liked her mother's cooking. "My mom is the best." She stood up and said, "Okay, mission accomplished. I can report to Qinghuan now." He Shuerong then realized that he had been too busy eating to properly treat Yu Yuan. He quickly stood up and said, "Thank you. It's really delicious." "How much is it?" Yu Yuan interrupted her, saying, "My mom made me a lot of delicious food. This is nothing. Why would you charge? Just eat it all." With that, she took off running. He Shuerong had no time to stop her, and could only watch as Yu Yuan disappeared in the glow of the neighborhood streetlights. She closed the door and turned around. Seeing the remaining duck on the table, she couldn't help but pick up another duck wing and began to nibble on it. After she finished a duck wing, a few pieces of duck neck, and a duck paw, Gu Qinghuan's message arrived again. "Gu Qinghuan, cat peeking out. JPG Gu Qinghuan, are you full?" He Shuerong burped, blushing, and was thankful to be talking to her phone. He Shuerong, "Thank you." Gu Qinghuan, "Nothing. You and Yu Yuan happen to live in the same neighborhood, so I asked her if she could bring you some food, and she agreed." He Shuerong thought to herself, so it was this Yu Yuan. She remembered her name, and would find a chance to express her gratitude someday. "Gu Qinghuan, she just told me you live alone. How come you don't have food? Don't you have a cook?" He Shuerong, "Something delayed me today. I usually eat in the cafeteria or order takeout." Gu Qinghuan wasn't expecting this kind of reply. She assumed He Shuerong's family had plenty of housekeeping staff, but she was so perfunctory. When He Shuerong didn't reply immediately, she thought Gu Qinghuan had misunderstood her situation and quickly added, "My family wanted to arrange a cook for me, but I turned it down." He Shuerong, "I don't really like eating alone at home." Based on this single sentence, Gu Qinghuan could come up with several theories. However, she and He Shuerong weren't familiar enough to discuss personal matters, and rashly exposing each other's past would put pressure on them. She had an idea, but she had to consult Yu Yuan's family first. They discuss it later. "Gu Qinghuan, you need to take good care of yourself." He Shuerong wanted to laugh. "Taking care of yourself?" That phrase sounded a little cute. She replied earnestly, "Next time I eat on time." Gu Qinghuan ended the conversation. "You were so busy eating so late, is it because of the inspection?" He Shuerong, "Well, although I really want to find an excellent vice president, I'm currently receiving more suggestions and reports." She suddenly thought and quickly typed, "Do you have any recommendations for vice president?" Gu Qinghuan, "There are so many people in the first year of high school, and I only know 3 junior students." He Shuerong remained steadfast. "Which 3? People who are remembered by Gu Qinghuan must have some special qualities, right?" "Gu Qinghuan, you know 2 of them, Ruan Zhiliu and Yi Jing. Coincidentally, there's another one who is in their class, Yin Shisheng." Ruan Zhiliu and Yi Jing probably caught Gu Qinghuan's attention because they thanked her. "What about Yin Shisheng?" He Shuerong had high hopes. "Is this student Yin Shisheng really good?" Gu Qinghuan, "She's a very strong girl. If you're interested, you can get to know her." "Strong?" This adjective struck a chord with He Shuerong. She replied okay, and chatted with Gu Qinghuan for a few more moments before ending their conversation. The next day, He Shuerong went to the student union and tried to inquire about Yin Shisheng with the student affairs department. Although she wasn't president yet, the student union members would cooperate with her during her probationary period. Upon hearing Yin Shisheng's name, Li Qiongju, the head of the student affairs department, immediately said, "I know her." "Huh? Famous?" He Shuerong was a little surprised. "Not famous, but rather unique," Li Qiongju replied. "She's currently unable to speak properly due to some psychological issues, so I'm quite impressed. But she seemed quite optimistic and had excellent grades. Her high school entrance exam score was in the top 10 in the city when she enrolled. As for her family's financial situation, it's probably somewhere in the middle of the pack for Mingda," Li Qiongju briefly explained. He Shuerong listened thoughtfully. "Then do you know why she lost her voice?" Li Qiongju shook her head. "I don't know. It's not easy to ask about such personal matters." This answer was within He Shuerong's expectations. She nodded. "Okay, I understand. I find out later." He Shuerong thought for a moment, and sent a message to Yi Jing. Didn't Gu Qinghuan say that Yin Shisheng was in the same class as Yi Jing and Ruan Zhiliu? Since they were classmates, they should know more. But as soon as she asked, Is there a student named Yin Shixing in your class? Yi Jing's replies came like a barrage of bullets. Yi Jing, has anyone reported her? Yi Jing, someone reported such a trivial matter? Yi Jing, she definitely didn't steal the pen. I see her things aren't cheap either. Her family wouldn't need the money for a pen. Yi Jing, Ruanjilio, and I are looking for evidence. Don't believe anyone else's random reports. He Shuerong, just from these few words, I think we could already deduce what happened. Chapter 356. Although He Shuerong hadn't yet decided on a vice president, she had received numerous emails from first-year high school students, giving her a wide range of sources. One of them was from Class 7, so a quick inquiry would reveal what had happened. She immediately suspected something was fishy about Xiao Yin and asked, "You don't suspect anything?" The other person gave her a wry smile. "Why not? Who needs a pen to get into school here?" But even if they knew Xiao Yin was suspicious, they wouldn't dare tell him directly. He's not a good person. He Shuerong investigated and discovered a rather complicated situation. Ruanjilio had been bullied before, and she had the disciplinary department deal with the perpetrators. However, in the end, no serious harm had been done. Even though those people's reputations were now tarnished on campus, they were still attending Mingda. He Shuerong discovered that Xiao Yin had been in contact with those individuals and might have known about Ruanjilio's bullying, but she had no definitive evidence. However, if Xiao Yin was seeking revenge for his good brother, why was he blaming Yin Shixing now? Ruanjilio's family wasn't well off. She ranked second in the city's high school entrance exam and entered Mingda as a special admissions student. If they really wanted to target Ruanjilio, using this method on her would be more justifiable. After all, given Yin Shixing's financial situation, he wouldn't even think of stealing such a thing. He Shuerong was frowning in thought when the person helping her investigate suddenly said her new intelligence. Are you saying that someone wants to sabotage Yin Shixing and Su Xinghe's relationship because the girl they like is jealous of how good Su Xinghe is to Yin Shixing, so the girl they like won't say anything good about Su Xinghe anymore? Gu Qinghuan looked at Bao Qingsong with disbelief. Bao Qingsong also looked helpless. I just took a private job, looking up information for someone, and I didn't expect it to be related to my family. Mingda's confession wall was also a covert source of information for the student union. Bao Qingsong had known this since he took over. Gu Qinghuan touched her forehead. The information had come to her in such an unexpected way. She lowered her hand. Who is that person? Bao Qingsong replied, Fu Jingxing. Gu Qinghuan paused. Had she read too many novels? She always felt the name sounded like a lot of people. She continued, what's his identity? Bao Qingsong scratched his head. I'm not very familiar with business matters, but based on the information I found, he seems to be the illegitimate son of a company president who was taken back a few years ago. His grades were pretty good. He took the top spot in the city's high school entrance exam. He looks respectable in photos. I didn't expect him to do something like this. Bao Qingsong said Gu Qinghuan the basic information he had found about Fu Jingxing and asked, do you want to tell Su Xinghe? Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not following Fu Jingxing's plan at all right now. Let's ignore him for now. Fu Jingxing probably assumed that after Yin Shixing was framed, she would turn to Su Xinghe for help. Once Su Xinghe was no longer able to help, their relationship would naturally fall apart. The problem was that Yin Shixing hadn't asked Su Xinghe for help. She was actively collecting evidence on her own. But if that's the case, I'm a little suspicious, Gu Qinghuan said. Based on his line of thought, could Ruanjilio's previous bullying also be his doing? Bao Qingsong was stunned, his eyebrows almost raised. This bastard? It's really possible. He was full of fighting spirit. Give me some time, I investigate. This wasn't about the student union's personal affairs, nor was it about Su Xinghe and Yin Shixing. Bao Qingsong simply couldn't stand the scumbag torturing a girl in this way. Unsure of the repercussions, he only told Gu Qinghuan and didn't intend to involve the thugs from Class 3 for the time being. Gu Qinghuan wasn't idle either, turning to the system. Any information on Fu Jingxing? The system searched for a long time, and was also confused. It has something to do with the fate of Jiang Chuchu and Zhang Zhanshan. Gu Qinghuan was immediately furious. How did they involve two more people? According to the system, during Jiang Chuchu's most desperate period, after Jiang Yue's death, Jiang Yuxuan single-handedly supported Yongchang Group, which was targeted by several companies. One of them was Fu Jingxing's company. Although Fu Jingxing was still studying at Mingda at the time, the Fu family had profited by stepping on the Jiang family, and Fu Jingxing's status within the school had risen rapidly. Before being adopted by the Fu family, he had a close relationship with Ruanjilio, the so-called childhood sweethearts, and seemed to be very fond of her. As for Zhang Shurchen, he had a certain connection with Fan Wanfu system. Although Jiang Chuchu has now escaped her most hopeless fate, the details involving Zhang Shurchen are still related to the future and cannot be disclosed. Gu Qinghuan remained calm. It was nothing. She could already guess what had happened to Fu Jingxing and Ruanzhiliu. It was probably that kind of story. The hero lived a poor and miserable childhood, and was saved by the equally impoverished heroine, but was afraid to confess due to her low self-esteem. It wasn't until he was adopted by his family that the hero gained confidence and began pursuing the heroine. After going through countless hardships, they finally became a couple. Gu Qinghuan smacked his lips. But this guy doesn't seem like a good person. With Xiao Yin as a clue, Gu Qinghuan believes that the bullying Ruanzhiliu suffered earlier was most likely directed by Fu Jingxing. Bullying someone he loves, causing her pain, then pretending to be a knight descending from the sky to save her. But this plan was ruined by Fan Wanfu. So, it seems that Fu Jingxing would have pursued Fan Wanfu for revenge? And Fan Wanfu was also implicated in Zhang Shurchen? Gu Qinghuan, think about it this way. If Xia He hadn't been there, had she called in Yishuerong, and Yishuerong had been conducting the president's inspection, and dealt with those bullies, Fan Wanfu would have been misunderstood. Gu Qinghuan. And for some reason, Zhang Shurchen was implicated, becoming one of the most desperate moments in Zhang Shurchen's fate? The system remained silent, without responding. In various destinies, Xia He died early, leaving no one appointed as the next president. Although Bai Han became acting president, without him, the He family wouldn't have set anyone, and Yishuerong wouldn't have been elected. By the time of the current first-year high school class, the vacant president position made it impossible to select a president according to the original system, so the process shifted to the more common practice of self-nomination and canvassing. In some world lines, Fu Jingxing became the president of the current student union through various means. He acted politely on the surface, leveraging the graduation of seniors to insert his own people into the union, slowly corrupting it. In these world lines, there's also the possibility of Fu Jingxing and Wei Xiao collaborating, which would be even worse. The chain reaction of fate is vast and complex, and even the system can't record it all, it can only retain the parts relevant to the task subject. However, it's precisely because of the constant interweaving of human destinies that the current transformations occur. The system doesn't judge whether this is good or bad, it only knows that it will follow its host and bear witness to those destinies. Gu Qinghuan had grown accustomed to the system's silence. Perhaps, the system's lack of rebuttal meant her guess was somewhat correct. Bao Qingsong was investigating Fu Jingxing, and Yishuerong had likely followed her hint last night to learn about Yin Xixing's situation. As for her, she should keep an eye on Zhang Zhanchen and Fan Wanfu. Chapter 357. Fan Wanfu looked at Gu Qinghuan in front of him, bewildered. You said you wanted to switch seats with me? Yes, I want to change seats. I want to sit in your row, Gu Qinghuan said readily. Because the elective classes were open to students, seating wasn't fixed. It's just that once seats were assigned, most people didn't bother to change. At most, everyone avoided the front rows, unless they arrived too late, then they had to sit miserably under the teacher's nose. Today, Fan Wanfu arrived first for politics class. Not long after he sat down, Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Shurchen also arrived. However, Gu Qinghuan didn't follow the usual rule and sat in front of him. Instead, she approached his desk and said she wanted to switch seats. Fan Wanfu didn't care where he sat. After all, he'd still be absent-minded no matter which row he sat in. At most, it would just seem more blatant. But how could he possibly put his face down if he so easily gave in to Gu Qinghuan? Besides, wasn't Xia He about to step down as student union president? I heard he'd been admitted directly, and the Xia family had so much to deal with. How would he even care about a secretary by then? Thinking of this, Fan Wanfu puffed up again. You can change it just like that. I'm your little brother, right? Gu Qinghuan looked surprised and said hesitantly, If you want to be my little brother, it's fine. Fan Wanfu paused before realizing what Gu Qinghuan meant. His nose was almost crooked with anger. Who wants to be your little brother? Gu Qinghuan said sternly, Let me be serious with you. Fan Wanfu wanted to continue scolding him, but sensing Zhang Zhanchen's fierce gaze, he swallowed his words and said stiffly, You say. I want you to stand in front of me and distract the teacher so I can do something else. Gu Qinghuan said this seriously. This time, Fan Wanfu looked at her with a higher regard. He hadn't expected this person to actually skip class and use him as a shield, but Fan Wanfu was quite interested in assisting in such bad things. He swiftly picked up his bag and threw it on Gu Qinghuan's seat. Okay, I switch with you. After Gu Qingwan sat down, John Johnson couldn't help but message her, asking, did he agree just like that? Gu Qingwan, well, his thinking must be this. If someone is doing the same thing as him, then they're just like him, in other words, a companion. John Johnson, it's normal for companions to cover for each other, so he agreed? Gu Qingwan, that's about right. At least, he did switch seats with me. John Johnson couldn't help but roll his eyes. This train of thought was too bizarre. However, Gu Qinghuan's ability to anticipate Fan Wanfu's train of thought was quite remarkable. Gu Qinghuan calmly began the class. She certainly didn't intend to truant, but simply wanted to separate Fan Wanfu from Zhang Shichen. While this physical separation wasn't necessarily beneficial, sitting behind Fan Wanfu allowed her to observe him from behind. She didn't have a firm grasp of the current situation. She couldn't wait for an incident to occur before addressing it. She should create opportunities. At the end of the class, Gu Qinghuan noticed that Fan Wanfu was quite restless. Perhaps because today's politics class was the third period of the morning, Fan Wanfu wasn't sleepy and didn't sleep. He initially played with his phone for a while. More precisely, he held it sideways in front of his pencil case to watch a video. Gu Qinghuan noticed that the students in the next group, in her row, were also captivated by the video, their attention occasionally wandering. The teacher moved on to the next page, and everyone was flipping through their books, but he was a step behind, apparently reacting only after hearing the noises. Thankfully, after watching the video, Fan Wanfu stopped looking at his phone and began scribbling on paper with a pencil, seemingly quite serious at first glance. Gu Qinghuan caught a glimpse of it as he moved the paper around. It wasn't words, but rather a pattern a bit like a skirt. She couldn't see it clearly, only a small section at the bottom. It looked like a skirt, or maybe it was just a wave, or perhaps it was just Fan Wanfu's casual drawing. Just before get out of class ended, Fan Wanfu seemed to have finished his drawing. He tossed his pencil back into his pencil case, tucked the paper into his textbook, and then lazily waited for the class to end. Gu Qinghuan observed intermittently over 2 days and 3 political classes before finally confirming that it was a drawing of clothing, or rather, a design. Taking advantage of the fact that the 2 political classes were held together that day, Gu Qinghuan poked Fan Wanfu on the back during the break. Fan Wanfu turned his head uncomfortably. What for? What are you drawing in class? Gu Qinghuan asked quietly. Fan Wanfu's reaction was quite dramatic, jumping up, as if ready to scoop Gu Qinghuan up and leave. Gu Qinghuan, however, took the initiative and continued in a low voice, calm down. If you react too much and others notice, you'd be exposed. Fan Wanfu managed to calm down, his voice low. Come out and tell me. Gu Qinghuan followed him out without hesitation. She wasn't worried about what Fan Wanfu might do. Although he was a troublemaker, he had a sense of propriety. Not to mention that her family background wasn't something Fan Wanfu was targeting. Knowing that Xia, he was her backer, made him even more afraid to touch her. After reaching a secluded spot, Fan Wanfu glanced around, making sure no one was watching. Then he said angrily, Did you see everything? See what? Gu Qinghuan asked. Fan Wanfu's lips moved, embarrassed to speak out. He managed to squeeze out a few words through his teeth. My painting. I didn't recognize the content of your drawing. I just saw you drawing. Gu Qinghuan spoke calmly. Her calm demeanor calmed Fan Wanfu's emotions. He glanced at her suspiciously a few more times before speaking threateningly. Don't worry about what I drew. Just don't tell anyone or I'll. Here, Fan Wanfu faltered. Or else what? Could he beat Zhang Chen, be tougher than Jiang Chu, or be more ruthless than Xia He? Thinking of this, Fan Wanfu instantly drooped, even regretting why he had done so many offensive things in the past. Could it be that God had sent Gu Qinghuan, such a tough guy, to him because of what he had done in the past? Or else then? Gu Qinghuan repeated in a friendly tone. Fan Wanfu raised her hands and clasped them together, begging for mercy. Sister, I recognize you as my sister. What I said just now was nonsense. Don't take it to heart. I'm begging you, no, please, don't tell anyone about my painting. Gu Qinghuan didn't feel like she had found a weak spot. She thought for a moment, that's very important to you, isn't it? Fan Wanfu was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. Gu Qinghuan said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But if you don't want others to know, you shouldn't have been drawing during class. Besides me, there must have been others who noticed, but they just didn't say anything. Fan Wanfu remained silent. Besides Gu Qinghuan, who would care what he did? Besides, there was nowhere else he could draw except at school, during class. Now that we're done, shall I go home? Class is almost over, Gu Qinghuan asked. Fang Wanfu nodded absent-mindedly, and Gu Qinghuan led the way to the classroom, followed by Fang Wanfu. John Johnson breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gu Qinghuan return. He pulled her over and asked, "Why did you go out with Fang Wanfu?" "We just chatted for a while," Gu Qinghuan replied simply. John Johnson had been acting normally, without incident. If her fate had changed, it would surely be related to Fang Wanfu. The more she knew about Fang Wanfu's situation, the better prepared she would be. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, then waited until she got home from school that evening before sending a message to Zan Chekin. "Gu Qinghuan, did you notice what Fang Wanfu was doing in class?" "Zan Chekin, Fang Wanfu? Just sleeping, playing on his phone, and drawing a bunch of skirts?" "Zan Chekin, you know what, those skirts he drew are pretty." Gu Qinghuan, eh? She said others noticed it too. Chapter 358. Before Gu Qinghuan could figure out how to tell Fang Wanfu, his hobby had already been discovered by Zhang Shichen, and new news arrived from Bao Qingsong. "He Xuerong has already started keeping an eye on Fu Jingxing," Bao Qingsong said. The information he had accepted was originally supposed to be given to He Xuerong. Having learned of Fu Jingxing's existence, He Xuerong started directly from the Fu family's company, investigating the relationship between Fu Jingxing and Ruan Zhiliu. As for Bao Qingsong, He Xuerong wanted to use his expertise to investigate Fu Jingxing's interpersonal relationships within the school, so she shared some of the intelligence she had obtained through the He family. Thus, Bao Qingsong learned quite a bit about Fu Jingxing's past. The reality was much as Gu Qinghuan had suspected. At first glance, Fu Jingxing appeared to be a completely aloof and taciturn academic. Although he was an illegitimate child, he was brought home because the other heirs were incompetent. It was likely that he would take over the Fu family in the future, thus establishing his family background. As a result, there were quite a few people trying to get close to him. Just like Wei Xiao before, there were always those who, seeking his appreciation, would try to guess his thoughts and do things his way. Although the individuals who bullied Ruan Zhiliu last time were punished, it had little effect. Indeed, according to the information Bao Qingsong had uncovered, those individuals privately believed that the punished individuals were incompetent, leading to their own arrest. As a result, Qiao Yin, who had recently emerged, was even more diligent in his false accusations, attempting to prove himself different from the previous individuals. Gu Qinghuan found it difficult to assess the intelligence of these individuals. Perhaps they weren't stupid, but simply accustomed to being superior and looking down on others. Bao Qingsong finished, puzzled. Fu Jingxing could have confessed his feelings to Ruan Zhiliu in a normal way, so why did he do this? Gu Qinghuan's mind flashed through 800 novels, and he recited them with great emotion. That was the brightest moonlight in his heart, yet it also witnessed all his misery and embarrassment. So, he wanted only to drag Mingwei into the abyss, struggling in the mire with him. Bao Qingsong let out a sharp blast. "Squad leader, you're destroying my ears and my brain." He covered his ears, and spun around 3 or 4 times before recovering from his digging in the ground embarrassment. He sternly warned Gu Qinghuan, "Uninstall the novel app on your phone." "No, my membership hasn't expired yet." Gu Qinghuan refused. "System, host, you actually enabled automatic renewal, right? Why didn't it expire last year and hasn't it expired this year?" Bao Qingsong tried to get the conversation back on track. So he's just overly self-conscious, wanting to trample on the outstanding people he likes to satisfy his vanity and prove he's not trash. "I don't know the truth, but I think it's possible." Gu Qinghuan also straightened his tone. Bao Qingsong looked disgusted. He didn't think this was love. Why would someone want to bully someone they liked? Not wanting to waste time on hypocrites, he asked, "Should we tell He Xuerong about this?" "She'd probably tell Ruan Zhiliu. Tell her to be vigilant and stay away from Fu Jingxing." Gu Qinghuan stroked his chin. Simply staying away wasn't enough. Ruan Zhiliu's background was far inferior to Fu Jingxing's. But for now, this was enough. It would give Ruan Zhiliu some peace of mind, so she know to be more cautious when encountering Fu Jingxing in the future. "Just report it as you should." "He Xuerong must have his own plans," Gu Qinghuan said. Bao Qingsong thought about it and agreed. With the future student union president watching over him, it wouldn't be easy for Fu Jingxing to do anything bad. He was busy finishing up his personal project, while Gu Qinghuan used her spare time to sort out these seemingly unrelated relationships. Drawing and drawing, Gu Qinghuan felt that John Johnson was being treated unfairly. She was clearly on the edge of this relationship, so how could she have the most hopeless fate? A finger tapped on Gu Qinghuan's draft paper. She followed the finger, looking up at Fang Wanfu's face. "What are you doing?" "Look at what I'm doing." Fang Wanfu spoke casually. He was also very flexible. He called Gu Qinghuan's sister, and she really did it. But listening to him, Gu Qinghwan felt that he was completely different from Song Yi. When Song Yi called her sister, it sounded like a silly little brother counting on his sister for support and guidance. As for Fang Wanfu, he's Beagle's younger brother, suppressed by his bloodline, always looking to cause trouble for his sister. Summary: he deserves to be dealt with. Gu Qinghwan put down his pen. Do you see what I'm doing? Fang Wanfu was reading the paper backwards. The page was covered with names, and a mess of lines and arrows, and he lost interest after just one glance. He said decisively, I can't tell. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Gu Qinghwan took the reins of the conversation. Why are you suddenly talking to me? Fang Wanfu scratched the back of his head, and suddenly let out an embarrassed hee laugh. Gu Qinghwan, goosebumps. Fang Wanfu slowly pulled a palm-sized notebook from his bag and placed it in front of Gu Qinghwan. It wasn't a notebook, but more accurately, it was a stack of scraps of paper held together with a dovetail clip. They were of varying sizes, their edges crazing like snail-eaten vegetable leaves. Gu Qinghwan pinched the handle of the dovetail clip. What's this? Open it, and you see, Fang Wanfu urged. Gu Qinghwan had no choice but to peel back the top page of brown paper. Immediately, a dress that resembled an inverted tulip bud appeared before her. She paused, glanced up at Fang Wanfu, then lowered her head to continue flipping through the pages. It wasn't just dresses, there were all sorts of styles. While not every piece was unique or beautiful, they were all meticulously drawn. Gu Qinghwan had never studied painting or design, so she had no idea of Fang Wanfu's level of skill. She simply enjoyed looking at them. I like this jacket. The sleeves are wide, which should be comfortable for upper arm movement, Gu Qinghwan muttered, pointing to one of the pieces. Then take a look at this. Fang Wanfu expertly flipped to a page at the back. This one's good too, but I think the hat string is a bit in the way. Gu Qinghwan pointed at the exaggeratedly shaped hat string. Fang Wanfu frowned. Do you understand my design? I don't, Gu Qinghwan said confidently. I just know you want to share your work with others. Fang Wanfu raised his chin. It's good that you know. Gu Qinghwan observed his expression. Do you still want others to see it? Fang Wanfu's expression immediately changed. That's impossible. Only because you know I'm painting, I'm letting you take a look. Gu Qinghwan was silent for a few seconds. Then he turned to Zhang Zhanshan behind him, and said, Which of Fang Wanfu's paintings do you like? Zhang Zhanshan was working on a math problem, his head spinning. He glanced up, pondered for a few seconds, and decisively replied, That long skirt I drew the other day looks like a mermaid. Fang Wanfu was stunned. How did you know that? Zhang Zhanshan sat up straight, and drew a line between his eyes and Gu Qinghwan's desk. I'm so much taller than you. I saw it all when I lowered my head. So there's a height difference that can give away information, Gu Qinghwan suddenly realized. She was peering from under the crook of Fang Wanfu's arm, obstructed by his arm, so she could only see part of it. But Zhang Zhanshan was different. She was peering over Fang Wanfu's shoulder, toward his right hand. No wonder she could see so clearly. Fang Wanfu, struck by the double blow of the leak and his height, looked as if he were about to collapse. No one else knows. Fang Wanfu was trembling. Zhang Zhanshan consoled him, saying, It should be over. After all, no one's paying attention to you. The last time Gu Qinghwan noticed someone watching the video, it was mainly because Gu Qinghwan and Fang Wanfu had just switched seats. The student had been sitting in the same row with Fang Wanfu, so he couldn't see the screen from the side. Upon first seeing it, he couldn't contain his curiosity. Thankfully, after watching it, he woke up in time. I can't be as bad as Fang Wanfu. Fang Wanfu glared at Zhang Zhanshan. Does that sound like comfort? Chapter 359. Fang Wanfu finally accepted the reality. His secret was exposed to Gu Qinghwan and Zhang Zhanshan. He also realized how careless he had been. He should have been more cautious. Gu Qinghwan returned his art book to him. Would you like to paint somewhere else next time? Fang Wanfu nodded gravely. I will definitely not let anyone else know. But then he became depressed again. Then where should I paint? Gu Qinghwan wanted to say something else, but the bell rang, forcing him to drop the subject. As expected, Fang Wanfu didn't paint again during class, but he didn't use his phone either. He simply paused with his pen in a daze, then fell asleep. When the bell rang, he drowsily woke up, remembered something, and followed Gu Qinghwan and Zhang Zhanshan to the cafeteria. Zhang Zhanshan was speechless. I never thought the words blatant and sneaky could describe the same person. Gu Qinghwan turned to look at Fang Wanfu, who was walking with a shrewd gait but with a thief's look, occasionally glancing at them. He felt a headache coming on. What are you doing? Fang Wanfu put his hands in his pockets. Can't I just go to the cafeteria with my sister? Song Yi's smile faded as he saw Gu Qinghwan running towards him excitedly. Song Yi stepped forward, his face sullen. Who are you calling sister? Fang Wanfu was intimidated by Song Yi's size, but he refused to give in. Her? I recognize her as my sister. He pointed at Gu Qinghwan, and Song Yi turned to look at her, his face practically spelling out, Isn't I your only brother? Gu Qinghwan touched his forehead. He recognized her himself. So be it. She felt like not only the instigator, but also the boss. Song Yi looked away in frustration, but then thought it didn't matter. Fang Wanfu wasn't recognized, unlike him. Ha! The four of them walked together to the cafeteria. Zhang Shechen and Song Yi's height stood out, drawing a bit of attention from Fang Wanfu and Gu Qinghwan. Jiang Chuchu didn't even need to contact Gu Qinghwan to find her. Seeing Fang Wanfu nearby, Jiang Chuchu immediately frowned. Why are you here? Does your family own the cafeteria? Why can't I come? Fang Wanfu, as usual, was rude, and Zhang Shechen slapped him on the back. Jiang Chuchu was startled, only to see Fang Wanfu covering his back and cowering, looking submissive. Unbelievable, Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but shake her head. So he's afraid of physical suppression. Not necessarily. He's just afraid of Chuchen, Gu Qinghwan said. Jiang Chuchu had already heard Gu Qinghwan tell her about this past, but seeing it in person still surprised her. Zhang Zhanshan looked at Fang Wanfu. Can you learn to speak properly? Fang Wanfu dared not speak, but said honestly, I'm here for lunch. Then go ahead, Jiang Chuchu pointed to the second floor. Don't bother us. Fang Wanfu went upstairs, looking back every few steps, giving Jiang Chuchu goosebumps. She pulled Gu Qinghwan over. What's wrong with this troublemaker? He probably wants to discuss something with Chuchen and me, but is too embarrassed to ask? Gu Qinghwan didn't pay much attention. Judging from Fang Wanfu's expression, he would speak sooner or later. She decided to enjoy her lunch first. Uxian arrived soon after, and thanks to the two landmarks, Song Yi and Zhang Shechen, she quickly found Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu. The three of them had agreed to go to the gardening club at noon today. Lian Fenghe said the club's kalankoi had bloomed, and members could invite friends to visit, and those interested could take a pot home to grow. Zhang Shechen and Song Yi had no interest in flowers, so after lunch, they went to rest. Gu Qinghwan had expected Fang Wanfu to go find Zhang Shechen, but he chose to follow her. Jiang Chuchu held her forehead in her hand and asked, What exactly do you want to talk to Qinghwan about? With Zhang Shechen gone, Fang Wanfu started again. Did I say I was going to talk to her? Uxian took advantage of the argument between Fang Wanfu and Jiang Chuchu to pull Gu Qinghwan's arm and whisper, Is he harassing you? No, but if he keeps dawdling, he start harassing you. With that, Gu Qinghwan walked over and pulled Fang Wanfu aside. She held up 3 fingers. 3 minutes, finish your words. What's the matter with you? Any more time, and I complain to Xia He. Gu Qinghwan had no intention of confronting Xia He about such a trivial matter, but Fang Wanfu wouldn't behave unless she threatened him. Fang Wanfu saw her phone timer go off, and upon hearing Xia He's name, he instantly persevered. I want to add you on WeChat. Gu Qinghwan brought up the WeChat QR code. Scan. Fang Wanfu was taken aback, then, realizing what was happening, frantically added her as a friend, muttering, So it's that simple. Anything else? Gu Qinghwan continued. Let's talk about it on WeChat later. Fang Wanfu hesitated, finally asking vaguely. What do you think of my paintings? I'm clumsy, and anyone who can draw is truly amazing. Gu Qinghwan said sincerely. Fang Wanfu's lips curled up, and he shook his head with a mixture of pride. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking, don't you think my drawing of women's clothing is inappropriate? Gu Qinghwan was surprised. What's inappropriate about it? It's just that I'm a man, but I like skirts. Fang Wanfu's voice trailed off. Gu Qinghwan felt she knew Fang Wanfu's hidden reason, so she asked directly, Do your family members dislike you drawing skirts? Fang Wanfu fell silent and nodded. Do they just dislike you drawing skirts, or do they dislike all types of clothing? Gu Qinghwan continued. This stunned Fang Wanfu. After a long pause, he shook his head and said, I don't know. If they don't like your drawing, then it has nothing to do with women's clothing. They just don't want you to work in that industry, Gu Qinghwan said. If I simply don't like you drawing skirts, it might be because I'm worried that you like skirts because you still think of yourself as a girl, as you did when you were little, and I'm afraid you might have issues with your gender identity. Of course, the most stereotypical interpretation isn't ruled out, which is that you, as a boy, shouldn't be drawing women's clothing. Gu Qinghuan actually thought this possibility was quite small. Given how much the Fong family pampered Fong Wenfu, drawing women's clothing was nothing. Anyway, figure out the answer to this question first, then discuss it with me. After 3 minutes, Gu Qinghuan hit the timer, quickly brushed off the lost Fong Wenfu, and ran back to Jiang Chu and Yu Xian. What did you say? Yu Xian was a little curious. I can't answer a question, he doesn't understand himself. Let him go back and gather his thoughts. Gu Qinghuan spread his hands. Jiang Chu glanced at Fong Wenfu, who had been transformed into a stone sculpture, from a distance, and felt a rare sympathy. With Fong Wenfu's brainpower, Gu Qinghuan could easily confuse him, right? I wonder if his brain cells have ever been this active since he was a child. However, this little sympathy wasn't enough for Jiang Chu to offset her displeasure with this troublemaker. She decisively averted her gaze, happily took Gu Qinghuan's arm and urged, forget him. Let's go see the flowers. Chapter 360. It was exactly 7:30 p.m. when Fong Wenfu returned home. It was hard to believe, given the Fong family's curfew, and 7:30 was quite early for someone with his unruly personality. As he stood in the hallway, he looked out at the brightly lit living room and thought to himself, oh no! Sure enough, the next second, someone came out. Fong Wenfu's mother, Tan Jinshu, smiled upon seeing Fong Wenfu return. Shifu, you're back. Fong Wenfu nodded, then frowned in displeasure. Mom, you haven't eaten yet, have you? It's okay. I had some snacks this afternoon. As Tan Jinshu spoke, she had already walked over to Fong Wenfu and examined him carefully. After confirming that Fong Wenfu looked the same as when he left that morning, Tan Jinshu breathed a sigh of relief and asked, how was school today? Fine. Fong Wenfu pursed his lips at Tan Jinshu's concerned look, adding, I even had lunch with a friend today. Hasn't he added Gu Qinghuan on WeChat? Gu Qinghuan and Zhang Zhanshan even shared his secret, so how could they not be considered friends? Although he was just stopping by the cafeteria with them and eating alone on the second floor, but they were all in the same cafeteria anyway. Hearing him say this, Tan Jinshu suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling. Fong Wenfu rarely talked about school. Rather, Tan Jinshu had to rely on phone calls from teachers to find out what Fong Wenfu had been up to. All about the trouble Fong Wenfu had caused at school. Today, Fong Wenfu not only talked about school, but also mentioned having lunch with friends. Tan Jinshu was truly relieved. She accompanied Fong Wenfu to the table, watched him eat dinner, and then asked eagerly, what friends have you made? Students from other classes. After the division, we had the same class and sat next to each other, so we became familiar with each other, Fong Wenfu said. And more than one friend. Tan Jinshu was even happier. She urged Fong Wenfu to get along well with his friend and to bring him a gift next time. They're not the kind of people who would accept gifts, Fong Wenfu refused. Seeing Tan Jinshu's disappointment, he changed his tone and said, I see to it. Okay, Shifu has grown up. Tan Jinshu's eyes were filled with kindness. She was 46 when she gave birth to Fong Wenfu, and now she was 63. No matter how much she spent on maintenance, the signs of aging, coupled with the hardships she endured in her early years to conceive, were reflected in her appearance. When Fong Wenfu first started kindergarten, he couldn't understand why the teacher mistook his mother for his grandmother. When he corrected her, the teacher would get nervous and apologize profusely. Her mother would say it was okay, but her smile was always stiff, unlike her usual self. A few days after he started kindergarten, a child yelled at him, Why is your mom so old? He couldn't understand the meaning of this, so he went home and asked Tan Jinshu, who was crying. He knew then that the words were definitely not meant to be kind. The next day, he arrived at the kindergarten and beat up the child. He was scolded, and Tan Jinshu was called in to apologize to the other parent. He stood in front of Tan Jinshu and, in front of the mother, yelled at the child, Why is your mom so old? The mother's face contorted with anger, and he added, He said the same thing to me yesterday. Finally, the child, with his mother holding his head down, apologized to Tan Jinshu. Fong Wenfu then reluctantly apologized to the child for hitting him. After returning home, Tan Jinshu burst into tears again, saying he was a good child who knew how to defend his mother, and that she was proud to have such a child. But if that were true, why did his mother stay in the car and never show up again when she went to pick him up from kindergarten? Although Fong Wenfu didn't deny that he was born with this kind of bad temper, and that his current state wasn't entirely due to his childhood experiences, he did, however, bring Tan Jinshu to the forefront by looking for the parents. He wanted everyone to know that his mother was Tan Jinshu, even if she looked different from other mothers. So what? He had received unparalleled favor and care from his mother, and others should envy him. But Fang Wenfu didn't really want to cause trouble for his family. It just so happened that he did have a bit of a talent in that area. As he grew older and his deeds increased, he was generally able to keep his troublemaking to a level that wouldn't result in a parent being called in. Fang Wenfu swallowed the last bite of his food and watched Tan Jinshu order the servants to clear the dishes and the table. Remembering Gu Qinghuan's words, he finally spoke. "Mom, I still want to paint." Fang Wenfu looked down at his hands. He wasn't good at hiding things, but he absolutely didn't paint at home, and his manuscripts were tucked away deep in his school bag, keeping them hidden from his family. Or perhaps it should be said that his family didn't know he was still painting. At first, Tan Jinshu would praise his drawing skills, until one day, when his father, Fang Ping'an, saw him and spoke to him, he told him to stop. Fang Wenfu, though he might cause trouble outside, was actually very obedient at home. When his mother said this, he dutifully agreed. But the inspiration in his head and the pen in his hand wouldn't stop. He had kept it a secret for long enough, sorting through his manuscripts numerous times, only keeping the ones he couldn't bear to part with, and throwing the rest into the shredder. It wasn't until today, after Gu Qinghuan's words, that he realized that instead of continuing to suppress himself, he should understand his family's true feelings. Tan Jinshu opened his mouth, then closed it. When he opened it again, his voice sounded awkward and uneasy. "Xiufu, if you really like it, paint secretly. We won't tell your father." Mom knew he was still painting, and Fang Wenfu wasn't surprised to realize this. After all, it had only been so long. John Johnson and Gu Qinghuan knew, so how could Tan Jinshu not know? Fang Wenfu continued, "But hiding it is really painful. I don't understand why I can't paint. It's not like I'm doing anything bad. I just like those pretty clothes." When Tan Jinshu heard him say painful, her expression immediately turned distressed. "Shifu, it's not like that. It's all Mom and Dad's fault. They shouldn't have raised you as a girl when you were little." Fang Wenfu paused for a few seconds. "What does this have to do with you raising me as a girl when I was little? If it weren't for that, you wouldn't like skirts either," Tan Jinshu said. Fang Wenfu had a hunch that a certain crow named Gu had predicted something. He tried to explain, "Although I do like skirts, my childhood experiences only enriched my understanding of them. My love for skirts actually stems from your wardrobe." Tan Jinshu was stunned. Looking at Fang Wenfu, he asked vaguely, "My wardrobe?" "Yes, there's a wardrobe in the attic filled with skirts you used to wear. I happened to see it when I was in 4th grade, and that's when I started liking skirts and wanted to draw my own," Fang Wenfu said. Besides the skirts in the wardrobe, there were also photos of Tan Jinshu. She had once been a graceful beauty, and she also loved flowing, light skirts, leaving behind numerous photos. But after giving birth, her figure never returned to its former shape, and those memories were sealed in the attic. After hearing Fang Wenfu's words, Tan Jinshu was unusually stunned. "So you haven't thought about wearing skirts yourself?" Fang Wenfu grumbled. He couldn't say he hadn't thought about it at all. Why couldn't he wear the clothes he designed? Clothing is gender neutral. Anyone can wear it if they want. It's more like there are a few styles. He had imagined that if he were to wear them himself, he would have to make adjustments. For example, using puff sleeves to hide broad shoulders, and using high-waisted designs to conceal waist and hips. But now, facing Tan Jinshu, Fang Wenfu shook his head seriously. "If you're worried that I'm confused about my gender, then I have to say that I'm very clear that I'm male." Tan Jinshu stood up, clutching her chest, and went to find her phone to call Fang Ping'an. "Old Fang, don't worry. Shifu is not sick. He knows he's a man." Fang Wenfu also silently took out his phone and sent a message to Gu Qinghuan. "Fang Wenfu, you were right. Gu Qinghuan, thank you for your patronage.